Jiang Ning snapped upright in bed as she opened her eyes, sweat streaming down her forehead, her gaze dazed and steeped in despair. Her muddled consciousness was jolted awake by the familiar sight before her. Was this the apartment she had lived in before the apocalypse? Ding dong, ding dong. The continuous chime of text notifications rang out. She reached for the phone on her bedside table. September 14, 2029, 9:32 a.m. More than a dozen unread messages filled the screen, all about an exceptionally powerful typhoon named Sidao forecast to make landfall along the coast in the early hours of the 17th. Wind speeds were predicted to reach levels 16 to 19, accompanied by several days of torrential rain. Jiang Ning felt utterly stunned. Hadn't she died? She had perished in that dark, man-eating apocalypse. Could it be that her unwillingness to accept her fate had trapped her in a nightmare at the brink of death? Ding dong. Another alert came in the latest time reading 9:37 a.m. Jiang Ning pinched her arm hard, and the sharp stab of pain told her this was no dream. She had truly been reborn. She had been reborn 3 days before the super typhoon that would open the first chapter of the apocalypse. No, more precisely, only 2.5 days remained. Jiang Ning felt no joy. Instead, a boundless exhaustion welled up from deep within. Typhoons, torrential rain, floods, searing heat, and brutal cold earthquakes. Each calamity had been a circle of hell. What in all of that was worth living through again? Yet since she had come back, could she simply sit and wait for death? No, absolutely not. She splashed cold water on her face, and in the mirror, she saw a young, beautiful woman, cheeks full of collagen, untouched by the desperate struggle of the end times. For a moment, it seemed as though everything was still bright and flawless. Her tired gaze fell upon the jade pendant hanging at her neck. It had been on her when she was abandoned at the hospital as a newborn, and later Yang Weizong had taken it from her to give to the campus belle, Su Mingyao. 3 years into the apocalypse, Su Mingyao had remained exquisitely immaculate, her dresses spotless, her skin pale and rosy, as if she still lived in an age of prosperity and flowers. Once when Jiang Ning fainted from hunger, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye of Su Mingyao taking an ice cream out of the pendant and licking it. A thought seemed to strike Jiang Ning. She picked up a razor blade, sliced open her fingertip, and let the bead of blood fall onto the pendant. The pendant erupted in a blinding light. When she opened her eyes again, she was standing inside an apartment without a front door. Aside from running water and electricity, it was completely unfurnished. 2 bedrooms and a living room about 80 square meters within the walls, the ceiling roughly 3 meters high. Right next to the balcony lay a 10-square-meter garden of dark, rich soil. Suspended in midair in the living room was a shimmering timer, 015613. This was the very space that had allowed Su Mingyao to live so exquisitely, yet it had been tricked away from Jiang Ning's hands. After leaving the space, a house seemed to lodge itself in her mind. By focusing her consciousness, she could sense everything within it. To figure out the space's functions, she tested it with boiling water. Aside from the balcony and the garden, every other area possessed a preservation effect. Objects could be stored and retrieved with her mind, and while the timer remained still under such operations, it began to tick down the moment a person stepped inside. Time was pressing. She had no leisure to delve into its deeper mysteries. Since she had been given another life and now had a storage space in her grasp, she had to seize this chance to overturn her wretched fate. In her previous life, she had survived only 3 years. Jiang Ning had no idea what other disasters lay beyond, so she pulled out her phone and went online to look up types of natural catastrophes. When she saw the dense, endless list of calamities, she almost felt like dropping dead on the spot. Staying alive was unbearably difficult. Forcing aside her excess emotions, she took out paper and pen and began drafting a supplies checklist. Jiang Ning had grown up in an orphanage. Despite its veneer of peace, fears, struggles raged beneath the surface, slowly shaping her into someone selfish and determined never to suffer a loss. Born without any sense of security, she collected cardboard and trash in primary school, worked part-time in junior high tutoring, doing homework for others, cleaning toilets. She would do anything as long as it paid. She scored at the top in both the high school and college entrance exams, and even after getting into a medical program and reaching her sophomore year, she was still tutoring 5 senior high students, each paying 200 yuan per session. Jiang Ning was a money magnet, pulling in clients, selling insurance, running an online channel. She dared to do anything that wasn't illegal. After more than 10 years, she had saved a total of 2,000 yuan across her bank cards, planning to use it as a down payment on a home after graduation. Now all of that had become meaningless. She was supposed to attend major courses at university that afternoon and tutor students in the evening, but none of it mattered anymore. Jiang Ning sent messages to the parents on WeChat telling them she was ill and hospitalized and would be unable to tutor for a long period. She urged them to find substitutes promptly and asked that her fees be settled. Tutoring fees were settled twice a month, and the parents were all people for whom money was no concern. 2 of them even sent 500 yuan get-well-read packets. Altogether, about 6,000 yuan flowed into her account. Jiang Ning did not forget to remind the parents that an unprecedentedly powerful typhoon was imminent and that they should stock up on food and emergency medicines. Disasters came one after another. The medicine list alone filled 3 densely written pages, and many drugs were not only expensive, but simply unavailable in ordinary pharmacies. Jiang Ning photographed the list and sent it to Zhang Chao, a pharmaceutical company sales rep, who was also her childhood friend. A loaded new client needs this urgently. Delivery must be completed tonight. Please give me a rock-bottom price. Zhang Chao replied, almost instantly got it. Less than 5 minutes later his call came through. Ning, this medicine list is really strange. Are you sure you're not joking? The money's already been transferred. The client has only one demand: the goods must be delivered tonight. Without time for nonsense, she hung up and wired 500 yuan, adding a note. Settle up later if it's more or less. The list of supplies she needed to prepare was enormous. As Jiang Ning picked up her keys to head out, her gaze fell by chance on a pair of limited edition new AJ sneakers on the table, and she almost wanted to bash her head in with a brick. She had always lived with a brutally realistic mindset, yet once she encountered Yang Weizong, it was as if she had fallen under a spell. To chase him, she moved out of the dorm and rented an expensive school district apartment and queued outside a flagship store before dawn to buy him AJ sneakers. Her own shoes had never cost more than 300 yuan, yet she bought him a limited edition pair worth over 800 and hadn't felt the slightest heartache spending it. And the result? He accepted the gift and demanded the pendant, yet neither accepted nor rejected her confession. Worse, on the day of the typhoon, he took the campus belle out to feast on the food she had stockpiled. During 3 years of catastrophe, he not only refused to help her, but even watched coldly as demons beat and slaughtered her. If she had known things would turn out that way, she would sooner have fed the AJ sneakers to a dog than given them to him. This time she would see clearly. Without her stockpiled food, and without the space, could he and Su Mingyao still live in such glossy splendor. The super typhoon had raged for half a month, followed by 3 consecutive months of torrential rain that submerged the entire city. Jiang Ning's rented place was on the 18th floor. Though it escaped the floodwaters, she had still lived in utter misery. Leaving the residential complex, she went to a street-side breakfast stall and ate her fill. Without stopping, she headed to a car rental shop and leased a box truck. Her first destination was the AJ flagship store. The staff were taken aback by her request for a return. This was a limited edition new release with countless customers waiting to snatch it up. They had never worried about selling it. She got back over 8600 yuan, enough to buy rice flour oil and grains to last 2 or 3 years. Who needed a man anyway? She drove to a street lined with door and window shops and ordered 2 of the sturdiest stainless steel doors, each with 3-bar to pan bottom locks strong enough to withstand even sledgehammer blows. Including installation, the total cost was over 6000 yuan. To save time, Jiang Ning had measured everything before leaving home. The shop owner worried she might have measured incorrectly, but once he heard the name of her residential complex and building, he agreed readily. He had done plenty of business there and knew it like the back of his hand. If you want it rushed, the day after tomorrow is possible. Right across the street was a glass shop. Jiang Ning chose the thickest blast-proof glass at 600 yuan per square meter and likewise scheduled installation for the morning of the day after tomorrow. Let them pound, let them smash. This lifetime no one would ever again break in with a knife and bully her. After paying the deposit, Jiang Ning rushed to the largest outdoor supplies store in the city center. The industry was fiercely competitive, and the shop was clearing out stock in a closing down sale at rock-bottom prices, with some items discounted to barely 20% of their original cost. It was the perfect time to snap up bargains. 2 assault boats, 4 inflatable rafts, earthquake and fire emergency kits, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, extra-large solar chargers, and so on. Life-saving supplies were not to be treated carelessly. She insisted on good quality for everything. Seeing a big spender, the shopkeeper enthusiastically recommended shell jackets and sleeping bags, saying, "We're running a promotion today, store-wide discounts, and the quality is guaranteed to satisfy you." Jiang Ning looked unimpressed. "Do you have anything that can withstand minus 60 or 70 degrees? The shopkeeper jumped in fright. "This is the South. People can wear short sleeves in winter. I'm about to go to the Arctic for scientific research," she said calmly. Realizing she was not joking, the shopkeeper immediately contacted his peers, then told Jiang Ning, "There are polar cold-resistant suits and mummy sleeping bags. Used together, they'll definitely withstand the cold. They're just rather expensive and the stock is in another province." His associate ran an online store, and judging from the reviews, the products seemed reliable. The shopkeeper could arrange express delivery at once, guaranteeing arrival by tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Ning ordered 2 sets of each, spending over 6,000 yuan. She spent another 12,000 at the outdoor store loading a car full of goods, and when no one was looking, stowed them away into her spatial dimension. The assault boats required diesel fuel, but diesel was not sold to private individuals. Jiang Ning went to an auto repair shop to buy a siphon pump and barrels, then drove to several nearby gas stations to fill up her car. She then went to a place with no people and no cameras, using the siphon pump to transfer fuel into the barrels. After several trips, she had obtained 500 liters of gasoline. The post-apocalyptic world would be chaotic, rife with bloodshed and violence. She then went to a security supplies shop. "Boss, I'm heading to America," she said. Hearing this, the owner brought out his best stock from the bottom of the chest. "The scenery over there is quite unique. You really shouldn't skimp on safety." She took 3 sets of cut-resistant and stab-proof outfits and 2 sets of bulletproof vests, then barely pausing for breath drove to the largest wholesale clothing market on the outskirts. Down jackets, military overcoats, cashmere sweaters, thermal underwear, scarves, gloves, socks, non-slip snow boots, lightweight sneakers, insulated shoes, slippers. She bought everything she could think of that might be useful, caring not about brand names, only about quality. She splurged 12,000 yuan in the clothing market, then hurried to the neighboring daily necessities wholesale mall. Air conditioner, quilts, down comforters, and especially thick cotton quilts, 3 each of the 8 jean and Tianjin ones. She demanded that all be packed in compression bags. Shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, sanitary pads, tissues, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, thermos flasks, lighters, rubber hot water bottles, and so on. She even bought 20,000 disposable heat packs, life-saving treasures in extreme cold. An online vendor specialized in rare items, glass, kerosene lamps, and waterproof, windproof hurricane lamps. Antiques from the 1960s and 70s. She bought 5 of each. "Do you have kerosene?" she asked. They did, but kerosene was hard to sell. The shop only had 100 liters in stock. Jiang Ning bought it all and asked the owner to throw in extra lamp wicks. These were far more durable than candles. Alcohol stoves, solid alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves. Remembering that her space had electricity, she grabbed a few induction cookers as well. Insecticide, disinfectant, drinking water purification tablets, floral water. Anything she could think of she bought, spending another 20,000 yuan in total. Next door was the fruit wholesale market: apples, pears, watermelons, kiwis, bananas, hami melons, starfruit, summer black grapes, seedless grapes, and nearly 20 other fruits. Another 6,000 yuan vanished. By the time she left the wholesale market's night had already fallen. Several phone calls had gone unanswered. All were from Zhang Chao, whose messages on WeChat said the goods were ready. Jiang Ning drove to the building of his company. There more than 20 large cartons awaited her. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, povidone-iodine, medical alcohol, gauze, and even tetanus vaccines. They were all life-saving medicines in natural disasters. Although she spent more than 40,000 yuan, the anxious Jiang Ning felt far more at ease. Zhang Chao transferred 2,000 yuan in commission to her. "You asked for too many different things. Oh, a lot of medicines weren't available, so I had to get stock from other suppliers," he explained. "I'll deliver these first and treat you to a big meal in a few days," Jiang Ning said from the driver's seat. "A powerful typhoon is about to hit. You should stock up on fuel and grain at home." Zhang Chao did not take it to heart at all. This year alone, more than a dozen typhoons had come, and every time, they had been all thunder and little rain. After stowing the medicines into her spatial dimension, Jiang Ning drove to the food street near the university town and ordered barbecue beer and fried rice noodles. The food street was crowded. Everywhere she looked, she saw young students and couples' faces brimming with youthful vitality, utterly unaware that a cataclysm was about to descend. The barbecue would take time, and Jiang Ning found herself drawn to the glow of the red coals. In the rush, she had nearly forgotten something crucial. She immediately asked the stall owner for the contact information of merchants selling charcoal coal briquettes and liquefied gas cylinders. She called them one by one, hoping to have the goods delivered to her door the next day. Unfortunately, luck was against her. Those shops were all in low-lying areas, and the authorities had ordered them to move their stock. They were far too busy to take her order. The 3 suppliers happened to be in the same district, and Jiang Ning did not even bother to stay for her barbecue, as she jumped into her car and drove straight over. Charcoal was cheap, but took up space. After glancing at the capacity of her spatial dimension, she bought 500 jean of smokeless high-temperature charcoal, along with charcoal stoves and fire starters. A single liquefied gas cylinder could fuel cooking for 2 months. In case the space ever lost power, she bought 10 cylinders. Honeycomb coal briquettes burned slowly, but this year the nation was facing a power shortage, coupled with trade sanctions with kangaroo country. Coal prices had skyrocketed. Each briquette cost 2 yuan. Gritting her teeth, she bought 2,000 of them. When she returned to her apartment, it was nearly 9 o'clock. After a brief rest, she entered the spatial dimension to organize the chaotic supplies. To save as much room as possible, she stacked the gas cylinders, coal briquettes, and charcoal all through the kitchen. She stripped off every unnecessary outer package, stuffed all loose items into compression bags, and layered them one upon another right up to the ceiling. Money seemed to melt away. Over the course of the day, she had spent more than 120,000 yuan, just enough to fill the small room and the kitchen, taking up an estimated 50 cubic meters. She had just finished tidying up when she was suddenly kicked, and her whole body was hurled out of the space. Dazed from the kick, Jiang Ning was speechless. She tried to enter again, but an invisible barrier blocked her way. Damn it, the space had swallowed her supplies. Jiang Ning was startled and quickly used her consciousness to check. The space was intact and the supplies were also there. She tried to use her thoughts to retrieve an item, and a lump of coal appeared in her hand. She scanned the area with her mind and discovered that the timer was at 0. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that the space could only hold for 2 hours. 2 hours. Well, it's better than nothing. After taking a shower, it was already past midnight. Jiang Ning glanced at the space, and the new 2 hours had been credited. She finally felt a little relieved. Lying in bed, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time and had to find melatonin to sustain herself. She slept uneasily and dreamt of being chased and attacked by a group of people with a blood-stained knife striking heavily at her. Jiang Ning woke up in a cold sweat. At 5 in the morning, it was still dark outside. She entered the space to check the supplies to calm her nerves. She didn't go back to sleep and grabbed her car keys to head to the largest agricultural wholesale market. As dawn broke, the outside of the wholesale market was buzzing with traffic. Jiang Ning arrived at the vegetable area and bought fresh produce still glistening with dew. Winter melons, pumpkins, lotus roots, red and white radishes, eggplants, green beans, bitter melons, celery, tomatoes, etc. All at 100 Jin each. Potatoes and sweet potatoes at 200 Jin. Ginger and garlic each at 100 Jin could be used for planting as well as seasoning. It should be noted that in extremely cold weather a bowl of ginger soup might just save a person. While buying, she kept track of her purchases. Aside from leafy greens, she didn't miss anything else, spending a total of around 400 yuan. By the time she had breakfast, it was nearly 9 o'clock and the crowds at the wholesale market had greatly diminished. Jiang Ning compared prices at 3 stores for staple grains: 100 bags of rice at 50 Jin each, 50 bags of flour at 50 Jin each, and 500 Jin each of white flour, egg noodles, rice noodles, and sweet potato flour, along with 200 Jin each of yellow beans, red beans, green beans, black beans, and peanuts, plus 50 barrels of soybean oil, peanut oil, and sunflower oil. She spent less than 300 yuan and managed to haggle for 3 bags of rice from the boss. Just these supplies would be enough for her to eat for 30 years. While the boss was preparing the stock, she walked over to the seasoning section. She bought 10 barrels of 20 L each of soy sauce, vinegar, and white wine, and 30 Jin each of star anise, fennel, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and black pepper, along with 300 Jin each of brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar, and 300 Jin of salt in 1 Jin bags. Grains are crucial in the apocalypse, but salt is even more vital. Without salt, the body cannot endure. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, she witnessed someone trade a pack of salt for 30 Jin of grain. 300 Jin takes up virtually no space. When resources become scarce, she could use it for trade. If it weren't for the lack of space, she would have wanted to stockpile dozens of tons. After loading the goods, she drove to a secluded corner without surveillance to transfer the supplies into the space before heading to the frozen goods section. She ordered 10 large boxes each of steamed buns, flour rolls, red bean buns, molten buns, brown sugar buns, and xiaomai. Concerned about the quality of the meat, she also ordered 200 Jin of frozen dumpling wrappers, intending to pass the time slowly when the flood came. Next, she headed to the dried goods section, purchasing shiitake mushrooms, deer antler mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, kelp, seaweed, red dates, dried vegetables, and various flavored sunflower seeds, spending over 100 yuan again. Arriving at the meat section, Jiang Ning found a stall that supplied the school cafeteria. The owner was particularly warm upon seeing her, asking, "What does little Jiang want?" Before the typhoon, the heat was stifling, and there wasn't much meat left at the stall. The meat available at this point was not fresh, but the prices were very reasonable. She ordered 200 Jin each of pork belly, sliced meat, lean meat, ribs, beef, lamb, and rabbit meat, 100 ducks and chickens, each 50 geese, and various pig and cow offal. The owner was shocked. "Little Jiang, are you joking?" His wife worked at the slaughterhouse, and Jiang Ning had introduced many clients for commissions. A relative is hosting a wedding. A good price will do. Is there really a need to say our relationship? This deal won't earn you any profits. It's all 30 off. Buying meat is very costly. Pork prices have only recently dropped, but beef and lamb prices haven't, so getting supplies from acquaintances is the most cost-effective. Calculating, it came to about 300 yuan. Jiang Ning didn't haggle, but made another request: 2 bone cleavers and a pig slaughtering knife. Self-defense weapons were essential, but she had neither the time nor the connections and could only rush to make do. The owner was startled. "What do you need these for?" "Don't worry, if as long as I don't kill or set fire to anyone." Considering the profit and their camaraderie, the owner readily agreed. Next, she ordered 100 fish from the fish stall, requesting them to be gutted but not cut into pieces, and would pick them up after they were prepared. She ordered 300 chicken eggs, 100 duck eggs, thinking that the natural disasters might end someday. Additionally, she ordered 2 trays each of chicken, duck, goose, and quail eggs, all fertilized, and bought a small household incubator. Thinking of the garden in her space, Jiang Ning went to a seed shop to get vegetable seeds, all with short growth cycles, including lettuce, rapeseed, water spinach, and various others. The seeds were very cheap. Spending 500 yuan was enough for decades of food. She only had 10 square meters of black soil, but could utilize 2 balconies. Jiang Ning's gardening DNA was awakened, and she also bought planting pots, hose shovels, and potting soil. With anticipation for the future, she rushed to the fruit tree seedling area, ordering 3 seedlings, each of apple trees, grapes, raisins, oranges, and other varieties, all of which were several years old. Meat is a consumable, as the natural disasters continue, let alone ordinary people wanting to eat fresh meat. Even the big shots lack resources. Jiang Ning bought a pair of breeding rabbits. Rabbits can be fed with vegetables and breed quickly, which would definitely satisfy her demand for meat. Jiang Ning enjoyed marinated dishes and cold dishes, ordering 200 jin of frozen chicken and duck feet, and 100 jin each of duck intestines, duck kidneys, and chicken hearts. Spending money like water, she felt a pang of heartache, but thinking of the supplies constantly accumulating in her space, there was an indescribable satisfaction and confidence. She spent the whole day at the agricultural wholesale market. By the time Jiang Ning came out, the streets were brightly lit and bustling, and the most exciting part of the day had just begun. Jiang Ning went to a restaurant and ordered braised pork ribs, steamed meatballs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, thoroughly indulging herself. She didn't forget to pack the leftovers. It was still early when she returned home. She was busy organizing the space, filling the large room completely. Vegetables and fruit tree seedlings were placed in the living room, while the breeding rabbits were kept on the balcony. Jiang Ning left a little trick. She exited the space with 10 minutes left on the timer. As she stepped out, 2 breeding rabbits were kicked out, landing on the ground with a thud, nearly injuring themselves. Jiang Ning was speechless at first, then felt ecstatic. It seemed that the space not only had a time limit, as long as she wasn't inside, no other living beings could remain either. This meant that no one could take it away. In a good mood, she sat down to check for any missing items, as she had bought everything she could think of with about 2,000 yuan left in her account. The space only had the living room and bathroom left. To survive the extreme natural disasters, there was still much to prepare. She didn't plan to continue stockpiling items that took up too much space. Opening the takeout app, she ordered from those highly rated restaurants dishes she had previously wanted to eat but hesitated to try: oil-braised prawns, Hakka salted chicken, stuffed tofu, dompa pork, and more than 20 dishes, requesting 10 portions of each. She also ordered dozens of items such as fried dough sticks, soup, dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, hand-grabbed pancakes, beefcakes, shengjian bao skewers, marinated dishes, roasted meat, milk tea, etc. Spending over 1,000 yuan, she chose all items with a scheduled pickup time to ensure fresh. Though she was tired, she still wanted to see the last flourish of the city. In the afternoon, she received a notice that in response to the impending strong typhoon, the school would tentatively be closed for 3 days, with a specific resumption date to be announced later. Students cheered and invited their friends to go out for nightlife, celebrating before the typhoon arrived. The southern coastal region experiences numerous typhoons each year, and every time they hoped for school closures, this time their dream finally came true. Jiang Ning felt the same, but they didn't know that this time it was real, and they would never have to attend classes again. As she enjoyed barbecue and drank beer, her feelings were complex as she continued to gather supplies. After returning, Jiang Ning felt that she had overlooked something very important, but for a moment, she couldn't remember. As the clock struck midnight, the timer updated to show 130 minutes remaining. This meant that time could be accumulated. Jiang Ning was ecstatic. Do not underestimate every second, for they might save a life at a critical moment. She decided that unless there were special circumstances, she would not enter the space again, saving time for use during extreme cold or earthquakes. With food supplies and a safe space, she felt a newfound confidence against the impending natural disasters. After a dreamless night, she was awakened the next day by the ringing of the phone. The installers of the stainless steel door had arrived. Beautiful lady, you installed a stainless steel door at home. There have been thefts in the neighborhood recently, so I need quality security. The master craftsman, both amused and exasperated, replied, the safety of the heavenly lock requires drilling into the ceiling and floor. Aren't you afraid of damaging the house? It's fine, as safety is the most important thing. With the landlord working elsewhere, and no news until the house collapsed during the earthquake, the renovations posed no problem. The installer of the explosion-proof glass arrived shortly after, and both parties busily worked, the sound of electric drills punctuating the air. Fearing to disturb the neighbors on a weekend, Jiang Ning made a sound in the group, and then sent a red envelope. Opening the app, she continued to order food online until her funds were exhausted. In less than 2 hours, the door and glass were installed. Jiang Ning settled the remaining balance, looking at her apartment, which was now as secure as a fortress, feeling a sense of relief. The phone rang again, and thinking it was the delivery, she was surprised to find it was Yang Wei-tsung. And Ning, it's my birthday party today. When will you arrive? On the other end, Yang Wei-tsung's voice was warm and sunny, accompanied by the lively sounds of laughter from many people. Jiang Ning sneered, fine, just wait for me. Clearly interested in Su Meng Yao, yet deliberately teasing her, he was merely coveting her surprise gift and the desire for an advantage. Through the phone, she could hear Su Meng Yao's sweet and delicate voice. In her past life, she had presented herself to Yang Wei-tsung, who had ignored her the entire time. Now he was pursuing her. Jiang Ning's alarm bells rang. How did Su Mingyao know that her pendant had a space? From Yang Wei-tsung's attitude, he likely did not know the secret. The call was instigated by Su Mingyao. Taking the keys, Jiang Ning headed downstairs. Yang Wei-tsung lived on the 8th floor, and lively sounds came from his apartment. Jiang Ning went straight down without any hesitation. The weather remained oppressively hot, but the foreboding winds of a strong typhoon had begun to howl through the streets. A recent text alert indicated that the typhoon was expected to arrive by 9 o'clock tonight. Jiang Ning was shocked. How had it arrived early? She went to the school library searching for books on medicine so she could continue her studies during the disaster, as well as books on martial arts and mental health. In the vast library during the floods, countless valuable books would be submerged and lost forever. The thought of it pained Jiang Ning, yet she felt powerless. Avoiding the cameras, she gathered the books she desired and mixed them with other stacks, sneaking them into the space. Stealing books was wrong, but the library would soon be flooded and countless books would be destroyed. Books are the essence of human civilization. She couldn't take them all, but if the disaster ended one day, she could donate what she retrieved from here. Yang Wei-tsung called again, and without a second thought, Jiang Ning blocked him. Leaving the school, she headed to a large supermarket, taking her time to browse the top-floor parking lot before coming down. Faced with a plethora of products, she didn't buy anything, but returned to the second floor to browse back and forth several times before driving to another location. The rental company called to inform her that due to the early arrival of the typhoon, they would close for the day, and she had to return the car before 3 o'clock. Jiang Ning agreed verbally, but by the time she returned the car, it was already 4 o'clock with the typhoon howling incessantly, causing everything to rattle. The owner was nice. After checking and finding no issues, he refunded her 2,000 yuan deposit. Disasters do not strike suddenly. They provide a buffer period, yet humanity fails to capture this time. Jiang Ning kept cash on hand for emergencies and refrained from further extravagance. Returning to her apartment, she grabbed her computer tablet and phone, continuously downloading materials, various movies, music, life skills, recipes, offline maps, and emergency disaster first aid information. Suddenly, a logistics notification popped up on her shopping app, and Jiang Ning awoke from her stupor. She had forgotten about the extreme cold weather gear she ordered online. It was supposed to arrive the previous evening, but due to the owner's delayed shipment and courier delays, the package had just arrived at the pickup point. She immediately called the delivery station, which replied that the typhoon had arrived, and they could not deliver the package until after the storm passed. However, if it was urgent, she could pick it up before 6 o'clock. Outside, the howling winds were strong, and the trees in the community swayed violently. With the arrival of the typhoon and heavy rain, the delivery point would be submerged, and without the extreme cold gear, it would be impossible to survive in temperatures below -60 or 70 degrees. No one was accepting orders through the taxi app, so Jiang Ning gritted her teeth and rushed downstairs, scanning for a shared bicycle and pedaling furiously toward the delivery point. The 2-kilometer distance felt like an eternity as she faced the wind, making it hard to open her eyes with garbage and cardboard swirling into the air. Panting and drenched in sweat, Jiang Ning arrived at the delivery point. On a day like this, deliveries were delayed and packages were piled high everywhere. Without taking a moment to catch her breath, Jiang Ning rolled up her sleeves and began searching frantically. Fortunately, the package was large enough. After flipping through for several minutes, she finally found it. Outside, the typhoon intensified, the sky ominously darkened, making it seem like night. Jiang Ning gritted her teeth, clutching the large package as she left. Just outside the door, a sudden gust from the typhoon swept her off her feet. In the blink of an eye, a man standing by a vehicle swiftly reached out and grabbed her. The man steadied himself, pulling the disheveled Jiang Ning back. She quickly thanked him, but her voice was swept away by the typhoon. The man glanced at her, saying, "The typhoon is here. It's not safe to hold on to that package." Little did she expect the strong typhoon to arrive so quickly. Jiang Ning had no choice but to retreat into the shop, repeatedly refreshing the taxi app and even adding a red envelope and tips. However, there were still 300 people ahead in line, and no drivers were accepting orders at all. The man took many packages, filling the entire vehicle, and seeing her anxious expression, he hesitated slightly, asking, "Where do you live?" Under the light, Jiang Ning finally saw his appearance. Wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, he looked to be in his early 20s with a neat and tidy crop of hair, sharp jawline, and a face that was ruggedly handsome. He was quite tall, at least 185 centimeters, with long legs that seemed almost unreal. Jiang Ning thanked him again, and the man replied with an indifferent expression, "It's nothing, just a small favor. I live in Jinrong community. Can you drop me off along the way? I'll pay for the fare." The man nodded and opened the door. The back seat was packed full, and Jiang Ning opened the front door to find a little girl sitting in the passenger seat. She looked about 4 or 5 years old, with a timid, fair face, wearing a pink dress, her black, grape-like eyes gazing at her. The man spoke, "Dodo, let sister hold you." In this apocalyptic scenario, who cared about traffic violations? Jiang Ning picked up Dodo and sat her on her lap with the package shoved by her feet. The gale howled, and the Hummer drove steadily. The heavy sky was filled with blown branches, and the metal roofs rattled in the wind. In the distance, a girl in a dress clung tightly to a power pole, her mouth moving as if crying for help. The disaster had officially begun. 2 kilometers is quite close. It takes just a few minutes to reach the entrance of the community. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan, expressing her gratitude for his act of saving someone despite the violation of rules. Seeing that he refused to take it, Jiang Ning, not wanting to be overly polite, reminded him as she got out of the car the typhoon might cause water and power outages. While there's still time, you should stock up on rice flour and oil. Pushing open the car door, she rushed into the community with the package against the wind. As raindrops the size of beans fell like bullets, Jiang Ning awkwardly wiped her face as she stepped out of the elevator, only to find Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao standing in front of the apartment. The two must have been waiting for a long time. Yang Weizong's face showed impatience, while the campus belle, Su Mingyao, smiled charmingly, her white dress appearing pure and refined. "Why did you just come back?" Yang Weizong asked impatiently. "We've been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing the two of them, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of the bullying she suffered in the apocalypse, and how they coldly watched as she was slaughtered by demons, her mood instantly turning grim and irritable. In her past life, she had no one to blame but herself for her foolishness. In this life, if she wanted to suck blood and seize the golden finger, then let them wait. What she had experienced in despair, they would experience double. Jiang Ning's expression was cold. "Is there something you want?" She had always been exceedingly warm towards him, but now her indifference caught Yang Weizong off guard, prompting him to instinctively question, "Why didn't you come to my birthday?" Of course he wasn't there for the gift. It was because Mingyao was interested in her and wanted to get to know her. Su Mingyao observed Jiang Ning, and of course he wasn't there for the gift. It was because Mingyao was interested in her and wanted to get to know her. Su Mingyao observed Jiang Ning and smiled. Junior. Jiang Ning replied coldly, "I don't know you, don't call me that." Su Mingyao appeared slightly embarrassed, yet with a sweet tone, she said, "Today is the senior's birthday. We are all alumni gathering together." The birthday was already over by noon. Taking her to the 8th floor is just to seize the golden finger. "Are you deaf?" Jiang Ning said mockingly. "Didn't you hear me say we're not close? Why should I care about his birthday?" Unexpectedly, she was so unpleasant, and Yang Weizong felt embarrassed. "Jiang Ning, what do you mean? You wear couple rings with her, yet repeatedly invite me to your house. Do you want to play both sides? Don't get the wrong idea. Oh, I have no interest in you at all." Yang Weizong was furious, his face flushed with anger, as he said, "Mingyao, let's go." However, Su Mingyao did not want to leave. "Aning, actually it's like this. We came to celebrate the senior's birthday, but due to the typhoon, we can't go back. Can I stay at your place tonight?" "Are you sick? I've already said we're not close." Yang Weizong's face darkened as he warned, "Aning, watch your words. I speak like this. If you have the ability, don't come provoke me." Yang Weizong dragged Su Mingyao away, but she stubbornly refused to go, forcing a smile, as she said, "Aning, your pendant is really beautiful. I wonder where you bought it." Jiang Ning took off the pendant. "Do you want it?" Su Mingyio's eyes lit up. "Can you give it to me? I really like it." Jiang Ning let go, and the pendant fell to the ground. She stomped on it hard a few times, and the pendant quickly shattered into pieces. After the space binding, the pendant lost its original luster and became dull, no longer of any use. The heart of man is treacherous. If it's not destroyed in front of them, who knows what Su Mingyao would do. "Your affection makes me feel disgusted." With the pendant destroyed, Su Mingyao was shocked and cried out in fear. Yang Weizong was furious that his girlfriend was bullied and directed his anger at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's expression turned fierce. "Get lost. If you have the ability, don't come to annoy me." Yang Weizong's face turned ashen, dragging Su Mingyao away in anger. Only then did Jiang Ning open the stainless steel door and hurriedly enter to unpack the package. The extreme cold weather gear was thick, soft, and warm to wear. The mummy sleeping bag was sewn from several layers of down, ensuring top-notch quality. It would be vital for survival in the bitter cold. Outside, the wind howled and the sky was dark. After securing the doors and windows, Jiang Ning took out a large white plastic bucket to collect water, filling it up and remembering to leave a few buckets in the bathroom of her space. With the typhoon and torrential rain approaching, the community would soon experience water and power outages. Regardless of the howling winds outside, Jiang Ning busied herself in the kitchen, constantly washing rice, cooking, and preparing vegetables. Braised pork, soy braised chicken, boiled fish, and beef brisket stew. Each pot was large, steaming as she packed them into the stainless steel bowls she had prepared in advance, placing them into her space. Taking advantage of the initial onslaught of the typhoon, with every household stocking up on supplies, she needed to quickly prepare strong flavored dishes, as she wouldn't dare to casually cook later, lest it attract attention. Steaming buns and dumplings with the gas stove and induction cooker at full blast, she worked until the early hours before finally stopping. After changing out of her greasy clothes and taking a hot shower, she collapsed into bed. Half asleep, she was awakened by the sound of a drill. Jiang Ning pulled open the curtains. Outside the sky was gloomy, and the typhoon raged with rain. Thinking it was still dark, she checked her phone and found it was already past 9 in the morning. WeChat notifications flooded into the community group, and class group had unread messages piling up to 99. Many were celebrating the arrival of the Typhoon vegetable knife, as office workers finally got a break from the 996 schedule and students could go home for a vacation. Several people in the group shared images or videos of the typhoon's devastation: trees uprooted, luxury cars smashed, and a tornado cutting through a tin factory. Many began to realize something was amiss, lamenting that they hadn't stocked up on food, sharing that after getting off work they rushed to the supermarket only to find the shelves empty, with only instant noodles left. The drilling continued incessantly, seemingly coming from next door. Jiang Ning was a bit confused. In her apartment block, there were 3 households on one floor, and the other 2 were completely unoccupied. In her past life, when the flood reached the 2nd floor, the displaced residents waited for rescue, but never received it. They then considered breaking into the vacant apartments, and pride opened the doors to move in. At first they coexisted peacefully, but as food became scarcer their gazes turned increasingly sinister and calculating, and they attempted to pry open Jiang Ning's door multiple times in the dead of night. This time, she bought a fire axe, so as long as they dared to pry she would dare to strike. Not only was there the sound of drilling, but it also seemed there were children's voices. Jiang Ning opened the door and walked out only to see the door of Unit 1801 wide open, the brand new stainless steel door leaning against the wall, and a young man in light-colored casual clothing drilling into the wall. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned to look over. Jiang Ning's expression was one of shock. "It's you." Jiang Ning never expected that not only would new tenants move into 1801, but that they would be the young man who had helped at the delivery point. He nodded to her in slight surprise before continuing his work. The man was strikingly handsome and cold, tall and lean, with muscles barely visible beneath his clothing, exuding an air of explosive power. Jiang Ning felt a chill run down her spine. After exchanging greetings, she hurriedly retreated to her room. This life was different, and not only had the typhoon arrived earlier, but new neighbors had come as well. What kind of normal person would install 3 stainless steel doors? It would be best if everything could go on peacefully, but one must not let their guard down. While the other party was indeed acting heroically, one could not ignore that before natural disasters, with the moral decline of the apocalypse, who could guarantee that he would remain true to his intentions? Locking the door securely, she brushed her teeth, washed up, and had breakfast. The sky had brightened a little, but remained heavily overcast. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony as the fierce typhoon howled, relentlessly battering the walls with the torrential rain, making the explosion-proof glass sound like it was being struck. In just one night, the streets were inundated with rainwater, many vehicles were submerged, and low-lying areas were directly swept away by the flood. Rainwater obscured visibility. The distant view was gray and dim, with the sky growing increasingly dark, as if 2 invisible hands of darkness were compressing the entire city into their palms, crushing it mercilessly. Surrounded by the weather of 24, did anyone feel the oppressive force of the disaster? Jiang Ning held a telescope, standing on the balcony, overlooking the city. The roads were a vast ocean. The dark clouds sank lower, and water spiraled in a vortex connecting heaven and earth, rapidly swirling, threatening to swallow everything. Jiang Ning was utterly shocked, watching as the tornado instantly severed the elevated bridge. Lightning struck the trees, igniting a fire, but it was quickly extinguished by the rain. Were there tornadoes in her previous life? Jiang Ning had no recollection, feeling that many things were different, seemingly developing in a worse direction. Her phone buzzed incessantly, and annoyed by the noise, she turned off the internet and busied herself in the kitchen. She blanched frozen chicken and duck feet to rid them of the bloody smell, took out various spices to make braised dishes, and processing pig and beef offal was quite time-consuming. After too much smoke from cooking, Jiang Ning lost her appetite and made a simple tomato and egg noodle for lunch. As she turned off the range hood, she faintly heard a child's crying. She paid it no mind, properly bagged the household trash to throw outside, but just as she was about to return to her room, she heard the crying coming from next door. Having only studied medicine for a year, she couldn't even be considered a novice, but she understood more than others, and the child's cry was unusual. After hesitating for a moment, she knocked on the door of 1801 Dodo. The 3 stainless steel doors were too thick. Jiang Ning knocked for quite a while with no response. Just as she was about to turn away, she heard a click from the door. After a long time of fiddling inside, the door finally opened, revealing a tear-stained, timid gaze, with vomit still smeared at the corners of her mouth, her face unusually flushed. "Why is Dodo crying?" Jiang Ning reached out to touch her head, which felt alarmingly hot. Clear nasal mucus dripped, continuously indicating a high fever. "Where's your father?" "Brother is missing." The child's voice was hoarse and tearful, her small hand continuously wiping her tears. "Brother doesn't want Dodo anymore. Doesn't want you anymore." It seemed she had been abandoned. Looking at the heavily fortified 3 stainless steel doors, Jiang Ning gently stroked her head, comforting her. He might have gone out for something. He'll be back soon. How about we go to sister's house first? The sick 5-year-old child was especially afraid in this unfamiliar environment, but she remembered the sister in front of her and hesitantly nodded in agreement. After bringing Dodo home and checking her temperature, which had soared above 39 degrees, Jiang Ning found suitable cold medication for children, which contained fever-reducing ingredients. After giving her the medicine, fearing the parents would worry, she wrote a note and stuck it on the door of 1801. Listening to the howling typhoon outside, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel curious about the neighbors. Wasn't going out in such weather a death wish. The typhoon was frequently accompanied by thunder and lightning, and the television had lost signal. Seeing Dodo curled up on the sofa, she appeared extremely scared and anxious. Jiang Ning couldn't help but recall her childhood watching other children being loved by their parents, while she had to curl up in bed hugging her pillow and crying when sick, feeling abandoned by the whole world. Not knowing how to take care of a child, she could only take out her tablet and pull up downloaded cartoons for Dodo to watch. The cartoons were indeed captivating, and the listless Dodo perked up a bit. Jiang Ning sat beside her scrolling through her phone, and several avatars began to flash, including Yang Wei-tsung. Ning, I was rude yesterday. Oh, please don't be angry. I was really looking forward to you coming to celebrate my birthday, but you didn't show up, which left me so disappointed. He looked good, but it was surprising how soft-hearted he was, as he couldn't hold on after just one night. That was right, so many people were celebrating his birthday, and there should still be 7 or 8 at home who hadn't left. The gathering was filled with snacks, beer, and cake, and there wouldn't be any cooking, so how could there be any leftovers? Even if there were instant noodles and biscuits, they couldn't satisfy so many mouths. Jiang Ning glanced at the time. It was sent an hour ago, and indeed, he was hungry and asking for food. Several friend requests came in all after Yang Wei-tsung sent his message, and she ignored them all. 2 parents of students sent messages thanking her for reminding them to buy food at the supermarket in time, or else their families would have gone hungry. One of them even sent a red envelope as a token of gratitude. Jiang Ning did not click to accept it, as there was no opportunity to spend it. Continuing to browse group messages, there were posts about seafood feasts, people enjoying hot pot and drinking Lafite during the typhoon, and others showing off their stocked fridges. There were many comparisons, and some even started a game of word chain, completely unaware of the heavy price they would pay for their actions. After half a month of typhoons and torrential rain, even if the country intended to provide aid, the harsh reality did not allow for it. Once food became scarce and life was endangered, these people would become the first targets of looting. Where there were posts showing off, there were also calls for help. The number of people was not small, mostly young individuals living off takeout, who usually spent extravagantly and never cooked, with piles of clothes and face masks at home, yet nothing to eat. I went to the supermarket yesterday, and all the instant noodles were gone. Could some kind-hearted person spare a moment? I didn't manage to get any either. I bought 2 bags of flour, but I have no pot at home. Someone initiated the conversation and many followed suit, even inviting a beautiful girl to come eat hot pot at their place, but unfortunately they weren't in the same building. There were many onlookers, but few genuinely willing to help. Until someone proposed a trade, exchanging 5 packaged face masks for a pack of instant noodles, and soon someone responded. With so many messages, Jiang Ning quickly scrolled down and saw a shared video of a car being swept away by floodwaters, with firefighters risking their lives against the typhoon to rescue, only to be instantly engulfed by the surging flood from the broken dam. There were plenty of such videos, some showing successful rescues, others depicting total loss. Jiang Ning felt a weight on her heart. Just as she was about to exit her phone, Yang Wei-tsung popped up again. Without even blinking, she blocked him. Less than a minute later, the phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Even a toe could guess it was from classmate Yang Wei-tsung or a friend. If given another chance, Jiang Ning refused to be the naive one, losing for a mere grain of food. She turned off her phone and found Dodo asleep on the sofa, curled up, even restless in her dreams. She measured and found the fever had dropped to 38 degrees. Wealth should not be revealed. With Dodo around, she couldn't continue making gourmet food. Jiang Ning ate her fallen tomato and egg noodles, yet found them incredibly delicious. The balcony had an escape window, while the rest were covered with frosted window films. Light could come in, but the outside could not see the conditions inside. Jiang Ning took out a planting pot and cultivation soil, then retrieved several pounds of potatoes, cutting those with eyes into pieces. She mixed wood ash to attach to the cut surfaces before planting them in the pot. She planted nearly 20 pots, all stored in the space on the balcony. Then she planted a few more pots of garlic, scallions, oilseed, lettuce, chicken feather, vegetables, bok choy, and water spinach, among others. She took out a hollow hanging hook and hung the planted pots on the iron railing. As long as she cared for them, she could achieve freedom with her vegetables. Before she could wash her hands, a loud knock echoed. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. The voice was unfamiliar. If she guessed correctly, it should be Yang Wei-tsung's classmate. It seemed they were truly starving. Jiang Ning, you love cooking the most. Can you spare us some food? We can buy it from you, well, pay double, no, how about 5 times? Friend request accepted, I'll transfer you the money now. I said we're all friends, and we'll meet again in the future. Do you really have to be that ruthless? Through the 2 stainless steel doors the voices weren't particularly loud, but the outside conversation grew increasingly harsh, and in their anger they kicked the door. Jiang Ning pulled out a kitchen knife and swung the door open, yelling who kicked it. 3 boys stood outside, and upon hearing the door open, they were delighted, all knowing Jiang Ning was infatuated with Yang Weizong, believing no one should starve but the male god. They had finished all the snacks the night before, and after missing breakfast and lunch, they could no longer bear it. All that remained were a few bottles of beer, only making them hungrier. Yang Weizong said Jiang Ning was quite peculiar, with a habit of hoarding items, often leaving many things expired and uneaten, living like an old lady. They had often laughed at her behind her back, never expecting to bump into her now. Without time for words, a knife was swung towards them, causing them to scatter in fright. Immediately, enraged Jiang Ning, "Are you crazy?" Jiang Ning blocked the doorway, her expression icy. "Get lost, I don't have a son as shameless as you." The crowd was shocked, and when they finally reacted, they cursed Jiang Ning. "What the hell do you mean? Since I'm not your mother, why should I take care of your food and drink?" Jiang Ning revealed her fierce demeanor, pointing the knife at them. "If you kick the door again, believe it or not, I'll chop you up for a side dish." Having survived the apocalypse for 3 years, she had fought and killed, witnessing the worst of humanity. Seeing her murderous aura, they were stunned, their scalps tingling. We're all friends, besides we're not refusing to pay. Don't think that just because my house is empty, I would give you food. Even if I had food, I wouldn't give it to you to feed the dogs. How did you talk about me behind my back? Did you really think I didn't know?" Jiang Ning surveyed them. "You look down on me so much, why come seeking help? How come after just 2 missed meals you're all soft in the bones?" Their faces flushed, trembling with anger. "Tell Yang Weizong not to hug the campus beauty on one side, while asking me for food on the other, living off me, while pretending to be noble. How shameless. If you dare to have ideas about me, I'll expose you on the school forum and community group, and see if he still has any face left. You've got guts. Just 2 missed meals, yet even a grown man cared about his pride." Moreover, Jiang Ning was crazy with a knife, her gaze as if she wanted to eat people, likely truly stimulated by Yang Weizong and Su Mingio's relationship. "We'll see about that." After leaving those harsh words, they left in fear. Jiang Ning said nothing, striking the knife against the wall, scaring them to run away. With that display of anger, they probably wouldn't dare show up for a while. Jiang Ning closed the door and found Dodo awake, in tears welling in her eyes as she wanted to cry, but dared not, trembling on the sofa. This child was not in a good state, as she must have suffered great harm. Throwing the knife back into the kitchen, Jiang Ning softened her voice. Don't be afraid, those were bad people, and I chased them away." She touched Dodo's forehead. The fever had already subsided. Hearing her stomach rumble, Jiang Ning asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Dodo nodded, then shook her head. "Where's brother?" 1801 hasn't returned yet. Jiang Ning excused herself to the kitchen, bringing out a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat congee from the space. Dodo, extremely hungry, ate, while glancing at her, seemingly afraid she might suddenly get angry. So sensitive, there must be family discord. Gently ruffling her hair, she handed her a lollipop. "Thank you, sister." Dodo was very obedient, quietly nestled on the sofa. Jiang Ning opened her phone to browse, and when she reached the latest messages, she saw Yang Weizong seeking help in the group. Yang Weizong was sunny and handsome, ranking high in school, adept at hiding his true self and maintaining good relationships. Many students lived in the community, so handsome guys quickly drew responses from beautiful girls. "I have bread in a self-heating pot here, senior brother can come and take some if needed." Clicking on the beautiful girl's avatar, she recognized her vaguely as a resident on the 12th floor, seemingly from the accounting department, petite and lovely, also a sycophant of Yang Weizong. One was willing to hit, and the other was willing to suffer. There was nothing more to say. But she probably didn't expect that it wouldn't just be Yang Weizong, but a whole crowd that would come. This was a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind in their wake. Jiang Ning had seen her carrying groceries before, so she must usually cook and have supplies at home. If she were sharp enough to realize the situation after 2 meals, she could still stop the loss in time. She thought for a moment, and also sent a message in the group asking if anyone was hungry. Not having enough face, no one responded. Then she sent a request to exchange 20 yuan for instant noodles or bread, but surprisingly, there was still no response. Outside, the typhoon ravaged, shattering the old glass of the neighboring building, fierce winds howling into the home, and the streets were accumulating more and more water. It turned out to be a once-in-a-century super typhoon. Many felt a bit anxious, and the group lost the morning's liveliness. Dodo fell asleep again, and Jiang Ning worried she might catch cold and covered her with a blanket. A series of knocks sounded. Dodo. Only after confirming it was 1801 did Jiang Ning open the door. 1801 was in a raincoat, soaked, holding the sticky note she had placed on the door. "Is Dodo at your home?" Jiang Ning nodded. Dodo has a cold and fever, crying to the point of vomiting and almost choking her esophagus. I've fed her medicine and her fever has subsided. You can take her back to continue with the cold medicine. 1801, surprised and anxious, asked, "Are you a doctor?" "I know a little." 1801 came in and felt Dodo's forehead. Thinking he was going to take her away, unexpectedly 1801 suddenly spoke. "Sorry to disturb you. My name is Huishan. I just moved in last night, and I have nothing at home. The typhoon probably won't stop anytime soon, or I need to go out to prepare some things. Can Dodo stay here for a while? He'll come back to pick her up tonight." Jiang Ning was astonished. "With such a big typhoon, can you really go out?" "There's nothing at home, just be careful." Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment before agreeing. With the stored food in hand, he ensured his own safety. Going out to handle things is certainly better than plotting against her. 1801 glanced around the living room. "Thank you for taking care of Dodo. It's nothing, you helped me yesterday as well." Jiang Ning was cautious by nature and had already stored his supplies with only discreet winter melons, pumpkins, and cabbage in the kitchen. He nodded, then left. With his culinary plans delayed, Jiang Ning turned on the bathroom light and took out the unwashed pig intestines from the storage to continue his efforts, only to have the power suddenly go out halfway through. After securing the door, she quickly entered the storage. The power remained on in the storage, and amidst the joy she felt a newfound confidence in the dark apocalypse. Human nature is unpredictable. Even when facing children, Jiang Ning remained particularly vigilant, cooking cabbage noodles for dinner. Due to her cold, she couldn't eat eggs, so she added a hot dog instead, to which Dodo ate with great relish. Having become familiar, Dodo was no longer so timid, saying, "Sister's cooking is delicious, brother ruined the rice." 1801 was only in his early 20s, so it was normal not to know how to cook. Seeing her appetite was good, Jiang Ning added half a bowl more. By 6 o'clock it was completely dark outside. Jinrong community is situated at a relatively high elevation, but the water still reached the community's entrance. The group chat remained lively, but the posts about food had noticeably decreased. The ravaging typhoon and power outage finally made them feel fear, and the tension began to spread. Jiang Ning raised the price for instant noodles to 30 yuan, yet no one spoke up. Partly because they were neighbors, they feared the awkwardness of seeing each other again after discussing money, partly because they too were frightened and had begun to take precautions against the dreadful weather. With the power out, the entire city plunged into darkness, with the once brilliant lights now unseen, and an indescribable unease followed. Jiang Ning drew the curtains and turned on the solar lamp. Dodo, frightened, instinctively grabbed her hem. Not knowing how to take care of a child, she could only continue playing animations on the tablet. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, 1801 returned. Wearing dry casual clothes and carrying a bag, he said, "Jiang Ning, thank you for taking care of Dodo." The bag was quite heavy, containing a bag of potatoes, 2 cabbages, a 2-kilogram package of noodles, a box of cold medicine, an alcohol stove, and solid alcohol tablets. Huai reminded her, with the power out, water might also stop, it's best to stock up a bit. Jiang Ning thanked him and accepted the items after declining a few times. As soon as he left with Dodo, she quickly secured the doors and opened the gas stove, preparing to braise the pig intestines, make red braised intestines, stir-fry spicy intestines, sweet and sour ribs, pork, corn soup, drunken goose, and green pepper stir-fried beef. After a flurry of activity until the deep hours of the night, she stepped out to throw away kitchen waste and noticed water stains on the hallway floor. The wet shoe prints disappeared at 1801's door. Did they go out during the day and again at night? 3 stainless steel doors, without regard for danger, hoarding supplies day and night, not only reminding her to stock water, but also the items he brought had their significance. Back in her room, Jiang Ning fell into deep thought. This 1801 was not simple. The rain was cool, and she slept very comfortably. Outside was always dark, and Jiang Ning continued to sleep soundly. When she finally woke from sleepiness, it was already past 10 in the morning. She walked to the balcony, seeing the outside was all a dull gray, with the sky and water blending indistinctly, making it hard to tell where the boundary lay. There was faint noise from below the building. Looking down, Jiang Ning realized the water had already flooded into the community, and the first-floor residents had just been inundated. After yesterday's power outage, the group chat was much quieter, but some still posted pictures showing the water had risen to the ankles of several residents. The emergency hotline was unreachable. Even if it connected, it was useless, as the duty station had already been flooded. Residents were cursing as they hurriedly moved things upstairs. This area was right next to the university town, and there were very few vacant houses. Those who didn't live there often rented out their place. Some shrewd individuals had already asked in the group who could temporarily take them in. Normally it was easy to say our neighbors could help each other, but now not only was there a power outage, but even the gas was cut off in the morning. With rescue efforts impossible, who would dare to casually take in others? It's easy to invite a god in, but difficult to send them away. What if they came in and wouldn't leave? Housing is a problem, and how to solve the food issue. The greatest fear is that helping someone could lead to enmity. The group was silent. The first-floor residents were frustrated. They couldn't just block the hallway, could they? With the torrential rain and typhoon continuing, how could they stay in a damp hallway? Adults can make do, but how can children endure? Many were unwilling, so they started searching upwards, knocking on doors one by one. If all else fails, they would pay to stay like in a hotel. Residents either remained silent or claimed their homes were full, leaving no options at all. When the door was knocked again, Jiang Ning was surprised by the speed of the first floor, only to find it was 1801. He had just woken up, as well a hint of fatigue in his expression. My house has a new door, is it okay to install the old one at the stairway? Jiang Ning couldn't have wished for anything more, and quickly helped. The two worked together to install the old door at the stairway on the 18th floor. Although it was called helping, all the work was done by 1801. Jiang Ning merely assisted a bit, and even received a key. When the first floor residents came looking for it, they saw the door at the stairway had turned green, and angrily turned to leave. Jiang Ning listened to the commotion upstairs. This was quite good, saving her a lot of trouble and danger. This door temporarily blocked a lot of trouble, but in the future it might not be the case, as she would have to install her own door then. No one else was foolish if two doors were installed at once. Even a fool would know that the 18th floor had supplies. Once they swarm up, no number of doors will hold them back. When the extreme cold comes, it won't be too late to bring them out again. With the gas cut off, Jiang Ning dragged out a gas cylinder from the storage, fiddled with it for a while to set up the stove, and secured the doors and windows before continuing to stir-fry. Even if the smell leaked out, it would be washed away by the rain. However, it was uncomfortable for her. The kitchen was damp and greasy, resembling a sauna, and Jiang Ning was left reeking. But if she didn't cook now, it would be even harder to start a fire later. After a spicy hot pot meal, she broke into a sweat, feeling refreshed all over from the spiciness. The water level continued to rise, now reaching halfway up her calves. To avoid anxiety, Jiang Ning turned off her phone, took a comfortable nap, and then began to cultivate in the storage. Watching the timer showing a painfully low number, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Time is life. With the hoe in hand, she worked vigorously, her fair hands quickly developing blisters. 10 square meters didn't seem large, but it was particularly exhausting to turn over. After leveling the ground, Jiang Ning divided it into 4 sections, sowing different vegetable seeds in each, making sure to plant a few eggplant and green pepper seeds as well, which could be planted in the corners later. With such a small piece of land, it must be used wisely without waste. The time in the storage synced with the outside, but it seemed to be indifferent to the seasons. After some thought, she also planted a kumquat and an old grape seedling in the corners. Hastily, it still took 2 hours, feeling like a painful loss. Upon leaving the storage, she realized the water had stopped rising and the internet was intermittent, making it feel like the whole world was on the verge of stopping. The water in the space has not stopped, and Jiang Ning filled it up again. The residents on the first floor occupied the corridors of the second, third, and fourth floors, causing the original residents to feel uneasy, yet they said nothing, thinking that everyone has their difficulties. But soon someone couldn't hold back any longer. Garbage was thrown everywhere, and they occasionally knocked on doors asking to use the bathroom. With the water cut off, residents could only find ways to fetch water from the balcony. They were unwilling to let outsiders in, so the frustrated residents on the first floor solved their needs in the corridor, making it smell bad, and just moving up further. They seemed determined to make others suffer as much as they were. In no time, many conflicts arose, with noises echoing from the stairs. The group chat was also in a heated battle filled with grievances and violence, with not a hint of the harmonious atmosphere before the typhoon. Jiang Ning's phone kept ringing as the persistent Yang Weizong continued to send friend requests, sending messages even after being blocked, and even Su Mingyao joined in the chaos. The latest message read, "Ning, let me explain, Mingyao and I are just ordinary friends." It seemed that the supplies on the 12th floor were running low, prompting Yang Weizong to be so relentless. It appeared he definitely had his own supplies. If it weren't for the door installed on the stairs, he would have rushed up long ago. Jiang Ning scrolled through the group messages, and indeed saw a girl from the 12th floor asking for help, whether by bartering or paying. With water, electricity, and gas all cut off, there had been no news of rescue. After a hard-fought phone call, she was told to wait inside and not to go out, but she could never get through again. The meteorological department predicted the typhoon would last for 4 to 5 days. Now it was already the 5th day, and not only had it not stopped, but it had also intensified. Several households in the community had their windows shattered, and the interiors were in disarray, with an elderly person collapsing and suffering a heart attack. Surrounded by floodwaters, rescue calls couldn't get through. Frantic family members cried in the group chat asking for medication. "Is there any medicine for heart disease? We've run out at home. Even a fast-acting heart pill will do, please. Help my dad." The voice was filled with despair and frantic helplessness. Jiang Ning had fast-acting heart pills stored away, but the patient was from building 15, several hundred meters away from her unit, and the message was sent an hour ago. Standing on the balcony, she vaguely saw something floating in the water. Using binoculars to take a closer look, she was shocked to find it was a corpse. The group said it belonged to someone from Building 3, who had been hungry for 2 days and attempted to venture out for food. Unfortunately, he was struck by lightning while swimming in the water before he could escape the community. Did it happen in her previous life? Jiang Ning was unsure as her phone had long run out of battery, and she had been starving relying on rainwater to fill her stomach. Looking at the strange world outside, her heart felt heavy only to turn around and see green sprouts emerging from the planting pots. The seeds she had sown broke through the soil, sprouting yellowish-green tips. The new life unexpectedly lifted Jiang Ning's spirits as she squatted down to pet the breeding rabbit, noticing that the female rabbit seemed to have gotten fatter. Touching her, she felt a hard bulge in her belly. Pregnant. She must have conceived when she bought it, if she just hadn't noticed at the time. The gestation period for meat rabbits is 30 days, and judging by her belly, she might give birth right around the end of the typhoon. Jiang Ning was delighted and couldn't help but reward them with 2 carrots. For lunch, she had spicy hot pot and drank pineapple beer while binge-watching a series, completely oblivious to the outside world, feeling an indescribable relaxation. After washing the dishes and just about to take a nap, Dodo came over to knock on the door. 3 long, 1 short. Having recovered from her cold, the little one was much more energetic, her hair styled in a crooked little bun that was clearly the work of room 1801. She handed over a red apple, showing her innocent smile. "Sister, this is for you." "Thank you." Jiang Ning didn't take it, gently guiding her. "Dodo, good things should be kept for yourself. When you eat it, be sure not to let others see, or it might be taken away. I won't give it to anyone else, just to sister." Dodo, no longer shy, stubbornly held up the apple. Jiang Ning was left speechless, wondering how room 1801 managed to raise her in such a chaotic environment. "Don't tell anyone else," Dodo promised with her hand over her mouth. "Only tell sister." Amused and exasperated, Jiang Ning had no choice but to accept it and returned her 2 milk candies. Her WeChat chimed. It was a message from Zheng Weili. "In Ning, the water has flooded half of the 1st floor. If it reaches the 2nd floor, may I borrow a place to stay from you and Lu Yu?" Zheng Weili was a martial arts champion in the National College Sanda Championship, and Lu Yu was her cohabiting boyfriend. Lu Yu, Zhang Chao, and Jiang Ning were all orphans, having grown up together. Lu Yu was weak and Zhang Chao was frail. Despite this, they would band together to bully her. However, after getting beaten severely, they became obedient. Zhang Chao lacked love and often sought emotional connections with older sisters. Lu Yu lacked a sense of security, resembling a porcelain doll chased by girls from childhood, and he had fallen for Zheng Weili, who had a boyish charm, immediately reaching out to flirt, claiming that holding her while sleeping gave him a sense of security. Zheng Weili cherished him dearly, treating him like a treasure, afraid he would melt in her mouth. The 4 occasionally gathered, and their relationship was fairly good. In her previous life, her phone had run out of battery. In this life, she insisted on keeping the network active, just waiting for Zheng Weili. "Sister Weili, the landlord's belongings occupy a whole room, and I really can't make space here, but room 1803 is empty. You and Lu Yu can move in, but you need to be quick. If the 2nd floor really floods, I'm afraid someone else will snatch it away." After waiting for a while, she finally received a reply. "Okay, keep an eye out for me. Typhoon plus heavy rain with occasional thunder and lightning. Only in desperate situations would one take risks." Zheng Weili was just asking ahead of time. She was naturally optimistic, and right now only half a floor had flooded, so it might not reach the 2nd floor after all. In fact, it had flooded beyond the 2nd floor, but Jiang Ning couldn't disclose that anyway. The house had become vacant. At mealtime, room 1801 came to find Dodo. To her surprise, Dodo didn't want to leave, saying, "No, I don't want to eat the food made by brother. It makes me have diarrhea." Hua Yixin felt embarrassed. "I followed the recipe to make it today. Brother said that yesterday too." Dodo was traumatized from being poisoned. "Sister's food is delicious." This time, even Jiang Ning felt awkward. "I just boiled noodles in water. What's so tasty about that?" Dodo immediately wilted, obediently following him out. At the door, Hua Yixin turned and said, "Jiang Ning, the garbage in the corridor hasn't been cleaned by the property management." Dodo immediately wilted, obediently following him out. At the door, Hua Yixin turned and said, "Jiang Ning, the garbage in the corridor hasn't been cleaned by the property management. Should we discuss it?" The garbage hadn't been collected for days, and even with the lid sealed, it still smelled. Jiang Ning was thinking of finding an opportunity to deal with it, but unexpectedly room 1801 brought it up first. With property services halted, residents from other floors were throwing their trash down. Jiang Ning had no objections and pinched her nose to toss down bag after bag of garbage. Jiang Ning mentioned that Zheng Weili might move in as well. Room 1801 had no objections, but there were only 2 keys. None of this was a problem. The key point was that Zheng Weili could fight. In the apocalypse, she had repeatedly come to Jiang Ning's rescue, even giving her 2 pounds of noodles once. In such a harsh environment, she could still share life-saving food, proving her character. Unfortunately, she was never seen again, or whether she was alive or dead, no one knew. Even if there was no shortage of food, trying to survive in a wicked apocalypse alone was simply a fool's dream. Especially those seemingly weak girls living alone would quickly become targets for those who had exhausted their supplies. No matter how strong one was, they could not guard against everything. If given the chance, she wouldn't mind finding a partner. Jiang Weili was the person she wanted to seek out and repay, but she would also remain vigilant. After returning home, she took a shower and changed clothes. She had made a lot of strong-flavored dishes in the past few days, enough to last for 4 or 5 months, and in the coming days, she could prepare lighter meals like dumplings and porridge, and then finally rest. The typhoon continued. The heavy rain lessened a bit, but the water level was still rising. 2 days later, the first floor was completely submerged. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, continuously watching several people daring to swim out of the community. The terrain here was relatively high, and the current was not very strong, but outside was a different story. Whether those who swam out could return depended on luck. Jiang Weili sent a message saying she decided to move over immediately. She lived with Lu Yu in Unit 3A, only about 50 meters from Jiang Ning's building. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Jiang Ning focused with binoculars. About half an hour later, an inflatable rubber boat appeared in the water. The boat carried some items, with Lu Yu wearing a disposable raincoat sitting on it rowing with a paddle, while Jiang Weili was in the water pulling the boat forward with all her strength. Jiang Ning grabbed the trash and headed downstairs, planning to meet the two on the second floor. Upon reaching the 12th floor, he happened to run into Su Mingyao coming out of 1202, wearing a somewhat unsuitable polka dot dress. Her eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Ning on Ning. It had only been 5 days, and she had already lost her goddess aura. Not only had she slimmed down, but her face was also pale and unhealthy. Jiang Ning ignored her and continued down with the trash. Ning, are you mad at me? Su Mingyao caught up, her voice sweet and delicate. If I've done something wrong, please point it out to me. Jiang Ning warned darkly, stay away from me. Yet she seemed to be oblivious, eagerly following him. Ning, actually my relationship with Senior Yang is not what you think, we just get along well. I feel quite fated with you. Jiang Ning halted and threw the trash he was holding at her. Do you not understand human language, or do you have a problem with your brain? She couldn't dodge in time, and was hit squarely. The goddess lost her composure, angrily exclaiming, what are you doing? Su Mingyao, I don't care about your interactions with others, but don't lay your hands on me. This statement made the girl from 1202 standing at the door look upset, her mood fluctuating like a roller coaster. What intentions do you think I have? Even a goddess with good upbringing couldn't hold back. We are schoolmates just greeting each other. If you don't have any intentions, why are you following me like a lapdog? Adding me on WeChat every day, what do you expect? You? Su Mingyao flushed with anger and suddenly shouted. Your house is piled high with stuff while others are starving. If you have food, why not help those in need? What a brilliant diversion tactic. Jiang Ning pulled out a knife hidden in his clothes and swung it towards her face. Which of your eyes saw my family's things piled high, eh? Like leeches, they suck from one family and then look for another. Who isn't starving? Why should I give my life-saving food to you just because you have a big face and spread your legs, eh? In extreme cold, she had been with several men, using stolen space to indulge in their resources, living glamorously in the filthy apocalypse. Whether it was her choice or Yang Weikong's arrangement was unknown. In a world where order had collapsed, trading one's body for food was not rare. Su Mingyao screamed and backed away, hitting the wall, her face pale and body trembling. She never expected Jiang Ning would swing a knife at her, and for a moment she was so shocked she couldn't even speak. The commotion was too loud, and the neighbors who heard it opened their doors. Jiang Ning ignored their gazes and continued down the stairs, hearing Su Mingyao burst into tears. Because of the delay, Jiang Weili braved the stormy rain to swim over. In the face of a disaster, a person was vulnerable. A distance of only 50 meters nearly cost her half her life. Jiang Ning helped Lu Yu climb in through the window, followed by several backpacks, then the inflatable boat, and finally Jiang Weili, who was soaked in the water. The residents on the second floor were also busy moving. Life without water and electricity was tough. Even if they had rice flour and oil, they couldn't cook. Some used white wine as fuel, while others chopped furniture for firewood, and some were driven mad by hunger, eating raw rice and suffering from diarrhea. Seeing several sturdy bags thrown in from the window, many people's eyes lit up, especially when they saw the inflatable boat. An elderly woman hurried over, smiling as she asked, "Why do you have so many things moving? What do you have?" With a smile on her face, her eyes were full of calculation. Seeing her about to reach out, the panting Lu Yu quickly placed the items at his feet to prevent her from touching them. Not allowing her to touch the luggage, the elderly woman reached for the inflatable boat. "Young man, we've been stuck here for days without food or drink. Can we borrow the inflatable boat to find something outside? We cannot let our child go hungry." The inflatable boat was a life-saving tool. Lu Yu could not agree, but the elderly woman reached out to snatch it. Pulled by the elderly woman, the sickly Lu Yu almost fell. In a moment of desperation, he pulled off the air valve, and the inflatable boat deflated with a hissing sound. "What's wrong with you, young man? Everyone is suffering, and you won't help." Jiang Weili, having been pulled up by Jiang Ning, saw her boyfriend being bullied, and immediately became furious. She stepped forward and pushed the elderly woman. "What are you doing?" With her strength, the elderly woman was pushed back 5 or 6 steps, and hit the wall, nearly falling down the stairs. Her two sons immediately rushed up. "If you want Lynette, why are you hitting people?" They came up swinging their fists, trying to teach Jiang Weili a lesson first. Seeing that they were men, Jiang Weili didn't hold back, throwing punches and kicks, and the two tumbled down the stairs and fell into the water on the first floor. The elderly woman, just about to scream on the ground, saw her two sons fall into the water and forgot all about her tantrum, rolling and crawling down to pull them out. The onlookers began to criticize. They were just asking a question, and did you really need to hit them? Everyone was envious and eager. The inflatable boat had been lent out, but would they be able to get it back? Jiang Ning had anticipated this situation, otherwise he wouldn't have brought a knife. Jiang Weili seized the kitchen knife and pointed it at them, shouting, "Try touching my things." With short hair and a slightly hoarse voice, at first they thought she was a man. After seeing her take down two, they were unwilling, having the heart of a thief, but no courage, yelling but not daring to come forward. There was no need to argue. Jiang Ning grabbed the bags and led the two back upstairs. Lu Yu was gloomy, and Jiang Weili was in a bad mood as well. A storm had not only turned the whole world upside down, but had also shattered everyone's worldview, leaving them all looking fierce. Seeing the stainless steel door on the 18th floor, Jiang Weili paused. "On Ning, you are still impressive. It was installed by the neighbor. I just got a bit of the benefit." Lu Yu, with dark circles under his eyes, said, "If I had known, we would have moved earlier. We haven't slept well these past few days." They had been relying on the bathroom, and there were even those who pried open doors in the middle of the night. Jiang Ning asked with concern, "You haven't run out of food, have you?" "We got lucky. Just before the typhoon, someone placed an order with the wrong address, and the supermarket delivered several large bags of items. 2 bags of 10-kilogram rice, several bundles of noodles, and rice, vermicelli, pickled vegetables, tofu, a portable gas stove, solid alcohol blocks, an inflatable boat, and a solar charger." The order was placed anonymously, and before the two could figure it out, the typhoon arrived. Usually they relied on the school cafeteria or ordered takeout occasionally. Without a key, Jiang Ning thought of finding a tool to pry open the door, but unexpectedly Lu Yu pulled out a strangely shaped single hook from his pocket and fiddled with the lock for a few minutes. Then it opened. Startled into a cold sweat, Jiang Ning felt that the 2 doors in the house were suddenly insecure. Jiang Weili chuckled awkwardly. "It's not a problem if there's no door. He's been tinkering around here for 2 days. 1803 is a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, quite spacious. The furniture is all covered with cloth. Upon lifting the covers, one finds high-quality furnishings, indicating that the owner must be well off to not have rented it out. Trespassing is illegal, and Jiang Weili felt a sense of unease in her heart. She discussed with Lu Yu, "We're just temporarily staying here, and let's avoid touching their things and restore everything before we leave." Choosing a room with fewer pieces of furniture, the two began to clean. Jiang Ning lent a helping hand. The house is quite nice, except the balcony isn't enclosed with glass, only surrounded by invisible stainless steel wire, causing water to be everywhere. As the saying goes, a favor of rice can lead to enmity over a spoonful. Jiang Ning saw that there was still a bag and a half of rice left, but the noodles and rice noodles had been mostly consumed. They could barely last until the typhoon ended, so she gave up the idea of seeking help. She prepared a portion for Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, fearing that drawing too much attention might raise suspicion, so she only provided the basic necessities. How far they could go next would depend on themselves. After tidying up inside and outside, seeing the two exhausted, Jiang Ning called out to them and went back inside. As neighbors' visits are inevitable, she hid away things that shouldn't be seen and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Cordyceps flour chicken soup, braised pork ribs, stir-fried water spinach, and a piece of Chilean watermelon. After waking from her nap, the internet was down. Once the internet was cut off, she was completely out of touch with the world, and loneliness surged in her heart. Feeling down, Jiang Ning began to exercise. Her physical fitness was quite good. She had joined several clubs in college, including Taekwondo, Tai Chi, military self-defense, and she learned Sando from Jiang Weili. Though her skills were somewhat scattered and not refined, she excelled in understanding. After training for 2 hours, drenched in sweat and worn out, she felt an indescribable comfort throughout her body. To survive and live better than others, one must continually improve oneself. Jiang Ning made a plan to spend 2 hours exercising each day, 3 hours studying traditional Chinese medicine, and 2 additional hours self-studying basic surgical knowledge. The space was filled with over 100 books, all borrowed from the school library, which she could slowly ponder over in the coming years. She also took psychology books, which she needed to start learning as soon as possible. Aside from those who died from various natural disasters, there really aren't many normal people left in the world who could survive until the end of the apocalypse. Those who committed suicide, self-harmed, or retaliated against society. Including Jiang Ning, who also had mental issues. Irritable, anxious, and repressed. Therefore, she stocked up on quite a few antidepressants, hoping she wouldn't have to use them. The glass was sealed tightly, yet the room still felt damp. Jiang Ning bought many large compression bags to store and used clothes and bedding, hanging damp clothes on the balcony in the space to dry. The black soil is mysterious. Although the time sinks with the outside, the vegetables grow much better than those outside. The potatoes in the planting pots have sprouted and the grapevines are showing signs of budding. After coming out of the space, Jiang Ning found several thick plastic boards to cover the various drain openings, then placed stones on top. On rainy days, there are many cockroaches, especially later when the insect infestation is relentless, making it easy for them to crawl up from the drains. When the floodwaters rise, flushing the toilet becomes particularly troublesome. The higher floors are fine, but residents on the second and third floors had already been complaining in the group before the internet was cut off, saying their toilets were spraying feces, urging those above them to have a sense of public decency and not flush anything down. In fact, the higher floors are not comfortable either, although they can barely flush. The stench keeps rising, and they are similarly suffocated. To be safe, Jiang Ning prepared many black plastic bags to deal with physiological issues. However, thinking of having to throw them downstairs, she still held back, planning to resolve it in the space. Just as she was about to cook, Zheng Weili knocked on the door from outside. The two had slept for a day and were feeling much better. Zheng Weili came over with some alcohol blocks and was surprised to find Jiang Ning's supplies were complete, growing vegetables and raising rabbits on the balcony, nearly dropping her jaw. Ning, no wonder Lu Yu said you could survive even if thrown alone into the desert. I've always liked to stockpile and grow things. There's nothing to hide about that, but many things need to have a source. I was also lucky. A few days before the typhoon, I helped Zhang Chao with an order. He's a rich second generation who is obsessed with apocalyptic games, and I prepared quite a lot of medicine for him. When I delivered the order, he casually handed me a survival gift pack. I selected several items, including an inflatable boat, an earthquake first aid kit, and so on. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu were utterly shocked. After you mentioned it, it really feels like the end of the world is coming. Not just the two of them thought so. In fact, in the few days right after the typhoon hit, posts on the internet exploded. Having lived nearly 20 years, I've never experienced such a great disaster. And it's not just the southern coastal areas that are affected. The key is that there hasn't been any rescue news until now. Who wouldn't be scared? Lu Yu doubted whether the rich second generation had received news in advance. Otherwise, how could it be so? In the building where he lived, there was a young man living alone who already had depression. After running out of food for a few days, he had mental issues and jumped from the building, drowning. The current situation, what difference is there from the end of the world? He suddenly asked, do you have any contact with Zhang Chao? Jiang Ning shook her head. She converted the commission from selling medicine into supplies anonymously ordered online and had them delivered to her door. As for what happened next, he could only rely on himself. Zhang Chao is quite loyal. When going out, he spends generously, and as a friend, there's nothing to criticize. But he lacks love, always seeking older partners for relationships, and whoever advises him gets rushed. Later, Jiang Ning gave up on the idea. He just found a new girlfriend. Lu Ya's smile was somewhat forced. She's over a decade older than him, divorced, and has 2 kids, a 10-year-old daughter and an 80-year-old son. That woman is obviously from a rough background, but she's just looking for a meal ticket. Jiang Ning was speechless. Is he looking for a girlfriend or a mother? Who knows? Lu Ya's expression was tired as he sighed quietly. Coming out of the orphanage, who doesn't have some? He is the same. He gets mocked for being a pretty boy living off others. Zhang Chao has fallen before, but he remains unrepentant. Jiang Ning couldn't judge anything. Hadn't she been foolishly infatuated with Yang Weizong before? Everyone has their choices. All she could say was that as long as they are happy, that's good. In her previous life, she never met Zhang Chao before she died, unaware of whether he survived in the harsh apocalypse. While the two were chatting in the living room, Zheng Weili suddenly shouted from the balcony, quick, quick, a tornado. Jiang Ning stepped out only to see her with a shocked and panicked expression, her eyes wide, as if she had forgotten to breathe. Following her pointing direction, she saw a colossal tornado in the ominously dark sky. No, it was a Jiang Ning breathed tightly and quickly picked up the binoculars to observe. At the same time, and placed 2 tornadoes with similar shapes spun in completely opposite directions like massive shredders, rotating wildly, uprooting trees, collapsing buildings, and tossing cars like toys in the air. Even the torrential flood was continuously sucked in. The 2 tornadoes rapidly approached the high-speed currents, resembling countless sharp saw blades that crushed everything in their path. Zheng Weili exclaimed, instinctively covering her mouth. The 2 tornadoes collided fiercely, merging as they fought, cutting and shattering a skyscraper, then devouring it into oblivion. In just under a minute, the 30-plus story skyscraper completely vanished. The merged tornado rampaged again like a temperamental child, throwing a tantrum heedless of the consequences. In her life, it was Jiang Ning's first time witnessing double tornadoes, their destructive power exceeding that of ordinary tornadoes by more than double, but fortunately their duration was only half. Yet in just these few minutes it could leave the city in ruins. Jiang Ning stared intently at the vanishing skyscraper without blinking. She was unsure if double tornadoes existed in her past life, but she clearly remembered that the skyscraper had not been destroyed during the extreme cold. She had gone inside to search for supplies, but regrettably it had long been looted by survivors, leaving only a scene of devastation. But now it was utterly destroyed. Starting over, Jiang Ning's confidence stemmed from the supplies stored in her space, and her accurate foresight of natural disasters, but now everything had changed. The tornado disappeared from view, and even Jiang Weili, usually so optimistic and cheerful, found it hard to breathe. Her icy hands gripped Jiang Ning tightly. Ning, is this still a typhoon? This world feels so alien, as if there will never be a chance to return to the prosperity before the typhoon arrived. The double tornado not only devoured and destroyed skyscrapers, but also swept through a mixed area of commercial and residential zones, the most densely populated part of the city. Would those people have a chance to survive? Lu Ye's expression grew serious, reflecting, the name of this typhoon really is kitchen knife. It feels like it's hacking this city to pieces. There's no use in regretting you. At least if we die together. Jiang Ning, filled with dog food, thought. What? Due to his upbringing, Lu Yu had a somewhat negative personality, which was also why he fell for Jiang Weili at first sight, getting beaten and bruised in the ring, yet still smiling after stepping down. She was a sunflower, forever warming in the sunlight. But now she could not smile, and Lu Yu felt a pang of. With tornadoes frequent in the past few days, this was not their first time witnessing one. Jiang Weili hugged her boyfriend from behind. If we really encounter bad luck, would you be willing to die? Whether I want to or not, it doesn't matter, at least we would die together. Jiang Ning, overwhelmed by the couple's display of affection, thought again, what did I do to deserve this? Natural disasters were already terrifying enough without having to endure the toxicity of lovebirds. Jiang Weili was punching her muscles firm. Not only was her waist thicker than Lu Ye's, but even her thighs were more robust, creating a scene that was simply too incongruous, making Jiang Ning's eyes hurt. Just as she was about to remind the two to go home and show off their affection, a heart-wrenching scream came from the building opposite. Jiang Ning lived on the highest floor, and upon looking up she saw a woman standing on the rooftop holding a 4 or 5-year-old child in one hand and cradling another in her arms. The woman had disheveled hair, standing there in the pouring rain, screaming hysterically, "You bastard, I will never let you go in my next life." The 4 or 5-year-old child was terrified and crying loudly, the rain hitting so hard that she could barely open her eyes, desperately pulling back on her mother. Mommy, I'm scared." Is she? Jiang Weili was shocked by the scene before her. Is she going to jump off the building to commit suicide? And she has a child with her. She opened the emergency window, leaned out, and shouted to the opposite side. Hey, please think this through. The typhoon will pass. You have 2 children. If you don't live, what will they do? You can't be so selfish. The rain continued to lash, and Jiang Weili's voice was blown away. Many people hiding at home saw this scene from building 2 and shouted towards the rooftop, hoping the woman could come to her senses. But the woman paid no mind, pulling the child and leaping down. Someone in building 2 ran up to the rooftop to try to save her, but it was too late, watching helplessly as the mother and her children fell. Splash! A huge splash erupted in the water. The child struggled in the water. Help! Mommy! Help! Lu Yu covered Jiang Weili's eyes, preventing her from seeing the cruel scene. The double tornadoes from earlier had taken countless lives in an instant, but the visual impact was nothing compared to the scene unfolding before them. Jiang Weili couldn't understand. It was just a typhoon. How could one not survive? Even if a mother had had enough of living, the child's life was just beginning, and how could she deprive them of it? The water surface calmed, and the typhoon howled again. Lu Yu closed the escape window and led the dazed Jiang Weili back to the living room. Jiang Ning was fine, as she had witnessed far bloodier and more brutal scenes in her past life, becoming increasingly inhumane as things progressed. Without a strong will, not everyone could survive. I know that woman from earlier. Although he was living off her, Lu Yu, having seen the complexities of life at the orphanage, was evidently more resilient than Jiang Weili. Her husband is keeping a mistress outside, not only secretly fathering a child, but also taking their savings to buy houses and cars for that woman. Before the typhoon, there were a few aunties gossiping downstairs, and he overheard a bit. The woman jumped off with her child in despair, not only betrayed by her husband, but also losing everything. It's likely he didn't even come back for the typhoon. Let alone a woman raising 2 children alone. Even he and Jiang Weili were worn out. Besides natural disasters, there was the ugly side of human nature. She must have truly seen no way out to jump, unwilling to let her children suffer in this world, seeking relief through such a means. He looked bewildered. Will this natural disaster really end? It was as if he was asking Jiang Ning, or perhaps himself. After 2 consecutive disasters, feeling extremely low, Lu Yu and Jiang Weili returned to the next room. Jiang Ning closed the door, listened to some soothing music, adjusted her mood, and took out a portion of braised beef with radish, mushroom, stewed chicken, and garlic stir-fried lettuce. She found a light-hearted comedy to watch, eating while passing the time. The typhoon continued, the sky darkening. Uncertain how room 1801 taught Dodo almost knocked on the door every day, and recently she was very punctual, always arriving after lunch. Sister, can I see Xiao Bai and Hui Hui? Today she wore her hair in a bun, tilting her little head and smiling at Jiang Ning, handing her a chicken egg. The child's pure and clear smile could cure a bad mood, her eyes like the brightest stars in the sky. Dodo loved rabbits and often squatted on the balcony to watch, but she even named the 2 breeding rabbits. The balcony was enclosed with glass, and the cage was lined with cardboard. The rabbits were quite clean. Jiang Ning brought one to the sofa for her to play with, saying, "Xiao Bai is pregnant, so you can't touch her belly. Is she going to have babies?" Upon hearing the answer, she hugged Xiao Bai and giggled, "Can I raise a baby?" Meat rabbits reproduce a lot. Some litters can reach over 10. I might not be able to support that, Jiang Ning replied. "If your brother agrees, I can give you one." Upon hearing that her brother needed to agree, Dodo's little face immediately fell, her disappointment evident. From her attire, it was clear that room 1801 had taken good care of her. Even on rainy days, she always wore new clothes, yet Dodo seemed a bit afraid of him. Indeed, room 1801 had a stern and aloof demeanor which could frighten a child. Unintentionally, Jiang Ning noticed bruises on her arms, instantly shocking her. There were not only bruises on her arms, but also on her legs and waist. Even her forehead bore bruises, a sight that was alarming. "Dodo, what happened to the injuries on your body?" "My brother did it," Dodo said, looking down as she stroked the rabbit. Knowing 1801's indifference, but unaware of his violent tendencies, especially his child abuse. Seeing Dodo's expression, it seemed she had grown accustomed to being beaten. No wonder she came to her every day, as she was probably hiding from her perverse brother. "Why does he hit you?" Though it was someone else's family matter, child abuse was simply too excessive. Jiang Ning did not inquire about her past, but from her usual observations, the fearful and timid gaze, along with a hint of a pleasing personality, reminded her of her own unpleasant childhood memories. "Dodo, is he your biological brother?" Thus she did not refuse this child. "Brother taught me to box." Dodo rubbed her bruised arm and flashed a sweet smile at her. "I got hit because I didn't dodge in time, and I also accidentally fell." Jiang Ning then realized that Dodo had been practicing boxing for the past few days for as long as 5 hours each day. "Sister, let me show you how I box." Without waiting for Jiang Ning's agreement, she walked to a spacious area and struck a pose. Originally a timid and shy little girl, she transformed into a fierce presence in an instant, standing tall and straight with her stomach tucked in, as if she had become a different person. She was practicing military boxing with standard and powerful movements, her poses remarkably fierce, and her eyes sharp and spirited. Jiang Ning was stunned. She was even more precise than Jiang Ning herself. Children need praise, so Jiang Ning complimented her a couple of times. Dodo felt very shy, saying, "Sister, you are really nice." Her brother never praised her, no matter how well she did. There were too many bruises on her body, clearly indicating she had been rigorously trained. What does it mean for a 4- or 5-year-old child to undergo such intense training during a typhoon? 1801 had not shown up in her past life, and now with all these mysterious actions, could he know that the end of the world was coming? Hence the harsh training for Dodo, to ensure she would have the ability to protect herself in the future. Dodo's actions were precise and on point. This was not something one could learn solely from videos. At this age, she was perceptive. Jiang Ning did not rashly inquire further, nor did she let her guard down. Despite Dodo visiting frequently, she never rummaged through things or asked for food. It was evident that she was well-mannered, and she never came empty-handed. She took out the medicinal wine she had prepared earlier and applied it to Dodo's bruises, saying, "Soak it in hot water tonight." After finishing, Dodo kissed the rabbit goodbye and reluctantly left. These past few days, the downstairs had been bustling with noise. People arguing, cursing, and fighting at the slightest provocation. The terrible weather and harsh living conditions had made everyone aggressive. The original occupants on the 9th floor had been cursing at the tenants crowded in the corridor on the 2nd floor for half the day, nearly coming to blows with knives. Upon waking early, the 9th floor residents discovered a thief had entered their home, and their remaining food had been completely cleared out. The typhoon seemed endless, and that was life-saving food. Which heartless beast could do this? The 2 in-floor tenants crowded at their door borrowing pots or toilets, yet if a thief had entered, they would surely have noticed. The 2 families clashed, shoving and cursing each other, only calming down after a prolonged commotion. The 9th floor was not the only one that had been broken into. Thefts occurred on other floors as well. Even if the homeowners were awakened, it was too dark at night to see clearly, and those robbing the houses wore masks. It was not just 1 or 2 individuals, but a group robbing together. Even if there were people in the corridor faced with a glinting knife, they did not dare to move, their expressions complex and dark, even glinting with a hint of glee at others' misfortunes. Those who were robbed deserved it. Who told them to hoard food and not share? They forced others to resort to violence. Now it's fair, let everyone starve. Others who heard the cries for help also lacked the courage to come out and help. They could only push refrigerators or sofas to block the doors tightly, pleading for them not to break in. In an instant, the apartment building was filled with smoke and chaos. Some of the robbed individuals donned masks and took knives to rob others. Evil flourished, nurtured by the tempestuous winds and rain of the typhoon. Jiang Ning adjusted her schedule, eating dinner at dusk and going to bed early, setting an alarm for midnight, then getting up to do various physical training. After just 2 days, she heard noises outside. Pressing her ear to the door, she confirmed that someone was stealthily picking the lock. These past few days had been chaotic and frenzied. During the day, several groups had knocked on the stairway door asking if there was any food to borrow, as the children were starving. After being trapped for 10 days with water, electricity, and gas all cut off, who would still have food? Even if some did, sharing with one family, but not the others, would lead to hunger-fueled madness, and they could swarm and divide you up. Taking out a butcher knife from her space, Jiang Ning donned night vision goggles, quietly opened the inner door, and then swiftly pushed open the outer door. Outside, someone was stealthily picking the lock, not expecting to be suddenly confronted. The one with the single hook couldn't scream in time as she covered his mouth, and he felt a sudden intense pain in his abdomen. Jiang Ning stabbed him several times before pushing him aside and moving on to the second one. As a flashlight swept around, the man saw the bloodied knife in her hand and was shocked, instinctively wanting to run, but Jiang Ning kicked his leg, grabbed his collar, and slammed him to the ground. There were 4 in total trying to pry the door in the dark. 2 others turned to flee, but one of them unexpectedly collided with the shadow. Before he could utter a sound, his neck was forcibly twisted. He didn't even have the chance to fall to the ground before his body was thrown out the window. Jiang Ning looked up at the sound and saw a tall shadow swiftly killing and disposing of bodies. While surprised, the knife fiercely slashed towards the second man's neck. The man clutched his neck tightly, opening his mouth to shout, but unable to make a sound as his body struggled helplessly. In the apartment building, rumors spread that 1802 had ample food supplies, and not only was she beautiful, but she also lived alone. They came in the dark not just for food, but also to have their way with her. After all, she was a university student, young and tender enough to drip water. But he never expected that such a pretty girl would turn out to be a demon. Jiang Ning pulled off the man's mask and was shocked to find it was the one who had moved to 1803 in her past life and had attempted to pry open her door multiple times. This is the evil of humanity. Even if given another chance, he would still choose to commit evil. Jiang Ning chuckled coldly, driving the knife unhesitatingly into the man's heart. She stood up with the knife, vigilantly watching the man not far away. Although visibility was poor at night, judging by his build, it seemed to be. 1801. He walked over, dragging the lifeless man to the window and throwing him out. Seeing her standing still, her expression tense and serious, he softly said, "You did nothing wrong, but letting such people live is a disaster." Was this to comfort her? He seemed unfazed by the events of the night, calmly killing and disposing of bodies, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Jiang Ning had speculated about his identity. From his demeanor and posture, he seemed either military or police. But now he resembled a cold-blooded killer more. No matter who he was, he posed no threat to her for the time being, even helping her kill and dispose of bodies. Jiang Ning nodded, agreeing with his assessment. If she were to let them go, who knows how many people would suffer. She wiped the blood from her face, used a mop and cloth to clean the hallway, while 1801 repaired the damaged lock at the stairway entrance overnight. The two did not speak and returned to their rooms. Jiang Ning entered her space, took a shower, and soaked her bloodstained clothes before cleaning them. After experiencing such bloodshed, she lay on the bed feeling exceptionally calm, quickly drifting into slumber. The next morning, the water level had risen significantly. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, having fried dough sticks and soy milk for breakfast. The dough sticks were golden and crispy, and the soy milk rich and aromatic, making for an enjoyable meal that lifted her spirits. The water was filled with all kinds of household garbage, various colored trash bags floating, and visible among them were several corpses being carried away by the flood. In the time it took to finish breakfast, she saw several people jumping into the floodwaters to swim away. Without exception, they were all out braving the typhoon and rain to find food. Every day people went out, but Jiang Ning had never seen anyone return. Perhaps some did, but she simply hadn't seen them. The stairway door banged again, but Jiang Ning ignored it, brushing her teeth to clear the taste of food. Approaching noon, Zheng Weili visited, saying, Ning, more and more people are knocking on the door. We have to be careful these next few days. Zheng Weili listened for a long time on the stairs in the morning. Last night, a solitary girl on a lower floor was not only broken into, but also bullied. Her face covered, no one knew who she was. You and Lu Yu, be careful, or our floor is no longer safe. There was quite a commotion last night. Jiang Ning wondered why Zheng Weili didn't notice, but when she saw the marks on her neck, everything became clear. Overexhausted, she slept deeply. With water, electricity, and gas all cut off, there was no entertainment to pass the time, so one could only exercise more. In this apocalyptic age, even adults found survival challenging. For women, getting pregnant was nothing short of a disaster. Jiang Ning felt awkward. How could she remind someone who had never had such experiences? Unable to speak directly, she had to ask indirectly, Sister Weili, you seem to have a competition next month, right? Yes, Zheng Weili replied with a forlorn look. I don't know when this dreadful weather will end. It's disrupted my training. I can only practice aimlessly in my room. Yesterday, out of habit, I even used Lu Yu as a punching bag. She was dreaming of participating in the competition and thought she should take precautions. Once both of them fully accepted the apocalypse, it would be time to remind her. On the way back, Jiang Ning glanced at the tightly shut door of 1801. In the early morning before the intruders could sneak upstairs, Jiang Weili knocked loudly on the door. When Jiang Ning opened it, Jiang Weili was empty-handed, while Lu Yu held a knife, and the door of 1801 opened simultaneously. Faced with the residents of the 18th floor all appearing at once, the intruders initially felt guilty, but quickly regained their composure and threatened, "If you know what's good for you, hand over your food, or don't blame me for being ruthless with this knife." Jiang Ning coldly replied, "Who said we have food? That's nonsense. If you have no food, why are you locking your door?" The leader waved the knife in his hand. "We're starving, yet you all look well-fed, and are hoarding food, leaving us to die. How can you be so selfish? Stop the nonsense and hand over your stuff, it'll spare your lives." In truth, Jiang Ning only ate until she was 80 full, with her energy being consumed largely by training. There was no need to avoid contact, yet the others were all starving and looked haggard. Her vitality was evident, it was impossible to hide. This group had already lost their sense of humanity due to hunger, and reasoning with them was as futile as playing music to a cow. Jiang Ning was too lazy to waste words. "Fine, if you have the guts, come and rob us." After saying that, she gave Jiang Weili a glance. Although there were only a few knocking, there were undoubtedly many lurking in the shadows. If they did not make an example today, more would come in the future. Jiang Weili instinctively shielded Lu Yu behind her. Seeing the audacity of the 18th floor residents, they suddenly kicked open the stainless steel door and rushed up with knives drawn. Jiang Ning sidestepped, striking at the leader with her knife. Having witnessed a mother and her child jump to their deaths, Jiang Weili felt deeply oppressed. Seeing the group of intruders made her itch to fight, and she swiftly dodged, delivering a powerful punch to a man's abdomen. The man tumbled down the stairs, crashing heavily against the door, and fell motionless on the ground. 1801 stood still and directly dislocated the intruder's arm. In an instant, screams echoed through the floor, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere in the dark night. Jiang Ning kept slashing, avoiding lethal strikes, yet blood flowed continuously, staining the floor in a shocking display. A total of 6 intruders came, 3 were injured while the others had their arms dislocated and were beaten into a near-unconscious state by Jiang Weili, and Lu Yu didn't even have a chance to strike. Jiang Ning stood at the staircase holding the bloodied knife and asked, "Do you want food, or do you want to live?" The leading man, clutching his bleeding arm, shouted in anger, "You can't kill people, oh, it's against the law." Against the law? Jiang Ning tore off their face coverings, recognizing some of them, though she couldn't recall their names. 2 of them were active members of the community group, usually living glamorous lives, but now they were committing evil acts under the cover of disaster. She took out her phone and snapped their photos, saying, "You can call the police and see who they arrest later." Unexpectedly, the 18th floor banded together. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Under the circumstances, they could only relent, saying, "We had no choice, we did this out of desperation. Since you haven't lost anything, can we pretend nothing happened, and let us go?" Just a moment ago they were so arrogant, and now they knelt on the ground begging for mercy. If it were only Jiang Ning they were targeting, they could have killed her quietly, but today was a collective action aimed at intimidation. She looked at 1801 and Jiang Weili, both of whom had no objections. "Today you are lucky, but may not be the case next time. Now get lost." With such a commotion, no one on the floor dared to open their door. Jiang Ning and the others didn't clean up the blood on the floor. They simply closed the door and went upstairs. Lu Yu had just witnessed the fierce combat skills of 1801 and wanted to take the opportunity to get to know them better, saying, "Hello, I'm Lu Yu. I just moved in a few days ago. Your skills are amazing, and may I ask what you do?" The stoic-faced Hua Yi only replied when he reached the door, "Guess." "Lu Yu." Jiang Weili noticed the tension and pulled her boyfriend, saying, "Let's go back." This kind of person clearly didn't belong to the underworld, and their identity was likely complicated. Prying too much could lead to trouble. The intimidation had worked well. For several days no one dared to pound on the stairwell door. Jiang Ning opened the curtains early. The typhoon was still raging, slamming against the doors and windows, creating the illusion that the whole building was shaking. The typhoon had arrived ahead of schedule and had lasted for a full 15 days, yet there was still no sign of it dissipating. Her worries were confirmed. Not only had the disaster escalated, but it was also uncertain when it would end. But life must go on. Each day survived was a victory. Little Bei's belly was quite large, and her appetite astonishing. When Jiang Ning teased her with vegetables, she discovered bloodstains on the cardboard. After touching her belly, she noticed Little Bei's restless demeanor, sensing that she was about to give birth. New life in the midst of disaster. Once grown, they could be used to make spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit, braised rabbit, dry pot rabbit chunks, or hand-pulled rabbit salad. Just thinking about it made her salivate. Soon the first baby rabbit was born. It was small, only a few centimeters long, not much bigger than a mouse. When Dodo arrived, Little Bai had already given birth to 6. She secretly took out 2 wilted cabbage leaves from her pocket and said, "Little Bai has babies, and hurry and eat." A total of 10 babies with 12 mouths to feed left Jiang Ning worried about how to nourish them. They couldn't solely rely on feed, but after half a month of typhoon rain, the balcony's vegetables were turning yellow due to the lack of sunlight. If she hadn't secretly placed them in her space to cheat, they would have probably withered long ago. The plants grown in the space were thriving, remarkably lush and green, making her feel at ease. This morning she couldn't resist pulling some green veggies to wash and cook with noodles. The homegrown produce was incredibly delicious. The 2 fruit tree saplings had also survived, especially the old peach tree, which had begun to sprout. Jiang Ning told herself that everything was heading in a positive direction. Taking care of the rabbits, exercising, reading, and sleeping in. Life was quite fulfilling. She developed a new habit of listening to the sound of the wind outside as soon as she opened her eyes each day. After hearing it for so long, she had become somewhat of an expert. On the 18th day, the sound of the wind seemed. Jiang Ning walked to the balcony in her pajamas. The typhoon still looked quite fierce, but the wind seemed to be noticeably weakening while the rain intensified. The second floor was completely submerged and the water was rising to the third floor, causing chaos in the corridor. The hand-grabbed pancake she had for breakfast with a fried egg, ham, vegetables, and ketchup wrapped inside was still crispy and warm, the aroma spreading across her taste buds. Jiang Ning had prepared over 100 of these pancakes in her space, enough to last her quite a while. They were delicious, though a bit oily. She poured herself a cup of honey grapefruit tea, sipping it while flipping through her second-year pharmacology textbook. Around 10 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. She thought it was Zheng Weili, but to her surprise it was 1801. Jiang Ning was a bit taken aback. He usually kept to himself, silent as gold. Even though Do often came to her, she had hardly exchanged a few words with him. Immediately she became alert. Hui Yishan's stern face revealed his tension as he said, Do is sick. Can you help her? Jiang Ning was surprised and asked what's wrong with her. She has a fever, vomiting, and diarrhea, he replied. While sick children should go to the hospital, the typhoon and heavy rain made it impossible to leave. Jiang Ning warned him up front, I can take a look, but I only have a basic understanding. Don't place your hopes on me. Thank you, he said. Given his history, Jiang Ning reluctantly agreed and went back to her room to grab a folding fruit knife to put in her pocket. Stepping into 1801 for the first time, she found the 3-bedroom apartment quite spacious, with good lighting and layout. The living room was furnished with antique furniture, kept clean and tidy, far better than her own messy place. In this day and age, there weren't many boys who could manage housework. Looking up at the balcony glass, she noticed the newly installed double-layered tempered glass along with a 3-layer stainless steel door, making the whole place feel like a fortress. Ahem, indeed, her perspective had been too limited. Retracting her gaze, Jiang Ning walked into Do's room. Do was not only running a fever, but also had red rashes. Her once bright eyes were now dull and lifeless. Sister, she called weakly. Jiang Ning took her temperature, felt her pulse, and examined her body covered in bruises. Her medical skills were rudimentary, but they were sufficient. Looking at 1801, Jiang Ning said, Do's body is weak. Appropriate exercise can enhance her physical fitness and boost her immunity, but it shouldn't be too strenuous. She didn't know how 1801 trained Do, but judging by her bruised body, it seemed she had been overworked. Short bursts of high-intensity training had led to a stress response in her body, resulting in low immunity and chaos, catching a cold, and thus the vomiting, diarrhea, and rashes. Knowing he couldn't care for a child, Hui Yishan felt guilty, saying, I didn't take good care of Do. Seeing the terrifying bruises on his sister, he struggled to comprehend. Do never complained of fatigue, and when he massaged her bruised forehead, she would smile and insist it didn't hurt. He brought over a medical box containing several medications. Jiang Ning, which ones can we use? If all else failed, they would have to risk going to the hospital. Jiang Ning rummaged through the medicine box, surprised to find he was quite well prepared with most of the medications. The illness was relatively simple. Treating it according to the symptoms would suffice. Jiang Ning picked out remedies for colds and gastrointestinal issues, while also applying a belly patch on Do. Once Do recovers, we'll focus on nurturing her body and gradually help her regain strength. Seeing the bruises on her body was hard for her to bear. She went home and brought back half a bottle of bruise ointment, saying apply it 4 to 5 times a day and massage it for better results. Hui Yishan thanked her, saying Do is prone to bumps and bruises. I just so happen to have some medicinal herbs. Could you help me identify which ones can be used to make a medicinal wine? Despite not knowing how to take care of a child, he had a substantial stockpile of supplies. He brought out 2 large bags of traditional Chinese medicine, all independently packaged and moisture-proof. Jiang Ning selected a dozen kinds, all for promoting blood circulation and alleviating bruises. Pack them in a glass jar, mix with a liter of white wine, and seal it for half a month before use. She noticed some Korean ginseng and set it aside. This can also be infused when the weather turns cold. A sip will not only warm the body, but also replenish qi and blood. However, it's best for children to avoid it. Rock candy-infused white wine is also excellent. It not only helps reduce heat, but also nourishes the kidneys and replenishes blood. Enough talk about this. Teaching disciples can lead to the master starving. Do quickly fell asleep after taking her medicine, although she occasionally mumbled nonsense. Sick children are pitiful with tears hanging on their eyelashes and their pale little lips whispering endlessly, "Mommy, I want mommy daddy." Hua Yishan sat by the bed, gently wiping her tears, comforting her with a guilty tone. Don't be afraid, your brother is here. Confirming with a glance, he was a brother who cared for his sister, though his methods were misguided. Just as he reached the door, 1801 called him back, handing him a packet of noodles. "Thank you for taking care of Dodo." The noodles were only a few dollars before the disaster, but in this apocalypse, they could help someone survive for several more days. Jiang Ning accepted them without hesitation. Back at home, she took out a glass jar to mix rock candy with white wine, thinking, "I've been so focused on teaching others that I forgot about this." In the extreme cold, having a cup by the fire was simply delightful. She also took out a few pounds of grapes, washed them, and placed them on the balcony to dry, ready to make fruit wine. Upon leaving her space, she clearly felt the typhoon had shifted again. It wasn't just her who noticed, many others did too, with people cheering and shouting at the windows. They couldn't contain their excitement, feeling that the disaster was about to end. In good spirits, Jiang Ning brought out a plate of boiled fish, paired with fragrant soft rice. She couldn't bring herself to throw away the plastic lunchbox after eating. Although she had plenty of supplies in her space, these would be non-renewable resources in the future, so she washed them for reuse. In the midst of a peaceful nap, she was awakened by the roar of engines. It was a speedboat along with firefighters wearing orange-yellow life jackets. Although the typhoon had not stopped, its intensity was rapidly diminishing, and careful navigation could still avoid the waves. After 18 days of losing contact with the outside world, just as people were running out of supplies, the dawn of hope. At the sight of the speedboat, many people broke down in tears, crying, "Rescue has arrived. The government hasn't abandoned us." Sob, sob, sob. They laughed and cried simultaneously, feeling both helpless and excited, constantly wiping their tears. There were only 3 speedboats, yet they represented the hope of survival for everyone. The loudspeakers sounded as firefighters reassured the residents of each building, "Everyone, please remain calm. We will not abandon anyone in need of assistance. We will come to each building, so prepare your essentials, prioritizing the elderly and children for transfer." This rescue operation was only targeting residents of low-rise buildings that were submerged, but still many residents rushed downstairs, surrounding the firefighters. "Comrades, our house is still standing. What about food and water? I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'm surviving on rainwater. Can't you bring us some food? Yeah, why did you come empty-handed? Isn't the government supposed to assist us? We are all taxpayers. How can you support yourselves without the taxes we pay?" The crowd grew larger and more chaotic with increasingly absurd demands. What began as gratitude transformed into resentment, as if they were saying they wouldn't leave without an explanation. Zheng Weili asked Jiang Ning to go downstairs to check the situation together. The rice was finished, and although there was still a bag of rice left, the gas had run out, leaving only a few alcohol blocks. To conserve fuel, they soaked the rice in water each day, placed it in a thermos, then poured in boiling water, tightened the lid, and let it steam before drinking. Moreover, the damp weather and wet clothes had caused her to develop gynecological issues. If possible, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu wanted to go to the shelter, where the living conditions would surely be poor, but at least there would be enough food and hot water. Right. The typhoon and heavy rain far exceeded the meteorological department's predictions. Even here, the water has reached the 3rd floor, and other places are likely worse. Jiang Ning shattered her hopes. How much food is left that isn't soaked in water? Given the water level, the gym and library are also submerged. Relevant departments estimate they can only requisition hotels or office buildings as rescue sites. With so many people crowding and eating, drinking, and relieving themselves will be a problem. The typhoon has passed, but the heavy rain continues. The flooding is expected to last for months. In her previous life, many residents from lower floors went to shelters, but within 2 days they returned to crowd the hallways, saying that everywhere was overcrowded and there was no place to eat or sleep, let alone find a place to rest. There were robberies, thefts, and fights, all chaos. The government needs to provide disaster relief, while also sending people out to search for food. In the end, if they cannot find any, they may have to salvage from underwater, but food that has been soaked for so long is likely spoiled. It would be a blessing if the people could eat until they are moderately full. Zheng Weili felt heavy-hearted, but decided to go down to take a look. What if there was good news? Jiang Ning didn't go. She went next door to check on Dodo. The condition had improved somewhat, putting the half-baked doctor in a good mood. An hour later, Zheng Weili returned dejectedly. The fire department was only rescuing residents whose homes were flooded, and they were unclear about large-scale rescue efforts. Jiang Ning encouraged her. "It's okay if heaven doesn't save us, we must save ourselves." That's right. Being dejected was useless. Zheng Weili reignited her hope. The typhoon has stopped. The heavy rain might stop soon too. Living means there must be hope, right? But the rain not only didn't stop, but it also grew heavier, and the sky was heavily overcast. By 5 o'clock in the evening it was dark, but the typhoon had mostly stopped. Except for the sound of rescue boats going back and forth, the whole city fell into a terrifying silence. Jiang Ning ate early, and then started setting alarms from 10 o'clock at night. They would ring every hour. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, the fire department completed the transfer of the trapped residents. Jinsheng community was eerily quiet with only the sound of rain. She took out a cut-resistant and stab-resistant outfit. The fabric felt similar to a thermal shirt. When she pressed a blade against the sample fabric, it didn't tear, the quality was excellent. Jiang Ning, feeling cold, put on a jacket and then a raincoat, quietly opened the door and went downstairs. The hallway was empty, but trash was everywhere, and the smell was unbearable. Reaching the 3rd floor, she climbed out onto the protruding narrow extension platform, took out an inflatable boat in the dark, brought waterproof goggles and a lithium battery mining lamp, and paddled towards the distance. The rain was heavy and the water flow was swift. The entire city had changed beyond recognition, with only high-rise buildings remaining above the water, making it feel incredibly foreign. Jiang Ning was well prepared. During these days, she not only observed the water flow, but also memorized the landmark buildings along the way. Even so, she still struggled to move in the rain, taking nearly 2 hours to reach a large supermarket she had been to before the typhoon. Although the supermarket had only 2 floors, it was situated on higher ground, and its floors were much higher than those of residential buildings, with the flood just reaching the 2nd floor. After some effort, she successfully beached the inflatable boat on the driveway. After securing the inflatable boat, she walked along the driveway to the top-floor parking lot. The parking lot was spacious, filled with tightly parked cars. Most of the cars were luxury brands: Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Fengsheng was home to many wealthy individuals, and it seemed the rich from the surrounding areas had moved their luxury cars to the top-floor parking lot before the typhoon. Jiang Ning took out her flashlight and scanned through the rows of cars. Her gaze was tightly drawn to a large RV. Recognizing the brand, she knew it was worth millions. The body and glass were bulletproof, the tires were explosion-proof and wear-resistant, and crucially, it was a dual-fuel model with foldable solar panels on the roof. In a world where energy is scarce, gasoline is a controlled commodity, not something everyone can easily obtain. An RV is a mobile home that not only allows for travel, but also long-term living. This vehicle before her fulfilled all her fantasies. Jiang Ning took out an electronic jammer from her space. It was the latest black technology that she had bought at a high price from the black market. She placed the jammer on the car door, pressed the button, and after a few minutes it emitted a few beeps, followed by the sound of the car lock disengaging. Successfully unlocked, Jiang Ning opened the car door. The RV was spacious, equipped with a kitchen, living room, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, even with a washing machine. It was luxuriously outfitted. There were very few items inside the vehicle, and judging by the decorations, it seemed to have been newly purchased. Unexpectedly, a natural disaster had benefited others. Jiang Ning was very satisfied, and took advantage of the darkness to store the vehicle in her space. Not rushing to enter the supermarket, she took out an oil siphon and oil barrels, draining all the fuel tanks of the other cars. The fire escape door on the top floor was locked, so she used a heavy-duty cutter to cut it off and walked down the stairs. Exiting through the fire escape door, she found herself in the clothing area on the 2nd floor, where the water had nearly risen to knee level, soaking many garments. With limited space, Jiang Ning casually collected some clothes from the women's section and then ran to other areas. She emerged into the discount promotion area, filled with various brands of tissues, sugary drinks, mooncakes, chips, and bathing products. Across from there was the home appliance section, where refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines had all been submerged. She picked some small appliances from the shelves, such as a yogurt maker, ice cream machine, bean sprout machine, and small frying pan, throwing any that she thought would be useful into her space. Next was the daily necessities section, where she chose some high-end air conditioning blankets, down comforters, and kept tossing in sheets, pillowcases, and various types of sports shoes and Martin boots. Various brands of skincare products, masks, eye creams, and serums. Moving on to the tobacco and alcohol counter, there were Matai, Wulianya, XO, Martell, red wine, beer, cocktails, and countless brands, both expensive and cheap. In the apocalypse, these will all be valuable items, highly sought after in the later stages. After clearing the items above water, Jiang Ning also took out a window-breaking tool. The glass of the counter had shattered, allowing her to fish out the cigarettes soaked in water. She swept away all the precious cigarettes, regrettably leaving the soaked ones behind. Fortunately, the tea was sealed and all placed on the shelves. Westlake, Longjing, Pure, Tiguanyin, Xinjiang, Maojian. Regardless of price, they are all non-renewable resources. She left not a single piece behind. Just this area alone was close to occupying 10 cubic meters of space. However, it was no problem. Before she left, she had already cleared out the balconies, planting pots, the vegetables and fruit trees in the living room, and the charcoal in the kitchen, freeing up about 150 cubic meters. The floodwater was rising rapidly, and these things would be submerged before dawn. If the volume of space could add 2 zeros, Jiang Ning would race against time to scour the city. Instead of merely watching survival supplies sink, humanity engages in a more brutal struggle for survival, fighting over a moldy piece of bread with knives. Reality is harsh, and Jiang Ning can only take care of herself. She retracted her thoughts and continued racing against the flood. Shampoos, body washes, soaps, sanitary pads, disinfectants. Milk, yogurt, milk powder, alpaca milk, soy milk powder, cereals, lotus root powder, lily soup, white sugar, rock sugar, and brown sugar. The water had risen to her thighs, as she had no time to read labels, let alone be picky. Her hands swiftly swept across the shelves, grabbing whatever was available. Anything was better than feeding the flood. Canned goods, dried fruits and snacks, chocolates, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, chicken, legs, chicken wings, duck necks, beef jerky, lamb cubes, flavored dried tofu, spicy strips, and bamboo shoots filled the space at a visible speed. After replenishing a large amount of noodles, Jiang Ning arrived at the instant food section. Instant noodles, snail noodle soup, hot and sour noodles, and hot dry noodles were all available, but due to the typhoon, there were not many left, especially the instant noodles, which only had the pickled vegetable flavor remaining. She wasn't polite, nor did she mind the smell of feet. In her past life, she had gnawed on tree bark and eaten guanine soil to survive, and in the end, she had to use a tree branch to dig when she needed to use the toilet. Arriving at the seasoning section, she didn't hesitate to stock up on essentials: peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, tea oil, and blended oil, since there was simply no space for more. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, cooking wine. She took all that had a large capacity and didn't take up much space. Lao Ganma olive vegetables, debanjiang fermented tofu, and canned bamboo shoots. There were dozens of brands on the shelves, and she swept through them all. Seeing her favorite food, she fished out those that were wet, not wanting to waste any. Next came various ingredient packs for boiled beef, pickled vegetable oil, red oil, hot pot, Orleans chicken wings, and salt-baked chicken powder. Many of them were not clearly recognizable as she swept through. The water had risen to her waist. Although she was wearing a rain suit, she still felt cold, and it was particularly inconvenient to walk. But this was the last chance for a big haul. Grabbing a bit more now was better than fighting later for a bite to eat. Unfortunately, the first floor was flooded, or there would have been more precious resources. As the water level approached her chest, she already felt like she was floating, and most of the goods were either submerged or floating on the surface. Collecting supplies became more difficult. Fortunately, her space was already nearly full. Even the toilet was almost stuffed. Just as she was about to grab some puffed snacks floating on the water, a glint of light flashed nearby. Jiang Ning was surprised to discover that there were others who shared her zero-cost shopping mentality. With her flashlight shining, she quickly hid behind the shelves, fully alert. She didn't know how many people were there, and with the water hindering movements, if a fight broke out, she might suffer a loss. Moreover, she had already scavenged most of the important supplies on the second floor if her space was discovered. Jiang Ning couldn't take that risk. She took out a portable diving mask from her space, put it on her face, and quietly swam towards the fire escape. The floodwater seeped into her rain suit, making her body feel incredibly heavy. Holding her breath, she swam while trying to remove it, and only surfaced when she could no longer hold her breath to change the mask. From the sounds, it seemed that only one person had arrived. Jiang Ning sighed in relief and exerted great effort to push open the fire escape door, heading up the stairs towards the top floor. There was no one on the top floor, but the second floor was already half submerged. As she left, Jiang Ning cast a glance at the Hummer in the parking lot that she had her eye on. It was the same model as the one in 1801, not only with a high chassis, but also ample horsepower. Its imposing appearance could easily crash into an ordinary SUV, a true battle vehicle in this apocalypse. Unfortunately, her space simply couldn't accommodate it. In comparison, she chose the more comfortable and multifunctional RV. She patted the hood, feeling it was like cutting off a piece of her flesh. Soon these vehicles would all be submerged and washed away by the flood, a real shame. The water level was rising rapidly, and the current was becoming fierce. The inflatable boat could easily be swept away. Jiang Ning had to take out the speedboat. There were many obstacles underwater, and she was afraid of puncturing it, so she didn't dare to go too fast. The whole city fell into darkness, and the visibility of the waterproof miner's lamp was limited, forcing her to move slowly through the water. The speedboat was easy to operate, but its motor noise could easily attract attention. Fortunately, the typhoon had just stopped, and the government was actively conducting rescue operations. Even if nearby people heard it, they would think it was the fire department's rescue. Jiang Ning didn't return to the apartment, but raced against time to another place. The 3-kilometer distance took her half an hour in the dark with the slow speedboat. At a 6-story electrical commercial building, the flood had already submerged the 3rd floor. Jiang Ning used a window breaker to shatter the 4th floor glass and climbed inside, heading straight for a solar technology company's storefront. It was a promotional flyer received before the typhoon advertising the latest solar power generator. She had specifically come to the store to learn about it. High-efficiency solar panels, off-grid power generation, flexible frequency inverters that could both efficiently generate power and quickly charge using grid electricity, and most importantly, a storage battery with a capacity of 100 kilowatt-hours. A full 100 kilowatt-hours could simultaneously power several air conditioners or heaters. Of course, the price was also quite attractive, 680,000. Jiang Ning didn't have the money to buy it, but she remembered the storefront. Compared to it, other generators were just trash. Confirming that there was no one in the mall, she took out a crowbar and pried at the rolling shutter door. The storefront wasn't large, and she pried open the door, heading straight for the new generator displayed prominently. The display only had the storage battery and inverter, so she pried open the door to the back warehouse to look for parts, and found another identical model, hastily loading it in. The solar panels and brackets took up a lot of space, and the rest of her space was full, so she could only place them on the balcony. Afraid the parts might get damaged, she collected everything else that was left. Seeing there was still space on the balcony, she also took several mobile storage batteries. Although their storage capacity was much lower, being able to charge directly was already quite good. The mall had many expensive home appliances, but there was no more room in her space. It was already past 5 in the morning, she had to hurry back before dawn. The current was getting stronger as Jiang Ning navigated the speedboat against the rain. Approaching the Jinrong community, she turned off the motor and paddled to the base of the building, where the water was calmer, discreetly switching to the inflatable boat. The sky was about to brighten, and she could already make out shapes. Just as she paddled to the window of the unit, she noticed an extra inflatable boat. No, it was the speedboat. There was someone on the speedboat placing things into the window. From the figure, it was a man, and he turned around and saw Jiang Ning. There was no time to hide. Jiang Ning instantly became alert. However, it seemed that the man's speedboat was laden with numerous items. In these times, those with more supplies are less secure. Taking advantage of her blurred vision, she placed her hand behind her and pulled out 2 backpacks from her space, then paddled forward. This figure, this height, there was no one else but 1801. Although he wore a raincoat and a mask, he could still be recognized at a glance. No wonder he raised Odo to be so fair and tender. It turned out he enjoyed free purchases every day. As fellow practitioners, there was no need for awkwardness. 1801 also recognized the masked Jiang Ning, nodding to greet her amidst the torrential rain. After securing the speedboat, he reached out to help. Jiang Ning, not one to be overly polite, handed over the 2 waterproof backpacks and extended her hand for him to pull her up, then carefully stowed away the rubber boat. No one spoke as they carried and lifted their loads up the stairs. With 1801 having so many supplies, it seemed he would need to make several trips, so Jiang Ning casually helped him carry 2 bags. Upon returning to the 18th floor, they exchanged glances and decisively turned around, quietly opening the door with a key. After dropping off their items, Jiang Ning drank a bowl of warm ginger sugar soup, changed out of her wet clothes, and hurriedly took a shower and dried her hair. It was growing light outside, and 1801 had already finished moving his supplies. She wiped the water stains from the hallway and then knocked on Zheng Weili's door. The 2 of them thought they were being robbed and came out holding knives. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan, lowering her voice. The typhoon has stopped. You should quietly go out early and not let others find out. The supermarket on the slope of the university town has 4 floors and is situated higher up, so it should not be submerged yet. I remember the owner's family lives in the supermarket, so they might open for business. Regardless of how expensive the prices are, buy durable and filling items. On the way back, she deliberately detoured and saw the supermarket's lights on from a distance with several speedboats parked outside. This disaster was unexpected. Both the supermarket and the wholesale market were flooded, and it was highly likely that even the national grain storage base in the city was submerged. Almost all the food was underwater. Even if the military and government wanted to assist, it would be difficult for a clever housewife to cook without rice. Thus, there was essentially no rescue. Chaos quickly ensued outside, with people smashing and looting, all just to fight for a bite to eat and survive. Jiang Ning clearly remembered that in her past life this supermarket was confiscated and managed by the government, opening early with purchase limits, serving citizens on a first-come, first-served basis with cash. In the age of electronic payments, who still had the habit of using cash, and how many people would rush to withdraw cash before the typhoon? Therefore, those who couldn't produce money but wanted to survive could only resort to violence to rob. The police carried firearms, but who would really dare to shoot at starving citizens? With only a few bullets, who would they? There were people everywhere. They didn't want to commit crimes, but money was just a number. It was either in the bank or on Alipay, and they couldn't access it. Jiang Ning only received the news in the afternoon and swam to the supermarket with a plastic bucket, but everything had been looted, and there were shocking bloodstains on the floor and walls. Zheng Weili came to her senses. Can the supermarket really open? I can't be sure either, but it's better than waiting idly. Jiang Ning urged, you should go early. When they wake up and come to their senses, there might be nothing left for you. Zheng Weili, as if awakening from a dream, quickly changed clothes with Lu Yu and came out. Ning, let's go together. I still have a bag of rice at home, so I won't go this time. Jiang Ning found an excuse. Besides, if we both leave, what if someone comes to rob us? You spend all your money, it'll be fine with just a little of what you buy. Yes, let's go, and come back quickly. Zheng Weili was confused. Since Ning was already paying, how could she still feel embarrassed about going out? They'll consider the money I lent you, and if we buy something, well, split it in half. Bring something for self-defense, and be careful. As day broke, Jiang Ning hurried the 2 downstairs. She had already warned them. How much they could grab depended on their luck. Locking the door behind her, Jiang Ning didn't take a moment to rest, and began organizing her packed space. The solar-powered battery was left in the space, while other accessories were moved to the larger room of the rental. She dumped out a large pile of supplies scavenged from the supermarket, removed the excessively packaged shells that took up space, and then sorted and packed them into large plastic bags or sealed boxes. Important supplies were stored in the space while snacks and other non-essential items were left in the rental house, allowing for significant organization later. Jiang Ning transformed into a compression genius focused on sorting over 100 cubic meters of precious supplies. Uncertain how long she could survive, these supplies should last until her normal death, but who knew what would happen in the future? If given the chance, who wouldn't want a better life filled with abundant food, drink, and fun? It was always wise to be prepared. In a frenzied state, she even spared no effort in organizing essential supplies to fill up the space inside the RV. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was past 9 o'clock and the downstairs seemed unusually lively. The typhoon had stopped, but the rain was even heavier. With threats diminishing, the young Ada mortals crossed the sea skillfully. Some ventured out holding buckets or basins, some donned life jackets, and others carried wooden boards. Fengcheng is a southern land of fish and rice. Although industrial development has been rapid over the past few decades, there are still many mulberry fish ponds on the outskirts with a network of waterways everywhere. Many local residents living in villages have wooden boats. Some used wooden boats to enter the community to search for long-lost family or relatives, while some villagers even carried the dragon boat from the ancestral hall, forming groups to search for people or supplies. While there were rubber boats and speedboats, they were extremely rare. After all, this wasn't a water city. Who would keep such things at home for no reason? Jiang Ning kept an eye on the community situation from the balcony, occasionally searching for Zheng Weili and Lu Ye's figures. About half an hour later, the familiar color of a rubber boat appeared laden with items. Just as she was about to head downstairs, a few men suddenly swam out from Building 3, heading straight for the rubber boat. They moved quickly, but the two reacted just as fast. Lu Yu paddled desperately, while Zheng Weili raised her paddle and swung it towards their heads. Jiang Ning took a knife and stepped out, only to find 1801's door opening at the same time. Hua Yishun was dressed in casual attire, his expression still indifferent. "I'll go with you." Many had their eyes on the 18th floor, and they understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Jiang Ning did not refuse, and the two hurried downstairs. The water had already risen to the 4th floor, and many people were gathered at the staircase, wanting to go out to seek a way to survive. Watching Zheng Weili's rubber boat draw closer, especially with supplies on board that could save lives. Each person's eyes were filled with reluctance, anger, and even hatred, eagerly watching the two being robbed. Human nature is such that it does not suffer from scarcity, but from inequality. When everyone is amidst disaster, why should you stand out in splendor while others starve? Not only did they not help, but they even intended to wait for the two to approach and rob them. Jiang Ning carried 2 knives, a slaughtering knife in his left hand and a boning knife in his right. With a cold face, he pushed through the crowd standing by the window and refusing to let anyone pass. The 2 sharp knives stained with dried blood frightened the crowd back 2 steps. Just as someone was about to speak up in defiance, Hua Yixin stepped forward as well. The two of them stood in a symmetrical stance resembling cold-faced executioners. Jiang Ning scanned the crowd, taking in everyone's expressions, and coldly said, "Stop preaching nonsense. Anyone who dares to insult me or come to rob, will take down 1 by 1 and 2 if they come together." The infamous reputation of the 18th floor is known throughout the entire building. They are all villains. These beasts enjoy their own good food and drink, unwilling to share it all. The last time they were robbed, several were injured, and one even bled to death. Yesterday, someone secretly reported to the firefighters, but the firefighters only handled rescues and claimed it wasn't their responsibility, saying to report it once the flood receded. Seeing Jiang Ning's stance, no one dared to speak. They feared that if they said the wrong thing, this crazy woman would really come at them. Zheng Weili was not to be trifled with. She had already knocked down several men, and the two finally swam to the window below. Jiang Ning kept an eye on the people inside the building, while Hua Yixin assisted in moving items. 2 bags of 20 pounds of rice, 1 bag of 10 pounds of flour, some noodles and damp vegetables, 2 packs of candles, and 3 large boxes of alcohol wipes. It wasn't a lot, but it was earned with their lives. Lu Yu was so exhausted that he could barely stand, and Zheng Weili had been cut on her arm, blood staining her clothes. The onlookers' eyes glinted with greedy calculations, yet no one dared to step forward and rob. Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao blended into the crowd, their expressions complex and filled with hatred. The two wanted to get closer, but understood that Jiang Ning would not pay them any attention. Still, someone couldn't hold back and asked to borrow a rubber boat, saying they could pay for the rental. The 4 ignored them, their faces fierce as they carried their items upstairs. Behind them came the sound of a woman's curses, with many echoing that the 18th floor was heartless and inhumane. Zheng Weili was exhausted and could barely speak. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning fetched iodine bandages and anti-inflammatory medication. The wound wasn't very deep, and after a thorough disinfection and bandaging, they both felt shaken from the experience, their minds still floating in confusion. They thought the chaos in the apartment building was enough, but outside was even more tumultuous. The two arrived early in the rain, secured the rubber boat in their bag, but soon many people came. The crowd grew denser, almost suffocating, until they finally waited for the supermarket to open. Not only did the price of rice and flour rise 20-fold, but people poured in non-stop, grabbing whatever they could regardless of whether it was on the shelves or in others' hands. With no internet, the supermarket only accepted cash. Those with cash were naturally happy, while those without could only use gold necklaces and bracelets as substitutes. Payment was slow and complicated, forcing those without money to grab and flee. Police at the scene fired shots. Initially the crowd was subdued, but there were simply too many without cash. Resources were limited, and soon a second wave surged forward, rushing in to grab what they could, resulting in utter chaos. Everyone was scared, fearing that the resources they had just seized would be snatched away by others. Jiang Weili and Lu Yu took advantage of the chaos to run outside, but the water was filled with people, like dumplings being boiled. They kept rushing in, some grabbing resources, others after the rubber boat. No matter how strong Jiang Weili was, she couldn't fight against so many. Not only were resources partially taken away, but her hand was also cut, and some despicable people even stabbed the rubber boat. If it weren't for the puncture-resistant rubber boat, we might not have made it back. The unfamiliar world made Jiang Weili doubt human nature as she leaned tiredly against Lu Yu. Jiang Ning didn't know how to comfort her. After all, the apocalypse had just begun. Before the two could catch their breath, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Goodness, a large group of people, at least dozens upon first glance, crowded the 17th floor hallway. Jiang Ning frowned. Did these people intend to force their way in? Jiang Weili had fought for her supplies with her life, and while they dared not seek help outside, they had their eyes on the 18th floor, clearly wanting to take advantage of the situation. Feeling weary, no one wanted to speak, as they silently took their knives downstairs. For pairs of eyes full of murderous intent stunned the crowd into silence. Though they were afraid, they were unwilling to leave, thinking that with dozens of people, they still had a chance against four, instantly bolstering their confidence. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward, his face beaming with a smile. Please don't misunderstand, we have no ill intentions. Jiang Ning replied coldly, what's the matter? Hello, my name is Jian, the building manager, selected by the neighbors. I want to discuss the matter of forming a group to go out and search for supplies. He smiled cheerfully, but the four remained silent behind the door, forcing him to awkwardly explain the government hasn't provided aid yet, and everything outside is in chaos. It's very dangerous to go out alone to find supplies, and even if you do find some, they can easily be robbed on the way. So we discussed and decided to select capable individuals to go out together for mutual support. Do you have a boat or rubber boat? That's why we're discussing it with you. Jian chuckled awkwardly. We're all neighbors and we'll see each other often. If a major disaster occurs, we can look out for each other, right? The first half of his speech was soft, but the latter half was a threat. Jiang Ning paused for a moment. She gave the three a look and then went to the window to discuss. What are your thoughts? Jiang Weili, with a fiery temper, if they want to rob the rubber boat, they'll have to step over my corpse first. I don't mind taking a few down with me. Those who aren't afraid to die can come. These people are more cunning than a sieve. Why not lend them the rubber boat? Lu Yu was more rational. A hero doesn't eat the immediate loss. If we push them too hard, we'll be the ones suffering in the end. Jiang Weili disagreed. No way. If we let them succeed this time, they'll keep coming back for more. Jiang Ning turned to 1801. What about you? I don't mind, you can decide. It's impossible to search for supplies together. Even if we find some, with so many people it wouldn't be enough to go around, and then it will lead to calculations. Why not lend it to them, and let them go find a boat? Jiang Ning expressed her thoughts. There are plenty of outdoor supply stores in the city. As long as they go early, they might find a speedboat or rubber boat, and then they won't be solely focused on what we have. Ning, your reasoning is sound, but it's chaotic outside right now. What if the rubber boat gets stolen or damaged? What will we do then? Have you forgotten? I also have a rubber boat. Hui Shin spoke up. I have a speedboat. Lu Yu. Jiang Weili. Having lived once more, Jiang Ning was deeply aware of the duality of human nature. I do not wish to give, but maintaining this deadlock is not a solution. The only safe option for us is to let them go out and find supplies. When a person is truly starving, they will lose all reason. When faced with life or death, there is nothing they won't do. Jiang Weili finally agreed. Jiang Ning stepped down and said to Jian, there's no need for a joint search for supplies, but we can lend you the rubber boat for a day. However, I suggest you don't rush to find food. First, you should find a boat. Jian did not expect the 18th floor to agree to go out together. It was merely a strategy. He first proposed an unreasonable demand, then aimed for a compromise. He came specifically for the rubber boat. All right, thank you very much. However, we are only lending it this once. What if you lose it or damage it? We are neighbors. Don't give me that nonsense. Are you really neighbors with such a domineering attitude? Jiang Ning spoke bluntly. This is our lifeline. Lending it is a matter of friendship, but not lending it is a matter of principle. Don't think you can bully us just because you have more people. If you truly provoke me, one death is no loss, two is a gain. Out anyone who isn't afraid of death can come. Survival is a human instinct. They may be many, but who would willingly be foolish enough to seek death? The 18th floor had killed before, and for a moment no one dared to speak. Jiang looked at them feeling a deep frustration. Just a moment ago they were all talk, but now they had become timid. However, he had no choice but to press on. His wife and children at home were still hungry. If he took the lead in this matter, the supplies they would gather would be relatively more, and in the future with him, as the center, many things would be much easier. If it gets damaged, we will compensate you for it. Words are not enough. Oh, we need a written agreement. You? Jiang was infuriated, but after thinking it over he gritted his teeth and agreed, fine. It's just a broken rubber boat. What's the worst that could happen? If the flood recedes, and we have to go to the police station, I'll just compensate you for it then. After reaching an agreement, Jiang Ning went to draft the written agreement, and both parties signed it. After receiving the rubber boat, Jiang smiled broadly like a Buddha, and said many flattering words before signaling everyone to disperse. Jiang Ning called out to him, the rubber boat is borrowed by you. If anything happens, I will only hold you accountable. That goes without saying. Jiang Ning smiled at him. You live in 1303 with a wife and 2 children. Your elderly mother also has some issues with her feet, right? Jiang was shocked, his face turning pale. With his scalp tingling, he hurriedly said, don't worry, we will take good care of the rubber boat. With so many calculating faces around, how much supplies could a rubber boat bring back? If the distribution is uneven, chaos will ensue. Let's continue fighting among ourselves. Returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning returned 2,000 yuan to Jiang Ning. I intended to pay, but the supermarket was a complete mess. We just grabbed things and ran and didn't have a chance to pay. Jiang Ning accepted the money, saying, the order is a mess now, but I believe the government will quickly regain control. There will be opportunities to spend again later. Although the money wasn't spent, it was Jiang Ning's suggestion, and Jiang Ning decided to split the supplies they brought back in half. We didn't spend any money, so how can I accept yours? Jiang Ning directly refused. Besides, you took the risk to seize those supplies. You can't calculate it that way. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to gather supplies, and even if we did, we wouldn't have been able to bring them home. The two held firm, and Jiang Ning had to accept. In the end, with no other option, she took 2 packs of noodles, a bit of alcohol, and some dried vegetables, insisting on not taking any more. After she left, Liu discussed with his girlfriend, the one from 1801 seems cold, but he actually seems quite righteous. With someone watching us, we must work together. Besides, without his help today, we wouldn't have been able to protect our things. Jiang Ning agreed. Shall we send something over? That would count as formally getting to know each other. In the future, we could look out for one another. Liu packed 5 pounds of rice and went to knock on the door of 1801. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony watching the rubber boat leave the building carrying 6 men who were armed with sticks. People from other buildings were envious, and some even considered climbing over to rob them, but upon seeing the sharp weapons in their hands they hesitated. 1801 came to knock on the door. Do you know where there is gas? Jiang Ning not only knew, but had also been there. I have a rough idea, but that area is lowlying and was evacuated before the typhoon hit. Now there may not be any gas left, and even if there is, it's likely underwater. The community primarily uses piped gas and rarely has liquefied gas bottles, while portable gas canisters and alcohol blocks are not durable. In simpler terms, even if we find rice flour and oil, we have no way to cook. Jiang Ning had the supplies, but found it easy to expose himself. There are a few small restaurants at the entrance of the community. I've seen them using gas bottles. Oh, why not find a way to get some? Liu immediately chimed in. What we lack the most right now isn't food. Shall we give it a try? But we have to hurry. If we wait for them to come to their senses, there will be nothing left. Hua Yishan had no objections, and the few of them quickly reached an agreement. When he saw Jiang Ning going out, he frowned. What if someone breaks in while we're gone? This was indeed a concern. It's not the front yard being lit that's scary, but the backyard catching fire. They discussed again, with each household sending one person, leaving Jiang Ning to keep watch and take care of Dodo, while Hua Yishan took the speedboat and gasoline. Dodo was a bit afraid of Jiang Ning, but still bravely nodded. Brother, come back early with sister. Hua Yishan patted her head and softened his voice. Okay. Thus, while the majority went out to grab food, the 18th floor sought out gas bottles at a staggered time. The moment the speedboat's engine roared to life, it drew much attention. Some who still had thieving intentions dared to come, but the speedboat quickly left them in the dust, making it impossible to even see its rear. Several small eateries were submerged in the flood, but with landmarks at the community entrance, finding them wasn't difficult. Jiang Ning took out a portable diving mask and a waterproof miner's lamp, but the situation felt somewhat awkward. Liu, being weak, couldn't go into the water, and even if he did, he wouldn't have the strength to pry open doors. The water was over 10 meters deep, and prying open the door was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Jiang Ning's lung capacity was also insufficient. Hua Yishan picked up the diving mask. I'll do it. After putting on the diving mask and headlamp, Jiang Ning tied a rope around him, saying, The current is strong, pull the rope if there's a problem. Once 1801 submerged, the two of them did not dare to slack off, taking up sharp sticks and remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of anyone suddenly rushing out to rob them. Jiang Ning gazed at the approaching floating object and upon poking it with a stick realized it was a floating corpse. Initially, it was shocking and nauseating, but after seeing many, one became accustomed to it. Upon exiting, several corpses floated in the neighborhood. Jiang Ning watched the time. Already a minute had passed, and the rope in her hand remained still. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Growing increasingly anxious, Jiang Ning tugged on the rope, but there was no response. For an ordinary person, staying underwater for over a minute is impressive. Even though 1801 was skilled in diving, 4 minutes was still too long. She sensed something was wrong. Just as she was about to tug the rope, the water surface erupted with sound. 1801 surface saying, "I've checked several stores. All the doors have been pried open and the insides have been emptied." Emptied? Who is so formidable? Lu Yu sighed in disappointment. "We can't find the liquefaction bottles. Even if we find something, we can't cook it." They had moved quickly enough, but unexpectedly someone had gotten ahead of them. It seemed they were still too young and lacked life experience. Jiang Ning glanced at 1801. These small eateries had been submerged in water the day after the typhoon. Even if some owners relocated, it was impossible for all the stores to be pried open. The floodwaters were murky and swift. Without diving masks and good swimming skills, success was impossible. Unless these stores were pried open when the disaster first struck. She had a vague suspicion now. We can only head to the liquefaction station and hope the owners haven't completely evacuated. They had all come out. There was no reason to return empty-handed. They could only take a chance at the liquefaction station. Jiang Ning took out her phone from a waterproof bag, retrieved the offline map, and pointed it out to the two. "It's roughly around this location. There seems to be a large banyan tree at the entrance." It was about 6 or 7 kilometers from Jinrong community, not particularly far, but the place was somewhat remote. After determining the location, the three set off towards the liquefaction station on a speedboat. The suburbs were filled with bungalows, all now submerged in water, making the area appear especially desolate. Along the way, they encountered firefighters rescuing trapped civilians who eagerly shouted through loudspeakers, wanting to commandeer the speedboat and relocate those in distress. This on Sin 1,000 years flood disaster left rescue tools utterly insufficient. Huaishan ignored them as the three whizzed past in the flood. The city had turned into a vast ocean, making it hard to distinguish directions. Jiang Ning used binoculars to observe. "Go straight, and then take a right. There's something green surfacing in the water, which should be the banyan tree." Slowing down to approach it, indeed was the banyan tree's leaves. Such a tall banyan tree now only had a patch of green at its top. They entered the water, tying the speedboat to the banyan tree. Jiang Ning indicated a general direction and Huaishan donned the diving mask and submerged into the water. After more than 2 minutes, Huaishan resurfaced. "I found it, but the liquefaction station has a rolling shutter and a sliding iron door. Prying them open won't be easy." He then asked Jiang Ning to take out the folding pry bar from his bag. "Lu Yu, why does he have no professional gear?" Jiang Ning had equipment in her space, but couldn't take it out while in a team. Upon seeing that 1801 had a simple diving mask rope and bundling rope in his bag, she decisively tied the rope and put on the mask. "He'll go down to help. Keep an eye out for anything unusual and tug the rope immediately if something happens." Lu Yu nodded. "Be careful." The floodwater was icy. Jiang Ning dove into the water, swimming towards the liquefaction station, using the light from her waterproof lamp, taking the steel clamp with her. From afar, she spotted a faint light and hurriedly swam towards it. Huaishan stood in the water, straining to lift the rolling shutter, but the resistance of the water was overwhelming. Jiang Ning swam over, extending her hand to help lift it. Their eyes met, and they worked together. The rolling shutter slowly rose, revealing the sliding iron door inside. Huaishan took the steel clamp from her hand, cut the chain on the door, and together they pulled the door open. It was very dark inside. Just as they were about to swim in, a shadow suddenly darted towards Jiang Ning. Huaishan acted swiftly, pulling her back. The shadow brushed past her head and quickly swam upwards. The flashlight scanned over, revealing that it was a liquefaction bottle. There was more than one, and many liquefaction bottles floated out, successively scrambling to rise to the surface. Jiang Ning instinctively reached out to grab one, but immediately realized that these should be empty bottles. Filled liquefaction bottles have a significant density and are not so easy to float. She dug out a bright waterproof flashlight from her pocket, surveying the pitch-black surroundings and vaguely spotting several bottles resting in a corner. She swam over and reached to lift one, but it was impossible to move. Huaishan had great strength and lifted a liquefaction bottle out of the house, tugging at the rope tied to his body. Lu Yu grabbed the rope and pulled upwards. The two quickly surfaced. Jiang Ning climbed aboard the speedboat, and together they moved the heavy liquefaction bottles on board, which seemed to be the leftovers from the owner who hadn't managed to relocate them in time. "You all catch what you can, and you'll bring up the others." After taking a breath and resting, Huaishan dived back into the water. The water pressure was so heavy combined with holding his breath, he felt uncomfortable while Jiang Ning sat on the speedboat gasping for air. Lu Yu cautiously scanned the surroundings with binoculars suddenly tensed up and said, "Aiming, someone is coming." Jiang Ning stood up and indeed saw a speedboat rapidly approaching in the rain. It was unclear how many people were on board, but at least 4 or 5 could be seen. Lu Yu tugged at the rope with all her might, while Jiang Ning searched for a weapon for defense. Hua Yishan surfaced dragging a liquefaction canister. As he surfaced, the opposing speedboat had already come closer with 6 burly men holding sharp steel pipes. "This liquefaction station is contracted by us. Those who know their place should hand over what you've salvaged." "Big brother, we don't have diving masks." Another one laughed wickedly. "Isn't that simple? Just have them salvage everything and hand it over to us." "Exactly, and leave the speedboat and other supplies behind, or we might consider letting you go." Left Xinglong and right by who each one had big tattoos, clearly members of a gang. Especially now that society had lost its order, it had turned into a world of savages. They showed no regard for the three's thoughts, as if everything was already theirs. Lu Yu looked frightened, gripping the pry bar, tightly staring at them. Jiang Ning reached into her pocket. "All right, come over and take it. Little sister, just wait, your brothers will be right there." A few of them let out lewd laughs as they slowly approached the speedboat, their eyes on Jiang Ning like hungry wolves. Just when they were within 10 feet, Jiang Ning was about to pull out the items, but unexpectedly, Hua Yishan moved faster, directly bang twice. Hua Yishan now held a nail gun, a modified version at that. The speedboat rapidly deflated, causing the heavily tattooed men to scream in fright, several of them losing their balance and plunging into the water. The current was swift and 2 of them were quickly swept away. Others swam towards Jiang Ning and the others, and she seized a wooden stick, striking at their heads. "Ah, you filthy woman, do you want to die? Help, I can't swim." Hua Yishan continued firing at the speedboat, ruthlessly shooting at the tattooed men, leading to an outcry as the boat took on water and everyone fell into the flood. Jiang Ning was like a whack-a-mole game, mercilessly smashing their heads. Such scum were ubiquitous, burning, killing, and plundering, extinguishing humanity. Now, by beating them to death, countless lives could be saved. In the chaos, a wooden stick was seized, and a bald man with a fierce appearance approached, intent on tearing her apart. Jiang Ning yanked him towards her, and without hesitation the sharp knife struck. Accompanied by a scream, blood splattered as the man, released in pain, was instantly swept away by the flood. Lu Yu was utterly shocked, his body stiff as a statue. Knowing Jiang Ning was capable of fighting, he had teamed up with Zhang Chao, but did not expect her to be so ruthless, as if decapitating others was as easy as slicing a watermelon. The tattooed men completely disappeared into the torrent, and the vast expanse of heaven and earth was washed clean by rainwater. After a brief rest, Hua Yishan continued to dive into the water. One person lifted while 2 others carried, working together amidst the torrential rain. Fortunately, they found a total of 12 liquefied gas bottles, which could last a long time if shared. To their delight, they also found 3 dual-burner gas stoves at the liquefaction station. After soaking for too long, they wondered if they could still be used, but decided to take them back regardless. The liquefied gas bottles were sizable, and while the speedboat could barely accommodate them, their round shapes would slip into the water with the slightest shake. Jiang Ning took out an inflatable boat from her large backpack, inflated it, and securely tied it to the speedboat, sharing half of the gas bottles and fixing them with ropes. Exhausted to the point of collapse, she took out 6 chocolate bars and distributed them to the 2 men to replenish their energy. Only after regaining their strength did they set off on the speedboat back. Hua Yishan and Lu Yu were at the front, while Jiang Ning sat in the inflatable boat. Despite the difficulty in retrieving the gas bottles, safely transporting them back proved even more challenging. It was only natural for others to covet their haul. As if summoned by fear, they encountered others out scavenging for supplies. Upon seeing them loaded with so many gas bottles, eyes gleamed with envy. Unfortunately, they only had a kayak, unable to catch up. They nearly collided with a dragon boat in the urban area, which had 20 men on board. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had been vigilant, using binoculars to check the surroundings, allowing 1801 to navigate around them in time. Successfully returning to Jinsheng Community, 1801 did not slow down. Instead, he accelerated and smoothly drifted to a stop at the apartment building. Lu Yu, who had been tossed into the water, exclaimed, "Wife, save me." At the window, Zheng Weili was already waiting. The 4 of them quickly moved the gas bottles into the building. A few curious people opened their doors to look, but faced with the fierce occupants of the 18th floor, no one dared to have ulterior motives. While moving upstairs, they bumped into an old lady. "Little girl, where did you get those gas bottles?" "From underwater scavenging," Jiang Ning replied frankly. "If you have the means, you can try too. It would be best if everyone went out to gather more instead of fixating on the 3 meager bottles on the 18th floor. After 4 trips, they finally finished moving everything. Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the house. "I heard from Lu Yu that these were all retrieved by Hua Yishan, and he also provided the speedboat and gasoline. How should we distribute them? Shouldn't he get a larger share?" Jiang Ning pondered. I suggest it should be evenly divided. He contributed the speedboat and gasoline, but without me and Lu Yu he wouldn't have been able to retrieve them alone, and don't forget to include yourself in the equation. If you hadn't stayed behind, who would have helped him with his sister and watched the house? Just after you left, others would have raided it. Jiang Weili came back to her senses. You really think ahead, but will he agree? Let's ask him later. If he feels he deserves more, we can negotiate what is fair. This isn't about Jiang Ning being greedy. Her space was not lacking in gas bottles, but absolute fairness and teamwork was impossible. This time Huaishan did contribute significantly. It would make sense for him to take a couple more bottles. But what if he asked for 7 or 8? If you refuse, he would feel resentful. If you agree, it would make her uncomfortable. Next time, if it were her, in 1803, putting in more effort, how should that be calculated? Each person's sense of fairness differs. It's impossible to satisfy everyone, and sooner or later conflicts will arise. It might be better to set the rules clearly from the start. Not wanting to sour relations with her neighbors, Jiang Ning decided to wait and see Huaishan's attitude first. If they could cooperate, they would. If not, they would part ways. After hearing Jiang Ning's words, Jiang Weili agreed. If he doesn't ask for too much, we can continue to cooperate. If he tries to take advantage, we can go out and find supplies ourselves, maintaining a polite acquaintance. After discussing, the two of them arrived at the corridor, and Jiang Ning looked at Huaishan. How should we divide these? Huaishan glanced at her, saying, 3 families will share evenly. What do you think? Jiang Weili and Lu Yu had no objections, so each family received 4 gas bottles, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about using them for a year. Dodo was woken up rushing barefoot from 1803, leaping into Huaishan's arms. Brother. Still in her wet clothes, Huaishan took a step back and patted her head. Were you good? I was good. Dodo looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. I listened to sisterly. Afterwards, she dashed towards Jiang Ning. Sister, I want to see the bunny baby. Jiang Ning smiled, opened the door to let her in. After changing her wet clothes, they drank ginger tea to warm up and lay down on the sofa to rest. Around evening, Jian knocked on the stairway door, cheerfully returning the inflatable boat. Thanks to Miss Jiang's reminder, we actually found a few inflatable boats in time. Jiang Ning ignored him, lowering her head to check the inflatable boat. Seeing her silence, Jian awkwardly chuckled. I heard you all retrieved quite a few liquefied gas bottles. I'm curious where you found them. In the water. Which area? At the liquefaction station. Jian smiled and asked, are there any left? Jiang Ning glanced at him. Would you like me to give you a bottle? Miss Jiang, I was just asking. He adjusted his glasses. In any case, thank you all. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to us. As long as you don't cause trouble, everything is negotiable. Avoiding the busy activities downstairs and worried about Jiang Weili's safety, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801. I have a stainless steel door. Shall we install it instead? Huaishan had no objections, and with a few helping hands, they quickly completed the task. After pulling the curtains and turning on the solar lights, Jiang Ning took out spicy shrimp skewers, fried rice noodles, and beer to treat herself. Leaving a liquefied gas bottle in the kitchen for appearances sake, she planned to use the mobile power station for cooking later, saving other resources for when conditions were unfavorable. She had specifically tested it. All power stations could charge quickly in her space, truly a wonder. She continued organizing and sorting the goods she had swept from the supermarket, working until late at night before turning off the lights to rest. Today had indeed been tiring, but fulfilling. While her space was not lacking in resources, she needed to improve herself and gain survival experience to endure harsher disasters. The next day, the outside world became lively. The speedboats and inflatable boats on the street had noticeably increased since yesterday. Whether due to the sweet taste of success or the necessity of survival, many masked individuals emerged to cause trouble with no internet and no surveillance, fully unleashing the darkest sides of their humanity. Various chaotic sounds, screams of despair mixed with gunfire could be heard. Gunfire. Jiang Ning perked up her ears, realizing she was not mistaken. Returning residents murmured, someone was killed, soldiers killed someone. Indeed, after the chaos of yesterday, the military and political departments promptly adjusted their strategies, deciding to deploy troops to maintain stability. Unlike the police, the military does not hesitate to use firearms. Their mission is to safeguard the nation's peace. Jiang Ning recalled that in her past life, the military had also been mobilized, decisively eliminating a group of evildoers with an iron fist, which ultimately stabilized the situation. She observed outside with binoculars and indeed saw the military personnel in green uniforms patrolling with live ammunition. The intermittent sounds of firecrackers echoed throughout the morning, creating a sense of quietude in the world. The gas stove soaked in water wouldn't ignite. Lu Yu struggled for half a day to disassemble the portable gas stove, replacing several parts before finally repairing it. Feeling a sense of value, he was very happy and took the initiative to offer to repair Jiang Ning's and room 1801's items. The two invited Jiang Ning to dinner, expressing their gratitude for her finding them shelter. They had dried vegetables and stir-fried potato shreds with lao gan ma. The potatoes were brought by Jiang Ning, and had already sprouted. She cut off the sprouts and blanched them in hot water. The meal was simple, yet Jiang Weili and Lu Yu were nearly brought to tears. In these past 20 days, it was the first time the two enjoyed soft, fragrant rice and took a comfortable hot shower. The feeling of being full was truly delightful, and they felt rejuvenated. Ning, if it weren't for you, we might have been crammed in the shelter. Jiang Weili clinked her glass of plain water with a serious expression, saying, "Today is a bit simple, but when things return to normal, I'll invite you to a 5-star hotel for a lavish feast. Sure, if the opportunity arises." While eating and chatting, Lu Yu spoke up, "With the military's presence, things outside have stabilized quite a bit. I heard the government is sending supplies to the department store and citizens can buy them in limited quantities. Shall we go tomorrow?" "Yes, we should go early. By the way, many people have gone underwater to salvage supplies today." Lu Yu continued, "At the largest supermarket near us, it was packed with people, but it was too deep for ordinary folks without equipment. I heard several got swept away while some skilled divers managed to salvage a few items, but most of it was spoiled, yet they still couldn't bear to throw it away." Jiang Weili sighed. "If it weren't for Ning's reminder, we would be starving now." The department store opened at 8, and the group set their alarm for 6. After tidying up, they left at 6:30. Room 1801 would not be going, so the task of watching over it naturally fell to him. It was only just getting light at 6:30, but many people had already set out, taking an hour to reach the department store. Entering directly from the 4th floor, the water world was damp everywhere, and looking up the crowd was a sea of heads. The shopping mall was set on the 6th floor, but the line had already stretched back to the 4th floor, with reports that some had queued since last night for the chance to enter. With soldiers patrolling with live ammunition, the atmosphere was tense due to yesterday's brutal measures, and despite the commotion, no one dared to act recklessly. The three hurried to line up. As time passed, more and more people surged in. At 8 o'clock sharp, the doors opened, allowing 50 people in at a time for only 5 minutes, after which the area was promptly cleared. Purchasing limits were extremely strict. Each person was allowed only 2 kilograms of food to be bought with cash and an ID. 3 hours of waiting resulted in just 5 minutes of shopping. In such an empty shopping mall, not only did they need to compete with their hands, but also with their stamina. The three agreed that rice and flour would be the most filling, and they should avoid instant noodles and snacks. Since the South primarily consumes rice and flour is hard to store in damp weather, Jiang Ning chose rice, while Jiang Weili and Lu Yu each opted for 2 kilograms of everything. 100 yuan per kilogram. Don't complain about the price, even if you have money you can't buy it. The quality of the rice was average, but having it was better than nothing, and prices would only rise. Soon paper currency would become obsolete. With a significant population in Fengsheng, rice and flour would be quickly snatched up. The government would continue to release supplies, but they would all be salvaged and dried from the water. Not to mention that spoiled food is bad for health. Even if you want it, you won't be able to get it. With 2,000 yuan, Jiang Ning decided to spend it all. Jiang Weili worried that the inflatable boat might be damaged and considered buying a spare, only to find it priced at 10,000 yuan. Laogan ma and dried vegetables had also skyrocketed in price. The cost and risks of going out were too high. The three managed to gather a few items and spent the 2,000 yuan, but it barely filled their bags. The line outside kept growing while the mall's rice and flour supplies were quickly running low. As they descended the stairs, they inadvertently spotted Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao also in line, hand in hand, appearing particularly close. Meanwhile, the girl from room 1202 stood behind them, looking gaunt and lifeless. Seeing her, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of her past self. Upon noticing Jiang Ning, Yang Weizong instinctively released Su Mingyio's hand and smiled, ready to greet her. Jiang Ning turned her face away coldly, pretending not to see. After exiting the mall, they took the inflatable boat to leave. Noticing it was still early, Lu Yu reminded, "Zhang Chao lives quite close. Should we go have a look?" The day after the typhoon hit, there was still contact, but later there was no news at all. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and agreed. Aside from being blind to women, Zhang Chao had not many bad points as a friend. In her past life, she had received help from Jiang Weili, and having only Lu Yu and Zhang Chao as friends throughout her life, she felt it was necessary to lend a hand if conditions allowed. After an hour's journey to Zhang Chaos neighborhood, she found the 8th floor based on her memory. After knocking for a long time, a woman's voice came from inside, asking, "Who is it?" "Looking for Zhang Chao." "There's no one by that name here. You've got the wrong place." The three had previously helped when Zhang Chao moved, so it was impossible to have made a mistake. The woman's voice did not sound young. She should be a middle-aged woman. "Mom, who is it?" A boy's voice came from inside. "Stranger, you've knocked on the wrong door." Jiang Ning frowned, sensing that something was off. No matter how much she knocked, the people inside ignored her, even disturbing the neighbors. Seeing an elderly woman open the door, Jiang Ning hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, does Zhang Chao live next door?" The elderly woman's expression was complicated as she shook her head, unwilling to say anything. Lu Yu sensed something was wrong and took out 3 or 2 kilograms of rice from his bag. The elderly woman hesitated for a long time before finally allowing them to enter. "You must be looking for that gentle, amusing young man, right?" Lu Yu nodded quickly. He's a nice guy, but he's a bit foolish. He let a wolf into the house and got chased out. The elderly woman shook her head as she spoke. When the typhoon first hit, that woman came over with her parents and 2 children. The young man took the risk to pick them up. At that time I even thought they were siblings, but who knew that after just a few days he was chased out. Lu Yu. Jiang Ning. Zheng Weili with her fists clenched. He knocked on the door several times, but that woman refused to open it. Eventually, with no other options, he stayed in the hallway, and it was only on the day of rescue that he was taken away. The shelter was organized by area, and the trapped residents of the neighborhood were taken to Fengsheng Hotel for accommodation. Lu Yu couldn't imagine how Zhang Chao had survived these past few days. How could there be such a despicable woman? What do we do now? He was furious to the point of feeling pain in his liver. Thinking of Zhang Chaos' predicament, Zheng Weili was furious, shouting, "Give him a beating and throw him out." Although Zhang Chao acted foolishly, the medicine Jiang Ning needed was stockpiled with his help, not only complete in variety, but also cost-effective. As a friend, Jiang Ning could not stand by, especially since Zhang Chao had once taken a beating for her during their child. In unison, Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted, "Listen in there, you have 1 minute to come out, or don't blame me." However, the only response was silence. Jiang Ning took a crowbar out of her bag and handed it over. Zheng Weili, with her great strength, made the crowbar clang loudly. "Who are you?" A voice suddenly came from behind. A couple in their 50s holding a young girl of 8 or 9 ascended the stairs carrying a heavy rubber boat bag. Seeing that bag, Jiang Ning immediately recognized it as one she anonymously bought for Zhang Chao. This brand was professional grade. Ordinary people would typically choose something more common. In other words, this family not only drained Zhang Chao's resources, but also occupied the supplies she had bought. Jiang Ning approached and grabbed the girl's collar, dragging her to the door. "If you don't open the door, don't blame me for killing your parents and you." Saying this, she drew a knife, frightening the girl into crying out, "Mommy, mommy." The couple rushed over, stomping and shouting, "Murder! Murder! Shout, scream your lungs out. Let everyone in the building know how you occupy and threaten others to the brink of death." It was impossible for a single woman to drive Zhang Chao out. This family was in cahoots. Don't be fooled by the girl being only 8 or 9. She was already fully aware. Children in the apocalypse could smile at you while plunging a knife into your heart. The purer the smile, the dirtier the heart. They might not have wanted to, but extreme hunger could force their hand. Don't ask Jiang Ning how she knew she had been stabbed before. The door finally opened, revealing a middle-aged woman's sallow face as she fiercely yelled at the 3. "What are you doing?" "I said I don't know Zhang Chao. If you keep this up, they'll call the police." Zheng Weili threw a punch, saying, "Screw you." The woman fell to the ground, bloodied with several teeth knocked out, while the boy in the house screamed and threw a water cup at them. The furnishings in the house and the clothes in the cupboard all belonged to Zhang Chao. The boy lunged at Jiang Ning with malice, and she slapped him hard before slamming him against the wall. Regardless of the adults, the 2 children were well fed. Yet their survival depended on consuming Zhang Chaos resources. Instead of being grateful, they even sought to drive their benefactor out to save on meals. When he approached, he had a fierce look with no remorse. What did this mean? He was in the know and even involved, yet the woman yelled at the top of her lungs while the couple jumped around like they were performing, but it was all for naught. Others were starving, and no one had the time to care about their plight. Zheng Weili, an experienced fighter, knew exactly where to hit to inflict pain without risking lives. After a few punches, the woman could no longer scream, looking like a dead dog as she was thrown out. She coldly stared at the couple, saying, "I don't hit the elderly, but if anything happens to Zhang Chao, I will ensure your entire family pays." The house was in disarray. Jiang Ning's supply package was reduced to a few kilograms of rice and 2 bags of salt, with the oil barely touched. Lu Yu packed everything into a bag and also collected some of Zhang Chaos' clothes and urgent necessities. The old woman, relying on her gender, rushed over to fight Lu Yu. Jiang Ning delivered a swift kick, knocking her down, saying, "He won't hit the elderly, but I will." After searching them for keys, Lu Yu locked the door behind them while also seizing the rubber boat. Without the boat, there was no way to survive, and the old man refused to let go until Jiang Ning brandished a bloody pig slaughter knife. Only then did the family realize they were in danger, their faces pale, as they were cornered, trembling in fear. Jiang Ning glared at the middle-aged woman. "You're quite toxic for a black widow." After saying this, she grabbed the woman's collar and dragged her up, throwing her out of the window. Lu Yu. Zheng Weili." The 2 elders held the child, crying out in despair, while Jiang Ning left without a blink. As they drifted away on the rubber boat, the black widow struggled to swim not far from them. What a pity she could swim. How to deal with her was a decision for Zhang Chao to make. If she continued to act foolishly, there would be no need to save even a friend. After all, this was the apocalypse, and no one's life was more important than their own. Lu Yu discussed with Zheng Weili about going to the Fengsheng Hotel to search for Zhang Chao. Jiang Ning felt complicated, but remembering the time Zhang Chao took a beating for her, she still agreed. Arriving at Fengsheng Hotel, it was crowded with staff, surrounded by citizens seeking refuge. The municipal system had collapsed, and the water was filled with household waste with victims starving their backs against their fronts, and there was little food or hot water filling the air with a foul stench. Lu Yu squeezed through with great effort, panting as he emerged after more than half an hour. Accommodation is arranged by area. Zhang Chao should be on the 14th floor. I can't find out more details. After all, a hotel is crammed with thousands of people, and the network and electricity systems are completely down. Jiang Ning's ears were buzzing from the noise. Let's find a way to look for him. The hotel is large with dozens of guest rooms on each floor, and the dimly lit corridors felt particularly dark. However, even in the darkness, many people were present in the hallways, and one could easily bump into or step on someone if not careful. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Jiang Ning took out a flashlight. She thought cramming 5 or 6 people into a room was already excessive, but to her surprise there were over 10 people squished in the bedding, dirtier than rags, with a foul odor permeating the air. It was too dirty. Zhang Weili almost vomited. Isn't this environment too poor? But there was nothing they could do with so many low buildings and large factories. It was a struggle for the relevant departments. She had expected to knock on each door, but there were so many people inside that the air was stuffy with all the doors open and many people even standing in the hallway gasping for air. As the 3 of them came up, countless eyes quickly turned to them. Although it was dark, Jiang Ning could sense much malice. If the military hadn't intervened, and there were armed guards downstairs maintaining order after dealing with several groups of troublemakers in the shelter, the 3 of them wouldn't have dared to enter. Even so, they dared not let their guard down in the slightest. As they searched through the rooms, they saw many faces devoid of life and expression. Zhang Weili felt heavy-hearted, but could only sigh in silence. After searching over 20 rooms, they finally found Zhang Chao. He was standing by the window, staring blankly at the rain outside. He was already not fat, but now he looked even thinner, his clothes so dirty that their color was unrecognizable. Having grown up together, and even shared the same pair of underwear, Lu Yu recognized him at a glance. Zhang Chao. He called out several times before the person by the window turned around, staring blankly at the people at the door. Zhang Chao looked at the 3, his mouth twitching stiffly for a long time, as if he wanted to smile, yet it looked more like a grimace than a smile. He was in a terrible state, with a face covered in grime and an oily complexion. The expression of emotions in men differs greatly from that in women. Jiang Ning and Zhang Weili did not enter, leaving Lu Yu to go in and engage in conversation. The environment of the refuge is too poor. Lu Yu suggested he come to Jinrong community. We are currently living next to a Ning in a 3-bedroom to living room apartment. You can move in with us, and we can discuss the rest later. Jiang Ning called Zhang Weili to the window at the end of the corridor. What are your plans? In truth, Zhang Weili also didn't want outsiders to disturb them, but during this special time, friends should help each other. Without Jiang Ning, she and Lu Yu would also be stuck in the refuge. Lu Yu is actually quite sentimental. He only has you and Zhang Chao as friends. After all, who doesn't have difficult times? The flood will eventually recede, so let him live with us. The food at home is enough for 2 to 3 months. If it really comes to that, we can think of another way. Zhang Weili is simple-minded, and she doesn't overthink when speaking or acting, especially since she firmly believes that this world will recover. While the 2 were chatting by the window, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao came out of the room. Zhang Chao approached them, forcing a stiff smile. Weili, I need to trouble you. Zhang Weili slapped him on the shoulder. We're all friends. Just treat us to a good meal once the flood recedes. They went downstairs and left on a rubber boat with Jiang Ning handing a packet of biscuits to Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao thanked her, tearing open the package and devouring the contents, his eyes misty. Lu Yu also contributed the remaining rice balls. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. What's the big deal? Jiang Ning was even more embarrassed in his past life. There's nothing easy in this apocalyptic world. Upon returning to Jinrong community, everyone was utterly exhausted. Jiang Ning took out the 2 kilograms of rice and other items bought from the supermarket. Zhang Chao, don't say I took advantage of you. When the flood recedes, you'll have to return it 100-fold and give me an additional 1 commission on future orders. With a snobbish tone and teasing manner, it was still the familiar Jiang Ning, showing no disdain for him. Zhang Chao let out a sigh of relief. I'll give you a 2 commission. What about me? Lu Yu protested. You'll have to treat both me and Weili to a year's worth of early tea. Sure, it's on me. After opening the door and changing shoes, Jiang Ning collapsed onto the bed in his pajamas, staring blankly at the ceiling. Unlike Lu Yu and Zhang Weili, who were more carefree, Zhang Chao, who was in sales, had much sharper insights. She had to guard the secrets of her space and couldn't reveal any hints. For the next 2 days, no one went out. Jiang Ning spent his time reading and training, as well as organizing the goods he had hoarded from the supermarket, exhausting himself to the point of almost breaking his back, but finally managing to clear everything, stacking supplies up to the ceiling. The large room was locked, and the key was hidden in the space. During this time, Zhang Weili came over once. While chatting, Jiang Ning asked about Zhang Chao. How is he doing now? He hardly speaks and spends all day sleeping in his room. Jiang Weili felt uneasy. He probably got hurt too deeply by that woman, and with reality being so harsh, do you think he might be down for the count? He always acts like it's the end of the world whenever he breaks up, but he should be fine in a couple of days. Jiang Ning rummaged through the cabinet and took out a bottle of white wine. This was from the last order he placed. His company gave it as a client gift, and they handed me a bottle. Let him drink it down, and he should be fine. Men always need to vent. Don't judge Zhang Chao just because he's an orphan. He's tougher than most people having come from such a background. Jiang Weili thought about it and accepted it, but she worriedly said, the typhoon has passed for several days. Why is the rain still relentless? It not only continued, but also started to rise, making people feel suffocated and anxious. Who knows? It might rise to the 18th floor any day now. Jiang Weili. She truly felt scared. The next day, while sleeping in, the door was knocked on. Jiang Weili came over to call out. Zhang Chao drank a whole bottle of white wine last night and got completely drunk. This morning, he's as lively as ever and wants you to come over to discuss something. After changing clothes and shaving, Zhang Chao looked much cleaner. He gazed sternly at everyone. I think the apocalypse has come. Jiang Ning felt a jolt and looked at him. Don't you think this is quite unusual? Zhang Chao sat upright, beginning to analyze. An unprecedented typhoon. The rain pours down as if the sky is leaking. I've heard a lot of news while in the refuge. The government is tirelessly salvaging supplies from wholesale grain and oil markets day and night. The bread or rice balls we eat are made from those grains. Even if our country doesn't farm, we have enough grain stored to last the citizens for 2 years. Why do they have to salvage bad grain from the water for us to eat? Moreover, they only give us enough to fill 3/10 of our stomachs, while the rest is dried and stored. Lu Yu was astonished. It's raining heavily every day and the food can't possibly come in. No, don't underestimate the power of the state, Zhang Chao asserted. If it were just the southern coastal areas affected, the government would have already sent help and less. This is a nationwide disaster, possibly a global one. Before the internet was cut off, Zhang Chao had been following the news and browsing forum posts, learning that many places in other provinces had also been affected. If such a large-scale catastrophe erupts simultaneously, what else could it be but the apocalypse? Even if the flood recedes one day, it won't return to normal in a short time. This is why the government is urgently salvaging and storing supplies. After hearing him say this, Jiang Weili and Lu Yu also felt uneasy. Many people are salvaging these days. Should we go out and try our luck? Zhang Chao turned to Jiang Ning. Ning, what do you think? The water is too deep. Even professional divers have difficulty operating, let alone ordinary people without equipment. Jiang Ning directly rejected the idea. Even if we're lucky enough to salvage something, we may not have the ability to bring it back. It's better to think of ways from the water. But the market has long been emptied by others. It won't be our turn. Jiang Ning reminded them, we don't necessarily have to look for food. As long as we have something that others don't, we can trade it for food later. Medicine, Zhang Chao suggested. Now everyone is looking for supplies in the market and underwater, but we could search in office buildings. Office buildings are mostly occupied by companies and have very few supplies. Lu Yu shook his head. In our building, there were already people scavenging office buildings yesterday. The ones in the urban area are almost cleaned out. The office building where my company is located is relatively remote. The waterway there is complicated, and given the current water levels, even with a rubber boat, it would be hard to pass. Some people have speedboats, but no fuel, so they can only circle around the urban area. Jiang Ning agreed. Zhang Chao and I are familiar with that area and can go try our luck. If we can find the medicine from his company, our lives will be a lot easier in the future. A company isn't a warehouse, but there's an exhibition hall, and the quantity of medicine won't be too much. However, it would be a significant gain for a small group. Moreover, it seems that there is more than one pharmaceutical company in that office building. Although they hoarded supplies in advance, it was only worth 50,000 at most. Who would complain about having too much medicine? A single pill at a critical moment can save your life. So they needed to act quickly. Once others recovered their senses, there would be no share left for them. After hearing this from the two, Jiang Weili and Lu Yu also became anxious. Why don't we discuss it with 1801? He has a speedboat. Without further ado, Lu Yu knocked on the door of the apocalypse's good neighbor. Upon learning they needed to find medicine, Hua Yishin pondered briefly before agreeing. As always, Jiang Weili took care of the children at the base. Although Zhang Chao proposed the theory of the apocalypse, Jiang Weili still had her own concerns. Deep down, she was reluctant to believe it and hesitated for a while before saying, this time, you mainly go out to find survival supplies and medicine. As for other things, you can consider what you need for yourselves. It wasn't explicitly stated, but those who understood. Jiang Ning quickly picked up the conversation, saying, if we find medicine and survival supplies, we will split them evenly. Personal requests that require other resources will not count, but it's best not to occupy too many group resources. It was 20 kilometers to Zhang Chaos Company, and the four of them boarded the speedboat, braving the rain. As guessed, the water flow became more complicated as they approached the suburbs, and the wind picked up. It was 20 kilometers to Jiang Chaos Company, and the four of them boarded the speedboat, braving the rain. As guessed, the water flow became more complicated as they approached the suburbs, and the wind picked up. Even the best sailors would struggle to navigate wooden boats and inflatable rafts. Hui Yishan's skills were impressive, skillfully navigating through the complex waters. Amidst the vast and gloomy weather, they spotted several towering office buildings rising above the water. Zhang Chao pointed in the direction, and the four approached the office buildings, seeing through the fifth floor's glass the offices soaked in floodwaters. The offices looked quite tidy if they should still be intact. He took out a hammer and struck the glass hard, allowing the floodwaters to surge inside. Once the water calmed, the group entered the office building to secure the speedboat. They were lucky the large office building had not been looted yet. With clear goals, they took the stairs straight to the 12th floor, where Jiang Chaos Pharmaceutical Company was located. Using a pair of steel pliers, Zhang Chao cut off the lock and was the first to reach his workstation. Seeing several large boxes piled up behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. I was supposed to deliver goods to the pharmacy that day, but the typhoon hit, and they notified us to delay the delivery, so I brought the goods back to the company. The delivered goods were quite mixed, including anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medications, rheumatism treatments, cold medicine, and dozens of other varieties. The pharmaceutical agency was small, with only a dozen people in the sales department. The exhibition room had all sorts of medications, including those for controlling hypertension, lowering blood sugar, and lipid levels. Although the quantities were not large, the variety was abundant, filling several large boxes. Jiang Ning suggested, since our space is limited, let's unpack the outer packaging and only take the medicine. This could save at least 3/4 of the space. Sure, I know the uses of all sorts of medicines, and I can organize them for you when we return. They began to unpack the bags while Jiang Ning searched the workstation for coffee, biscuits, various snacks, men's tea, women's flower tea, and self-heating pots. The quantities were few, but they made sure nothing was wasted. The pantry was full of drinks, milk, tea packets, bottled water, and they even took the express deliveries left at the front desk, taking anything useful. They stuffed what they didn't need into hidden spaces. The medicines filled 2 large travel backpacks, making their haul quite substantial. After hiding the other supplies, the group took the medicine to the 15th floor. There were 3 pharmaceutical companies in the office building, and they prioritized collecting from all of them. The second company also had plenty of medicine. Zhang Chao looked at the large refrigerator in the exhibition room and said regretfully, "This company mainly deals with vaccines. These are all good items, but unfortunately we can't take them." Through the glass, Jiang Ning saw several types of vaccines: smallpox, tetanus, rabies, meningitis, HPV, and influenza, among others. The refrigerator had its own battery, allowing it to be used for a month after a power outage, but once taken out, the vaccines couldn't be preserved at room temperature. Jiang Ning glanced at them without saying anything and continued to gather supplies. After looting the 3 pharmaceutical companies, 1 inflatable boat was stuffed to the brim. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the hungry group sat down to eat, enjoying a lavish self-heating pot, coffee, milk, tea, and various trendy snacks. Listening to the rain outside and savoring the hot and delicious self-heating pot, the aroma filled the office building. Truly a delightful moment in life. We have enough medicines, but the food is indeed very limited. There are a few popular live streaming companies in this building. Oh, let's go take a chance. Let's get to work, they said, and continued to pry open doors. To their surprise, the first company was a cosmetics and skincare sales company. While Zhang Chao and Lu Yu showed no interest, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. There were big-name skincare products, makeup, lipsticks, face masks, and luxury creams piled everywhere. Jiang Ning wasted no time and started throwing the expensive items into his bag. Lu Yu thought of bringing some for Zheng Weili and picked a few items as well. The men were uninterested, only searching for survival supplies, so they headed to the second trendy company. Ning, hurry up, or we're waiting for you upstairs. Once they left, Jiang Ning swept everything into his space. Unfortunately, the second company was a women's clothing retailer with various clothes, skirts, shoes, and bags. Lu Yu chose a few items for Zheng Weili, and Jiang Ning also picked out several. The third company finally dealt in food, but it was all snacks: beef jerky, lamb jerky, nuts, various breads and pastries, trendy drinks, and even ice cream, which unfortunately had all melted in the refrigerator. These took up space and filled several large black plastic bags. Oh, they even raided the janitor's trash bags, which could be of great use. Time passed quickly, and their efficiency was too low by continuing to sweep like this. Jiang Ning suggested splitting up by floors to save time and improve efficiency. There were a total of 15 floors on the water surface. Jiang Ning was responsible for 3 floors, and the 3 men each took on 4 floors. Jiang Ning was assigned the 12th to 15th floors, deciding to sweep from the 15th floor down. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she returned to the pharmaceutical company from earlier, collecting all the vaccines from the refrigerator. The space could preserve them indefinitely without any issues. Time was running short, so she decided to target large companies first, quickly identifying a well-known appliance company's branch in Fengcheng. The product exhibition hall was vast, filled with air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, and smart rice cookers, showcasing various stylish and technologically advanced appliances. The country plans to build bases in various locations in the future, and some conditions are reportedly quite good. Moreover, the space has a solar power generator. Jiang Ning decided to choose a few items she liked just in case they might be needed later. If they aren't needed, it's fine, they can be discarded later. There were 6-digit double-door refrigerators, 5-digit air conditioners, and washing machines, multifunctional air conditioning fans, automatic cooking pots, ice makers, rice cookers, bread makers, soy milk machines, wireless vacuum cleaners, dryers, and more. Jiang Ning enjoyed cooking but disliked washing dishes, so she decisively collected several dishwashers. These took up a lot of space, but fortunately, she had timely cleared out her space. The large company's welfare benefits were good, and the pantry was filled with many items. Milk, snacks, and drinks, not to mention various grains, red dates, lotus seeds, and even shark fin and bird's nest likely to entertain clients. Unfortunately, all the fruit had gone bad, leaving only wilted lemons. Next to the pantry was a bakery that specialized in making snacks for employees, filled with milk, flour cake, mixed eggs, condensed milk, dried fruits, and more. The refrigerator had red wine and steak, but sadly the steak was also spoiled. Jiang Ning didn't need these and didn't want to take up the survival resources of Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, so she packed everything useful into bags. She didn't overlook the workstations, either keeping useful items while tossing inconvenient items into her space, such as wires, sockets, and various tools and books. While unpacking a delivery, she found 2 pairs of ice skates, thinking they might come in handy in extreme cold, and tossed them into her space as well. Dragging out 2 large deliveries from under the workstation, she noticed the delivery slips didn't indicate the contents, so she cut them open with a knife. Goodness! 2 large boxes were filled with condoms. The 2 boxes had at least 3,000 of them. Jiang Ning looked up and noticed the nameplate at the workstation, Wang Ming. To honor the warrior who acts with caution. Jiang Ning had never eaten pork, yet she was aware that it was highly sought after in the apocalypse, valuable for barter. Without hesitation, she tossed it into her space, but then remembered something and grabbed a handful to shove into a black plastic bag. After finishing the 15th floor, she moved on to the 14th. In this vast area, there was only one technology information company. The boss must have made a lot of money. The employees enjoyed good benefits. The break room was stocked with fine goods, various expensive snacks, self-heating pots for late-night work, and the refrigerator was filled with steaks and pork chops. The stench almost made Jiang Ning gag when she opened the door. After checking the break room, she walked towards the boss office. It seemed to belong to a charismatic CEO, as the office itself was several hundred square meters, with an office hall, reception area, lounge, and a personal collection room. Are today's CEOs really this extravagant? An entire collection room in the office. The fortress-like collection room piqued Jiang Ning's interest, and she exerted all her strength to pry the door open, immediately stunned by the scene before her. The door opened to reveal an ancient-style display shelf with a Tang sword hanging in the center, its scabbard adorned with ancient patterns and lavish silver plating. Jiang Ning took down the sword. The blade glinted coldly in the light. It felt substantial in her grip, but was not heavy, clearly a high-quality weapon, more convenient than a butcher's knife. She raised the sword to chop at a wooden box. It sliced through as easily as cutting tofu. This was no ordinary sword, it was practically a divine weapon. The display shelf held numerous antiques, blue and white porcelain vases, hat stands, mapping vases with colorful glazes, apple-shaped vessels, tripod cauldrons, and inkstones. Jiang Ning was unfamiliar with these items, but anything collected by a CEO alongside the Tang sword could not possibly be cheap. From the signs of wear, it was clear they had been eroded by the passage of time. In chaotic times, gold is valuable, but in prosperous times, antiques are worth a fortune. However, in the apocalypse, even a piece of bread holds more value. Nevertheless, they were pleasant to the eye, and taking them home as decor would be fine, as they wouldn't take up much space. On the left side of the display shelf, several paintings and calligraphy pieces hung, all by renowned ancient calligraphers, and even a single piece would be worth at least 7 or 8 figures. However, Jiang Ning noticed a pile of Mutai liquor in the corner. The 1982 5-star brand in yellow-glazed porcelain bottles had a market price of up to 1,500 per bottle, and there were exactly 10 bottles. The 2002 Feitian brand 6 bottles per case, each case valued at 7,000, with 10 full cases. The 2010 Feitian brand 12 bottles per case, each case worth 8,000, and there were 50 cases. This was no longer merely liquor, it was art. Jiang Ning thanked the CEO and swept everything in. The whimsical CEO had diverse interests, and the collection was eclectic, including a diamond-studded Patek Philippe mechanical watch, and even professional high-end diving gear, the MTUE brand, which was a limited edition and the most expensive model. When Jiang Ning searched for diving masks, she had seen this model priced at 9,800. Floods would last for months, and she didn't know if natural disasters would repeat, so she accepted it without hesitation. In a transparent glass cabinet, there was a 5-star golf club. Jiang Ning had worked part-time at a golf course during the summer, and she knew this club cost 1.0 USD, equivalent to 1.00. The collection room was completely emptied, and even the display shelf was not spared to it, could be cut up for firewood in the extreme cold. Additionally, in an inconspicuous corner, there was a safe. The safe that could fit into the collection room surely contained valuable items. The lounge had a kitchen and an oversized refrigerator stocked with French foie gras notebooks, fish, roe black truffles, golden abalone Iberian, ham 1982 Lafite steak salmon, and more. The refrigerator was not only full, but also equipped with a power bank keeping all the ingredients fresh. Other than thanking the boss, Jiang Ning had nothing more to say and stuffed the ingredients along with the refrigerator into her space. The Tang sword and the golf club were the best weapons in the apocalypse. Jiang Ning didn't want to hide them, so she packed them into a bag and slung it over her shoulder. There were plenty of supplies on the 14th and 15th floors, and she was particularly meticulous in her collection, rummaging through boxes and ensuring that no delivery package escaped her grasp. The 13th floor was somewhat messy, housing a high-tech incubator base with various quirky startup companies. The incubator base was quite poor, so much so that they had to alternate wearing their last pair of pants. Finding supplies was nearly impossible. Jiang Ning was panting with exhaustion, having eaten a few energy bars before continuing to pry open doors. In a nanofabric company, the storefront appeared small, displaying various clothing fabrics. In the center of the sample room, a glass display cabinet showcased an ordinary, yet confident silver-gray autumn shirt, priced at 19,800,000. Who robs at such a price? Is it that easy to harvest consumer IQ tax? With a determined spirit, Jiang Ning stepped closer to examine it carefully. Nano-constant temperature clothing designed to maintain a constant temperature of 25 degrees. Because of this claim, Jiang Ning smashed the glass with a hammer and took the clothing in her hands. What a joke about constant temperature! There was no change when pressed against her arm. However, it felt exceptionally soft and smooth, as if it were second skin, somewhat resembling silk fabric. After rubbing and sniffing, it was quite breathable. Jiang Ning decided to take it, considering the price of 19800, and at least she could try it on later. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would never have the chance to wear something so expensive. She collected all the fabrics, and even found 10 meters of the constant temperature fabric in the sample warehouse, which should work well for making intimate clothing. Having only searched half of the 13th floor, Zhang Chao had completed his side, and came over to help. Upon seeing the Tang sword and golf club on Jiang Ning's back, his eyes almost popped out, and after a moment, he gave her a thumbs up, saying, "You're amazing. Just lucky, I guess." It was already dark and they had to speed up the process, so Jiang Ning urged him to move supplies downstairs to load the rubber boat. Zhang Chao was exhausted, but he complied. It was difficult to collect in the dark. Jiang Ning was too tired to stand straight, but for a better life in the apocalypse, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Not long after, Lu Yu also came to help, and they had all made gains. After asking around, it felt like they couldn't finish loading with one drag, and the supplies were heavy. The assault boat would likely be too much to pull. Sending Lu Yu to help move supplies, she took out the packed assault boat from her space and grabbed a 5-liter barrel of gasoline. After a bright road, she would also have an assault boat. There weren't many supplies on the 13th floor, and Jiang Ning dragged the heavy box outside, saying, "Lu Yu, come quick and see what I found." An assault boat, haha. Lu Yu's eyes nearly popped out. On Ning, your luck is incredible. Yeah, it seems to have been bought by a water sports enthusiast, but unexpectedly, it ended up being a bargain for me. Such poor acting. As it grew dark, Lu Yu couldn't see her expression clearly, so he shared with Zhang Chao, who was moving things. Chao on Ning found an assault boat. In this way, there are 2 assault boats and 3 rubber boats on the 18th floor. That's quite an asset. It's just that there's too little gasoline. We probably won't get far. No problem, we can figure out how to collect gasoline later. We'll be able to go wherever we want. The 4 of them moved and carried, getting all the supplies to the 5th floor. After sweeping through a building, there were indeed quite a few supplies. It wouldn't be possible to finish with just 1 trip, not even 2. The group was eating high-calorie self-heating pots while casually discussing their collection situations. Setting aside the miscellaneous snacks and drinks, Jiang Ning had collected the most grains, while Zhang Chao cleared out the family storage area for product agency, gathering over 100 pounds of yak jerky, rhodiola, saffron, matsutake, mushrooms, cheese, and more. Lu Yu found several bags of wuchang rice, and Huaishan discovered a liquor agency collecting dozens of boxes of alcohol. In total, there was the most mineral water. This was a necessity that could not be discarded. After all, relying on rainwater for drinking was not a sustainable solution. After some discussion, they decided to take back the medicines: meat, alcohol, rice, and grains first, followed by instant noodles, spicy noodle soup, and bread, leaving the mineral water and drinks for last. Additionally, everyone took some items they needed. The assault boat was Jiang Ning's, along with a Tang Dao, a golf club, and skincare products. Lu Yu took some clothes and shoes. Zhang Chao collected electronic products, gaming consoles, and watches. Huaishan grabbed a stuffed toy, children's books, and stationery, clearly for Dodo. Everyone had their own amount, trying to minimize the use of communal resources. While moving items to the inflatable boat, Lu Yu chatted saying, "I found a seed store, but unfortunately they sprayed pesticides, so we can't eat them. Otherwise we could have brought them back, just in case." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chao stammered, "The whole world is flooded. If we really enter the apocalypse, seeds will be more valuable than medicines." Only then did Lu Yu realize he had made a foolish mistake. Should we take them back? This was obvious. He and Hui Yishan continued to load the goods while Jiang Ning and Zhang Chao ran upstairs to gather more. Upon reaching the upper floor, they were startled to find a base of a certain Long Gao technology, founded by the great person who ensured the Chinese people had enough to eat. The base was not large, mostly consisting of new hybrid rice varieties amounting to about 500 to 600 pounds, along with many hybrid vegetable varieties, hydroponic technology, and nutrient solutions. It was incredibly precious. Jiang Ning even overlooked the documents, and the two of them made several trips back and forth. On the last trip, she deliberately walked a few steps slower, collecting the lab's computer into her space, which contained valuable literature and data that might help in restoring civilized society in the future. By the time they finished, it was already past 9 in the evening. The assault boat from 1801 was tied to 2 inflatable boats, while Jiang Ning's was tied to 1, all estimating the power and load capacity as they sailed towards Jinrong community in the dark. Jiang Ning piloted the assault boat, while Lu Yu sat beside her using binoculars to keep watch. The binoculars had night vision capabilities, allowing them to observe and avoid obstacles and guard against potential robbers. Fully loaded with supplies, they moved at a slow speed. Upon arriving at Jinrong community, the two of them skillfully turned off the engine and dimmed the mineral lights to the lowest setting, working together to paddle back to the apartment building. At this hour, almost everyone was asleep, but they still had to be cautious. With so many supplies, they walked barefoot to avoid making noise. Zheng Weili came down to help, and after nearly an hour of back and forth, they finally finished. Concerned that Zheng Weili might not be able to hold on, Hui Yishan asked Jiang Ning to stay behind, while the 3 of them returned to the office building to finish moving overnight. The supplies were piled in the living room of 1803, appearing particularly messy, yet evoking an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The 2 didn't even take a break, but instead grabbed stools to sit and sort the items, dividing what could be evenly into 4 parts, while the undividable items were set aside. The second trip was not yet finished, with plenty of drinks and mineral water left for 1801 and Zhang Chao to make another trip. By the time everything was carried to the 18th floor, it was already 1 in the morning. Everyone worked overnight to divide the supplies. Jiang Ning took a fair amount of medicines, grains, beef, wine, 10 pounds of wuchang rice, over a dozen boxes of mineral water, 7 or 8 boxes of milk, and 2 large bags of snacks and instant food, along with many miscellaneous items. In summary, they wouldn't have to worry for half a year. The only trouble now was the seeds they had brought back. Although they knew the seeds were precious, only Jiang Ning understood a bit, the others had no knowledge about them. Moreover, the heavy rain made the environment too humid. If not stored properly, the seeds would spoil quickly. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, "How about I take care of them? Let's see if I can grow hydroponic vegetables, and then I can teach you all later." She wasn't being greedy, but in the apocalypse with frequent natural disasters, both high and low temperatures were unsuitable for plant growth, providing no suitable opportunities for planting, and seeds that were kept for too long would spoil. Her space could preserve freshness, and she genuinely wanted to keep these precious items safe. If in the future researchers could develop suitable planting locations, she could anonymously donate them. After all, the space was only 10 square meters of black soil. The seeds she had prepared would last her a lifetime without being fully used. The others had no objections, and even helped her move the items into her home. "Ning, whether we can achieve freedom with greens depends on you. I will only try. A success is not guaranteed." She was utterly exhausted, and after taking a shower, she fell straight into bed. Staying up late was harmful to her health, and when she woke up at noon, she still felt dazed. After a whole day of junk food, she woke up feeling parched. Even her body was not handling it well. Jiang Ning took a serving of rice-steamed pork ribs accompanied by fragrant greens, and felt an indescribable satisfaction as she ate, finishing off with a bowl of medicinal chicken feet, which was just perfect. After filling her stomach and entering her space, she was almost scared out of her wits by the scene before her. What the hell? Whose space is this? Jiang Ning was shocked. The supplies were still hers, but the space had expanded. It was no longer a 1-bedroom apartment, but had genuinely transformed into a 3-bedroom layout. No, it was more than just 3 bedrooms. The area had also increased. The master bedroom had expanded by about 5 square meters, the second bedroom had increased by 2 square meters, and the living room, bathroom, kitchen, and balcony had all enlarged with an additional room, totaling around 10 square meters. What surprised her even more was that the garden had doubled in size from 10 square meters to 20 square meters. What did this mean? Not only would there be freedom with greens, but also freedom with fruits. She quickly fetched a ruler to measure, estimating a total increase of around 50 square meters, or 150 cubic meters. Amidst her delight, Jiang Ning was puzzled. How could the space suddenly expand? Could it be because it was filled to capacity? No, last time it was nearly overflowing, yet didn't expand. There must be some hidden reason. Confounded and deep in thought, she wondered if the increased space would allow her to spend more time within it each day. She excitedly checked the light and shadow timer, which had accumulated over 20 days. Subtracting the time already used, there were only a pitiful 36 hours left. It was truly heartbreaking. There was a daily statistic, yet the time had not increased. There was no choice but to continue tidying up. Rolling up her sleeves, she began to move, lift, and organize the supplies in her space, filling the extra areas in the master and secondary bedrooms. While tidying up, she felt that something was off. It wasn't until the Maotai was packed into boxes that Jiang Ning suddenly realized what happened to the antiques collected last night along with the antique rack. After searching around, she confirmed they were gone. Maotai diving suits, watches, and safes were still there, but the antique books and paintings were missing. Could it be that these ancient items possess a spirit causing the space to expand? That should be the case. After all, the pendant she wore was also made of exquisite jade. But why did the antique rack disappear as well? Jiang Ning sat on the sofa pondering the mystery of the space expansion when Zhang Chao came over to knock on the door. Perhaps the hunger during the typhoon period was too profound. He now had a significant crisis awareness regarding food. 3 people would consume supplies very quickly. Waking up from a nap to see the water level rise again only confirmed that the apocalypse had truly arrived. Yesterday, I only searched my company's office building. There are 2 more next to it. Why not take them down while we can? It's better than letting others get it first. Originally, she planned to fill the apartment and let things go to waste, but now that there was an additional 150 cubic meters, Jiang Ning suddenly became interested. Food was not a problem, but merely having food wouldn't ensure survival in the apocalypse. Having something precious might be a curse, and perhaps possessing food would lead to a quicker death. Like the Tang knife and golf club she found yesterday, they could help her protect herself better against the ruthless demons. If one day she fell into the water, the diving equipment might save her life. Moreover, if she could find more items with spirit, perhaps the space could expand further. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Thus Zhang Chao went to knock on the door of 1801. There were no objections from 1801, and everyone quickly packed their things and set off. Despite being low-key, they still drew attention, and the looks they received were quite complex. Jiang Ning understood that even with caution, they were still noticed last night. So what? They had obtained these through their own efforts. The water flow in the city was relatively stable, and to remain low-key and save gasoline, they did not start the motor, but paddled away, yet they were still targeted. To exit the community, they had to pass by buildings 8 and 9, when suddenly murky floodwaters surged and pulled up a thick rope. 1801 reacted quickly, hurriedly using the paddle to block it, otherwise they would have stumbled. If they had started the motor, both the people and the speedboat would have been overturned in the water. Just as they were momentarily distracted, several men suddenly jumped out from buildings 8 and 9, wielding weapons, swiftly swimming toward the speedboat. These people were clearly up to something big. Jiang Ning stood up, darkening her expression as she drew her Tang knife and swung it forcefully at the approaching man. "Oh!" Accompanied by the piercing scream, the man's arm was severed, blood staining the floodwaters. Killing one was not enough to intimidate. Jiang Ning did not hesitate and aimed for his head. If it weren't for today's ordeal, she would not have realized how many were targeting the 18th floor. It was only a collaboration between buildings 8 and 9, but who knew how many were lurking in the shadows watching the fire? The 18th floor had already been regarded as a fat sheep. As soon as they faltered or showed any signs of fear, they would swarm up to the top floor and divide the supplies, possibly leading to the demise of Zheng Weili and Dodo. Thus there was no room for retreat. As long as one showed mercy, it would be an abyss from which one could never return. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, though physically weak, also came to this realization. The world had changed. It was no longer a law-abiding world, but rather a survival of the fittest. Those sharp weapons could kill, and they could not sit idly by. The two raised their paddles and swung them at the men's heads, daring anyone to come closer. Jiang Ning continuously swung her knife. The waters near the speedboat turning red as injured men screamed and thrashed, but they were quickly washed away by the flood. Having injured 5 or 6 of them, the remaining few were frightened and turned to flee. Remembering the tragedy of her past life, Jiang Ning's eyes reddened as she coldly commanded, "Chase them down. We cannot let them get away." Zhang Chao and Lu Yu paddled desperately while Hua Yi took out a nail gun. He was very accurate, and even as those men floundered in the flood, he still shot them down one by one. They were completely annihilated. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao panted heavily. "Are we going back now?" "No," Jiang Ning said as she cleaned her Tang knife. "Going back now would show weakness, and it would inform them that Sister Weili is not doing well. If we go out next time, they will rush toward the 18th floor." Lu Yu was extremely anxious. He knew Zheng Weili could fight, but how many could she handle barehanded? Jiang Ning is right, we should make it quick. Despite his inner turmoil, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and paddled away. Once out of the city, the speedboat's motor roared to life as they sped toward the outskirts. Halfway there, they spotted a speedboat coming toward them. Jiang Ning used binoculars to see that standing at the bow was Yang Weizong. Su Mingyao was also there along with several boys trapped on the 8th floor. The speedboat was towing a rubber boat laden with supplies, and several of them wore smug smiles. The two speedboats passed each other, and Yang Weizong showed Jiang Ning a mocking grin. Jiang Ning didn't care, the apocalypse would strike him hard. However, she had a vague feeling that today's trip might be. Before long, her premonition came true. In less than a day, the remaining 2 office buildings were completely looted. Everywhere were shattered glass holes, desks overturned, and chaotic footprints scattered about. It seemed that there was more than one wave of looters. Zhang Chao was very frustrated, saying, "We were a step too late. There's nothing left." Jiang Ning calmly replied, "That may not be the case. It just depends on what is needed. Their supplies of ration would last for half a year. By then the floods would have long passed, and they would enter the extreme cold of the hellish apocalypse. The coldest temperatures could drop to -60 or 70 degrees. Food is not the most important thing, but surviving the cold is what matters." She subtly reminded, "Since we are here, why not gather some firewood to take back? We can't waste this trip's gasoline, can we?" Lu Yu was taken aback. "We don't lack gas, so why do we need firewood? Can gas fire dry clothes?" Zhang Chao almost hit his head. "The weather has been so abnormal this year. Who knows what will happen in the future? Gas will eventually run out. It's always better to stock up." "Right, Whaley's clothes never dry. Let's pick some up to dry her clothes." As several people searched upwards, they found the place in disarray, with the office almost entirely made of plastic. Occasionally they came across wooden desks, but they were merely compressed sawdust and a large amount of glue, which was neither fireproof nor safe. The other office building was similarly chaotic, with only some fast food leftovers, a few boxes of mineral water, and a small amount of wood found. The group returned to the building where Zhang Chaos Company was located, where they again found numerous signs of intrusion, though the situation was much better. It appeared they had come in and found the place had been ransacked, so they hastily moved on to loot the other 2 buildings. Jiang Ning was correct in her guess. The higher they went, the fewer traces they found. She suggested they search again in a staggered manner, as everyone's focus varied, and there might be overlooked spots. Jiang Ning searched through the area that Lu Yu had gone through yesterday, while Zhang Chao switched with room 1801. Yesterday their focus was on medicine and food, but today's target had changed. With an additional 150 cubic meters of space, Jiang Ning, who had a strong sense of crisis, constantly sought to fill it up. Books that could enrich her spirit, exquisite vases from the boss office, a solid wood desk, a wardrobe, jade ornaments from the bookshelf, and mops from the cleaning supplies room. While the men were busy collecting items, Jiang Ning found many overlooked snacks, as well as suitable clothes and shoes during her search of the deliveries. She discovered a jade company with empty counters, but no signs of human destruction. After strolling around, she found the manager's office firmly closed. Once again, the door was as solid as a fortress. After prying it open with her tools, she found 4 safes in the office. They likely contained jade, which Jiang Ning stored in her space, and she also found some tea, tobacco, and wine. Using her tang dao to chop up the desk and chairs. At a branch of a sports brand, she collected suitable sizes of clothing for team members, leaving nothing behind. A company seemed to be planning a team-building event, as the administrative department had several large boxes of barbecue charcoal and some camping tools. After searching 4 floors, Jiang Ning returned to the clothing live-streaming company, where she collected another batch of clothes, including women's underwear and bras that the men were too shy to take. She also quietly returned to the appliance company from the previous night to collect a batch of appliances that might be useful in the future, including an expensive massage chair worth tens of thousands. In the areas that the other 3 had searched, she took advantage of the timing to sneak in, collecting anything usable until she filled the extra 150 cubic meters of space. To facilitate transportation, all the solid wood furniture was dismantled and cut to roughly equal lengths, filling 2 inflatables and 3 rubber boats perfectly. They returned early this time, finishing their moving and distributing by just past 9. After today's events, the 18th floor had already gained a notorious reputation. The residents of the building felt a chill at the sight of anyone coming from there. They did not hide it, either carrying wood upstairs. Once the door was shut, they immediately entered the space where the safe stood securely in the corner, and the living room, balcony, and bathroom had not increased in size. Could it be that the Jade Company was selling counterfeits? Unwilling to accept this, she turned the doorknob to the master bedroom to find an extra bathroom about 10 square meters in size. The safe could not be opened, but there should be plenty of jade. It turned out to only expand by 10 square meters, indicating that the upgrade conditions were still quite strict. That's all right, as she could continue searching. In the apocalypse, gold, silver, and jade were not worth much, and bartering would also be an option later. Waking in the middle of the night, she was startled awake by a loud noise and a chilling scream from downstairs. This was common in the apocalypse, and Jiang Ning turned over to continue sleeping. When she naturally woke up, she had 2 red bean buns and some xiaomai for breakfast, feeling full after drinking a bottle of milk. The weather was terrible, and the planted vegetables were turning yellow. Jiang Ning diluted some nutrient solution and poured it on, considering it a desperate attempt. Checking her space with her consciousness, she noticed the timer had only increased by 2 hours, moving slower than a snail. With an extra 10 square meters of black soil, she planned to continue planting vegetables, first stocking up a significant amount for 2 to 3 years before planting anything else. Of course, even if the seedlings grew slowly, she could plant them first. Those old trees would surely yield results by next year. Her physical training during this time had noticeably improved, saving her 15 minutes on tilling and sowing. 15 minutes could save a life in a harsh environment. Just as she exited her space, Liu knocked on the door. Opening it, she was startled to see him with a bruised face and asked, "Who did this to you?" Liu felt a bit awkward, saying, "Well, my body isn't as strong as Zhang Chaos, and Wei Li started training as hard since last night." She used to be reluctant to even touch him, but now she was pushing him to his limits. Liu knew that the world had changed. He couldn't keep relying on Wei Li and Jiang Ning to protect him anymore. From now on, he wanted to be a man and protect his woman. Yes, you all do need training. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered something and went back inside to grab a black bag. "I found this in the office building. I think you and Wei Li can use it, so I kept it instead of throwing it away." Seeing what was inside, Liu felt awkward, but then smiled and said, "Thanks, I was just worried about finding this." Almost forgetting the main issue, he cheerfully asked, "Do you know what happened last night?" "I don't know, I slept like a log." Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao were robbed. Liu couldn't stand Yang Weikong's attempts to flirt with Jiang Ning. Fortunately, she had pulled away in time. After making such a high-profile return with supplies yesterday, they ended up getting ambushed at night. Yang Weizong rented room 802, and a 2-bedroom unit couldn't accommodate that many people, while room 1202 was also crammed with a few. The group that attacked first hit room 1202. If Yang Weizong and the others hadn't rushed over when they heard the news, Su Mingyao would have almost been assaulted by several men. They managed to drive the attackers away, but when they returned to the 8th floor, they discovered that everything in the apartment had been cleared out. Jiang Ning was astonished, a classic case of drawing the tiger away from its lair. In this day and age, even robbery requires intelligence. Most of their supplies were left on the 8th floor, but the inflatable boats and rubber dinghies were not taken. Jiang Ning smiled. It wasn't that they weren't stolen, but those people wanted to cultivate them as cash crops, harvesting them little by little. One of them got injured and just knocked on the door hoping you'd help treat him. But they could shout till their throats were hoarse. The 18th floor didn't even acknowledge them. Also, another thing, 2 people from other units came this morning. They wanted to make connections, but were chased away by Wei Li. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. The 18th floor was just trying to protect itself. How did it become a criminal organization? While they were chatting, Zhang Chao, who also had a bruised face, stepped out and asked, "Are we going out today?" "I don't want to go out. If you need anything, you can go. We'll just stay home. Everything has been swept clean. If we go out now, I won't find what I need." Plus, Zheng Weili and Liu have been brainwashed by Zhang Chaos Doomsday theories, feeling like they're missing everything, causing a heightened sense of crisis. After exchanging greetings, the 3 took the inflatable boat out, both to collect supplies and to scout for information. Just after noon, 3 more people came seeking connections. Jiang Ning found it bothersome and wrote a notice to stick on the door: "No alliances." Not to mention those with ulterior motives. Even Zheng Weili and others, she couldn't afford to let her guard down. After all, in the apocalypse, people's hearts are the hardest to gauge. It's not just friends or colleagues. During the darkest times, many would resort to cannibalism. When the time came for betrayal, she would not hesitate to pull away. She had everything she needed for eating, wearing, and using, but as for other desired supplies, she couldn't collect them for now. It was better to think about how to enlarge her space first. With the 3 gone, Jiang Ning completely relaxed, taking out spicy chicken feet, squid shreds, cold dishes, and marinated duck intestines, enjoying her food while reading to pass the time. It was still early, so she took out the meat filling she had prepared in advance to make wontons. While wrapping them up and watching her favorite drama, she ended up making over 1,000 wontons just as she heard the sound of Zheng Weili and the others returning. They brought back some wood and 2 stainless steel doors they had dismantled from a mall. Compared to the doors of Jiang Ning and room 1801, Liu felt a lack of security, having spent a long time in the mall just to pry them back with measurements. After tinkering for a long time, they finally completed the renovation of room 1803. With an extra door, they also installed it on the staircase. To reach the 18th floor, one would have to pass through 3 barriers. Watching Liu apply cement, Jiang Ning curiously asked, "Where did you get this from?" "I passed by a building site and climbed in to take a couple of bags. The 3 of us are discussing going again to get some glass to install on the balcony. It's too humid with the rain coming every day." Jiang Ning reminded, "Get good quality ones to avoid trouble if a typhoon comes and blows the glass out." Liu deeply agreed and talked to Zhang Chao about how several nearby buildings had glass breakage issues. After thinking for a day, Jiang Ning still felt that the expansion of the space was related to its spirituality. The disappearance of the antique shelf should be related to the material of the wood. Good wood takes decades or even centuries to mature. For example, golden silk nanmu, requires thousands of years. The museum had been flooded and the antiques had either been salvaged by relevant departments or moved in advance. Gold, silver, and jade were easier to find once the flood receded. Now only the path of wood remained. Wood? Jiang Ning suddenly had an idea. To find good wood there are none in the shopping malls or office buildings, and the museum has already been flooded. However, there is still one place where fortune might be found. Fengcheng is renowned globally as the largest furniture production base, and the International Furniture Expo Center built in Lutown has become a landmark hosting the Global Furniture Expo every year. This year marks the 30th anniversary, and the exhibition is unprecedentedly grand, having already flooded various channels with advertisements 6 months in advance. Jiang Ning recalled carefully that the original date for the exhibition was supposed to be 3 days before the typhoon. The exhibition would last for half a month, so it has not yet ended. What a magnificent scene it would be at the global top-tier Furniture Expo Center. Jiang Ning was not particularly concerned as foreign furniture rarely uses wood, but domestic retro furniture might be different. She had seen the advertisements where a large furniture company promoted a bed crafted from millennium-old rosewood, along with a complete set of furniture for an astronomical starting price. In recent years, the cultural confidence of the Chinese people has increased, thus igniting a retro furniture trend. To attract attention, the Expo Center borrowed a piece of ebony as the treasure of the exhibition. Not only ebony but also many valuable woods like Wangwali, old sandalwood, and rosewood have been brought to the Expo Center, seizing the opportunity to promote furniture culture globally. Jiang Ning had to go, and she needed to act quickly. The Expo Center is located in Lutown, about 40 kilometers from the city center, with a complex waterway along the way, but it is definitely worth the trip. Zheng Weili and the others have gone out to gather building materials. Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801, saying I'm going out for a walk. 1801 had no objections. Be careful. As she went downstairs with the bag that contained the inflatable boat, she coincidentally ran into Su Mingyao on the 17th floor, who had come up with Yu Qingqing from 1202. Su Mingyio's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. Aining Aijin is injured, and only you can save him. Please, I beg you to help him. Jiang Ning treated her as air coldly walking downstairs. Unexpectedly, Su Mingyao clung on. Aining, we are alumni. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Her voice was loud, and her sobbing attracted the neighbors on the 17th floor to open their doors. Jiang Ning drew her knife and slashed. Su Mingyao screamed and dodged. Half of her long black hair was cut off and fell to the ground. Before she could react, Jiang Ning kicked her to the ground. The rain-drenched girl was shocked and stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ning, who looked like a ruthless executioner forgetting to cry. Jiang Ning stepped on her chest. If you want to live long, keep rushing towards my gun. I don't mind sending you to meet the king of hell. She stepped down mercilessly, her eyes extremely cold. Su Mingyao felt as though her ribs were going to break, her face pale with suffocation. Yu Qingqing took 2 steps back. Jiang Ning, Mingyao just wanted you to save Aijin. If you don't want to help, why hurt her? Is she crazy, and are you crazy too? Jiang Ning shot her a cold glance. The 18th floor is not a hospital, and I am not a doctor. Why don't you use your inflatable boat to take the injured to the hospital? Why must you find me a person who has only studied medicine for a year and hasn't even learned the basics? Do you think everyone else is a fool? Yu Qingqing was taken aback, explaining, but our inflatable boat is out of fuel, and it's raining so heavily. Then just let him die. Why are you throwing the blame on me? Jiang Ning showed a mocking expression. You really are friends. You don't want to take risks and avoid the pangs of conscience, yet you want to shift the responsibility onto me. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Jiang Ning indeed had only studied medicine for a year, and most of that year was theoretical knowledge. However, Su Mingyao spoke with confidence, and they thought the same, leading her to subconsciously feel that way. Looking back, it was indeed unfair to put her in such a position. How about this? You lend us the inflatable boat, and we will take Aijin to the hospital. If you want to be a saint, do it yourself. Jiang Ning walked up to her, mocking, you were terribly cheated, and now you want to drag me down with you. Yu Qingqing's face went pale, her entire being struck by a thunderbolt, her expression extremely complicated. Ignoring the sore spot she had touched, Jiang Ning continued downstairs. When she reached the 6th floor, Yu Qingqing suddenly chased after her. Stop. Jiang Ning continued down. Yu Qingqing indignantly said, you knew they had bad intentions. Why didn't you warn me? What are you to me? Why should I warn you? Jiang Ning retorted, if you were truly so kind-hearted, why did you only want to give food to Yang Weizong when so many in the group were starving? He took a group of people to your house. You could have rejected them, so why didn't you? Did you really not notice, or were you trying to gain his favor? Now that you've noticed, why do you still want to associate with them? Looking at Yu Qingqing, Jiang Ning realized how foolish her past self had been. Why didn't she tell her? Because telling was useless. No one is any smarter, each has their own agenda. In her past life, she too noticed the situation but wanted to gain his favor while being constrained by pride. Pampering him with food and drink, Yang Weizong would sweet-talk her with a few flattering words, and she would float away, almost willing to give him her heart and soul. At such a moment, if a stranger were to jump out, and say he had ulterior motives warning her to save food for the apocalypse, she would likely jump out and scold that person as crazy even before Yang Weizong could say a word. What love-struck person doesn't act this way? So why should Jiang Ning say anything? Moreover, even if Yu Qingqing had seen through their true colors, she still played dumb and colluded with them. What good was that? I didn't. If you had warned me sooner, I wouldn't have brought out the food. Yu Qingqing, unwilling to face her own mistakes, spoke with a hint of tears. Why are you so heartless? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Yang Weizong is just a scoundrel? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, crying uncontrollably. Jiang Ning reminded her, you better cry louder, he might be listening upstairs. Yu Qingqing jumped in fright, instinctively covering her mouth. Look at that, she still wants to continue colluding. No one can wake a person pretending to be asleep. Jiang Ning had no responsibility to do so. She boarded the inflatable boat heading towards the expo center amidst the torrential rain. Considering the unknown dangers, Jiang Ning put on a life jacket and the diving equipment was on standby. However, she was bold, and the inflatable boat was driven quite well, avoiding several water whirlpools along the way. Calm and composed, she drove for over an hour, covering more than 40 kilometers, finally spotting the enormous and artistically striking expo center standing in the flood. The waterways in Fengcheng are numerous. There are several rivers converging just at the expo center with adjacent provincial roads and interchanges, making the traffic extensive. Suddenly accelerating, he drifted around a corner and charged forward. The jolt was intense, nearly throwing him out of the vehicle. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself, successfully arriving at the exhibition center after a long detour. Despite the exhibition center having only 12 floors, the exhibition halls are spacious and grand. Jiang Ning circled around, but saw no one inside, nor any shattered glass. According to the industrial layout centered around furniture manufacturing, the town is surrounded primarily by factories, while the commercial and residential areas lie across the river, invisible in the torrential rain. Looking around, all he could see was floodwaters, with only the exhibition center standing defiantly above the water. The thick glass was impervious, unbreakable, even with a hammer. Jiang Ning used a window-breaking tool, and after several jolts, he successfully shattered it. Truly for a tourist attraction, the exhibition center occupies a vast area. Unfortunately, the splendid hall has been submerged by the flood, but looking up one can still see its imposing grandeur. Darkness swallowed all the brilliance. Now he could only assess the various stylish furniture around him by the beam of his flashlight. The intricate waterways effectively protected the exhibition center. Either the exhibition center had no survivors needing essential supplies, or it had simply remained unscathed before Jiang Ning's arrival. Everywhere there was furniture, whatever you could imagine they could create. Chinese, European, American, African, Korean, modern, postmodern, classical, neoclassical, pastoral, cyberpunk. A global collection of furniture gathered in one place with a wealth of creative designs. Nothing was beyond their capability. Jiang Ning did not rush to act, but headed straight for the top-floor furniture museum. The exhibition center was without power, and the darkness was so complete that only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the emptiness. Without elevators, he had to take the stairs, finally reaching the top floor, his feet aching and tired. The entire floor was filled with historical exhibits, showcasing pictures, as well as physical items. Various woods, ancient furniture, some dilapidated, some intact. Wielding a flashlight, he navigated through the exhibition areas, and after about half an hour he finally reached the centerpiece. Before him lay a piece of wood over 4 meters long, irregularly shaped, and mottled dark brown in color. This is blackwood. After being buried underground for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, it has formed a plant mummy that resembles neither wood nor stone. Revered as the spirit of all woods, and known as the fossil among them, it is said that one tael of blackwood is worth 1 tael of gold. Jiang Ning could not gauge its value. After all, no matter how precious it was, it could not fill his stomach, rendering it worthless to a survivor. The blackwood was encased in transparent glass, making it difficult to extract. The explosion-proof glass would not shatter no matter how hard he struck it with a hammer. Jiang Ning donned a mask and took out a chainsaw from his space, the deafening sound ringing out. After considerable effort, he successfully sawed through the explosion-proof glass, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Indeed, the scent of blackwood was delightful. With no time to waste, he quickly stored this treasure in his space. Continuing with the chainsaw, he found South Sea Wongwali, agarwood, small leaf red sandalwood, and various other types of furniture, wood all worth a fortune, some covered in glass, others cordoned off with warning tape to prevent touching. Jiang Ning could not discern which woods possessed spiritual energy. He simply kept tossing them into his space. As he walked, he finally spotted a 1,000-craft bed made of red sandalwood. Exquisitely carved and stunningly beautiful, it was impeccable. Yet in the darkness it appeared somewhat eerie. The size was too large. The living room of the space was nearly overtaken by the RV, leaving no room for a wide bed. She had no choice but to roll up her sleeves and dismantle it. After taking it apart, she tossed it all into her space. The accompanying tables, chairs, benches, and dressing table, all without exception. There were also plenty of ancient furniture made from other materials, such as Hu-table's official chairs and concubine chairs, along with many that she could not name. To be honest, she was sweating as she smashed the exhibition case glass, even with several layers of a mask on her face. In a post-apocalyptic world, if this were peacetime, she feared she might have to step on a sewing machine to survive. She did not spare even wooden sticks in her quest. Jiang Ning was drenched in sweat, feeling dizzy. She found a place to sit and rest, pulling out chocolate to replenish her energy, followed by a can of Red Bull. Once her spirits improved slightly, she turned off the flashlight and slipped into her space. The space was scattered with many old furniture pieces, but most had already disappeared. Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene before her. The living room was about 30 square meters complete, with a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. Every room, including the kitchen and bathroom, had expanded. The master bedroom even had an added dressing room. Counting carefully, she realized there was an extra bedroom and study. Right now it was a 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 3 bathroom, and 1 study configuration. The spiral staircase reached the ceiling. It seemed there was still room for further expansion. More astonishingly, the black soil garden, which was only about 20 square meters last time, now appeared to be 300 square meters. Jiang Ning had made the right bet. The ancient woods with spiritual energy truly worked. Grateful to the blackwood, the red sandalwood, and all the spirits that had contributed to the space. As for those not recognized by the space, she had no intention of discarding them. They could serve as firewood in extreme cold. This trip was worth it, as she estimated around 400 square meters more, equating to 1,200 cubic meters. Exiting the space, Jiang Ning moved down to the next level. The 2 floors were filled with Chinese furniture, and there was so much that she couldn't collect it all. She could only rely on her intuition to pick the expensive items and toss them into her space. She piled everything in the garden layer upon layer. The space could consume what it could, and anything it could not would be taken out later for exchange. With an additional 1,200 cubic meters, Jiang Ning felt much more confident. As long as she didn't perish from hoarding, she would hoard with all her might. The 8th floor featured a service lounge, screening room, numerous restaurants, coffee shops, bakeries, and convenience stores, serving as a resting place for tourists and guests attending the exhibition. All the meat and vegetables had spoiled, but the restaurants had prepared ample stock in advance for the exhibition guests. Just the rice, flour, and various grains amounted to over 10,000 pounds, with over 300 barrels of oil and a wide variety, along with various seasonings, teas, wines, and drinks. She even found 20 unopened bottles of premium caviar and 30 bottles of Lafite red wine in a high-end restaurant, all still within their shelf life. The refrigerators storing expensive ingredients came with built-in power supply boxes. All 3 large refrigerators were filled with steaks, lamb chops, foie, gratin, blue lobsters, Parmigiano cheese, and more. Unexpectedly, the harvest was so substantial that Jiang Ning took the refrigerators along with her. Apart from the expired and moldy products in the convenience store and bakery, she wanted everything else. She cleared out the coffee shop, taking away coffee beans, sugar, milk, and even the coffee machine. In total, she added over 100 cubic meters of supplies. After thoroughly exploring the 8th floor, she discovered a large maintenance supply room containing 2 powerful generators. In such a large exhibition center, it was likely they were for temporary emergencies during power outages. To operate the generator, diesel was required. Jiang Ning searched the engine room, but found no diesel. Jiang Ning pried open the warehouse of the supply department in the maintenance section and finally found diesel in a room. 160 liters per barrel. There were 30 barrels totaling 480 liters, or around 4 tons. Coincidentally, with the international exhibition and an once-in-a-century typhoon, it was impossible to prepare for power outages with just this little diesel. Thus, she pried open all accessible areas, and indeed found 2 more rooms containing diesel, bringing the total to 12 tons. Both the speedboat and the RV could run on diesel, enough for her to use for a long time, and in her excitement, she stored everything in her space. Although there were several solar power storage boxes in the space, who would make such choices? I want it all. Grabbing her tools, she tried to disassemble the generator as completely as possible, packing up the maintenance department's tools and parts. On the 7th floor and below were various styles of modern furniture, and Jiang Ning continued to collect as she walked. She actually preferred modern furniture, as the designers had fully considered the needs of those living in small spaces, many pieces having folding functions. With an extra 120 cubic meters of space, Jiang Ning grabbed anything she could, acting with extreme recklessness. Beds, latex mattresses, sofas, wardrobes, TV stands, nightstands, tables, chairs, rocking chairs. She sat down to rest when tired, checking her space and time. The wooden furniture she collected later only lost a small part, showing that the vendors were indeed quite cunning, often selling fake goods disguised as genuine ones. The space was definitely a treasure hunting machine. Climbing up the spiral staircase, she found an additional living room. Otherwise, there were no further changes. She swept through to the 5th floor, choosing only durable and sturdy items other than what she could use herself. In a post-apocalyptic world, there was no need for frills, as anything taken out might raise suspicions. Spending too much time at the exhibition center, she took out her phone and found it was already 3 in the afternoon. Leaving in the speedboat, she discovered 2 buildings under construction on her way back. Thinking of the devastation from earthquakes and the ruins everywhere, she hesitated for a moment, but then drove her speedboat over. The buildings were completed and in the renovation stage, with many materials already moved to the floors. Jiang Ning uncovered the waterproof cover, revealing sand, cement, lime, powder glass doors, and windows tiles, waterproof coatings, and more. The renovation progress varied, with different materials stacked on each floor. Sand was easy to obtain, so there was no need to waste space on it. Other materials were difficult to regenerate. Even if the government were to rebuild later, not everything could be produced. As Jiang Ning walked up, she collected items into her space, piling them in the black soil garden. She noticed that since the space expanded to the second floor, the garden's height capacity had also changed, now level with the second floor. This change meant that the usable area of the garden had increased from 900 cubic meters to 1800 cubic meters. Fortunately, construction materials did not take up space, so she collected everything she found. The garden couldn't preserve items. Jiang Ning remembered to collect a piece of waterproof and light-blocking cloth to cover the cement, lime, powder, waterproof coatings, and other materials. After finishing gathering, she suddenly thought of the several safes left in her space. So she took them all out and began to pry. The alarms sounded loudly, and she stuffed earplugs into her ears as she gradually pried open the safe door. The 4 safes from the Jade store were empty. It seemed that the entire space had been cleaned out. Next, she pried open the personal collection vault of the domineering CEO, and unexpectedly a gun fell out from inside. Is this something that can be collected? Indeed, the domineering CEO had a penchant for challenging the law. Besides the pistol, there were also 2 boxes of bullets, a total of 200 rounds. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to possess such items. This was a pleasant surprise, though Jiang Ning had never touched a real one. Her school had a shooting club where she practiced shooting with rubber bullets and was somewhat accurate. With this item, she could sleep more soundly, and she once again thanked the CEO for his contributions. Now the last safe was found in the domineering office. This shouldn't be a banned item, right? Just pried it open, and the whole box was filled with paper. No, to be precise, it was money. A stack of 10,000, a full 100 stacks. 1 million, all brand new bills. This was something Jiang Ning hadn't expected if she had received this money before the natural disaster. She might have been sewing on a sewing machine. Although the banknotes hadn't been voided, they had already depreciated significantly, but better than nothing. She stuffed the money into her backpack and threw the safe into the flood. The 18th floor could barely be considered a team effort. It wasn't easy to go out alone. Jiang Ning took out her phone to check the offline map, wanting to see if there were any nearby places worth visiting. There was a commercial technology museum, but it was in the neighboring U-City. U-City was the provincial capital, but the commercial technology museum was built on the outskirts, only 20 kilometers from the town. Besides continuing to expand her space, she didn't have anything she specifically needed at the moment. Things like ships and planes were out of the question. She could only say to walk around and see if she could find something useful. After determining her route, she headed towards the U-City Commercial Technology Museum. Everywhere was a vast sea, and unfamiliar with the route, it took almost an hour. Only 2 floors of the Technology Museum were still above water. U-City was crowded, and the Technology Museum had no idea how many times it had been searched. It was in disarray, with almost everything that could aid their survival having been taken away. After browsing around, and just about to leave, the flashlight inadvertently illuminated an orange ball. Round like a ping-pong ball, its color was exceptionally bright, with a diameter of about 3 meters. Is this an escape pod? Jiang Ning had once stumbled upon it in a video, a pod designed to withstand earthquakes and tsunamis. Picking up the promotional brochure on the ground, she realized her guess was correct. Made of 3 layers of aerospace-grade tested metal shell materials, it could withstand external impacts from sharp objects, as well as high temperatures and high-pressure environments without deforming, providing extremely strong protection. The internal escape chamber was equally sturdy, with high-energy welding technology combined with the design of safety belts and shock-absorbing seats, allowing people to hide inside the escape capsule with a great sense of security. The latest upgraded version on display had GPS positioning systems, oxygen supplies, lighting devices, drinking water, and food. The storage of drinking water and the quantity of food were determined by the internal space. A single-person escape pod could store enough for 5 days, while a pod for 510 people could last half a month. The single-person version had a diameter of 0.8 meters, while the one in front of her was about 3 meters tall, likely the largest model. Jiang Ning opened the hatch and found 6 shock-absorbing seats inside. The space was quite spacious. She could stretch her arms and legs, equipped with a mini toilet processor and a water storage bubble at the bottom that ensured it would float if it fell into water. There were many sealed compartments around, likely for storing living supplies, and it came with a first aid kit. When an earthquake or tsunami struck, one could climb inside to hide, isolating themselves from the external disaster. Once the disaster ceased, they could trigger the first aid signal device and await rescue. From the placement, there should still be a single-person escape pod, but it had already been taken away. The one in front of her was far too heavy, even a group of people couldn't lift it. Jiang Ning tried to push it, but found it impossible, so she decisively stored it in her space, thinking it might come in handy during an earthquake someday. Coming here today was indeed a treasure find. It was already getting late, and Jiang Ning decided to leave. Returning to the Jinrong community, the sky was overcast and nearly dark. Just as she was about to enter the community, she noticed some commotion not far away, accompanied by fierce dog barking. Through blurred vision, Jiang Ning took out her binoculars. She saw several men and women standing on two rubber boats, wielding wooden forks and iron rods, continuously striking at the window ledge extending from the 5th floor. On the window ledge stood a damp dog baring its sharp teeth and barking furiously at them. "Quick, kill it, and we'll have meat to eat tonight." The men and women appeared extremely excited, raising their weapons and provoking the dog, which dodged and refused to back down, fiercely confronting them. When disaster struck unexpectedly, everyone was caught unprepared and all food was soaked in water, leading to many starving to death. Now seeing a dog, even if it was emaciated, could provide a meal, couldn't it? This was meat, who wouldn't want it? Their eyes gleamed with greed, wishing they could devour it whole. Jiang Ning initially wanted to ignore it, but the moment she saw the dog's face, she trembled. It was Calais. She had named it. Calais was abandoned by its owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant, escaping after biting the owner during the slaughter. With nowhere to go, it wandered near the university town, often hanging around a few eateries across the street, frequently chased away by the shopkeepers. At that time, Jiang Ning was reselling dog food, and every time she encountered it, she would scatter some dog food or throw a piece of sausage. The abandoned dog and the abandoned baby have only one difference: humans have orphanages, while stray dogs captured will be exterminated. At first it was very cautious and resisted Jiang Ning's approach, only eating after she had walked far away. Gradually, as it became familiar, although still wary, it would peek its head out from behind a tree, secretly watching her. Later it became fond of Yang Weitsong, always trying to get close to him, even giving up the dog food business, and forgetting about Calais. Their next meeting was during a harsh winter. Jiang Ning did not know how it had survived. All its fur had fallen out, it was covered in festering frostbite, and it was so thin that only bones remained. Yet, even like this, when it saw her being bullied by several evildoers, it rushed in, without hesitation, fiercely biting them. If it hadn't lunged, the baseball bat would have struck her head. To protect her, Calais was beaten to death by the chaotic blows, never releasing its grip on the wrist of the man it was biting. She survived, but it was killed and cooked for food. Reborn, she searched nearby several times, but could not find any trace of it. How absurd and ridiculous it was, as she had opened her heart to Yang Weitsong, yet he merely watched her be killed by demons. But the stray dog she had occasionally fed had sacrificed its life to protect her. Calais, upon reuniting Jiang Ning, was in tears. Without any hesitation, she hurriedly steered the speedboat over, shouting, "Calais." The stubborn dog on the window ledge brightened its eyes at the sound, instinctively looking in her direction. In a moment of distraction, it was struck hard by a bat, letting out a piercing scream. It turned and leaped towards the attacker, biting wildly. The rubber boat rocked violently as Calais bit the assailant's body, while others came to help, swinging their clubs down. It dodged left and right, agilely jumping. The clubs instead struck the bitten victim, letting out a harrowing wail. Another rubber boat rode over, but due to the swift current, it lost control and collided with the other boat, causing two people to fall directly into the water. "I'll help, save me." Before they could react, Calais leaped, pouncing towards the oncoming rubber boat. With strong jumping ability, the dog knocked a person down heavily. After a few brief exchanges, 3 people had fallen into the water, successfully biting 2. One person pulled out a knife and stabbed it fiercely. Jiang Ning steered the speedboat over, directly capsizing the rubber boat, then made a sharp turn, shouting, "Calais." Calais pushed off forcefully with its front and back legs, its emaciated body leaping 3 to 4 meters, landing steadily on Jiang Ning's speedboat. The engine roared and floodwaters splashed up. By the time they scrambled back onto the rubber boat, there was no sign of the speedboat left. The sky was gloomy, and they couldn't even see the woman's face clearly. The plan to eat dog meat was thwarted, and several people were injured. Oh, what a stroke of bad luck. They cursed loudly. The speedboat rushed into the community and stopped under the apartment building. Jiang Ning's vision was blurred by the rain, and she eagerly reached out to hug Calais, but to her surprise, Calais stepped back, its eyes filled with vigilance and caution. Its condition was poor, its mouth was bleeding, most of its fur was gone, and it had many mottled wounds. It was evident that being surrounded by humans like this was not the first time. In this apocalypse, to survive, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Not to mention stray dogs. Even before the typhoon, many people in the community kept pets, treating them better than themselves, but now where were their shadows? Jiang Ning dared not think about how it had survived during this time. "Calais, don't be afraid." Jiang Ning tried to comfort it. "From now on, we'll live together, and as long as I have food you won't go hungry. Yet it still kept its distance, not letting its guard down at all. Jiang Ning had no chance to get close, let alone pet it. After thinking for a moment, she took out a sausage from her bag, tore open the packaging, and tossed it over. Even with delicious food in front of it, Kayleigh remained cautious, slowly approaching to sniff, then suddenly gulping it down, before continuing to stare at her. Jiang Ning tore off 10 sausages before she could barely touch its head. Faced with her offering, Kayleigh was unwilling and wanted to jump into the flood to escape. Stray dogs not only have a strong sense of wariness, but also possess intelligence. They know this is human territory, and entering would mean being cooked in an iron pot. Those foolish peers had died this way. Having found it with great difficulty, Jiang Ning could not let it go and quickly took out a chicken leg. Then she dug out the dog food from her backpack to show it. Kayleigh, as long as you stick with me, you'll always have enough to eat. The dog food was something she had scavenged from a supermarket. While racing against the flood, she grabbed whatever she could, and only later did she realize she had brought back quite a bit of dog food in pet cans. She hadn't the heart to throw it away, thinking she could mix it with feed to raise rabbits. Little did she know it was meant for Kayleigh. Kayleigh's eyes were fixed on the dog food bag, seemingly lost in some memory. Holding the dog food bag, Jiang Ning saw it drooling at the sound. In the end, it surrendered. Jiang Ning successfully got it to the shore, her hardened heart melting like chocolate, smooth and sweet. In this filthy apocalypse, she finally no longer walked alone in the darkness, having found a partner who would share life and death with her. Wow, a dog, there's a dog. Grandma, I want to eat dog meat. Upon entering the apartment building, they quickly discovered a dog, instantly tempted to strike for a taste of meat. Cola bristled with fur, baring its teeth, and entering an aggressive stance, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Jiang Ning drew her blade, saying, "Who wants to eat my dog? Step forward." Everyone was shocked. When did the 18th floor start keeping a dog? How could they dare to raise a pet when they barely had food for themselves? You're feeding the dog while not feeding them. Fury surged within. Nonsense, this is a stray dog from outside. Someone with keen eyesight recognized Cola. It often lies across from the neighborhood. Well, I've seen it several times. Indeed, I've seen it too. Once it nearly bit my child. If we beat it, we can all share. Jiang Ning raised her blade, smashing the trash can beside the corridor into pieces. If you want to eat meat, you must first seek my permission. Thinking of how she chopped off heads like slicing watermelons, everyone stepped back in fear. Yet some were still unwilling. Little girl, that dog isn't yours. You can't be so domineering. It belongs to me, so it is mine. Everyone has it tough. How about this? Let's kill it, and you take half, and we'll split the rest. Others nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Let her take the big piece, and we'll just have some broth. I don't like eating. Jiang Ning sneered, swinging the knife towards the man who proposed the idea. Your meat should be quite good. The man stumbled back in fear, collapsing to the ground, his pants soaking with an unknown liquid. Damn, she really dares to kill. Thankfully, she didn't hit anything vital, but her arm was cut and bleeding profusely. Now, even with all their unwillingness, no one dared to ask for meat. They could only watch helplessly as she took the dog upstairs. Just when they had repelled those wanting dog meat, Yang Weitsong rushed in like a moth to the flame. Jiang Ning, you are so cold-blooded. He shouted angrily at her as he burst out of the room. Are you satisfied now? A Jian is dead. The others stood at the door, glaring at her with sinister expressions, showing no intention to dissuade Yang Weitsong. Before Jiang Ning could respond, Cola lunged forward, biting Yang Weikong's leg. Yang Weitsong never expected this, letting out a deafening scream as he swung the stick in his hand towards its head. Cola nimbly dodged, its eyes filled with a thirst for blood. It was this beast that was deemed too dirty and smelly, covered in fleas, and only a scooper would dare toss it into a dog meat shop. It was also because of this beast that Jiang Ning cut off its dog food, ignoring it ever since. The dog bore a grudge, rushing at him once more. Yang Weitsong was terrified, frantically waving the stick. Jiang Ning struck, forcing him back a few steps. "And Ning, are you hitting me for a dog?" Yang Weitsong was furious, his disheveled appearance revealing a hint of savagery. "Are you crazy? It's just a dog." "It is a dog, but you are not human. You killed a Jian, and yet you have the nerve to be justified." The logic of such a person was truly astonishing. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. "Did I injure a Jian? Yang Weitsong? Am I the one who didn't take him to the hospital, watching him die before my eyes?" Yang Weikong's face turned ugly as he was choked. "If it weren't for your cold-bloodedness, not helping, refusing to lend us money. Do you have any shame?" Jiang Ning looked at them coldly. "If I were you, with even a shred of humanity left, I would take a knife and go after the one who injured a Jian. 1 kill for revenge, 2 kills for profit. Yet all of you are cowards. Oh, not only do you not dare to seek revenge, but you also shift the blame for his death onto me, specifically targeting women and bullying them. Is soft food so delicious? Who is eating soft food? How much soft food do you think you've eaten?" Jiang Ning mocked. "And who gave you the courage to jump around in front of me?" With that, she stabbed the knife into Yang Weikong's thigh. Yang Weitsong screamed and fell to the ground while the others rushed over to help him. "Jiang Ning, let's talk this out. You are going too far." Jiang Ning walked upstairs. "This time, I stabbed your leg. Next time, it will be your heart. Cherish your chance to live." No one dared to rush forward, their faces filled with resentment. Su Mingyao, with her hair shorn, stood behind the door, her nose twisted in anger. What a bunch of useless fools. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene before her. The door at the stairway was covered in spikes. To be precise, the door was welded with countless iron nails with the points facing outward. Not just one door, all three were like this. Not to mention humans, even mice couldn't squeeze through. Meanwhile, 3 men and 1 woman were busy welding, sparks flying, emitting blinding light. Seeing her approach, Zhang Chao lifted his protective mask. "And Ning, how do you like our fortress?" While searching for materials, we found acetylene welding in the compound and brought back rebar and iron nails to transform the 18th floor into an impregnable fortress, allowing us to sleep soundly at night without constantly fearing someone breaking in. Regarding Zhang Chao and Lu Ye's creativity, Jiang Ning could only give a thumbs up, not knowing what else to say. Rumors were swirling about the 18th floor having supplies, and it would be strange if Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao had no part in it. Rather than living in fear, it's better to create layers of hard protection. 3 heads are better than 1, perhaps that's the strength of this team. Jiang Ning was quite pleased, or at least she couldn't have come up with this idea. "Why, you brought a dog back?" Zhang Chaos' eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lu, you were having dog stew tonight." Cola decisively turned around, tired, and no longer wanting to love, just walked away. Jiang Ning knelt down to comfort it, then turned to Zhang Chao, seriously saying, "This is my dog. If you dare to touch a single hair on it, it'll stew you first." "When did you get a dog?" Zhang Chao was surprised. "This clearly looks like a stray dog. Isn't it that stray dog from the entrance of the neighborhood?" Lu Yu felt it was somewhat familiar. In the past, and Ning often fed it. "It saved my life once." Jiang Ning's expression turned serious as she laid down the rules. "I didn't bring it back for you to eat. If you dare to lay a finger on it, I won't be polite." From the office building, we scavenged some yak jerky, sausages, and ham. While Zhang Chao and the others were being frugal, they weren't particularly craving meat. In this special environment, how many people had slaughtered their pets to eat? Who would waste precious food to keep a dog? Food is a life-saving necessity. How many people die of hunger every day? Not just Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, even Zheng Weili couldn't understand. Yet Hua Yixin made a shocking remark. "This shepherd dog has a good physique. If trained well, it could handle 2 or 3 adults at once. You do have an eye for this." Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at him differently. Just now it was surrounded by 7 or 8 people, yet it didn't let them gain any advantage, and even overturned a rubber boat. A weakling Lu Yu. A weakling Zhang Chao. This dog is remarkably perceptive. Its gaze upon them sends chills down one's spine. "We are all dog lovers, and we firmly oppose eating dog meat." Zhang Chao was the first to relent, saying, "Aining, can you please make it stop looking at me like that? I'm so." Zheng Weili understood her feelings, but as a friend she advised, "Aining, under normal circumstances I would absolutely support you, but this is a special time and most of the food has been ruined in the water. We only managed to stock up because we reacted quickly, but your supply will last at most 6 or 7 months. We don't know what the future looks like, and the key is that large dogs consume a lot of food, so you must think it through carefully. Don't wait until you're out of food and regret it. By then it will be too late. For me, it's not just a dog, but family." Jiang Ning gently comforted the anxious Kailei, saying, "We can find more supplies if we run out. I will not abandon it." Zheng Weili had no intention to meddle. As long as she was sure of her decision, that was enough. Bringing Kailei inside, Jiang Ning took out dog food from her space and soaked it in sheep's milk. The sheep's milk was something she had bought from the supermarket, as she disliked its strong taste, but it was perfect for Kailei now. After finishing a large bowl of dog food, Kailei's previously sunken belly finally swelled up. It stood in front of the sofa, fixated on Jiang Ning, and suddenly tears began to flow from its eyes. Unprepared, it felt a flicker of hope. Its crying broke down Jiang Ning, who was sitting on the sofa. She held Kailei and wept, releasing a lifetime of fear, reluctance, loneliness, and despair. The dog's head rested on her shoulder, making soft whimpering sounds. Kailei was also crying, feeling grateful that she hadn't discarded it like the last owner, and not only did she hold it, but also provided good food. Did it dare to trust humans again? Woo-woo. Together the girl and the dog cried for a long time. After shedding tears, Jiang Ning felt a sense of clarity, free from the previous confusion and fear. Since her rebirth, accumulating supplies was simply a desire to survive, to live just a bit longer. But now it was different, and not only did she want to live well and long, but she also needed to protect Kailei. Calming down, she began to examine Kailei's body. There were numerous shocking old and new wounds, and it suffered from severe skin disease with a dense array of various sores, and its head was blackened, looking grotesque. Jiang Ning administered anti-inflammatory medicine, pulling out a shaver to shave off Kailei's fur. She disinfected the wounds with iodine and sprinkled on Yunnan Baiyao. Without having stocked pet medications, Jiang Ning rummaged through her medicine box to find a similar ointment and gently applied it on Kailei. Kailei didn't resist, but kept trying to lick it with its tongue. So thin that it was just skin over bones, the lack of fur made it even more distressing to look at. Jiang Ning found her number 7 jersey and put it on Kaylay, stroking its head. Once I fatten you up, you'll look handsome. I'm not worried about supplies. I have enough in my space for both Kaylay and me to last until we die. Besides, I can still plant in the black soil garden. The ground is damp and there's no dog bed, so I laid down some cardboard and fetched a durable lazy sofa from my space. Kaylay instinctively knew this was its new bed without needing to be taught. It felt soft and comfortable finally having a home. It lay in the bed and fell into a deep sleep weary. Jiang Ning, carrying a large backpack, knocked on the door of 1801, then gathered at 1803. In front of everyone, she opened the heavy backpack. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were shocked, repeatedly counting the stacks. 1 million. Jiang Ning nodded. I found it today when I was out shopping in the cashier's office of an office building. If this were before the disaster, it would be strange if people didn't get excited. But now, facing this thick stack of money, they felt incredibly depressed. Now that we have money, we can't spend it. Rice is priced at 500 yuan per pound, and we can only buy 1 pound a day, and it's even dredged and dried from the water. We can eat it, but whether it will kill us is uncertain. How can so much money be spent? It feels like it could grow mold in their hands. Jiang Ning warned them. It's already good that we can still buy grains now. Oh, in the future there may not even be any available for sale. We can't even buy anything now. Lu Yu loved to gather information. They say it's a limited purchase, but the actual amount released every day is very small. Many people go to line up at midnight and still can't buy anything. However, there are people outside reselling food, also dredged and dried from the water, already selling for 2,000 yuan per pound. How ironic that 1 million can only buy 500 pounds of food. Do you have any connections? The government is cracking down on speculation. If caught, they confiscate and seize it, but not everyone has connections. Money will only become less valuable. More and more are trading goods. Who knows when money will become worthless? We need to think of ways to spend it tomorrow. If we can't buy food, how do we spend it? Whatever they sell in the department store, we will buy. Jiang Ning guided them towards the harsh cold. It's already October. We used to wear short sleeves, but now we need blankets to sleep. If this rain continues through winter, how are we going to survive? However, the 3 clueless individuals responded, all right, we'll raid the department store tomorrow and grab whatever we can find. 1801 remained silent, its deep eyes revealing no emotions. This person appeared to be part of the group, but was actually cold and vigilant. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through the hearts of people, which made Jiang Ning uneasy. Leaving 1803, just as she was about to enter her home, Hua Yishan suddenly spoke. Jiang Ning, can I discuss something with you? Please go ahead. I used to be a special police officer, but I moved here after retiring due to injury. Hua Yishan explained. When I received tasks, I often worked with police dogs, so I have some experience in training dogs. The dog you brought back, a Belgian Malinois, is a new breed of police dog that not only has great physical abilities, but also excels in obedience and combat strength. If it can be trained, well, its fighting capability could rival that of several adults, which would be beneficial for the 18th floor. Jiang Ning was surprised, as she had indeed suspected his military or police background at first, but after witnessing him kill, without blinking an eye, she dismissed that thought. He could either be a professional assassin or a bodyguard hired to eliminate threats. She never expected he was a special police officer. By his account, he had just retired, so how could he kill without blinking? While her suspicion lingered, she recognized that everyone has secrets, and as long as he didn't harm her, Jiang Ning wouldn't pry. She pulled herself back to the present, asking, what are your conditions? Even knowing that Kaylay is not inferior, one still hopes for it to become stronger. After all, no one can resist the temptation of dog meat under the threat of hungry death. Thus, Kaylay must become more powerful. Hua Yishan's request was simple. I will help you train the dog, and you will teach Dodo to read. Is that all it takes? Jiang Ning was somewhat dumbfounded. Dodo is both smart and well-behaved. You could easily teach it yourself. Hua Yishan's expression was a bit unnatural. I can't teach it literature. Training a dog is much easier. Jiang Ning felt a bit awkward. All right, let's exchange. He would help her train the dog, and she would teach Dodo to read. As soon as he opened the door, a shadow pounced, a low whimper revealing its anxiety and unease, its paws incessantly scratching at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning petted its head. It's all right, I'm not leaving. Stray dogs are not easily comforted, and he fed it a piece of sausage. Yet it remained restless, following Jiang Ning everywhere, not allowing her to leave its line of sight. Today was not just tiring, he was also ravenous. Unexpectedly reuniting with Kaylay was indeed worth celebrating, so Jiang Ning took out steamed ribs, drunken goose, farmhouse, stir-fried pork, and beer. Even when not hungry, the dog's eyes were fixated, drooling. Jiang Ning offered it a piece of light-flavored rib, while she relaxed by eating and watching a show. Kaylay was very greedy, jumping onto the sofa and lying on her occasionally, pushing her shoulder with its paw. Seeing Jiang Ning unmoved, it ran to its food bowl and brought it back, shoveling officer food. What a clever little guy. Jiang Ning tossed it a bone to chew. Don't overeat. There will be good food every day from now on. After eating, she still had to teach Kaylay how to go to the toilet. Not only Kaylay, but there were also those breeding rabbits and a litter of offspring. The glass-enclosed balcony was still damp, making the rabbits feel quite lethargic. She had to move a lot of cardboard to the toilet to make it better. Once they got used to it, they were not afraid of people and began to roam around the house. Kayleigh's eyes gleamed green upon seeing the rabbits instinctively pouncing to try to bite. Jiang Ning quickly stopped it with a fierce gaze. No. From now on, whether I eat meat or porridge, it all depends on them. Having interacted before, Kayleigh understood her temperament quite well and could only endure its itchy teeth. Not hungry now, I'll bite when I am. Kayleigh was quite sensible, and after over an hour of teaching, it solved its needs in the trash bin lined with a black garbage bag in the toilet. The rabbits, however, didn't gain wisdom. No matter how she taught them, they couldn't learn, causing her to clean several times a day. Jiang Ning felt exhausted. Kayleigh, from now on, the task of taking care of them is up to you. Be a sensible dog, helping the shoveling officer with chores. After finishing, it was already late at night. Jiang Ning went to bed, but Kayleigh dragged its bed in with her. Fine, who asked it to have no sense of security? She understood. Waking up several times throughout the night, all due to Kayleigh's disturbances. It was extremely sensitive to sounds, getting up at the slightest noise downstairs, guarding the stainless steel door without leaving. A long period of wandering life had also changed the dog's characteristics. It wouldn't easily make sounds that might alert enemies. Despite being just a unit building, it contained all kinds of human dramas and a plethora of dirty, ugly affairs. Around 7 in the morning, Kayleigh woke her with its anxious barking. When she opened the door, Yang Weikon's classmate was downstairs, knocking continuously. Jiang Ning Akong was injured by your stab yesterday and bitten by your dog. He has a fever now, and you need to take responsibility for this. Jiang Ning closed the door, washed up, and had breakfast. A simple bowl of pork bone vermicelli and 2 small steamed buns. Kayleigh had half a bowl of dog food and 4 small steamed buns. Just as she finished tidying up, Lu Yu came over to knock on the door, preparing for today's outing mission. Spend 1 million. The corridor had a sandbag set up, which Lu Yu and Zhang Chao had brought back for her to practice boxing. She must not use them as targets again. Arriving at the department store by 9, it was still crowded with people in line, but suddenly the loudspeaker announced that today's food supplies were sold out, advising those in need to come early tomorrow. I arrived at 12 last night. How could it be gone? I lined up at 9 last night, yet still didn't get my turn. Instantly a wail arose and public discontent simmered, but what could be done? With troops armed with live ammunition, now even charging in would not guarantee getting food. Wearied faces wandered back and forth, filled with reluctance, ultimately leaving disappointed. Most who came to the department store were primarily there for food, also picking up some other items along the way. Once the crowd dispersed, the vast mall suddenly felt empty. Compared to last time, the goods this time were noticeably fewer. Anything that could fill the stomach was snatched clean. However, purified tap water was being sold, requiring a self-provided container at 10 yuan per liter. Thinking of the floating corpses in the water, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao instantly lost interest. The mall mostly had electronics, clothing, bedding, and daily necessities. Even with money in hand, they couldn't spend it. Only 2 inflatable boats remained. Lu Yu thought of buying them as a backup, but hesitated upon seeing the price of 50,000 each. Jiang Ning had a clear goal of preparing extreme cold survival supplies for them. She wasn't lacking, but there was no way to hand over supplies to them. They had to find a way forward. The prices of essential living materials soared to the sky, while clothes and bedding hadn't increased much. After all, money needed to be spent wisely, and everyone wanted to save to buy food. Wandering around, she unexpectedly spotted a mink coat. The knee-length purple mink fur felt soft and was very warm when worn. Glancing at the price, it was 49999 yuan. Both men's and women's styles were available, with little price difference. Jiang Ning ordered 7 pieces in one go, including one for Kayleigh, planning to modify them when she got home. She spent a total of 350,000, and Lu Yu's heart bled. How about opting for something cheaper? If not now, would it be saved for toilet paper? Besides the mink coat, there were warm cotton clothes, down jackets, trekking jackets, quilts, socks, boots, thermal underwear, and more, allowing them to buy whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, there were no pet supplies, otherwise she would stock up for Kayleigh as well. Just as she was choosing, a middle-aged man suddenly walked over and whispered, "Miss, do you need food?" He had a shifty look, clearly not a good person. Jiang Ning had noticed him keeping an eye on her when she bought the mink coat, initially thinking he was a pickpocket or robber, but it turned out he was a food seller. What kind of food? Rice. Soaked. The middle-aged man nodded. I have unsorted rice too, but it's double. What's the price? Soaked is 2500 per gene, unsorted is 5000. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. How do I know if the soaked rice won't kill me when I eat it? Miss, don't worry, we conduct business with utmost integrity, no deception, elderly or young. He then pulled out a handful of broken rice from his pocket, which was yellowish and dull, but smelled fine. How much do you have? Whatever you want, I have that much. Jiang Ning calculated, deducting necessary expenses. 2,000 per gene. Ew, I want 250 gene. The middle-aged man, who had food in hand, was left speechless. Glancing at the man, Jiang Ning turned to find Lu Yu and the others, suggesting they try on the mink coats. There are only 10 pieces in the mall, and the styles and sizes may not fit, but I simply can't spend the money. Zhang Chao teased while trying on a coat. Why do I feel like I'm being kept by a rich woman? Jiang Ning replied with a look of disdain, sorry, you're not my type. The two exchanged banter when the man approached again, saying, Miss, if you really want it, we can negotiate. With all four of them standing together, he dared to come closer, indicating he was not here to rob them. Jiang Ning explained the situation, and both Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were very pleased, even taking a handful to taste. It feels almost the same as what we buy in the mall. Rest assured the quality is absolutely impeccable. Surprisingly, the man received a large order and was quite excited, saying, I only brought 500 pounds with me, but if you want we can arrange it. The four of them huddled together to discuss, with Hua Yishan expressing his concerns. We can take it, but we must be wary of them being underhanded. The safest method is to conduct multiple transactions. Once they agreed, Jiang Ning returned to negotiate with the man, saying, It'll take 250 pounds, but we need to split the pickup into 50 pounds each day, and we'll trade at the entrance of the department store. The man paused for a moment. I can't make that decision, but I can ask right away. Oh, please wait a moment. He then hurriedly left the mall. Jiang Ning set aside 5,000 and gathered what she needed without spending it all. In the end, she grabbed an additional mink coat to make the amount sufficient. She brought several compression bags and packed all the clothes and blankets after paying. While many were starving without money or food, a wealthy person was splurging 5,000, which nearly made the cashier's eyes pop out, feeling like they had encountered a spendthrift. Just as they left the department store, the sharp-faced monkey waiting at the entrance quickly approached them, saying, Our boss agreed, we can proceed with the transaction. He glanced at a masked man not far away who was carrying a heavy snakeskin bag. Exchanging glances, they moved to a secluded corner. Hua Yishan walked over to check, confirming the quality was fine before nodding at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning handed the prepared black garbage bag to the sharp-faced monkey, which contained 1,000. The sharp-faced monkey stuffed it into a large backpack and quickly checked it. The department store had military presence to maintain order. No one dared to engage in illicit activities. After the money and goods were exchanged, they agreed on the transaction time for the next day, and the four of them quickly boarded a speedboat to leave. The boat was stocked with supplies, while Lu Yu and Zhang Chao remained vigilant of their surroundings, and Hua Yishan took a detour to avoid crowded areas. Although the detour was much longer, it provided a clearer view, allowing them to spot any approaching individuals immediately. Suddenly, Lu Yu, holding binoculars, exclaimed, What is that? Zhang Chao followed his gaze, seeing something floating in the distance. Is it a corpse? Jiang Ning took the binoculars and focused for a while, stating, It seems to be a pig, a live pig. Everyone was astonished and observed closely. It's a pig alive. They couldn't believe there was a live pig. How long had it been since they had eaten pork? Dog meat was forbidden, but surely they could have pork. The speedboat slowed down and turned towards the pig drifting in the current. Indeed, it was a live pig, and it looked quite substantial. Pigs can swim, but they can't withstand the vast flood, merely drifting along with the current. The pig didn't fear the approaching humans, even making sounds that seemed like cries for help. As they paddled closer with the speedboat, Zhang Chao leaned out to grab the pig by its front legs. The pig squealed and struggled, but not too intensely, likely exhausted from being in the water for too long. The group worked together to pull the pig aboard. It had a large frame, but was quite underweight, looking like it weighed over 200 pounds. The pig lay on the speedboat, gasping for air, making sounds of distress. Suddenly, Jiang Ning pulled out a stun gun, and the pig let out two piercing screams before being electrocuted into unconsciousness. Lu Yu, Zhang Chao, Hua Yishan spoke. Let's find a place to butcher it. We can't take it back. If someone discovers it, it could lead to serious trouble. Zhang Chao quickly regained composure, saying, How about we head to the construction site nearby? There's no one around, and it's not too far from here. Thus the speedboat set off in another direction. About 6 to 7 kilometers away, several buildings under construction were submerged in water. After anchoring the speedboat, the three men lifted the pig ashore, while Jiang Ning handed them the butchering knife. She did not participate in the butchering, instead, she took the opportunity to head upstairs while they worked. The higher she went, the more construction materials she found, including plenty of cement, bricks, and rebar. Jiang Ning was not shy about it. The black soil garden had over 180 cubic meters, and she needed to find a way to stock it up. She collected everything, although it seemed useless now, it was essential for post-earthquake reconstruction. Anyone could come to this place, and she wasn't worried that Lu Yu and the others would suspect her. When she came down from the building, the pig had already been butchered. With 1801 as the main butcher, and Lu Yu and Zhang Chao assisting, they were discussing how to divide the pork. Everyone except Jiang Ning was a culinary novice. 1801 was particularly disaster-prone, as he could butcher without flinching, but couldn't even boil porridge without burning it. If they couldn't even handle the pork, there was no hope for the offal, so they unanimously decided to divide the pork into 4 portions and give the offal to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning did not refuse, saying, All right, I'll prepare it and call you over to eat later. 1803 took half a pig, while the remaining half was split between 1801 and 1802. Hua Yishan asked Jiang Ning, Which half do you want? The upper half, please. Actually, the lower half had more meat, but the pig's face could be braised and the skull could be used for soup. Huishan felt he had gained an advantage and cut a bit extra for her. Jiang Ning noticed this, but said nothing. Limited by her home environment, she directed the cutting into small pieces and then packed them neatly into black plastic bags, making it impossible for anyone to tell what was inside. Lu Yu expressed some concern, saying, "If we eat the meat, won't others find out?" Jiang Ning reassured him, "We're on the top floor. If anything drifts, it will go up. We'll keep the windows and doors closed while cooking, and even if some drifts out, the rain will wash it away. It should be fine." Lu Yu cheered, "Great, let's celebrate tonight." After enduring tough days for too long, some excitement was needed. "How about we cook together? If we do it separately, the flavor will be too strong," Zhang Chao suggested, keen on fostering good relations with the indifferent 1801, saying, "We're all family on the 18th floor." Lu Yu agreed, saying, "How about Jiang Ning takes the lead? You're the best cook among us." Seeing 1801 didn't object, Jiang Ning nodded. "I have hot pot base, why not have hot pot?" Everyone agreed, and their mouths watered at the mention of hot pot. Upon returning to Jinrong community, the 18th floor once again caused a stir. The boat was loaded with supplies, stirring jealousy that made people's eyes turn red, yet they had no other options. Many wanted to ally with the 18th floor, but they were flatly rejected. The four had prepared in advance, stuffing rice and pork into large backpacks, with the visible items being winter clothing and blankets. No matter how discreet they were, many still felt the sting of jealousy. But so what? The 18th floor was inhabited entirely by villains, especially that girl with the knife. Don't be fooled by the young girl's age. Her heart can be quite dark. The 8th and 12th floors are filled with her schoolmates, and it ended up with that woman having her ribs broken and her hair cut off. The man fared worse, bitten by a dog, and then stabbed. He was carried to the hospital in the morning. It's really too much to handle. Zion's team had just returned covered in dirt, bringing back only firewood. Everything that could be turned over had been rummaged through, even the moldy bread was snatched away. Looking at the bountiful harvest of the 18th floor, one can only sigh in envy. How can there be such a vast difference in the same building? Just arrived on the 18th floor, Kaylee rushed out of room 1803 and kept pouncing on Jiang Ning, whining nonstop in complaint. "The one who scoops the poop, didn't we agree not to abandon me?" What a lie. Dodo came over too, happily hugging her way. "Sister Kaylee and I were so well behaved today." Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Just as she was about to mention the little cotton-padded jacket from room 1801, Dodo suddenly pounced towards 1801. "A brother, I miss you so much." As per usual, everyone gathered in 1803 to distribute the spoils. Upon learning they had brought back a pig, Zhang Weili, while excited, expressed worry. "The fridge can't be used. How do we preserve the pork? A half pig can't be eaten in just a few days. It can't be allowed to spoil for nothing, can it?" Room 1801 said something astonishing. "I have a car refrigerator that uses a USB port. The meat should fit just right. However, the light is insufficient and charging is slow, so it can barely maintain operation." A car refrigerator. She seemed to have collected a few in her space. Jiang Ning hurriedly added, "The landlord also seems to have one. He'll go look for it in his room later." They had resolved the storage issue, but the pig in 1803 couldn't wait to go bad. Zhang Chao suggested, "How about you two eat from our side first?" Jiang Ning had no objections, but it still wouldn't be finished in just a few days. "You guys cut off the fatty meat to fry some lard tonight. We'll have hot pot, and anything left uneaten will be salted for preservation. The rain made it cooler. It could still be kept for a few days." Zhang Chao was quite tempted. "Aren't we having lunch? You can eat." "Hey, I need to go out again and see if I can get some dog food for Kaylee." Lu Yu expressed concern. "Should we accompany you?" "No need, you handle the half pig." Worried that these life-illiterate friends wouldn't know how to fry lard, Jiang Ning instructed, "Cut the pig skin separately. Don't fry it with the fat. Be careful of oil splattering." Back at home, Jiang Ning grabbed a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork, filled her stomach, treated Kaylee's wounds, and then planned to head out. Kaylee bit her pant leg, thinking she was going to be abandoned again. Jiang Ning patted its dog. "He'd be a good guard dog. He'll go stock up on meat for us." The pig was carried along with the water flow. She remembered there was a large pig farm upstream, and if it truly came from there, there would surely be more than one pig. The river upstream is connected by several hills, and it is very likely that the pigs would swim over to take refuge. The pork stored in her space was not much, and now with Kaylee to feed, Jiang Ning thought to take a chance. Hoping for a quick in and out, Kaylee stubbornly refused to let her go. Jiang Ning had no choice but to bring it along. After all, when it comes to finding prey, dogs are far superior to humans. Kaylee didn't have a raincoat, so she took a plastic bag, cut a few holes, and slipped it over its dog head. The look was terribly unappealing. Jiang Ning stifled her laughter and took a picture of the dog dressed in its plastic battle gear. One person and one dog set out, navigating the inflatable boat toward Fengshan. Fengshan isn't very tall. At the foot of the mountain is Fengshan Park, with vast lakes and attractions, but sadly everything is now submerged underwater. They found a flat area to land. Indeed, there were no people around, allowing them to store the inflatable boat in her space. The ascent had stone steps and a concrete path, To conserve energy, Jiang Ning decisively chose the ladder walking up the mountain, while keeping an eye on both sides of the road. In the roadside jungle, she vaguely spotted some pig droppings that hadn't been washed away by the rain. Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy. Her guess was indeed correct. As she walked, calamities suddenly barked and wanted to rush forward. Jiang Ning covered its mouth. Let's sneak into the village. Oh, no shooting, please. Calamities understood, immediately switching to silent mode, tail drooping down, with its eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint as it moved forward. Not far ahead, a pavilion appeared. Through binoculars, she was astonished to see 12 pigs sheltering from the rain inside the pavilion. Pigs are omnivorous. They can survive on grass as well, but they must have been washed up here for some time, as the fat on their bodies has all but disappeared. Seeing someone approaching, they seemed a bit anxious to leave, but after a few nudges they were too lazy to move. Since she couldn't store living creatures in her space, Jiang Ning took out her most powerful electric prod, the kind that could kill with a few shocks. Entering the pavilion, she chose the nearest one to act. The pig had no time to squeal before it fell with a thud. The rest of the pigs, frightened, rushed out of the pavilion. Calamities dashed ahead like lightning, fiercely hurting them back. Those that didn't listen were bitten. People, dogs, and pigs engaged in a chase in the rain. She pursued it blocked, and they had no wings to fly away. In less than 15 minutes, all 12 pigs were stunned. Jiang Ning administered a few more shocks to confirm their deaths before storing them in her space. Unexpectedly, calamities turned out to be quite the hunting dog, earning a reward of a salted chicken leg. Calamities, let's keep going, stock up on enough pork for a lifetime, and we can eat lavishly every day in the future. Woof. It wanted to eat meat. One person and one dog continued searching along the mountainside. Calamities fully utilized its advantages, leading the way in search of prey. Pigs are social animals, and under calamities' guidance, Jiang Ning quickly found a second group, this time consisting of 9 pigs similar in size to the previous ones. One person chased while one dog flanked, darting through the forest. Although the slope wasn't steep, running could easily lead to slipping. Humans slipped, pigs slipped, yet the dog moved agilely, skillfully heading in Jiang Ning's direction. Once again, all 9 pigs were captured. With 21 pigs in tow, Jiang Ning walked as if a wind was. They found the 3rd and 4th nests in succession, and even killed quite a few stragglers, totaling 68 pigs, which could yield at least over 10,000 pounds of pork. After searching Fengshan twice, no trace of pigs was found. By now it was evening, and Jiang Ning with calamities started down the mountain. As they walked, the dog suddenly dashed out like an arrow, quickly disappearing into the jungle. Worried for its safety, Jiang Ning hurriedly chased after it. By the time she arrived, she saw calamities frantically digging in the dirt, barking fiercely, woof woof. Its barks were fierce, and its eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Jiang Ning surveyed her surroundings and discovered rabbit droppings. This fellow often went hungry and cherished survival supplies even more than she did, not sparing even the wild rabbits. Cunning rabbits have their hiding places. Jiang Ning began searching nearby, and soon found an entrance, hurriedly blocking it with mud. Before long, a gray shadow darted out from the hole and scurried away. Calamities dashed after it like lightning, biting its neck and slamming it to the ground. After a few rounds, the gray rabbit lay still. Then it proudly brought it back to Jiang Ning, as if claiming credit for the catch. After enjoying the thrill of the hunt, she reached back into the hole and pulled out a large gray rabbit. Unstoppable, she continued to dig. Again she found 3 medium-sized rabbits, a family of rabbits, all neatly together. Wild rabbits lack the breeding value of domesticated ones, and given that she and calamities were not short on meat, she decisively killed them and tossed them into her space. On her way back, she deliberately detoured to the pig slaughtering area and collected all the construction materials stacked from the other buildings into her space. The space consumed the items, leaving calamities wide-eyed in shock. Woof. Jiang Ning patted its head. Don't be afraid, a sister will perform some magic. Upon returning to the community, the sky gradually darkened. Countless eyes were still watching. Seeing Jiang Ning return with only a bundle of firewood brought them some balance. People on the 18th floor weren't always so lucky. Just as Jiang Ning reached the building, Zhang Chao came out. Why did you take so long? Lu Yu and I were just about to go find you. I searched several places, and we didn't find even a crumb of dog food, not even a furry piece of bread, Jiang Ning replied wearily. The nearby areas have been turned upside down, and it's not easy to find anything. Lu Yu expressed some concern. I've heard that some communities have been looted. We need to be careful even if we don't go out. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Ning entered her room to take off her raincoat and change clothes, pulling the green vegetables from the balcony. The vegetables had been treated with nutrient solution and were growing quite well, though the leaves were still slightly yellow, showing a difference from those grown under normal sunlight. However, they were doing well for a rainy day. Since eating only meat was hard on her stomach, she also picked up a bag of mushrooms, sprouting pleurotus and elm mushrooms, and headed to 1803. The 3 of them were astonished not just at the vegetables, but also at the fresh and plump mushrooms. Ning, you could participate in a survival challenge show now. I just got lucky when I moved and I happened to find a box of mushroom bags online. I didn't expect them to actually grow mushrooms, Jiang Ning said. There's nothing you can't figure out. Sticking with a Ning, well, never go hungry, they joked. The atmosphere was quite amiable as they busied themselves in the kitchen. Not long after, Huishan and Dodo also came over to help, bringing 10 eggs and half a pound of noodles. A Ning, it really relies on you being home, Jiang Weili laughed. When you're not here, the 18th floor is so quiet, but look at how lively it gets when you return. The mood was good and Jiang Ning was in high spirits. Just wait, I'll show you something special tonight. With 4 helping hands, they began to work. Zhang Chao chopped ribs, Lu Yu washed the lean meat, Jiang Weili picked vegetables, while Dodo clung to the mushroom bag. Sister, I want to grow mushrooms too. The little girl was exceptionally obedient. Jiang Ning nodded. All right, I'll give you one tomorrow, but you must take good care of it. Dodo instinctively looked at Huishan, seeming to seek his approval. Brother. Seeing the longing in her eyes, Huishan replied, remember to thank your sister. Dodo happily rushed over. Thank you, sister. I can grow mushrooms now. Jiang Ning rubbed her head. Take good care of it. Lu Yu nearly cut his hand while slicing the meat, so Jiang Ning had to step in, slicing the meat, thinly mixing it with a bit of oil, starch, and soy sauce to marinate. She first placed the hot pot base into the pot to fry, then poured it into the dual pot to cook. The other side was a light mushroom broth into which she tossed a few green onion roots and some rehydrated dried matsutake. The living room of 1803 was spacious. Everyone tightly closed the doors and windows and set up the dual pot on a portable gas stove. The rich and overwhelming aroma of hot pot soon wafted through the air. They sat around the hot pot, smiles beaming on their faces, salivating just from the smell. The ribs went into the pot and the marinated lean meat was ready to be served after just a minute. This is so blissful, Zhang Chao exclaimed, having burned his tongue. This meat is both tender and fragrant. The others were also not polite, each eagerly picking up their chopsticks. Dodo couldn't eat spicy food, so Huishan served her the non-spicy options. Jiang Weili teased her. Dodo, does a Ning's cooking compare to your brother's? Dodo cautiously glanced at her brother, and then beamed a sweet smile. Brother's cooking is also delicious. Well, who doesn't know that Huishan's cooking skills are inversely proportional to his looks? He's even worse than Lu Yu, who relies on soft power. Where's Kale? Zhang Chao turned around to look. Jiang Ning replied, while eating at home. Call it over. It's Jiang Weili really liked the dog. Kale is amazing. It knows immediately when there's any commotion downstairs, as if it has ears that catch the wind. Its energy was particularly abundant. Even combined, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were no match for it. With it watching over the house, we can finally sleep well at night. Dodo also liked Kale, and everyone agreed in the future they would need to work together and not treat anyone specially. Jiang Ning felt somewhat moved. All right. She opened the door and let Kale bring its food bowl over. Dodo picked up a rib from the bowl and secretly stuffed it into Kale's mouth. The two little ones couldn't eat spicy food, so they could only scoop from the mushroom broth, which was delicious and sweet. Zhang Chao grabbed a few cans of beer. Come on, we finally had a good meal today. Let's celebrate. Each person took a can of Dodo drank Sprite, while Kale had rib soup. Woof. Lu Yu sipping his beer sighed. If it weren't for the flood downstairs, who would know this was the apocalypse just from our meal? Zhang Chao livened up the atmosphere. Look ahead. As long as we work together, every day will be this good. After they finished the meat, they added kelp and winter melon. The winter melon was brought by Jiang Ning. It lasts a long time and won't spoil for months. The elm mushrooms were very fresh, leaving a lingering taste in the mouth. The vegetables were also tender after a quick dunk in the soup. None of them had eaten greens since the typhoon, and now eating them felt so comforting, like a starved ghost. If it weren't for a Ning, I would have forgotten what vegetables taste like. The nutrient solution we brought back is good. It promotes the rapid growth of greens, so we won't lack for them in the future. This was great news, and the group was thrilled. Greens are wonderful, and eating them lifted their spirits. While chatting and eating, they ended up adding several handfuls of noodles to the pot, leaving everyone stuffed. Despite stockpiling quite a bit of supplies under Zhang Chaos' strict guidance, Jiang Weili and Lu Yu dared not splurge. The three of them only ate to about 70%, full mainly porridge and noodles, even reluctant to eat rice. Today's meal was so satisfying it felt like a dream. If the flood receded and they woke up, it would still be their familiar world. How could there be an apocalypse? Every night they dreamed, yet in both dreams and reality, they remained submerged in water. Today's meal released the pent-up frustration within them, and they needed to gather strength to keep going. One day this natural disaster will end, and the beautiful life they once had will return. After finishing dinner, the hot pot soup was too precious to pour away, as I plan to add noodles to it tomorrow. During these special times, having something flavorful is already a blessing. Who cares if there's an excess of nitrite? The fatty meat had been rendered down, the oil residue fried to a golden crisp, weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds, enough to last for quite a while. Jiang Weili took out the remaining dozens of pounds of meat and asked A Ning, how much salt should I use? There's not much salt, and using it sparingly might barely last a year. If I sprinkle 2 or 3 pounds at once, it would be too wasteful, but using too little could lead to spoilage. They were fortunate to find a pig this time, otherwise in the apocalypse, they wouldn't even get to smell fresh meat. However, they couldn't indulge too much and had to think about their future lives. Seeing that all three wanted to hoard the meat, Jiang Ning finally spoke up. The landlord's car fridge is quite large. They'll go back later to render the fatty meat. I think I can barely fit yours in as well. She considered bringing out one from her space to lend them, but their solar charger couldn't possibly support it. Zhang Chao and the others were excited and wanted to help cut the fatty meat and render it down. In front of her, they all seemed like clueless about life, yet they were all eager to help, worried that they might be scorned later. Jiang Ning dared not let them assist, saying, "No need, I can handle it myself. You all should wash up and rest." Upon returning home, she tossed dozens of pounds of meat into her space, took out a multifunctional massage bathtub filled with hot water plugged into solar power storage, and turned on some soothing music to rest with her eyes closed. Kaylay dragged over a bowl full of bones and lay beside her, gnawing on them. Perhaps recognized by the other bipeds, it appeared particularly excited, crunching the bones with a satisfying crack. Guarding food is a dog's nature, but Kaylay particularly liked this pooper scooper and intentionally left half a bowl of bones for Jiang Ning, barking woof. Jiang Ning genuinely thanked it, saying, "You eat it yourself." She tossed a piece of sausage over. The next day, she slept in until she woke up naturally, while 1801, along with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, went to the department store to trade for broken rice, finding the task simple enough that they didn't bother to call Jiang Ning. In the morning, she enjoyed delicious fried dumplings with Kaylay. Jiang Ning not only rinsed her mouth, but also brushed the dog's teeth before carrying the pig's offal to 1803. She brought over a stool to process the pig's offal with Zheng Weili. Daodu ran over to join in, saying, "Sister, I'll help you." Jiang Ning was worried she would get her hands dirty and replied, "Go play with Kaylay." Once Kaylay arrived, the atmosphere on the 18th floor became much livelier. As long as there was any rustle downstairs, it wouldn't let anything slip past its ears. What reassured Jiang Ning even more was that Kaylay was a dog with principles. Daodu secretly stuffed oil residue into Kaylay's mouth, which drooled in temptation but wouldn't eat, staring at her with its watery eyes. Woo. Jiang Ning mischievously said it's poisonous. Kaylay was frightened, and the oil residue fell from its mouth. Jiang Ning suppressed her laughter. "It's not poisonous. I was just teasing you. Go ahead and eat." The dog was annoyed and cautiously started to eat after sniffing for a while. Zheng Weili laughed so hard her stomach hurt. "Kaylay is indeed clever. As long as you don't nod, it can resist the temptation." This vigilance was honed from being battered by life. Stray dogs had to face not only human chase, but also city management capture, as well as numerous dog thieves with all sorts of tricks. If it didn't possess some skills, it would have died countless times already. However, Kaylay was indeed quite clever, seeming much smarter than before, fully capable of understanding human speech, and even took on the role of her disciplinarian. De Hui and Xiao Bai were simple-minded, eating and excreting a lot, which made Jiang Ning headachy and frustrated. Kaylay with all its might bit down on one of them, pinning it down with its paw, rubbing it harshly. "This is what you get for messing around." It then grabbed its neck and dragged it to the toilet. "You dare to poop in front of me." Perhaps animals were easier to communicate with. After being severely scolded by Kaylay a few times, De Hui and Xiao Bai really learned their lesson. Today, upon waking up, she found them using the toilet. There were also 10 little bunnies, and Kaylay had a way to deal with them. No matter who made a mess, it would capture De Hui and Xiao Bai and give them a good beating, baring its teeth at them threateningly. "Are you going to behave? If not, I'll have a feast." Kaylay beat up the rabbits, and the rabbits retaliated against the little ones. There was nothing they couldn't learn. "My dog has become formidable," instantly turning into the boss of the territory with 12 little minions under its command. Around noon, 1801, and the others returned. Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili had already cleaned the pig's offal, preparing pig intestines, pig liver, and cutting some lean meat to marinate as pig scraps, while the fatty intestines were braised and cut into pieces. She arranged today's meals clearly. For lunch, each person would have a bowl of pig scrap soup and stir-fried fatty intestines. For dinner, onion, stir-fried pig heart, and pepper pig stomach stew. The remaining odds and ends would be saved for tomorrow. The vegetables and onions were Jiang Ning's, while the rice, flour, oil, and fire came from 1803. 1801 was also generous, always bringing back more than enough at each meal, but they knew their worth. None of them were calculative people, which is why they could gather together. Zhang Chao felt satisfied after eating. Ning, why don't you just cook from now on? When we cook, we just waste the ingredients." Jiang Ning decisively refused. "I won't be a housekeeper. Cooking occasionally is fine." "Why did you come back so late from changing supplies?" Zheng Weili asked with concern. "It made a Ning and me worry that something happened to you." Changing supplies went smoothly, and since it was still early, we went to a nearby office building, but found nothing. Zhang Chao recounted the day's events. "The rice at the department store has gone up in price again, and the stock is the gang that traded with us, the sharp-nosed monkeys, didn't take advantage of the situation, nor sent anyone to follow us. This group must still have some integrity. The rice costing 2,000 yuan a pound is something ordinary people can't afford. How much can they sell in a day while risking being caught? We are their big customers." Jiang Ning checked what they had brought back today. The quality was similar to yesterday's. The others, lacking experience, asked, Ning, how do we eat this rice?" "It's salvaged from the bottom of the water. Who would dare to eat it with peace of mind? It's hard to decide for a moment. Seal it well in bags, and only take it out to eat when we are truly short on food. Also pay attention to see if anyone has had issues eating this rice. If not, we can mix some in when we cook. Lu Yu deeply agreed. You think this through, Jiang Ning. By the way, those sharp-nosed monkeys not only sell grain, but also trade for other goods, exchanging tea, cigarettes, alcohol, or medicine. They have collected quite a bit, especially medicines. I've heard that hospitals are out of stock, and even if they have some, they're sold by the piece with prices skyrocketing. Having important supplies in hand undoubtedly provides more options for survival, which eased Lu Yu and the others' minds. How about we trade for some good rice back? Jiang Ning disagreed. Our outlay is already 5,000. That's enough to attract attention. We mustn't bring troubles upon ourselves. While we lack food, medicines will be even scarcer. In the end, we can exchange for more food, so there's no need to rush. After dinner, Jiang Ning left with 1801. 1801 asked, can we train today? It seemed he was truly eager to train the dog. Jiang Ning had no objections, squatting down to discuss with Kale. Kale, how about this? Big brother takes you for training every day from now on. Kale squinted, its eyes filled with vigilance and resistance, retreating 2 steps in discontent. With the presence of 1801, Kale just couldn't warm up to him. Undeterred by the dog's aloofness, Jiang Ning bent down and said to Kale, you're intelligent, and your combat prowess is no trivial matter. Yet the world beyond these walls has grown perilous. Only by growing stronger can you protect yourself and those you wish to shield. Jiang Ning ruffled the dog's head, smoothing things over. Kale, you'll protect me, won't you? The dog's gaze flickered between the 2 humans. It liked its current caregiver, and it liked the people on this floor having just sipped their pork offal soup. If it failed to grow stronger, would it be sold to a dog meat restaurant? After a moment's contemplation, it yielded. Its pitiful head nuzzled into Jiang Ning's chest. It would protect her, and she must never abandon it. Don't worry, we're separated by only 1 wall. We can meet anytime. Back in her room, Jiang Ning retrieved half a bag of dog food and handed it to Hoishin. Kale is clever, but holds grudges fiercely, and her temperament is stubborn as iron. Should she misbehave, please don't strike or scold her. Just let me know. What exactly do you take me for? Hoishin replied, exasperated yet amused. A human handover and a canine handover. Dodo beamed with delight. Kale, however, wore the glum expression of a condemned soul. After the exchange, Jiang Ning returned to her room and opened Dodo's backpack. Inside were early learning children's books and art supplies, all haphazardly assembled, clearly gathered at the last minute. Dodo, have you ever attended kindergarten? And Dodo shook her head, absently picking at her fingernails. No, nearly 5-year-old child who had never set foot in kindergarten. Yet her earlier cheerfulness had vanished the moment the subject arose. Sister, am I stupid? Dodo lowered her head deeply. All the other girls go to kindergarten, except me. And not at all. You're the brightest child of them all. Jiang Ning was no certified teacher, but since junior high she tutored students to earn money, especially coaching seniors preparing for the National College Entrance Exam. She knew every concept inside out. She'd never taught elementary students, but for her it posed no challenge. Flipping through the primer, she devised a plan. Begin with Arabic numerals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. First from 1 to 10, then 11 to 20. Not only teaching how to write them, but also revealing their underlying patterns. Though Dodo had never attended school, she'd absorbed language through television and daily interaction. At her age, concepts clicked instantly, and she obediently sat down to complete her assignments. Room 1801, though rugged in appearance, had thoughtfully prepared a full stationery set, pencils, erasers, everything in place. Within half an hour, Dodo had memorized numbers up to 100. Jiang Ning rewarded her with a candy. Our Dodo is truly extraordinary. Once mathematics concluded, they turned to Chinese language, beginning with pinyin. The bright child grasped concepts swiftly. After instruction, Jiang Ning assigned practice exercises, then settled onto the sofa to study hydroponic vegetable cultivation, eager to master it as soon as possible. Dodo didn't leave after finishing her work. Instead, she stroked the gray and white dogs while reciting the pinyin mnemonic song. When room 1801 failed to arrive on schedule to collect her, Jiang Ning cooked instant noodles with sausage, and the little girl lit up with pure, unguarded joy. Awakening from her afternoon nap, Jiang Ning faintly heard the patter of running paws. Opening the door, she saw Kale sprinting full tilt down the corridor toward the rooftop staircase, engaging in relentless back-and-forth sprints, moving so fast she blurred like a bolt of lightning. Room 1801 stood at the threshold, face stern, issuing silent hand signals. Even yearning to greet its master, Kale obeyed without pause, each gesture demanding another lap, another burst of speed. Jiang Ning frowned, fearing the dog might break under the strain. Only after 50 rounds did room 1801 finally signal for her to stop. Kale panted heavily, tongue lolling, but her eyes blazed with exhilaration. No need to fret. The Belgian Malinois is not only energetic but exceptionally enduring. Running 50 kilometers daily poses no difficulty. Letting her idle would only fester her spirit. Hua Yishan finished speaking, then crouched to stroke Cola's head. Good dog. Upon completing training, he offered her a meat strip as reward. Cola refused to eat it. Instead, she picked it up gently and carried it straight to Jiang Ning, caregiver. This is my earned ration. For you. Jiang Ning laughed. Fine, I'll keep it safe for you. Then she returned to room 1801 side, standing at attention. Today's training officially concluded. During the handover, Hua Yishan asked, how is Dodo progressing? And she's exceptional. She's mastered numerals up to 100 and all basic letters. Feel free to test her at random when you return. Before he could inquire about Cola, a commotion erupted downstairs and swelled rapidly in volume. Peering from the stairwell, Jiang Ning saw refugees returning from the shelter attempting to set up camp in the hallway, only to be met with fierce resistance from the original residents. As floodwaters rose relentlessly, the shelter grew increasingly overcrowded. Scarce food, restless sleep, and constant vigilance against theft or assault. Returning to live in the building's corridors, by contrast, felt infinitely more comfortable. Yet the original residents refused to yield. Natural disaster was calamity enough. Now strangers sought to dominate shared passageways, turning them into spaces for eating, sleeping, and relieving themselves. It was maddening beyond words. It felt akin to having a ravenous wolf dwelling just beyond the door, ready at any moment to force its way in. Who among them could remain calm? After all, before the typhoon abated, such incidents had occurred more than once, and everyone had grown wiser. No one dared extend kindness so easily anymore. No floor welcomed the returnees, so they ascended level by level until the knock echoed at the 17th floor stairwell. Family 403 appeared, gaunt and hollow-cheeked, clothes grimy and reeking, visibly repelling even the most compassionate glance. Humph! How clever of them, conspiring to push these people upward, straight to the 18th floor. Please, let us stay by the rooftop door. We'll disturb no one. The family 403 knelt on the floor, weeping bitterly. Begging me is futile, Jiang Ning replied firmly. This unit has an elected floor leader, chosen by all residents. Take your concerns to him, he will resolve them. If he cannot even manage such a small matter, then perhaps he ought to step down. In family 403 wasn't foolish. They understood instantly. They dragged their elderly and children back to the 13th floor and simply refused to leave. We've lived here for over a decade. Let's see who dares evict us today. Fine. If we can't stay on the 13th floor, summon floor leader He. Whatever he assigns us, we'll accept without protest. 15 minutes later, He Jian stormed up the stairs, furious, pounding on doors, demanding that the 18th floor open its gate, as family 403 wished to reside by the rooftop door. He received only silence. The 18th floor lay unnervingly still. He nearly kicked the door down, until his eyes fell upon the sharp, hardened iron spikes embedded across its surface. Swallowing his rage, he retreated inward. No floor relented. In the end, family 403 settled, cramped and reluctant, on the 13th floor. Days passed. Floodwaters rose. Under Jiang Ning's tender care, Cola's mange scabbed over, her ribs vanished beneath healthy flesh. Coupled with room 1801's rigorous training, subtle muscle contours began to emerge along her flanks. Room 1801 drilled holes into the corridor's ceiling and installed a sturdy rope, specifically to train the Malinois explosive leaping ability. With a swift rune-up and powerful launch, Cola soared effortlessly over 2 meters, clamping her jaws around the rope and swinging like a pendulum. So long as room 1801 gave no command to release, she held on, teeth locked, unwavering. One had to admit, though room 1801 lacked experience raising children, he was a masterful canine trainer. Basic commands were effortless, but it was his sheer presence, the icy intensity of his gaze, that left the deepest impression. And, wait, why did Cola seem increasingly reminiscent of him? An imposing aura, a gaze sharp as frost, a single glance, a subtle gesture, was all it took for perfect mutual understanding. Jiang Ning felt a pang of irrational jealousy. Room 1801 had stolen her dog. Jiang Ning felt a pang of jealousy. Hua Yishan had taken her dog away. Fortunately, Calais recognized her as its owner and would burrow into her arms every time they returned from training, always carrying its food bowl when they went out. There was no choice. Even dogs were disdainful of Hua Yishan's cooking, so Jiang Ning had to prepare dog food in advance. Looking at Calais, who had undergone a transformation, Zheng Weili scoffed at Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, saying, "Look at you two, you can't even compare to a dog." Although it rained all day long, no one was idle. Zheng Weili practiced with these two weaklings daily. Whether their physical ability improved was uncertain, but seeing their bruised faces, Jiang Ning felt they could still take a beating. She felt a sudden urge to test them. Their dodging movements were surprisingly nimble. "Oh, you still want to hit us?" "No way." They laughed mischievously. Unlike the wails of despair from other floors, everyone on the 18th floor was improving. Even Dodo was making progress, having learned to recognize pinyin and recite the text about the crow drinking water. The hydroponic vegetables were a success. Looking at a row of lush lettuce on the balcony, Jiang Ning smiled knowingly. The hybrid vegetables were vibrant, growing rapidly with the nutrient solution, and their size was significantly larger than ordinary greens. Having observed carefully every day, she had not yet discovered any pest issues. After finishing her work outside, Jiang Ning entered the space to cut Timothy hay for the rabbits. The grass had been brought back by Feng Shan, who also collected plenty of wild grass and saplings. She planted what could be used and set aside the rest. The garden was piled with countless pieces of furniture and building materials, yet there was still plenty of black earth left. Jiang Ning did not use it for planting vegetables or grains, as she currently had enough of both. Besides, planting took too much time, and 2 hours a day simply wasn't enough. What she lacked was not food, but the time to freely reside in the space. Thus, she decided to plant fruit trees on all the available land, requiring almost no time for maintenance. Just as she exited the space, she found Kayleigh constantly scratching at the door. When she opened it, someone downstairs called for her. Jiang Ning went downstairs to find a young man supporting an elderly woman. "Hello, can you treat illnesses?" Through the iron railing, seeing the elderly woman in pain, Jiang Ning asked flatly what happened. "My grandmother hurt her back, but the hospital has run out of medicine. They suggested we look for acupuncture with a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." The young man named Zhong Ping looked refined with his glasses and was very polite. "I heard you study traditional Chinese medicine. Could you help treat my grandmother? I know a bit about acupuncture, but am not particularly skilled. Can you trust me to treat her?" How could she trust him? It truly hurt, making it difficult to sit or lie down, and she hadn't slept all night. Jiang Ning initially wanted to refuse, but reconsidered, saying, "I can treat her, but my medical skills are limited, so I can't guarantee a cure, and I will need to charge for it. Can it be on credit?" Zhong Ping looked troubled. "All my money is on my card, and I can't withdraw it. Once the flood recedes, I promise I will pay you right away." To persuade her further, he added, "I can even pay interest." "I won't agree to that," Jiang Ning said. "You can use food as payment." Zhong Ping was at a loss, as he hardly had any food left. Hearing this, Grandma Zhong quickly interrupted her grandson. "At my age, I've lived enough. There's no need to treat me." In truth, she wasn't that old, looking to be just over 60. The instinct to survive is inherent in humans, who would willingly choose to die. She merely didn't want to be a burden to her children. Zhong Ping comforted his grandmother and said to Jiang Ning, "Can I use something else as payment?" "Yes, but it depends on the value. I have a mountain bike that I bought for 18,000. I have only ridden it a few times." "All right," Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. So Zhong Ping went downstairs to bring up the mountain bike. "Take a look, it's near." The transaction was successful, equivalent to 10 treatments. Jiang Ning accepted the bike, but did not allow Zhong Ping to come back in an hour and a half. Carrying the bicycle, he helped Grandma Zhong upstairs. Though she was in severe pain, she remained quite amiable. "Thank you, young lady." "No need to thank me, I've charged for it." Jiang Ning didn't let them into the house, but conducted the checkup in the hallway. The back strain coupled with a sprain wasn't a serious illness, but it could be quite uncomfortable. She found a soft and comfortable bench from her space and moved it to the corridor for Grandma Zhong to lie on. Seeing how much pain she was in, Jiang Ning poured some blood-circulating medicinal wine for massage. Her technique wasn't particularly skilled, but it provided Grandma Zhong with considerable relief. After unblocking the meridians, she took out silver needles to begin the acupuncture. She had practiced this in school, and with recent review, Jiang Ning felt no fear. Her needle technique was quite steady. You wouldn't believe it, after days of suffering from pain, without rest, Grandma Zhong unexpectedly fell asleep. It was only when Jiang Ning removed the needles that she woke up feeling much better. "Young lady, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. Back injuries are hard to heal, especially with prolonged dampness. You need to take care and rest." There were painkillers and plasters in her space that would speed up Grandma Zhong's recovery, but Jiang Ning didn't budge. It wasn't that she was reluctant to use the medicine, it was just that if she gave some to one person, everyone would know she had medicine, and that would be a problem. "Young lady, can I discuss something with you?" Grandma Zhong took off her jade bracelet from her wrist. "That bicycle is my grandson's favorite. Can I use this to exchange for treatment?" The bracelet was of decent quality and should be worth a good amount. Jiang Ning wasn't greedy. "Your injury won't be healed in 10 treatments. Once the flood recedes, you can redeem the bicycle with cash." Upon hearing she could redeem it, Grandma Zhong felt relieved. In fact, their family was not in dire straits. It was just that the younger generation had no habit of using cash, which was why they found themselves in a tight spot. After finishing up, Zhong Ping arrived just in time to pick her up. Seeing that his grandmother was in much better condition, he did not forget to express his gratitude. Once they left, Zhang Chao opened the door and said, "Ning, you're amazing. You can now earn money with your medical skills. It's not a serious illness, I'm just practicing my skills." In the apocalypse, skills were equally essential for survival. This was also the fundamental reason Jiang Ning had not given up on learning. If she were to live in a base in the future, these skills would be her capital for survival. Lu Yu envied her, saying, "You really chose the right major. Unlike me, I study software programming, which is completely useless." "That's not necessarily true, but might come in handy someday." Seeing Jiang Ning thriving, Lu Yu felt a sense of crisis and turned to find Zheng Weili for boxing practice. If she couldn't apply her skills, at least she had to improve her physical fitness. The weather was humid, making her body feel particularly uncomfortable. Jiang Ning was doing physical training in the living room, sweating profusely after 2 hours. A knock on the door sounded, and Kailei ran to scratch at the door when it heard the noise. Hua Yishan came to pick up Kailei. Seeing Jiang Ning practicing military boxing, he paused for a moment before walking in. Your movements aren't standard enough. Your punches should be lifted a bit more. He was a professional, his explanations far more serious than those in the videos. Jiang Ning did not refuse and raised her fists a bit higher. Like this. Just a fraction off. Hua Yishan came over and adjusted her punches. After a set of punches, he pointed out several flaws. It was rare to see a girl throwing punches with such style, and feeling a bit eager, Hua Yishan suggested, how about we spar a little? Jiang Ning was taken aback. The other party had once been a special police officer, and now she felt she couldn't hold her own. However, that wasn't her character. Engaging with the formidable would only enhance her skills. Alright then. In fact, Zheng Weili had long wanted to challenge him, but had never found the opportunity to speak up. Unexpectedly, the chance had come to her. After greeting each other, Jiang Ning wasted no time and began sparring with him. The inexperienced youth was fearless in battle, striking fiercely. But in front of Jiang Ning, Hua Yishan seemed like a master, effortlessly countering her moves. No matter how fast or fierce her attacks were, he could always evade and counterattack, leaving Jiang Ning feeling somewhat flustered. Having survived for 3 years in the apocalypse, and with her stubborn nature, Jiang Ning's competitive spirit was fully ignited, causing her moves to become less conventional. All her techniques were self-taught and vicious. While they might not be top-tier, they proved exceptionally effective in the apocalypse. Kailei, delighted to see the two of them sparring, suddenly pounced from behind, biting Hua Yishan's clothes and pulling him back. In a bold move reminiscent of a monkey stealing peaches, Hua Yishan was caught off guard by Kailei's antics and failed to dodge in time, resulting in an unexpected hit. His body instantly stiffened, and his handsome stoic face turned beet red. Jiang Ning was similarly struck, as she was reminded of the despair she felt when surrounded by others during the apocalypse, awakening a fierce fighting spirit within her, causing her to instinctively resort to lowly tactics. One strike landed. The air suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became eerily tense. She quickly withdrew her hand and took a few steps back, awkwardly turning her face away. Sorry. Hua Yishan took a moment of silence before speaking. That was quite effective, but don't use that on me next time. He dodged, yet not entirely. The pain was indescribable. Jiang Ning felt so embarrassed that she could dig her toes into the ground. This tactic was indeed effective. In her previous life, she had evaded several ambushes and successfully countered using such lowly tricks. However, she hadn't expected to use it on Hua Yishan due to a moment of distraction. Kailei, who had been causing mischief, was equally stunned, wondering why the fight had stopped. Hua Yishan stepped out of the living room and called from the doorway, Kailei. Kailei tilted his head to look at Jiang Ning, and upon receiving permission from the one who feeds him, picked up his food bowl and left. You did well just now. You must protect your owner from bad people. Hua Yishan patted its head in affirmation. However, I'm not a bad person, I'm your teammate. Hearing his words from outside, Jiang Ning's face flushed, wondering how they would face each other in the future. Hua Yishan said nothing and brought Dodo over. After teaching him, he discovered that Hua Yishan's door was locked, and he took the dog outside. Just then Grandma Zhong came up to provide treatment, and Jiang Ning had Dodo stay inside to play. Halfway through the acupuncture session, Hua Yishan returned with Kailei, carrying a bundle of bamboo in his arms. With someone else present, he didn't greet anyone, and entered the room with a dark expression, probably upset. After seeing off Grandma Zhong, Hua Yishan approached to take Dodo, holding a black plastic bag. This is what Kailei caught. Jiang Ning opened the bag and discovered a grass carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds. There were many mulberry fish ponds in the suburbs of Fengcheng. It was not surprising to find fish in the floodwaters, but what was impressive was that Kailei was able to catch it. This guy was becoming more and more extraordinary. Do you prefer sauerkraut fish or boiled fish? Jiang Ning wanted to apologize for her reckless behavior in the morning. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Not mentioning it would have been better. Hua Yishan's face turned red again, his expression very unnatural. It's fine, I'm okay. After a moment of hesitation, he added, Dodo and Kailei can't eat spicy food. Sauerkraut fish is a better choice. Upon learning of Kailei's prowess, Zhang Chao and the others gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, my dog. From now on, whether it's soup or meat, we can rely on Kailei. Kailei basked in the glory, barking joyfully. It had been days since they last had a feast, and Hua Yishan's cooking skills were lacking, so he pulled out 3 pounds of pork belly. They couldn't keep cooking in room 1803, as the smell could draw attention. Jiang Ning couldn't proceed there, so they decided to move the operation to room 1801. To show her sincerity in apologizing, Jiang Ning not only cooked herself, but also brought along pickled vegetables and bean sprouts. Although slicing fish fillets was a bit challenging, it was not difficult for her, and the others certainly wouldn't complain. This was live fish, one had to ask who could eat live fish these days. As expected, Kaylee was elevated to unprecedented heights of Zhang Chao, and Lu Yu couldn't help but want to worship him. Why don't we take Kaylee out for a walk more often? Who knows, he might catch more fish. Jiang Ning would not agree with just the two of them. They might still need to rely on the dog for protection. Life outside was tough, but wouldn't everyone be eyeing Kaylee with green envy? Kaylee, on the other hand, was very excited, wagging his tail at the prospect of going out. Jiang Ning was busy filleting the fish, while Huaishan washed the pork belly beside her. Dodo loves eating pork belly. Last time I didn't prepare it well, and she had an upset stomach. He'll handle the cooking. Can you teach me on the side? Sure, no problem. She was also curious about Huaishan's cooking mishaps. Dodo wasn't the first to have an upset stomach. After finishing the fish fillets, she cleaned the cutting board and handed it over only for him to contemplate how to use the knife. Slice it horizontally into pieces the size of mahjong tiles. With the instructions given, the task became much easier, and he cut quickly. Although Huaishan's cooking skills were lacking, he had all the necessary ingredients, including garlic and ginger. Jiang Ning patiently taught him from the side. Zhang Weili wanted to come in to help, but upon seeing the harmonious scene in the kitchen and recalling how the two had swapped childcare duties, she sensed there might be something more brewing. It wasn't that she was being overly sensitive, it was just that Huaishan was extremely indifferent to everyone, only softening his demeanor slightly towards Jiang Ning, and he had no words for Kaylee. Thus, she wisely refrained from entering and disturbing them. After cutting the pork belly to remove the blood and impurities, she blanched it and drained it, adding oil to the pan to sauté the meat until slightly yellow. Jiang Ning stood by offering guidance and noticed Huaishan seemed somewhat tense while holding the spatula, feeling puzzled. How could he not be afraid when killing? Seeing her astonishment, Huaishan explained, "When I was a child, I was mischievous and wanted to help in the kitchen. I spilled hot oil on my arm, and since then I've never set foot in one. I only started learning to cook when I brought Dodo here. No wonder his cooking skills were so poor. It turned out he had a psychological scar." After caramelizing the sugar, he added cinnamon, star anise, and chili along with cooking wine and soy sauce, bringing it to a boil and then simmering on low heat. Recalling the awkwardness from the morning, Jiang Ning not only taught him the steps to make pork belly, but also shared some recipes for other home-cooked dishes. Huaishan listened attentively, but unexpectedly Dodo came over to disrupt. Brother can't remember, he messes up even when following the recipe. Huaishan was left speechless by the pointed remark. Dodo hugged her tightly. "Sister's cooking is so delicious. My brother and I want to eat your meals every day." Huaishan gently patted her head. Brother will learn. He truly lacked cooking talent and struggled to understand the professional terms like a pinch or appropriate amount, as stated in recipes. Dodo has become much livelier during this time thanks to you. After sending his sister out to play with the dog, Huaishan asked Jiang Ning, "I not only can't cook, but I also can't take care of children. If there's anything I should pay attention to with Dodo, please let me know." There were some things Jiang Ning had wanted to say for a long time, but since she wasn't very familiar with Huaishan, she had held back. Since he asked, she decided to be candid. Dodo is fine in most aspects, but her personality might have some issues. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Huaishan frowned deeply. Dodo is timid and easily frightened. Jiang Ning shook her head. She has a pleasing personality and seems quite afraid of making others angry, instinctively trying to please them. For instance, she would bring her eggs when delivering cola and would often sneak a peek at her homework, fearing she might be disliked or rejected. Children like this can sometimes be quite pitiful. Huaishan remained silent for a long time. Dodo is my parents' second child. They passed away in a car accident 2 years ago, and since I was working far away, Dodo had to be entrusted to my uncle's care. Dodo was once very lively and cheerful, but I never expected her to change completely when I returned from my service. However, I believe she has been changing lately, as she now dares to point out my shortcomings. Thank you for your correction. Jiang Ning had experienced a similar affliction, living in an orphanage where she constantly felt anxious and sought to please others to showcase her strengths. Not only her, but most of the children there had the same issue. Fortunately, they managed to emerge from the mire later. Dodo needs encouragement, but more importantly, she needs to express her true emotions, even if they are negative. Now, in this apocalyptic world, if Dodo's character and worldview are not adjusted in time, it could be very dangerous for her when facing outsiders. This is a significant undertaking that can only be explored by Huaishan. The braised pork was cooked over high heat with a bright red color, rich flavor, tender and smooth texture, and fatty, but not greasy. Who said he was a disaster in the kitchen? He was not outdone by her. As long as he followed instructions, Huaishan was a good soldier, continuing to learn how to make sauerkraut fish. With 6 people and 1 dog, 2 dishes were not enough. Huaishan grabbed 6 eggs and 2 sausages, continuing to have Jiang Ning teach him. Zhang Chao and the others were amazed at his abundance of supplies. They envied him, but the matter of resources was too sensitive. They wouldn't be foolish enough to dig deeper, as creating misunderstandings or animosities in the apocalypse was the most fatal. He was willing to share, and they felt grateful. With 3 hearty dishes and a stir-fried bean sprout, They ate to their heart's content, leaving no soup behind. Ning, how do you grow these bean sprouts? The hydroponic vegetables weren't edible yet, and Jiang Weili was extremely eager. A few days without vegetables wouldn't kill her, but the discomfort in the restroom was something only those who experienced it would understand. She was scared, but fortunately Jiang Ning, the encyclopedia, lived next door. It's simple, you just need water. Jiang Ning didn't hold back. We collected quite a few mung beans and red beans from the office building. If we use them to sprout bean sprouts, it will be enough to last a long time. She briefly explained the general steps and shared the good news. In another half-month, we can also harvest the hydroponic lettuce. Once we collect this batch, it'll teach you how to plant them. Zhang Chao reminisced about the taste of braised pork, unwilling to let it go to waste. Do you think if we go a bit further we can find more supplies? It would only get harder from here. Jiang Ning encouraged them to prepare for the future. I've been reading medical books lately, so I haven't had time to go out for supplies. If you have time, you can go out. It seems to have gotten colder these past few days. Gathering firewood would be good too. Lu Yu joked, if I were on Ning, I wouldn't even need to go out. I could live off my medical skills. Today she had a patient, a child with stomach pain, but the parents didn't have a boat to take them to the hospital, so they came to find Jiang Ning on the 18th floor. The child's digestive issues arose from drinking unclean rainwater. The parents had food but were too afraid to show it. In the end, they took off a gold ring from their finger and gave it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning carried the child upstairs, refusing to let the parents follow. She performed acupressure and acupuncture, significantly alleviating the pain, and advised the parents to boil the water before drinking, and if possible to use purification tablets. She tossed the gold ring into her space, and after a while it was indeed consumed. This further confirmed to Jiang Ning that she could gather supplies through her medical practice, making it unnecessary to risk going outside. She could also utilize this method to gather resources from her space. The flood continued, and life went on methodically. Hua Yixin completed his dog training task, and saw Jiang Ning drenched in sweat as she opened the door. Do you want to spar? She certainly hoped to spar with a skilled opponent, but didn't he fear getting his peaches picked? Sure, he wasn't afraid of harvesting peaches. Why should she worry? Hua Yixin had become clever. Dodo, take Kohler out to play. The living room had been tidied up by Jiang Ning with unnecessary items cleared away, making it appear quite spacious. As the two of them sparred, they were much more rational this time. Knowing he was a big shot, Jiang Ning was unreserved, striking for the vital points, and some moves even at feints. A hint of surprise flashed in his deep eyes. You have learned quite a diverse range of skills. She had always been eclectic rather than focused. Her strikes were opportunistic, without a set pattern. In her previous life, to survive in the apocalypse, she had learned quite a few ruthless moves. During the sparring, Hua Yixin could sense her aura, realizing she was not the same person as usual. She resembled the fierce figure from that day when she chopped off someone's arm. He felt a sense of admiration, pointing out her flaws in their movements while adjusting her stance. Do you train by yourself every day? Jiang Ning gained a lot from this. How about we exchange some techniques? After 2 hours of sparring, she was more impressive than he had imagined. Hua Yixin was sweating all right. The next day, Dodo came over, even bringing food, noodles, and eggs. With a free coach, Jiang Ning gladly. By the time Hua Yixin returned with cola, the egg and vegetable noodles were already prepared. The eggs show signs of going bad, so they might spoil if left for a few more days. As they sat down to eat noodles, Jiang Ning reminded room 1801. If the quantity isn't much, you should finish it quickly. If you can't finish, turn them into salted eggs. Salted eggs have a strong smell, but can be stored for a long time. Hua Yixin thought for a moment. How do you make salted eggs? Wash the eggshells with high-proof liquor, dampen them, roll them in salt, then wrap them in plastic wrap, and seal them in a plastic bag. While eating, Jiang Ning chatted. Also, Dodo has eczema. You should apply some medicine for her. There was quite a bit of medicine brought back, but the outer packaging was all torn and Hua Yixin didn't know which to use. Thank you, could you help me find it later? The meal was cooked by Jiang Ning, and Hua Yixin casually washed the bowls. The medicines were varied, and after searching for a while she applied some to Dodo. Don't scratch with your hands, it will leave scars if it breaks. Sister, you're so nice, just like my mom. Jiang Ning was both amused and exasperated, while Cola whined beside her, wanting to be included. The dog was great in many ways, but it was particularly jealous and never changed its ways. Whenever De Hui and Xiao Bai squatted beside her on the sofa, Cola would immediately push them away and burrow into her arms. Even though it got along well with Dodo, it would still squeeze over to nudge her. She had to pet its head in various ways to placate the jealous king. As they were leaving, she saw Hua Yixin struggling in the kitchen, repeatedly rolling eggs and salt, unsure if he was adding too much or too little. Indeed, nobody is perfect. While his looks and skills were impeccable, he was truly clueless about life. Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, picked up the cleaned eggs, moistened them in a bowl of white wine, rolled them in a bowl of salt, and then wrapped them in plastic wrap, saying, "Let them sit for a month before eating." Just as she was about to take an afternoon nap, a knock sounded at the door. 1801 and 1803 were going out, and even Dodo put on a raincoat. Hua Yixin thought of taking the two out for training, and seeing Kaylee so excited, Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, and did not refuse, saying, "Wait a moment." She went back to grab the makeup box and chose dark colors to apply on Dodo's face. It wasn't wrong to let Dodo see the harsh reality of this cruel apocalypse early, but she was too pale and tender, making it easy to attract unwanted attention outside. After painting Dodo's face to a comical shade, Jiang Ning was finally satisfied and put down the brush. The dog came over wanting to be painted too. It would look like a ghost as its brown-black face was already ugly enough. Kayleigh, whose confidence had been hit, sulked and left with the instructor without looking back. After waking from her nap, Jiang Ning prepared to give Granny Zhong acupuncture. Granny Zhong pulled out a cloth-wrapped roasted sweet potato from her pocket, saying, "Xiao Ning, my back feels much better, thank you so much." The sweet potato was still warm, but Jiang Ning declined, saying, "I charge for my medical services, keep it for yourself. Food is life, and she wouldn't snatch away someone else's opportunity to survive." Granny Zhong insisted on giving it to Jiang Ning when suddenly there was a knock at the door downstairs. "I appreciate your kindness," Jiang Ning said as she urged her to keep it. "If you must give something, you can exchange sweet potatoes for future treatments." Downstairs the knocking continued, and after a while someone shouted hoarsely, "Young lady on the 18th floor, I came to find you for treatment, quickly open the door." Hearing that strong voice, Jiang Ning wondered what illness could she possibly have. Annoyed by the noise, she went downstairs and coldly asked, "What illness?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s smiled widely upon seeing her. "You must be Dr. Jiang, right?" "I'm not a doctor, just a medical student." "Dr. Jiang, I have a headache and fever, could you please take a look at me? I charge for my medical services." Upon hearing that, the middle-aged woman's smile froze. "What? I only have a headache and fever, you just need to give me 2 pills. Don't you spend money when you shop at the department store?" Jiang Ning was too lazy to deal with her. "I have no medicine here, and I can't cure your illness either." "No medicine? Then can you at least give me 2 injections? "Injections are fine, but it will cost 5 pounds of food per session." "What? You don't incur costs for giving injections, why do you want 5 pounds of food?" The woman jumped up in anger. "I say, young lady, this is not how one should behave. We are all neighbors and should help each other. You have taken so many good things without sharing, yet you demand our food for survival. Your heart is truly black." Jiang Ning opened the door and drew a knife. "Say that again. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me?" The woman was startled and quickly took a few steps back. "I have connections in the police station. If you dare lay a finger on me, you won't be able to handle the consequences." She was truly irritating, causing her ears to ring. Jiang Ning swung her knife. "Ah, murder. A murder on the 18th floor, you heartless creature. Keep shouting, it's clear you are healthy and wealth, coming up here to cause trouble after stuffing yourself right." Jiang Ning remembered her. She had come from outside to look after her grandson, selfish, and always taking advantage, rummaging through trash bins in every building for goodies, even asking for half-drunk bottles from others. "You're talking nonsense." The woman's face suddenly turned pale, her voice noticeably weakening. "There's nothing to eat at home. We ran out of food long ago." Though they had indeed hoarded quite a bit of food when the typhoon first hit, she had gone door to door asking for food and managed to gather a lot, but now it was all exposed. She had also heard there were medicines on the 18th floor, so she came up to try and get some, but she never expected that Jiang would be so difficult to handle. The woman's voice weakened. "Really, there's no food. If we had food, I would have brought it to you in exchange for medicine already. I don't covet what you have, but if you dare to have any ideas about me again, don't blame me for breaking into your house." Seeing the firmness in Jiang Ning's eyes, the woman broke into a cold sweat and no longer dared to make a fuss, hastily going downstairs to hide her things. Not only did she fail to get medicine, but she also made a foolish mistake, which caused trouble. Back upstairs, acupuncture continued. "Xiao Ning, this woman speaks so harshly, don't take it to heart." Granny Zhong chatted with her. "She lives just below me, always taking advantage, frequently coming to my house to scrounge food and drinks while holding her child. The child was not well raised either, always grabbing anything nice he sees without letting go. Eventually our family stopped letting them in. By the way, you should also be cautious of the girl living next door, she has said quite a few bad things about you. The one who had her hair cut." Granny Zhong lived on the 12th floor, and she was probably referring to Su Mingyao. "Yes, she was slyly inquiring about you, asking if you had any medicine." Granny Zhong was not naive, aware that her thoughts were impure. "I told her you had no medicine, but she didn't believe me. That group of people has also been influenced by her, and they seem to have a deep prejudice against you." Having lived a long life, Granny Zhong had seen it all. "Xiao Ning, this disaster is harming people. It has twisted hearts. I know you have skills, but still be cautious when going in and out." Having died once, Jiang Ning had to be on guard. She was selective about whom she treated. Not everyone who came could receive her help. Having witnessed the darkness of humanity in this building in her past life, those she was willing to treat were all souls that had not completely lost their conscience, even though many had perished in the end. Thinking of Su Mingyao, Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes. "Granny Zhong, what exactly did she say about me?" "She didn't say it outright, but her insinuations suggested you have something valuable." Granny Zhong recalled another incident. "She also deliberately flirted with that handsome young man from your building, but unfortunately the young man paid her no mind at all. Flirting with Hua Yishan. Such a young girl with so many thoughts, her beauty tricks are quite powerful. She intentionally pretended to sprain her ankle in front of the young man, but he was very upright and didn't even glance at her before walking away. Granny Zhong wasn't just talking about Su Mingyao. Several beautiful girls in the building behaved similarly, some even trading their bodies for food. For a pack of instant noodles, they could be with 2 or 3 men at the same time. Sigh, how could the world be like this? Zhong Ping had also been harassed, but thankfully she had strict discipline and dared not act recklessly. Zheng Weili and the others returned just before dark, bringing back a lot of firewood, and behind them dragged a large cylindrical stainless steel water tank. Kaylai was strong-willed, dragging a large tree branch upstairs, and later caught up with Dodo, who was carrying firewood. Sister opened the door, we're back with food. The dog was very excited, constantly jumping into her arms, soaking Jiang Ning with water. Dodo had scrapes on her face, probably from a fall or scrape, but her eyes sparkled brightly when she smiled. She leaned over and whispered in Jiang Ning's ear, Sister, we found meat. It was Kaylai who discovered it, and my brother caught it. Oh, no wonder the dog looked so proud, it was waiting for her praise. She patted the dog's head and even gave it a kiss. Receiving a sweet kiss from the caretaker, Kaylai was so excited that he spun in circles, almost ready to pee. Dodo, unwilling to be outdone, clung to her arm, saying, Sister, it's so scary outside. There's water everywhere flooding the house, but Dodo isn't afraid. Dodo is so great. After rewarding both with a piece of candy, Jiang Ning went downstairs to help carry firewood. The water tower was quite large as 3 men lifted it and placed it directly on the rooftop. After securing the inflatable boat and rubber dinghy upstairs, Zheng Weili took out a plastic bag from her backpack, revealing a snake and 2 wild rabbits. We went very far to a villa area on the hillside, which has already been mostly submerged. The water tower was meant for a shun. He was supposed to come back after getting it, but Kaylai ran up the mountain. Fearing for their safety, the group hurried after him and found him entangled with the snake. Hua Yishan was quick and decisive, using a shovel to chop off the snake's head. Having caught several pounds of snake, everyone was delighted, but Kaylai still refused to leave. Unable to persuade the dog, they continued picking up firewood while moving deeper into the mountain, resulting in Kaylai digging up a rabbit den. Ning, you've definitely found a treasure. This isn't just a dog, it's practically a genius. Jiang Ning laughed. Kaylai has been wandering outside for years. His survival skills are far superior to ours. Zheng Weili was amazed. I've never seen such a smart dog. It's even climbing trees. If it weren't for Brother Shun, it wouldn't be manageable at all, and it wouldn't want to come back before dark. Gluttony is the nature of dogs. Only those who have starved will have the urgent desire to hoard food. Thinking of the pig they caught last time, how could it bear to come back? It's only natural to rush into the mountains. Jiang Ning didn't go out, but she had contributed to guarding the home while the dog was the great contributor to hunting. They decided to split the spoils equally. She didn't want to take advantage, but Zheng Weili and the others disagreed, saying, Kaylai is also one of us. We can't treat him differently. His effort is no less than ours. If you feel guilty, you can cook and we'll assist you. In the end, Jiang Ning didn't cook, but acted as a strategist, advising Hua Yishan on his culinary skills. The snake was skinned and gutted, then stewed with a bowl of black beans in a pressure cooker. The 2 rabbits were plump. One was braised while the other was spicy. They had a stir-fried vegetable dish and mixed grain rice, which left everyone immensely satisfied. Ning, we plan to go again tomorrow. Zhang Xiao asked, do you want to join? The wealthy residents of the villa area had already evacuated, so they couldn't expect any food, but a lot of the furniture was solid wood which could be chopped into firewood and brought back. Additionally, placing the water tower on the rooftop was quite good. They decided to get 2 more back, so that each household could install one and wouldn't have to work hard to collect rainwater from the balcony. Hua Yishan suddenly spoke up, there are quite a few water towers over there, why not get a few more back? Once the rain stops, it won't be quick to restore the water supply, but we need to plan for water storage. Zhang Qiao and the others were momentarily stunned, but quickly agreed with his opinion. He and Jiang Ning were both strong in survival skills, so it was wise to listen to them. Jiang Ning had no objections. Weili, we need to keep one. Who do you think should go? Zheng Weili, who didn't like staying indoors, said, he'll go, but Kaylai must come with me. Woof. The dog agreed. He'll go too. Dodo chimed in eagerly, raising her hand. I can help collect firewood. Hua Yishan intended to let her experience the outside world, all right, but no crying. I won't cry, Dodo said while rubbing her bottom. Brother, I didn't cry when I fell today. Thus everyone decided that Jiang Ning would stay behind at the base, while Kaylai would take her place in the expedition. In the middle of the night, while sleeping soundly, a loud noise suddenly came from downstairs, lasting for a long time without stopping. Jiang Ning was awakened by the noise and saw Kaylai lying motionless in his doghouse. She turned over and went back to sleep. In the morning, still in bed, the dog excitedly tugged at her blanket. Caretaker, hurry and get ready, we have work to do. Jiang Ning yawned and got up, giving him chicken breast mixed with dog food, then applied ointment to his skin condition before putting on a raincoat. For lunch, they couldn't be too lavish, so it was plain dog food with white porridge packed in a thermos and stuffed into a bag. Kaylee grabbed the bag and opened the door, glancing back at her. It seemed to say, "Caretaker, I'm going out to earn food, so you just stay at home and don't run around." Jiang Ning was amused and hugged him, saying, "All right, be careful and don't be too reckless." Hui Yishan's door opened and Dodo came out dressed in a raincoat. "Sister, I want a hug too." It seemed that Hui Yishan had a heart-to-heart with her as the little one became bolder in expressing her feelings, greeting Zheng Weili and the others one by one, a stark contrast to her initial timidness and fear. The dog lagged behind, looking back at her with a hint of reluctance. The only difference was that after training with Hui Yishan, he evidently bore more responsibility. Jiang Ning closed the door and went to the balcony. After a while she saw several people and a dog rowing away in the inflatable boat. As soon as they left, He Xian's team followed in a rubber dinghy. Not only He Xian, but also Yang Weizong and others were tailing behind, as well as people from other apartment buildings. Unbeknownst to them, the 18th floor had become a trendsetter. They were puzzled, wondering why, despite all going out to scavenge for supplies, the 18th floor always returned loaded, while they couldn't even gather firewood. Why was there such a disparity among people? Regardless, since they couldn't compete and couldn't join in, they could only think of ways to follow. Jiang Ning counted quietly and found quite a few who were secretly trailing behind. Although they were being watched, she wasn't worried. Hui Yishan would definitely shake them off. After finishing breakfast, she continued reviewing medical books, and around 10 o'clock Grandma Zhong came up to do acupuncture. After several days of treatment, her back injury had improved significantly, and she no longer needed her family to help her upstairs. Grandma Zhong was in a good mood, holding Jiang Ning's hand and not letting go. Xiao Ning, that Su family was robbed last night. What a fitting retribution. That's the family of the woman who came to ask Jiang Ning for medicine and threw a tantrum last time. In the dead of night, someone pried open their door and knocked the owner out with a stick, stealing all the food in the house. When she woke up and threw a fit, she went to find He Xian in the morning, demanding that everyone open their doors for her to search. Even if He Xian had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare organize people to search, especially after hearing how much food the Su family lost. He nearly spat out blood. There were over 200 pounds of rice flour and oil, along with plenty of oil, cured meat, and sauerkraut. Most of it is probably exaggerated. Which family would hoard so many supplies? Grandma Zhong shook her head repeatedly. Those who kindly lent her grain are furious, rushing up to confront her, saying she deserves to be robbed for being so heartless. Jiang Ning listened from the side. "You also need to be careful." Grandma Zhong, being clever, replied, "Our family has no grain. We only eat that one meal at noon, barely filling our stomachs to 50%. Soon it was noon, but the others had not yet returned. The water tower should not take too long to transport, but Jiang Ning was a bit worried about Kaylee and really wanted to make a phone call, but there was no signal. Every 15 minutes, she would glance out over the balcony. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, Hui Yishan's figure appeared. She deliberately counted. Not only was everyone present, but the dog was also standing at the front of the inflatable boat, looking like a triumphant warrior riding the wind and waves. Except for Hui Yishan, everyone else appeared exhausted. Dodo's eyes were still glistening with tears, her small face pale as death, clearly frightened. No one spoke. The 3 men worked together to carry the water tower. Jiang Ning packed away the speedboat and carried firewood upstairs. Zheng Weili staggered ahead, nearly tripping and falling. Jiang Ning was unable to free his hands, using his body to support her. The two continued upward, with Zheng Weili's gait strange, clearly having injured her foot. Jiang Ning's nose was sensitive, faintly catching the scent of blood. Was there a conflict outside? The apartment building had countless eyes watching. Now was not the time to show weakness. If someone discovered that the 18th floor was compromised, many would rush in like rabid dogs. Gritting her teeth, Zheng Weili returned to the 18th floor, placing the firewood in the corridor, her expression filled with pain. Jiang Ning supported her into the room, asking what happened. Zheng Weili had a wound on her calf, blood soaking through the bandage. It wasn't a knife wound or a gunshot, but a bloody hole. Zheng Weili groaned in pain. It was from a wild boar. Jiang Ning frowned. "Did you go into the mountains again? What else could we do?" Zheng Weili forced a smile. "Everything that can keep us alive is submerged underwater. People are starving to death outside every day. Today when we went out, we saw someone throwing corpses from the building, and not just one. We can barely last 7 or 8 months, but resources are becoming increasingly hard to find. What will we do in the future?" Taking down the water tower was secondary. Today our main goal was to head into the mountains. They climbed several mountains, and to everyone's delight, they found a nest of wild boars, 5 of them, and they were quite... After a unanimous discussion, they decided to take action. Jiang Ning felt a chill for them. Wild boars are nothing like domesticated ones. They are highly aggressive. It is dangerous, but the meat from wild boars can save lives. We have to take the risk. Jiang Ning took out gauze and iodine, rummaging for surgical instruments and sutures. The wound is too large, and it's hard to stop the bleeding. Should I take you to the hospital, or shall I stitch it up myself? It's not a major injury, just stitch it up for me. Having often suffered injuries while practicing martial arts, Zheng Weili didn't think much of it. Besides, there were no medicines at the hospital, and it was better to deal with it at home. Last time they had some anesthesia, so Jiang Ning first disinfected the wound, then administered anesthesia to numb the pain before starting to stitch. It was his first time stitching for someone, but he had practiced countless times on pork before, so he was quite steady. Beside them, Lu Yu was so scared his face turned pale, he tightly gripped his girlfriend's hand. Ning Weili's life is in your hands now. Zheng Weili pushed him away. You're squeezing my hand too hard. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes. Quit feeding me dog food. Zheng Weili wasn't the only one injured. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were also hurt, but their injuries were minor scrapes. Hua Yixin, with an arm bleeding from a scratch, comforted the frightened and crying Do as if nothing was amiss. In the rain-soaked forest, Zheng Weili had killed a wild boar barehanded, but had been gored by its tusks. Calais was incredibly brave, seamlessly cooperating with Hua Yixin, managing to take down the remaining four. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu helped as well, but they were not on the same level. If Hua Yixin hadn't come to the rescue, Zhang Chao would probably have been in serious trouble today. As a result, Hua Yixin's arm was scratched. Dodo was not involved, as she was tied to a tall tree by Hua Yixin and was completely terrified by the fierce battle below. After stitching up Zheng Weili's wound, Jiang Ning proceeded to treat room 1801. A cut had been made, not particularly deep. After disinfecting, he stitched it up with 10 stitches and administered some pain and anti-inflammatory medication. The group sat down to discuss how to handle the wild boar. There was no refrigerator, so they couldn't store it at home. How about making it into jerky? Lu Yu suggested. Last time we brought back several boxes of charcoal. Jiang Ning dismissed the idea. Making jerky consumes too much charcoal, and how long would it take to roast 5 boars? Soon the whole neighborhood will smell of barbecued meat. Do you all remember the sharp-mouthed monkey? Zhang Chaos mind was racing. They not only sell things, but also trade. We are currently short on food. How about trading the wild boar meat with them? Last time they had traded 5 times in a row, and the other side was quite trustworthy. This method seemed good, or perhaps they could give it a try. The few of them stuffed a head of pig into the water tower, already cut into 4 large pieces. The wild boar meat pulled out from the water tower was thick-skinned and coarse with dark red flesh, and almost no fat. Jiang Ning disagreed with taking the whole pig. Let's cut a few pounds to test the waters. Don't reveal how much we have. If we can negotiate, we should still trade in batches. 2 people were injured, so Zhang Chao and Lu Yu volunteered to go to the department store to find the sharp-mouthed monkey. In this apocalypse, who can always take care of whom? How far one can go depends on oneself. Jiang Ning didn't stop them, but reminded them to be careful. Dodo, who was startled, fell asleep after being comforted, and Hua Yixin carried her back to the room to sleep. Zheng Weili told Jiang Ning about the situation at the hillside villa. This time they had dismantled 6 water towers and collected a lot of solid wood furniture along with 2 unused gas cylinders. They needed to find a way to bring all this back quickly, otherwise it would soon be taken by others. The wild boars are hidden in the mountains. They shouldn't be found for now. An hour later, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu returned. We found out that the leader of the sharp-mouthed monkey is surnamed Qin. They are willing to trade grain for wild boar meat, but they take advantage of the situation. 1 pound of wild boar meat can be exchanged for 2 pounds of broken rice. New rice can only be exchanged for 1 pound. They took 5 pounds of meat and returned with 5 pounds of new rice. Jiang Ning checked it. It was good quality silk rice. You weren't followed, were you? No, we used the speedboat and intentionally made a detour. They really want this batch of meat. They said that if we trade for new rice, all of it is vacuum-packed, and the expiration dates are the latest. Calling Hua Yixin over, everyone discussed the transaction. Jiang Ning agreed to trade meat for rice. It looked like a loss, but Zheng Weili and the others had no means to preserve the wild boar meat, and many people couldn't even buy rice. How many would go to buy meat? Compared to meat, rice fills you up and is more palatable. If the 5 wild boars were clean, their average net weight would be 200 pounds, which could be exchanged for a lot of food. However, they still needed to keep some meat and decided to only trade 4 boars. The wild boar was divided into 4 portions. 1803 would take 2 portions, 1801 would take 1, and the portion for Calais would go to Jiang Ning. Wild boar meat is lean and great for barbecues. It can also be used to make spicy meat sauce, which can be preserved for a long time. However, whether barbecuing or making sauce, it is time-consuming and has a strong odor, so it is best not to do it on the 18th floor. The smell is one thing. It would be unbearable to close the doors and seal it in. Hua Yixin suggested the villa community has been emptied. Why not do it there and then come back? Jiang Ning happened to agree with this idea. The others had no objections either. Thus the 3 men packed the wild boar meat into bags, stuffed them into a large backpack, and set off in the speedboat to trade. They made sure to bring Calais along. Meeting at the department store, both sides avoided the crowds and traded in the silence. Both sides were on guard, afraid of being double-crossed, which was most suitable in the vast flood. 202 pounds of wild boar meat were exchanged for 202 pounds of new rice, with an agreement to trade again at 7 p.m. The 3 brought back the rice, and Jiang Ning had already prepared the items: a flat-bottomed pot, salt, spices, crushed chili, and supplies for the night. Worried about Zheng Weili's safety, Lu Yu was also asked to stay. Seeing a few people coming down, Jian smiled and blocked the staircase, saying, "Where are you all going? Running around is quite tiring. How about we lend you a hand and carry it back in one trip?" In the morning, a few rubber boats followed, but unexpectedly, they were still shaken off. They went out every day, but the supplies they retrieved were dwindling, leading to increasing dissatisfaction among the team members who often teased him, comparing him to the 18th floor. "It's just a few bundles of firewood, no need to trouble, manager." Jiang Ning smiled thinly. "Our temple is small. If we bring back a few bundles of firewood, we might not even have enough to give each of you a piece. Look at what Xiao Jiang is saying. Helping neighbors doesn't require taking your things. In that case, we can't." Seeing his stubbornness, Jiang Ning was not polite. "There's no such thing as a free lunch, is there? You've already borrowed the rubber boat. You wouldn't want to borrow firewood too, would you?" Jian was choked up, his face turning green. These stubborn folks must not fall into his hands. The half-mountain villa was far away, or it took over an hour by speedboat to arrive, and they were already nearing the city border. Ignoring the raging flood beneath their feet, it was indeed a beautiful natural oxygen bar. The lush green mountains and forests partially revealed elegant and exquisite villa buildings. The low-lying areas had already been submerged, and the slightly higher grounds had floodwaters entering the front yard. Everyone had already evacuated. The collected supplies were all concentrated in the highest villa, filled with furniture, water tanks, a few unused gas cylinders, and scattered boxes of charcoal. Hua Yishan went with Zhang Chao to move the wild boar, while Jiang Ning cleaned the kitchen to prepare the broth. Roasting raw meat was too slow, so it was first simmered to remove moisture before being placed on the charcoal fire to roast, making it much easier. After the wild boar was brought back, Hua Yishan cleaned and cut it into thin strips, as Jiang Ning had requested. Once the time was right, they carried a wild boar and set off with Zhang Chao for the trade. Once the two left, Jiang Ning had Kailei stand guard at the door, taking out a solar-powered battery box, a food processor, and an induction cooker from her space. Using the induction cooker to simmer the meat, she poured the finely chopped lean meat into the pot, added spices and chili, and continuously stir-fried it on the gas stove. To prolong its shelf life, the meat sauce was cooked dry, emitting a particularly fragrant aroma. When the two returned, it was nearly 9 o'clock. The 2 large pots of meat sauce were already done, and the thinly sliced meat had been simmered and drained in a basin. Upon hearing Kailei's warning, Jiang Ning stowed away everything that shouldn't be seen. Zhang Chao, seeing most of the work done, nearly dropped his jaw. "On Ning, your efficiency is too high. Of course, don't you know who I am?" Jiang Ning began to light the fire to roast the meat. "How did your trade go?" "At the place where we slaughtered the pigs last time, we hope to finish trading these last 2 boars by tomorrow morning. We collected several hundred pounds of new rice." Zhang Chao sighed in relief. "Once this deal is done, we won't have to worry for the next year or 2. Hopefully order will be restored by then." "Perhaps," Jiang Ning agreed. "Once we endure the extreme cold and the flood recedes, the national base should also be completed by then. If they were willing to go, there would still be a way out." The 3 of them sat around the charcoal stove, placing the drained meat on the grill. Indeed, the meat had evaporated most of its moisture and roasted particularly quickly. Zhang Chao took a bite and exclaimed, "So salty. The weather is too humid. Salting helps preserve it longer." Teaching the 2 how to roast meat, Jiang Ning went to prepare the pig's trotter's face and skull. Once done, she would take them back to the 18th floor to heat and eat. The aroma of the meat made Zhang Chao swallow involuntarily as he grabbed the trotters to gnaw on. In the end, they brought down a whole pot, and the 3 of them, along with the dog, ate it with steamed buns, enjoying it immensely. Zhang Chao, being greedy and talkative, remarked, "With such great culinary skills, I wonder who will benefit from it in the future." Jiang Ning shot him a glance and replied slowly, "It certainly won't be you." Hua Yishan quietly ate without saying a word, but he instinctively glanced at her. Woof! The dog, unwilling to be left out, ran over to join the fun. "Hey, look at me." Jiang Ning patted its head. "No one will benefit. I'm sticking with Kailei." "Stop messing around," Zhang Chao teased. "Cross-species relationships are not allowed." Jiang Ning commanded Kailei, "Go after him." The dog immediately pounced, baring its teeth, as if to scare him to death. Zhang Chao quickly begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I won't do it again. Dear dog, please have mercy." Hua Yishan cleared his throat. The dog not only did not let go, but also scratched him with its paw. After a hearty meal and laughter, they continued to roast meat under the night sky. 1 pound of raw meat turned into half a pound of jerky, filling a large bag with about dozens of pounds, plus several dozen pounds of meat sauce, braised trotters, and bone broth. By the time they finished, it was past 3 in the morning. With trading to do in the morning, the 3 simply stayed over at the villa. The bedding was still there, they just needed to swap in their own sheets and clothes. With the dog keeping watch at night, the few of them slept exceptionally soundly. When Jiang Ning woke up, Hua Yishan had already completed the trade, exchanging 4 wild boars for over 800 pounds of new rice. After boiling a pot of noodles and filling their stomachs, they left. Back at the 18th floor, Jiang Ning called out to Hua Yishan, "Let me take a look at your wound." He's the one carrying the big flag, but he hadn't uttered a single word. Hua Yishan followed her into the room. Jiang Ning wanted to check his injury, but found it was too high. "Sit down." Before Huaishan could sit back down, the dog had already taken a seat. Huaishan sat on the sofa, while Jiang Ning bent down to inspect him, and sure enough, she discovered the wound was bleeding. Why didn't you say anything yesterday? It's not a serious injury. But Dodo is still young, it don't take it lightly. With a lack of medicine, and often being in water once infected and feverish, it would be easy for him to perish. Jiang Ning disinfected and bandaged it again, saying don't let it touch water in the next few days. One sat while the other stood a little too close. The dog stared with its round eyes, tilting its head first left, then right, suddenly squeezing closer to Jiang Ning, reaching out its paw. It wanted its paw bandaged too. Jiang Ning chuckled, go away, stop causing trouble. 860 pounds of rice, 72 pounds of jerky, 30 pounds of meat sauce, and other assorted supplies. Jiang Ning took her share for the dog and did not get involved in the affairs of the half-mountain villa, focusing on reading and exercising at home. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu ran back and forth for several days, bringing back the water tank and firewood. There were construction projects at the half-mountain villa, and the two brought back a lot of water pipes, studying how to install the water tank on the rooftop. Dodo was frightened and became listless, but children forget easily, and after a few days he was cheerful again. Huaishan's injury hadn't healed, but he came over every day to spar. He used one hand, making it difficult for Jiang Ning to exert her full strength, fearing she would win too easily. Having a strong physique, he reached the standard for removing stitches in just 5 days. Zhang Weili's injury was more serious. It took 10 days for hers to be removed. After the incident with the wild boar, Zhang Weili no longer thought about sparring with Huaishan, as his skills were beyond her reach. After 2 days of effort, all 7 water towers were set up. 3 were assigned to 1803, while Jiang Ning and Huaishan each received 2 ready to use with just a turn of the faucet. Jiang Ning was using spatial water, but she still put on a show every day. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the floods began. The second batch of hydroponic vegetables had already been planted, and Xiaobai seemed to be pregnant again, while the first litter of rabbits had grown to over a pound. Zhang Weili was restless, often running out as soon as her injuries healed. Jiang Ning had become increasingly lazy, always finding excuses to avoid going out, fully immersing herself in a relaxed mode. Huaishan, who had been operating like a machine without rest, finally took a break. Aside from his daily dog training sessions, he would spare 2 hours to practice with Jiang Ning, followed by cooking. While he was impeccable in many areas, his culinary skills were lackluster. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, he managed to reach a barely acceptable level, far from delicious. Not bad, congratulations on your graduation. Although it felt a bit ungrateful, Jiang Ning was eager to enjoy the fruits of her labor. With plenty of delicious food stored in her spatial pocket, she couldn't bring it out in front of Huaishan. With no way to repay her, Huaishan handed her a walkie-talkie, saying, "You can contact me if anything comes up in the future." Jiang Ning was taken aback. How had she not thought to stock up on this? Perhaps she hadn't considered the possibility of teaming up. Thank you. This was much more convenient, as she could simply call out if she needed something without having to run around knocking on doors. Huaishan didn't come by again. Jiang Ning indulged in a barbecue with her dog, washing it down with some joyful fizzy drink, feeling utterly satisfied. In the morning, the walkie-talkie crackled to life, and a voice from next door followed. "Jiang Ning, are you giving Dodo a lesson today?" "Yes, around 10 o'clock. Why don't you come over?" Huaishan suggested. "While you give Dodo some questions to solve, I can teach you the reconnaissance infiltration technique." The reconnaissance infiltration technique was a serious killing skill, a silent killer involving various methods, such as slitting throats, striking the throat with fists, neck twists, and rapid takedowns. By the way, the most famous technique from America was the kneeling neck technique. I can't breathe. It was a perfect example of the reconnaissance infiltration technique. Jiang Ning instantly became interested, realizing her living room was indeed too cramped, and readily replied, "All right." The reconnaissance infiltration technique was close combat involving body contact and grappling. Huaishan laid down a mat, and the first move was the neck twist that Jiang Ning had seen that day. He stood behind Jiang Ning and suddenly closed in like lightning, one hand reaching for her delicate white neck, while the other grasped her jaw. A fierce aura surged forth, and Jiang Ning instinctively wanted to resist, but he pressed against her hamstring, his hands firmly holding her neck and jaw, capable of relocating her head with just one forceful move. A sense of crisis instantly plunged Jiang Ning into the memories of her past life, where she had been on the brink of death. She could not die at the hands of those man-eating monsters. Just as she was about to strike back, a voice came from above her head. "Jiang Ning, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." The voice was steady, deep, yet resonant. Jiang Ning shook off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and realized Huaishan was examining the joints on her neck, saying, "Focus, don't think about anything else." The memories of the apocalypse were too harrowing. Even with a fresh start, she still had a strong aversion to physical contact with men. Jiang Ning took deep breaths, reminding herself not to confuse timelines, as what she was doing now was for her own improvement. Only by becoming stronger could she avoid being bullied. Huaishan had noticed Jiang Ning's unease during their last practice and immediately withdrew his hand, saying, I meant no offense. Sorry, it's my own issue. Jiang Ning adjusted herself, forcing a stiff smile. Let's try again. With a fresh start, everything was different. Hua Yishan began anew, grasping her neck and instructing her on the joints and points of force. He did twist her neck, but he didn't apply too much pressure. After teaching her the key points, they switched roles, but Hua Yishan was too tall. Trying to twist his neck was like a dream. Jiang Ning was already 167 centimeters tall, which wasn't short, but Hua Yishan seemed to be around 190 centimeters, a whole head's difference. Hua Yishan sat on a folding stool and said, "Let's begin." This was Jiang Ning's first time touching a man, and she did so with careful precision. Her fingers glided over the bones in his neck here. Not quite right. Hua Yishan grabbed her hand and moved it slightly to the side. Yes. His jawline was sharp and easy to grip, applying force with both hands. Jiang Ning, with her medical knowledge and understanding of human anatomy, twisted Hua Yishan's neck for half an hour after overcoming her psychological barriers. Dodo finished her homework and opened the door with Kaylay following closely behind. Seeing the one who scoops poop twisting the instructor's neck, Kaylay's playful spirit surged. Woof. It pounced forward, playfully nudging Hua Yishan. Scooper, hurry, come twist its neck. Can a dog's neck be twisted? Yes. The dog was causing chaos, making it impossible to continue the lesson, so Hua Yishan squatted down to pet the dog's neck. Kaylay was very alert and sensed his malicious intent, instinctively baring its teeth. Hua Yishan's face turned serious as he issued the command at attention. Kaylay immediately reined in, its playful spirit attentively following the command. However, its body resisted. Yet when Jiang Ning touched it, its body relaxed like a puddle, its tongue hanging out as it constantly leaned against her. Come on, Scooper, hurry up. This dog seemed a bit mischievous. Jiang Ning took it to the 1803 quarantine. The dog was important, but she also needed to improve rapidly. This was the apocalypse. Whether it was the residents of the apartment building or the survivors outside, countless people were becoming increasingly demonic in their hearts under the brutal environment. If she wanted to survive, she had to do it before they did. The lesson continued, and Jiang Ning quickly learned various neck-twisting techniques. Her comprehension was high, and she rapidly drew inferences from one example. After bringing the dog back from 1803, Jiang Ning quickly had a simple meal of fried rice noodles, then sat on the sofa with an anatomical skeleton diagram for detailed study. Which bone should she strike to deliver a lethal blow? Which acupuncture point, when struck, would render the body weak and powerless in a short time? These were all lethal techniques. Woof! Jiang Ning snapped back to reality, realizing that Kaylay was throwing a tantrum, refusing to eat dog food and turning its back on her. Oh dear, who upset my Kaylay? She quickly set down her medical book and came over to comfort the dog. My Kaylay is the cutest. Humph! It turned away, proud and ignoring her. After petting it for a while, she took out a braised chicken leg to coax it, and only then did the dog forgive her, bringing its neck closer. Come on, let's continue twisting. Jiang Ning then understood what had upset it. What a jealous dog. Kaylay, no matter who I interact with, you will always be the most important in my heart. This was how a dog without a sense of security behaved. Jiang Ning held it in her arms, saying, survival will only become more difficult from now on. The 18th floor is not a safe island. I know you want to become stronger to protect me, but I also want to become stronger to protect you. Let's grow stronger together and always protect each other, alright? Kaylay tilted its head, seeming to understand. It blinked its eyes and placed its paws on her hand. What a sweet dog, as she rewarded it with a sausage. In the afternoon, Hua Yishan trained Kaylay for 4 hours, practicing various biting and pouncing techniques, and the stair parkour was increased to 80 back and forth runs. By the end of the training, the dog lay in its bed, exhausted and panting. After thoroughly studying human anatomy and pressure points, learning the reconnaissance infiltration technique from Hua Yishan was simply a walk in the park. Hua Yishan was astonished. He had never seen someone with such high comprehension. In just a few days, she had mastered everything, even catching him off guard during practice, making it difficult for him to focus. Hua Yishan was generous, not only teaching the reconnaissance infiltration technique, but also combat techniques and close-quarter fighting. Especially in close-quarter combat, the two grappled on the anti-slip mat, intertwined in a complicated knot. This was a match fueled by their competitive natures, each exuding the intent to overpower the other. A pair of dog eyes watched closely whenever Jiang Ning fell behind. Kaylay would leap in to break the imbalance. Dodo was anxious to the point of tears. Brother-sister, stop fighting. She liked both her brother and sister. In the end, Dodo clung to Kaylay tightly. Woof! Let go of it. Seeing the scooper pinned down by Hua Yishan, Kaylay bared its teeth, glaring fiercely. Let go, it wants to get him. Dodo couldn't hold on, and Kaylay pounced. In the end, with the help of the dog, Jiang Ning managed to win by sheer force. Betrayed by the dog he had trained himself, Hua Yishan was not angry. Instead, he patted the dog's head and said, very good, in the future, if anyone bullies her, you must protect her. Kaylay had acted fiercely earlier, and Jiang Ning was somewhat worried. Did it bite you? No, Hua Yishan praised. Dogs can discern between good and bad better than humans. Kaylay knows how to act appropriately. Jiang Ning also agreed, recognizing that dogs can sense the aura emitted by humans. Huaishan posed no threat, so he was not attacked. As days passed, Jiang Ning's strength increased at an astonishing rate. Upon learning that she was sparring with Huaishan, Zheng Weili also became determined, practicing daily with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, while cries of distress occasionally echoed from room 1803. After taking several beatings, Zhang Chao, now tough-skinned, and Lu Yu, whose delicate waist had completely disappeared, felt confident. Ning, how about we spar a bit? Jiang Ning smiled. Sure. Room 1803 was also equipped with non-slip mats, and Jiang Ning faced off against the two, with Zheng Weili acting as the referee, while Do Do and Calais played the audience. Zheng Weili whistled 1, 2, 3 start. Bang! Bang! Jiang Ning executed a side throw followed by a knee strike to the stomach. Her movements were clean and decisive, radiating confidence. The two fell flat on the non-slip mat, howling in pain. And then, there was nothing more. Zhang Chao clutched his stomach, tears streaming from the pain. You don't follow the rules of martial arts. Jiang Ning's expression was indifferent. In the apocalypse, who cares about martial ethics? Thinking of cheering for her sister, Dodo was taken aback as the fight ended before it began and ran home. Brother-sister knocked out both brothers with one punch. Using moves taught by her brother, it was impressive. The beaten Zhang Chao was speechless, and so was Lu Yu. Why was the gap between them so vast? They had no sense of shame. Zheng Weili was furious. If you can't beat me, fine, but you can't even handle one move from a Ning. She said nothing more, realizing she had been too kind. Starting today, Calais would have to run laps on the stairs, and they had to keep up without missing a single lap. The two looked pale. The dog ran 80 laps a day. How could they compare? You can't beat a Ning, and now you have to lose to Calais too. It wasn't the case. Calais was no ordinary dog. It was an extraordinary and abnormal dog. In such a short time, even muscles began to develop. Zheng Weili didn't care as long as they didn't die from the training. She pushed them to their limits. The 18th floor was bustling with activity, while the jealousy from the other floors grew stronger. When they were outside the 18th floor, they felt envy. If they didn't go out, their jealousy only intensified. After such a long time, without venturing out, they were sure there would be plenty of supplies. They were starving, yet a faint aroma wafted from the 18th floor. No one dared to confront them alone, so they all sought out He Jian, pressuring him to negotiate with the 18th floor for some supplies. He Jian wouldn't take on a job that would offend others, but starving was not a solution, and his children were turning into big head dolls. Floor leader, let's negotiate with them first. If they don't give us face, we can bring in outside help and take everything at once. Exactly how can they be so heartless? We drink rainwater to fill our stomachs every day while they feast upstairs. Just the day before yesterday, they had roasted lamb, and yesterday, they had hot pot. Are they trying to make it impossible for us to live? Roast them all. He Jian cursed inwardly. He hadn't even caught a whiff of the food on the 13th floor, yet those on the 7th could smell it. They were stoking the fire without any legitimate reason. He wasn't foolish enough to be tricked by their flattery. If he managed to seize supplies from the 18th floor, they would be the first to take revenge. However, there truly was no way to survive outside, so he had to think of a way inside. If they were going to do it, they would do it together. He couldn't bear the burden alone. He Jian decided to use the old method and planned to swarm. With so many people in the building, could they really eliminate the 18th floor? That night, Jiang Ning had just finished sparring with Huaishan, drenched in sweat, when she heard a knock at the door. The visitor was wrapped up tightly, showing only a pair of eyes. He slipped a note through the door crack. There's danger, be careful. After speaking, he hurriedly turned and left. Wrapped from head to toe, Jiang Ning still recognized his voice, Zhong Ping. He had come to warn her that He Jian had joined forces with others in the building, intending to force the 18th floor to hand over supplies. Everyone gathered in room 1803, and Jiang Ning presented the note. What do you all think? Zheng Weili, with her fiery temper, said, so what if they come? Are we afraid of them? Supplies are life. Who would give away their chance to survive? Although He Jian only wanted a portion if they gave in this time, what about next time? And the time after that? Not only Zheng Weili, but even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu disagreed. Calais also objected, baring its sharp fangs. Woof. Who dares to snatch its food? Fight. Thus the 18th floor unanimously voted against giving anything. Want supplies? They might as well dream on. If they guessed correctly, they would come knocking tomorrow. Everyone knew that such incidents would become commonplace in the future. Even if they didn't come, those outside would come into. No one wanted to gamble with their lives, but this was the apocalypse, a world where people devoured each other. They each returned home to prepare, knowing that a tough battle awaited them the next day. Back home, Jiang Ning took out protective gear against stabbing and cutting from her space and began measuring Calais. She couldn't sew clothes, so she could only experiment with alterations, aiming to provide Calais with the best protection. Calais naturally disliked being restrained, but during this period, to treat its skin condition, she had forced it to wear clothes after applying medicine, so it had adjusted somewhat. Not only was it wealth, but it was also getting sufficient nutrition. It was no longer the emaciated figure it once was, and the newly grown fur was shiny and smooth. After being trained daily by Hua Yishan, Calais was now a dog full of muscles. After measuring its physique, had significantly grown. It took her 2 hours to finish making the protective gear for Calais. Sensing that it would continue to grow, she intentionally left the measurements a bit loose. To help it adapt in advance, she opened the door to let it run and play. She still had some talent, that the clothes did not restrict Calais' agility at all. After eating well and drinking enough, they went to sleep. When morning dawned, Calais suddenly became restless, ready for a fight. Upon opening the door, she indeed heard knocking downstairs, with He Jian hypocritically calling out. Jiang Ning ignored him and prepared breakfast for herself and Calais: soy milk, fried dough sticks, and hand-grabbed pancakes. After a hearty meal, she brushed her teeth and rinsed her mouth, then began her work. He Jian, hoarse from shouting, declared that since the 18th floor refused to communicate, they couldn't blame him for taking a hard stance. Break down the door. Hearing the floor leader's words, everyone's eyes gleamed with greed, as if the 18th floor was a mountain of gold and silver. If they could break open all 3 doors, they would never have to worry about food again in their lives. The stainless steel door filled with iron spikes slowly opened, followed by the steady sound of footsteps. For some reason, everyone's throats tightened, and they involuntarily grew tense. The 18th floor had indeed seen bloodshed. They witnessed it with their own eyes. Here they come, a pair of slender straight legs wielding a sharp tang knife. The 18th floor is ruthless, actually sending that cold-blooded little girl to lead the charge. It's simply barbaric. The second in line is said to be the national champion in college sanda, capable of sending someone's head flying with a single punch. Look, the professional sanda gear, the gloves are bigger than a cooking pot. Next come 2 men, one holding a baseball bat, the other a spike club. The spike club is modified, a wooden baseball bat embedded with rusty sharp nails. If hit with it, they wouldn't just risk tetanus, they'd surely meet the king of hell. The grand finale is represented by the height and looks of the 18th floor, sporting a neat buzz cut, with a cold, handsome face, dressed in a cool gray casual outfit, hands stuffed in his pockets. It seems he isn't here to fight, but rather to relax on a big weekend. What's even more infuriating is that the dog has shown up. These brutes claimed they had no food, and in such a short time they have fattened up a stray dog. While feeling indignant, the crowd grew increasingly greedy. They regretted their decision. They shouldn't have settled for just a third, but should have taken everything. All the supplies from the 18th floor, they want them all, including that dog. Now that it's the end of the world, dogs should be eaten by humans, yet it has devoured the food that rightfully belonged to them. After they deal with the 18th floor, they'll make a dog meat stew out of it. Each person was cracking their knuckles, secretly salivating, as if victory was already within reach. However, He Jian, upon seeing the 18th floor's equipment, felt a pang of unease. They were unwilling to part with their food. He Lozhang, what do you mean by bringing so many people to pry open our door? Jiang Ning surveyed the crowded hallway on the 17th floor, noticing that the elderly, weak women and children were absent. Everyone visible was male, either openly brandishing weapons or concealing them beneath their clothing. In this building, a myriad of lives. Some had a healthy glow, while others looked pale. Regardless of their circumstances, they all had their sights set on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning scrutinized their faces one by one, and indeed spotted Yang Weizong and others among the crowd. Had they looked thin, their eyes filled with hunger for food, their faces showing signs of despair, lacking the dashing image of the past school heartthrob. Seeing the 18th floor's stance, He Jian felt a shiver down his spine, forcing a smile as he said, Xiao Jiang, we're here to discuss matters. Why the grand display? The 18th floor doesn't have what you want. Even if there are a few scraps, they were earned with our lives. Don't even think about setting your sights on them. Look at how you phrase it. We're simply out of options and came up to borrow food from you. Although they had more people, He Jian didn't want to resort to violence and instead sought to retreat through negotiation. In times of great difficulty, we should unite. Those with food should share it, and those with strength should lend their strength. Only then can we survive right. In these special times, we've decided not to abandon anyone, gathering all supplies to eat and drink together in the future, ensuring that no one inside the building starves to death. Everyone else has contributed. The 18th floor can act specially, can it? Listening to his grandiose words, Jiang Ning sneered coldly. What if we refuse to contribute? If all else fails, borrowing a third of the food works too. Once we get through this, we'll return it. He Zion's expression froze, forcing a smile. If you don't believe us, we can write an IOU. No borrowing. That meant no discussion. The atmosphere instantly stiffened. Relying on their numbers, someone took the chance to issue a threat. Lozhang, why waste words with them? Just pry the door and charge in. Yes, pry the door. It's them who acted unjustly first. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Xiao Jiang, I advise you to reconsider. There's no need to make things so tense in the same building. He Jian felt secretly pleased, yet acted remorsefully on the surface, feigning difficulty. You're not out of supplies, so what's the harm in giving us a little? If you insist on having it all to yourselves, even if I agree they want, you're really putting me in a tough spot. Jiang Ning proclaimed. Come, those who want to pry the door, step forward. Pry if you must. What are you afraid of? The man with the crowbar, starved mad, charged at the door. Jiang Ning didn't draw her sword, but took out something from her pocket, pointing it at the man's head through the iron bars. Move again, and... A gun. She has a gun. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Immediately they retreated in fear, worried that a stray bullet might hit them. He Jian turned pale. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Ning surveyed coldly. What are you all trying to do? Let's talk it out calmly. He Xian's heart raced, terrified. Don't act on impulse. Jiang Ning smiled. Don't worry, I've never been this calm before. It's just a scare tactic, a plastic toy gun. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, intentionally speaking. Jiang Ning called out, Yang Weizong, if you're a man, come out and stop hiding in the crowd like a coward. Yang Weizong was furious. He had tried to hide at the back wearing a hat, but Jiang Ning still recognized him. He stepped forward with a grim face, angrily accusing, Jiang Ning, I never expected you to become like this today. So selfish and self-serving. You're not out of food. Oh, what's wrong with sharing a bit to help everyone? What's wrong with being selfish and self-serving? Jiang Ning smirked coldly. I don't steal or rob. All my supplies were found by myself. Unlike you who trades your body for food, always eyeing what others have. In the apocalypse, survival is paramount. Oh, what does face matter? How much is dignity worth? It started with women, and later, even decent-looking young men realized it wasn't a big deal. Survival isn't shameful. As long as there's mutual understanding, that's enough. But saying it out loud is another matter. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, some couldn't help but laugh, and their gazes toward Yang Weizong changed. With the apocalypse upon them, laws collapsed and morals fell apart. Those holding abundant food weren't usually good people. Trapped by floods with nowhere to go, they had to find stimulation to pass the time, indulging in both men and women. Yang Weizong had a refined appearance, naturally suited to be a pretty boy, so it was normal for him to be looked down upon. Jiang Ning, you better stop talking nonsense. Yang Weizong, anger twisting his face, charged forward, shouting, Do you really think I wouldn't dare to hit you? As if afraid of his impotent rage, Jiang Ning opened the door, waving the gun in her hand at him. Come, step forward. The door opened, and the agitated Yang Weizong was instantly silenced. Seeing everyone staring at him, he gritted his teeth and tried to save face. Don't be fooled, what she has is just a plastic toy. Yang Weizong called everyone to come forward, yet his body remained as steadfast as a rock, refusing to budge an inch. This created an awkward situation. Previously they wanted to pry open the door, but now that it was open, no one dared to step inside. He Jian felt utterly humiliated, secretly cursing these cowardly people. As he was being grilled over the fire, he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Ning, even if you have a gun, you only have 7 bullets. Can you really stop so many people? Indeed, the crowd snapped back to reality and started shouting again. Right, she only has 7 bullets. What are we afraid of? There's nothing to fear, it's just 7 lives at stake. Jiang Ning looked at them with a cold smile and said, Anyone willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of He Lozhong, step forward. I promise to fulfill your wishes. At that time he would feast and drink while your wives and children would starve to death. Jiang Ning, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing, just asking you to pick out 7 willing to die. Jiang Ning took a few steps forward, bringing the cold gun barrel to He Xian's head. As the building manager, you should be the first to sacrifice yourself, so let's start with you. The cold barrel pressed against He Xian's forehead was not made of cheap plastic. His heart felt as if it had stopped. His face turned pale as cold sweat poured from him. Why, you better not do anything reckless. The reckless one is you, building manager. You keep bringing people up here to threaten the 18th floor. Do you think the 18th floor is an easy target? Jiang Ning's gaze was as sharp as a knife. I don't seek trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. You've caused trouble time and again, and I can only respond in kind. After saying this, his finger rested on the trigger. In an instant, all eyes were on Jiang Ning and He Xian. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he slowly tightened his grip on the trigger. A sudden piercing scream echoed from the stairwell. Someone's been killed, someone's been killed. The crowd at the stairwell panicked desperately, trying to squeeze into the corridor. The butt of the gun struck He Xian's forehead heavily, and Jiang Ning kicked him down. Meanwhile, Calais dashed out like lightning, tackling the fleeing Yang Weizong and biting down fiercely. Screams, fleeing, dodging. They all played out in the crowded hallway. Someone squeezed in from the stairwell, clutching their bleeding neck tightly. They barely took a few steps before collapsing, twitching on the ground, with their eyes bulging, like copper bells, gasping for breath. Jiang Ning shouted, Calais. The dog was ferocious, only stopping its bite after Yang Weizong was drenched in blood before turning and rushing upstairs. The moment it jumped in, Jiang Ning quickly locked the door, blocking the throngs of people outside. With collisions and pressure, several people were slammed against the door, studded with iron nails, letting out hair-raising screams. The sudden change caught many off guard. Through the iron bars, a man with a crazed expression wielded a bloodied kitchen knife, wildly swinging it at anyone in sight, roaring like a beast. Haha, die? You all deserve to die. I want you to pay for my daughter's life. Die, I'll accompany you all to hell. Some reacted quickly, pulling out knives from their clothes, but in the crush of bodies they couldn't swing freely, accidentally cutting their own people. The madman showed no sign of restraint, his eyes red as he continued to swing his weapon. For a moment, the 17th floor corridor resembled a hellish scene. "Open the door, let us in. Please, we beg you, save us." Many were terrified, desperately banging on the doors of the residents on the 17th floor, hoping to be let in for refuge. Including those who had just been fierce now, they were like startled birds frantically bumping around. Faced with death, they were all utterly terrified. Jiang Ning didn't open the door, her expression was numb as she coldly observed everything happening outside through the iron bars. It felt as if she were merely watching a drama unfold. Zhang Weili tightly clenched her fists, opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything, ultimately turning her head away. The madman, covered in blood, had a twisted, hideous face resembling a bloodthirsty beast crawling out of hell. Several burly tough guys lifted their knives and charged at the madman. The sharp knives struck his back, arms, and legs. Yet the blood-soaked madman showed no fear, seemingly devoid of any pain. He seemed to recognize these individuals and screamed hysterically, "You killed my daughter, I want you to accompany her in death." Like an unkillable demon, he fought against several attackers drenched in blood until all of them fell. But he didn't stop charging through the panicked crowd with his blood-soaked body and red eyes like a devil wielding a sickle. Others who had regained their senses swung steel pipes or knives at his head, seeking to tear him apart. Bang! A thunderous gunshot rang out. The madman fell with a bullet to the head, his bloodied face breaking into a gentle smile. "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here to accompany you." It was not Jiang Ning who shot, but rather someone from behind her. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu turned around to see Hua Yishan holding a gun. The two widened their eyes in shock, amazed that he could pull off a headshot in such chaos. Hua Yishan's expression was solemn, showing no emotion. He didn't fire again, but turned to go upstairs. One bullet had abruptly halted the slaughter. On the 17th floor, wails filled the air. He Jian and Yang Weizong, who had not been struck, were still being crushed, lying in a pool of blood, unconscious. Whether they were alive or dead was unknown. Calais was unwilling and still wanted to charge out to fight. Every time it saw Yang Weizong, it wanted to bite this bastard. "Help me, save me." Someone who had been cut cried out to Jiang Ning for help. Injuries from cuts, trampling, crushing, accidental injuries, and iron spikes were rampant, creating a gruesome scene. Jiang Ning, a medical student, could heal and save people. They didn't want to die. Someone spoke up, and others quickly followed suit. "Why save them? If we heal them, will they charge up to the 18th floor again?" Jiang Ning turned and went upstairs, ignoring the horrific scene behind her. Zhang Weili and others were shocked and felt a pang of sympathy, but thinking back to how they had threatened them just moments ago, the kindness that had sprouted in their hearts was instantly extinguished. Believe it or not, they would only forget the pain once healed. No one is born evil, but in extreme adverse environments, the instinct for survival breeds wickedness. The few exchanged glances, then silently turned and went upstairs, ignoring the angry pleas or curses from those behind them. The stainless steel door closed, muffling the sounds considerably. Zhang Weili came to her senses. "Ning, how do you have a gun?" Jiang Ning smiled and tossed the item in her hand. Zhang Weili caught it and immediately noticed something was off. "Fake. Where would I get a real one?" The one earlier was real, but Jiang Ning had swapped it with a trick. Zhang Weili examined it repeatedly. "Not bad, it's a high imitation. Ordinary people can't tell. Even I was fooled by you. I stumbled upon it while looking for dog food last time. Oh, I have another one. This one is for you to scare people with." Jiang Ning deliberately bought a few guns while stockpiling, thinking it might intimidate others in critical moments, but she didn't expect that Hua Yishan had the real deal. The order of the apocalypse has collapsed, yet the core departments of the government are still operational. However, the flood has submerged everything, making efficiency as slow as a turtle's crawl, though this matter is still relatively strictly controlled. Thus, she would not use real weapons in front of everyone until the very last moment. It's one thing to alert the authorities, as she had no reason to explain to Zhang Weili and the others. Yet one never knows what tomorrow holds. If the situation truly spirals out of control, she would not hesitate to shoot. Looking at room 1801, which was tightly shut, Zhang Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the room and curiously asked, "How does he have a gun?" "He comes from the SWAT background. He probably has connections." Tisk, I didn't expect. He not only knows how to fight, but is also a sharpshooter. Now, not only has the madman been shot down, but he Jian and his gang are likely to behave themselves for a while. To be honest, seeing the madman die at Hua Yishan's hands, Zhang Weili and the others felt a sense of relief. He is a father who is both great and pitiful. He can't possibly survive with such injuries, but if he falls into the hands of that gang, he is bound to end up dismembered. It's better to be liberated, to leave cleanly and with dignity. The team has real guns, which reassures Zhang Weili and the others somewhat, but they still worry about being investigated. They thought there would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly a madman disrupted everything, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Several of them noticed the commotion downstairs, the uninjured scattered like birds and beasts, while the injured, seeing that the 18th floor had made up its mind not to help, could only leave cursing. Soon the 17th floor quieted down. Many people came for this confrontation, but many others pretended to agree while not participating at all. The 17th floor was even more cautious, locking their doors tight and refusing to open. After all, they were too close to the 18th floor. If revenge came, they would be the first to suffer. However, when the city gates are on fire, the fish in the moat suffer. When they finally opened the door, they were met with shock and horror as the corridor was covered in blood and many bodies lay on the ground. Who did they offend? Why does the 17th floor always become a battlefield? The three households cursed and discussed how to throw the bodies into the water, then clean up the bloody corridor. What kind of day is this? Are we not allowed to live? Just as they finished tidying up, relatives of the deceased rushed in, finding out that the bodies had already been disposed of, and started a huge fight with the 17th floor. Even a clay figurine has some spirit. The pent-up anger from the 17th floor finally exploded, charging into the room and grabbing a kitchen knife. Damn it, who did we offend? Why do you always block us? We didn't kill anyone, so why blame us for not opening the door? Knowing they were breaking the law, why didn't you stop them? Now that someone is dead, you come here to blame us. If you wanted the bodies, why didn't you come earlier to take them? You could still fish them out of the water now. Go ahead and try. The honest people don't go wild, but when they do, it can cost lives. Seeing several kitchen knives waving wildly, the deceased's relatives dared not cause trouble anymore, leaving in frustration and curses. Before coming up, they calculated what they could get, but unexpectedly, they didn't get any supplies, and their men were killed by a madman. How will this widow and orphan survive in the future? Heaven, please open your eyes and stop the rain. Around noon, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao got some information. The madman with the knife lives on the 7th floor, has been divorced for many years and lives with his daughter. Their home was broken into by a masked gang in the middle of the night, and all their supplies were stolen. Left with no choice, the daughter could only secretly sell her body to survive. When he learned the truth, he angrily slapped his daughter twice. The daughter was so ashamed that she jumped into the flood. Having relied on each other for so long, the man couldn't bear the shock and went mad, taking a knife to exact vengeance on society. Several were killed on the spot, some bled out without treatment, while others suffered less severe injuries. Many were trampled as well, but the heavy rain made it impossible to reach the hospital without a motorboat. They could only endure at home. Yang Weizong and He Jian remained unconscious, hoping to simply pass away. Returning empty-handed this time, the enemy's morale was low, and the entire building was filled with sorrow. Jiang Ning thought of another matter. Those with rosy complexions during the confrontation were probably the masked gang. Though the madman killed a few, several others escaped, and this gang would require extra caution in the future. The fight didn't happen, but Kaylay was feeling uneasy and pouted. There was no other way. The Ma Hound was naturally combative, and Jiang Ning could only comfort it with food. Do you have a grudge against Yang Weizong? The one scooping poop asked curiously. Why do you always target him? Kaylay ground its sharp teeth, continuing to act proud. It had more than just a grudge against the scoundrel, it was an utter blood feud. Jiang Ning embraced the dog, her gaze gradually deepening. Just after waking from a nap, the intercom crackled to life. Jiang Ning, are you teaching Dodo today? Yes, Jiang Ning replied. Although there was no fight today, conflicts were ultimately unavoidable. Self-improvement was the only path forward. There was a knock on the door, and Kaylay ran to open it, willingly swapping with Dodo, carrying dog food to room 1801 for training. Dodo was locked inside by Huishan, but she was not completely clueless. Her spirit seemed a bit low. Sister, when will I grow up to protect you and brother? Jiang Ning comforted her. Study hard and grow up quickly. Soon you'll be able to protect us. Dodo didn't understand. Kaylay can do it, why can't I? You and Kaylay are different. It's a dog that grows fast while humans grow slowly. Jiang Ning encouraged the anxious girl. Listen to your brother. He will help you grow up quickly. Only then did Dodo cheer up, secretly lifting her shirt to show her sister, I actually think I can do it. A brother helps me train every day. Seeing Dodo's toned abs, Jiang Ning was stunned. She didn't even have that. The child is still growing. Overexercising isn't beneficial. However, this is a special time, and Jiang Ning doesn't think Huishan is wrong. In the apocalypse, accidents can happen at any moment, and self-defense capability is the most crucial. Train hard, roll up, let the abs come out. Without needing to touch heads, the awareness on the 18th floor is very high. The days ahead will only get tougher. Even through the walls, they could hear Zheng Weili's punches thudding. For dinner, Dodo and Jiang Ning had noodles mixing in a spoonful of meat sauce that was particularly fragrant. The intercom rang again. Are we going to spar later? Without hesitation, Jiang Ning replied yes. Entering room 1801, they got straight to the point and began practicing as the frustration from the morning had not been released. Everyone has secrets. She kept her mouth shut about the gun issue. Faced with her fierce attacks, Huishan's defense was like a copper wall and iron bastion. After a full 2 hours, Jiang Ning felt as if she had been fished out of water, sitting on the non-slip mat panting. He handed her a clean towel. Wipe yourself. Jiang Ning thanked him, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Hua Yishan made a stunning remark. The recoil on your gun is a bit strong. You need to adjust your grip or you might hurt your arm. Jiang Ning, still a bit dazed, could only respond with silence. With so many people jostling around, and under the dim light of the pouring rain, she adjusted her position deliberately, yet unexpectedly, he still saw through her disguise with his keen eyes. Jiang Ning smiled, playing the fool. Pull your shoulders back, lean forward while aiming, keep your elbows slightly bent. As the expert taught, Jiang Ning memorized every word and practiced at home. They understood each other without needing to ask about their backgrounds. After the gunfire, the entire apartment building fell into silence. Oh, no one dared to target the 18th floor again. Life must go on. Staying cooped up every day would drive anyone mad. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, both filled with confidence, knocked on door 1801 to gather supplies. As the water level continued to rise, they had lost hope for the rain to stop. This was the apocalypse. Who knew what lay ahead? Resources were depleting daily, with nothing coming in to ease their anxiety. Hua Yi agreed, and Dodo insisted on going too. The clever dog Cola immediately lined up, barking woof. The dog had matured with its own ideas. Jiang Ning couldn't hold it back. Just make sure to protect yourself. Cola went back inside to drag out its protective clothing and a doggy raincoat. Here it was ready for battle. The one who scoops its poop better hurry and help it put on its battle attire. Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle as she helped dress it, teasing, "Oh dear, my dog is off to earn its keep again." Cola the black dog appeared proud, yet bashful, waiting for a reward of meat. Standing on the balcony, she watched them leave the community. Taking out some purple marten fur, she measured it, planning to make a coat for the dog. The rain kept falling, but the temperature had clearly dropped. Jiang Ning vaguely sensed that extreme cold was approaching. Compared to floods, it was the freezing cold that truly threatened lives. Mastiffs could adapt quickly to harsh environments, but Jiang Ning still worried. After all, it could be minus 60 or 70 degrees. Even humans bundled up like bears might not survive, let alone short-haired mastiffs. Thinking of how it had suffered from frostbite in her previous life, Jiang Ning felt a sharp pain in her heart. This time she absolutely could not let it endure such suffering. Zheng Weili came over for a visit and was surprised to see her dismantling the fur, exclaiming, "Making clothes for Cola. Yes, it just feels like it's getting colder by the day. I was even woken up by the cold yesterday." Jiang Ning intentionally reminded her, first the typhoon, and now over 2 months of rain. Who knows what kind of weather awaits us next? We're in the south, so winter isn't usually that cold. It's not like the north where it drops below 10 degrees. Exactly, in previous years the north would already be blanketed in snow. Do you think the north is also experiencing flooding? Jiang Ning asked curiously. It's winter now, or it wouldn't be completely frozen, would it? Zheng Weili dared not imagine. That would be a hell on earth. Fengsheng isn't cold. Oh, I wore short sleeves last winter. I wonder what this year will be like. Jiang Ning cautiously suggested, I think it might be much colder than last year. There's nothing we can do about the cold. We've stocked up on clothes and firewood, so we should be fine. As they chatted, she suddenly thought of something serious. Aiming, the people in the apartment building are shaken for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Your supplies need to be stored separately in case the 18th floor gets breached one day. You won't lose everything to looters. It was actually Zhang Chaos' idea. They worked overnight to pry open the ceiling tiles in the kitchen and bathroom, sealing food and medicine in several hidden spots. Not just the ceiling, but they also spared the ventilation ducts and the toilet tank. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, Zheng Weili advised. When Zhang Chao and Lu Yu return, let them help you. Aren't you afraid of rats gnawing at them? Zheng Weili was at a loss for words. Rats? That's still better than being robbed. But we need to figure out a way to get some rat poison or traps. Your idea is good. Ooh, I'll give it a try too. Jiang Ning praised the wisdom of 1803, saying, shouldn't I be able to hide some food if I hollow out the sofa? Right? How did they not think of that? After seeing Zheng Weili off, Jiang Ning continued sewing the fur. With plenty of material left over, she thought to make some for De Hui and Xiaobai too. These two were thick-furred, and Xiaobai was about to give birth to her second litter. She didn't know if they could survive the extreme cold. To ensure her meat plan, Jiang Ning wanted them to live. If they couldn't hold on, she'd have to stew them. Ultimately, it would depend on their fate. She brought the two over, measured their sizes, and compared the fabric. Holding the fluffy creatures felt really warm. Perhaps due to good nutrition, they seemed to have grown quite a bit. Especially Xiaobai, whose belly was round and bulging, probably carrying quite a few pups. After successfully modifying 3 fur coats, Jiang Ning felt much more confident in her DIY skills. Having just fur coats wasn't enough. Thinking of the ample fabric stored in her space, she decided to pick some warm materials to make a few more for them. Jiang Ning rummaged through her space and grabbed 2 bundles of fabric. Just as she was about to leave, she inadvertently spotted that item that cost 198000. The temperature control clothing. She casually took it out, deciding to give this ordinary temperature control garment a try. Surprisingly, it felt quite comfortable, the fabric soft and skin-like, akin to silk. The size was a bit large, so Jiang Ning planned to use it as sleepwear. Just as she was about to take it off, she suddenly felt something was off. With the rain and temperature dropping, today's temperature hovered around 21 degrees, and even her casual sweatshirt felt cool. The thin fabric, however, made her feel very warm, enveloping her body like a biological membrane. Wearing it felt much warmer than the sweatshirt. Could it really maintain temperature? The temperature in her space was higher than outside, and she hurried inside. Sure enough, the warmth dissipated, but the comfort was akin to being naked. Upon stepping out again, warmth flooded back. This truly was high-tech temperature control clothing. Jiang Ning thought about it. At the time of her shopping spree, she hadn't felt its uniqueness, perhaps because the temperature difference wasn't significant. Wearing the temperature control clothing, she turned on the gas stove and placed her hand above it. Her palm felt warmth and her arms were no exception, but the heat was considerably less than what her palm sensed. The temperature control was real. Eternal 25 degrees didn't exist. However, the ability to produce such fabric was beyond impressive. Had it not been for this natural disaster, once the fabric hit the market, it would have caused a technological revolution. 19800 was indeed worth it. The temperature control fabric was 10 bolts totaling 333 meters. The quantity was just too little, but if used sparingly it could last her a lifetime even through extreme weather conditions. She decisively made 2 sets for herself, 2 for Kola, and for De Hui and Xiao, by she used the leftover scraps. Not only clothes, but also gloves, socks, and neck warmers. It was a real, fabric-consuming endeavor. The temperature control clothing was worth its weight in gold, and Jiang Ning couldn't bear to waste a single bit. She searched through the downloaded life skills materials and successfully found tutorials on clothing design and cutting. After learning the basics, she practiced with other fabrics. After a few days of interrupted treatment, Granny Zhong continued to come to the 18th floor for therapy. It wasn't that she wanted to stop, but the standoff had a significant impact. Several of the injured and infected had died. No one dared to provoke the 18th floor, it's true, but many harbored resentment, believing all of this was caused by the 18th floor. If the 18th floor had been willing to share food, the tragedy that day would never have happened. Granny Zhong spoke earnestly. Little Jiang people's hearts have been twisted by this world. You all must be careful in the future. Jiang Ning knew it was Grandma Zhong who had sent Zhong Ping to relay the message. Although it wasn't of much help, she appreciated the thought. Thus, she waived 3 treatment fees and gifted half a bottle of medicinal wine for bruises. After all, everyone was focused on the 18th floor. Never underestimate the complexity of human nature. If the Zhong family was willing to provide some information, after all, everyone was focused on the 18th floor. Never underestimate the complexity of human nature. If the Zhong family was willing to provide some information, it could save a lot of trouble. Grandma Zhong, the temperature has dropped significantly these days. Your waist shouldn't be exposed to cold or moisture. Use the medicinal wine for massage at night, and then cover yourself with a quilt. Your injury will heal faster. In her past life, Grandma Zhong had died from the cold, leaving only Zhong Ping alive, but he too did not last long. This time Jiang Ning reminded her, and if she could understand, she wouldn't have to suffer that fate. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. He'll try it when I get home tonight. After saying this, she introduced another patient to Jiang Ning. The family upstairs, their son has eczema all over his body, scratching until it's bleeding. They ventured to the hospital, but found no medicine. They want to bring the child here for treatment. Though they weren't familiar with you, he didn't dare come over directly, so he asked me to inquire about your opinion. Don't worry, this family is decent. They won't get involved with He Jian and the others, and the collective intimidation from a few days ago hasn't returned. Eczema is quite complicated, and relying solely on acupuncture won't cure it. The effects of traditional Chinese medicine take time. Jiang Ning had medicine in her space, but it was impossible for her to take it out. This disease is hard to treat without medicine. Regular exercise to sweat and detoxify will improve your immune system, and it will get better gradually. As for the suggestion, Grandma Zhong did not insist. She wrapped the medicine bottle in cloth and tucked it into her pocket to avoid the scent being detected by others thinking about various things. Xiao Jiang, did your dog bite a boy? Grandma Zhong asked as she was leaving. The girl next door is stirring the pot again. Their expressions don't seem good. Today's young people, why are their thoughts so complicated? They claim to be alumni, but talk behind people's backs every day, always coveting others' resources. During the confrontation at the 18th floor, all the men participated, and instead of reflecting, they cursed Jiang Ning in secret. If she were Jiang Ning, even if she had resources, she would rather feed them to her dog than give anything to those ingrates. After Grandma Zhong left, Jiang Ning closed the door and entered her space to harvest the vegetables that had grown in her black soil garden. She took the planting pots out of the space and placed them on the balcony, bringing over a small stool to dig up potatoes. The soil and water in the space were excellent, and the pots were filled with round, plump yellow potatoes. With dozens of planting pots, she harvested over 100 pounds of potatoes, a sense of fulfillment that words couldn't describe. Rabbits wouldn't eat potato seedlings, so she had to throw them into the space as fertilizer. After replanting the potatoes, just as she was about to use her consciousness to return them to the black soil garden, a knock came at the door. Dressed in battle armor, the dog returned triumphantly, standing proudly at the door, with 2 black plastic bags in its mouth. The others were carrying firewood, and apart from the stern-looking Hoishin, everyone else wore smiles. Calais raised its paw, its shiny black eyes gleaming with vitality. The one cleaning up, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and come take command, my teeth are sore from biting. Jiang Ning smelled fishy. Without a doubt it had been swimming again. She picked up the heavy bags and praised the dog. Not bad, my Calais is excellent. It wasn't just excellent, the bags contained 5 fish weighing nearly 20 pounds altogether. Another bag held 2 wild rabbits, also caught by it from a hole in the mountains. After changing out of the raincoat into dry clothes, everyone gathered at 1803. The urban area had run out of resources, and the group set off for the villa area they had visited before. The villa didn't hold much worth mentioning. They were heading into the mountains. They wondered if they would encounter wild boars again, but to their surprise there were none, although they discovered a reservoir deep in the mountains. The reservoir was stocked with fish, and many fish swam out with the water flow drifting in the mountain streams. The water was murky and the fish were invisible to the naked eye, relying on Calais to find and bite them. It was uncertain how many fish had been washed away, but it was certain that there were still plenty in the reservoir. If we can find a way to catch the fish, we could trade with the sharp-nosed monkeys for grain, and we wouldn't have to worry about food for years to come. But we must act quickly. Resources are no longer found in the urban area, and it's possible that the more noticeable ones will also search the deep mountains. If the reservoir is discovered, we won't be able to catch anything at all. With water everywhere, stepping into deep and shallow areas posed dangers, and it was unrealistic to have Calais bite them one by one. Zhang Chao muttered, if only we had a fishing machine. The fish are right there, yet we can't catch them. It's truly maddening. What can you make one? Chao, that really can't. A whole reservoir of fish. That makes Jiang Ning crave. She only has 100 fish in her space, and with Calais being a fish lover, it's simply not enough. Grandma Zhong mentioned that her grandson Zhong Ping seems to work at the Physics Research Institute. I wonder if he has any solutions. Fishing machines rely on ultrasound, and Zhong Ping should understand the theory. Huaishan spoke up. Can he be trusted? I think the Zhong family has a good reputation, and Zhong Ping is also filial. Asking him shouldn't be a problem. Even if it doesn't work out, there's no loss for the 18th floor. The others agreed. After all, the Zhong family doesn't know where the reservoir is, and Zhong Ping might not even be able to produce a fishing machine. Without delay, they decided to ask about it. The Zhong family was next to Su Mingyao, who was always watching like a dog, making it inconvenient for Jiang Ning to make an appearance. It was also inconvenient for the men. To get something to eat, Su Mingyao acted all flirtatious and cheap, and last time she even tried to seduce Huaishan. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu might not have his willpower. So Zheng Weili stepped in. Jiang Ning's guess was correct. Just as she knocked on the Zhong family's door, the door next door opened quickly. Upon seeing Zheng Weili, Su Mingyao wore a pure and sweet smile. Senior sister. Unfortunately, in the middle of the night with no electricity and looking so thin with a haggard face, she resembled a ghost. Zheng Weili couldn't stand such a bimbo. Don't shout, we're not familiar. Su Mingyao wasn't angry. Senior sister, what are you looking for Grandma Zhong at this late hour? This kind of cheap person made her want to punch her into oblivion. Zheng Weili ignored her and continued knocking on the door. Grandma Zhong heard the noise and quickly opened the door. Zheng Weili took something out of her pocket and handed it over. Grandma Zhong, you left something behind during acupuncture this afternoon. And Ning was worried you would be concerned and asked me to bring it down. Thank you so much. Oh dear, there's water everywhere in the house. I almost fell just now and twisted my waist. Is Xiao Jiang available? Could you help me stretch my muscles? We have no grain left at home, and Zhong Ping has a new electronic watch. Would you consider that as payment for the acupuncture? That should be fine. Zheng Weili didn't stay long and left after conveying the message. Su Mingyao still wore a smile. Senior sister, would you like to come in and sit? Faced with Su Mingyio's hypocritical invitation, Zheng Weili remained unmoved. She pushed her away effortlessly, sending Su Mingyao crashing into the wall a few meters back. Get lost. If I were a man, I would have killed you. Having already sold herself, her energy was still robust, simply a demoness supplementing yang with yin. One wonders where she gets the audacity. So cheap, she has no bones left. By the time the people in 1202 heard Su Mingyio's cries, Zheng Weili had already gone upstairs. Back on the upper floor, she complained to Jiang Ning. Hearing her whiny voice makes my skin crawl. That woman is a venomous snake, always instigating men to charge forward. I just had a little encounter with her. If she dares to confront us, we could take the chance to eliminate her. Otherwise, trouble is bound to arise sooner or later. Jiang Ning nodded. We need to come up with a plan. Unfortunately, she had become clever hiding behind men and not easily showing her face. Initially, I wanted Su Mingyao to suffer more in this apocalyptic world, yet she insisted on crossing paths with me. Sorry, but the knife is already sharpened. Before long, Zhong Ping helped Grandma Zhong upstairs. Jiang Ning got straight to the point, asking, can you make a fishing device? Zhong Ping was taken aback, adjusting his glasses as he pondered for a few minutes. I should be able to make it, but I don't have enough materials on hand. He was a physics tech fanatic with the room filled with various components, some bought, others scavenged from junkyards. He had even won a Lifestyle Invention Award and was a heavyweight in national physics competitions. Absolutely the kind of child others envy. Jiang Ning asked, "Can you gather everything? The experimental building should have what we need. Oh, a little modification will do." The materials room was on the 8th floor. It should not have been flooded yet, but Zhong Ping was unsure if anything had been looted. The research institute wasn't particularly far, about 10 kilometers if taking a shortcut. Jiang Ning looked at Hua Yishan, silently asking if they should take this risk. Hua Yishan considered, and then said to Zhong Ping, "I can take you back to get it." Zhong Ping was not foolish. Having the 18th floor waste diesel to fetch materials for a fishing device surely was not just for catching a few fish. With resources already tight at home, he had to set conditions. "If you can make the fishing device, can I have one for myself?" His request was reasonable. Jiang Ning would also be racking her brain for survival. "With the water this deep, are you sure your fishing device can catch fish?" "As long as there are fish, I can catch them," he replied, as it was merely an adjustment of ultrasonic frequency, which was quite simple. For the freedom to eat fish, Jiang Ning agreed. "All right, but this must be kept secret." After all that had happened, Zhong's family had to be cautious. They knew what to say and what not to. "How long will it take to make?" For Zhong Ping, the structure of the fishing device was not complex. He had worked on this topic in high school. "As long as we have the materials, it can be made tonight." Haste makes waste. Hua Yishan returned to his room to fetch the speedboat. Zhong's family didn't belong to the 18th floor, and Jiang Ning didn't want the residents of the building to know to avoid unnecessary trouble, so she let Grandma Zhong and Zhong Ping go down first. Jiang Ning insisted on accompanying them, and Hua Yishan had no objections. She assigned a task to room 1803 to chop the fish into pieces and salt them, so, when she returned to coat them in flour for frying, they would keep for several days. The rabbit's skin was removed, and the entrails cleaned out, ready to be stored in the car's refrigerator for preservation, to be eaten slowly. Moving cautiously down the stairs, Zhong Ping was already waiting on the 6th floor, carrying a heavy rubber boat. The people in 1202 were busy comforting the injured Su Mingyao and did not notice the commotion next door. The speedboat quietly slipped out of the neighborhood, the engine humming as it headed towards the research company in the dark. After about 40 minutes, the three arrived at the Physics Research Institute. As expected, it was in disarray. Zhong Ping's face changed as he rushed to the 8th floor's materials room. The materials room's door had been pried open and various items were scattered everywhere. With a flashlight in hand, Zhong Ping kept picking things up from the ground. Research materials are different from daily necessities, though various components are precious to the staff, but to ordinary survivors, they are neither edible nor drinkable. It was a complete mess, and there were not many items that could be taken. Zhong Ping sorted through, gathering a large pile of components on the table, taking out tools to modify. "We're still short a few items. I'll go to the lab to dismantle some parts." There were several laboratories. He disassembled some items from various instruments and equipment, saying, "These machines and instruments are very expensive, but unfortunately many have been submerged by floodwaters." Zhong Ping was a reserved introvert, rarely expressing intense emotions, yet one could sense his sorrow when he spoke these words. Indeed, the flood not only consumed lives, but also devoured the treasures of human civilization. Jiang Ning did not understand physics, standing nearby, but unable to help. "I'll walk around and see if there's anything to collect." It was pitch black. Hua Yishan thought to accompany her, but Zhong Ping called out, "Give me a hand, this frequency converter needs some adjustments." Jiang Ning walked upstairs. The office desks that could be used for firewood door frames, and everything had been dismantled with delivery packaging thrown everywhere. She picked up several plastic planting pots and tossed them into her space without a second thought. The computers from the research lab and the instruments from the lab were all valuable materials. Jiang Ning might not need them, but someone might in the future, and they wouldn't take up much space. After strolling through a few floors, she collected plenty of junk that others had discarded, as well as some wildly imaginative exhibits from the exhibition room. Scientific research products were far removed from daily life, and Jiang Ning couldn't recognize them. Back on the 8th floor, Zhong Ping had already assembled several components. He had somehow procured an outer shell that resembled a tuning frequency transformer. After digging out the components he had brought from home and tinkering for another 2 hours, he finally succeeded in the installation. The machine emitted a buzzing sound which made Jiang Ning uncomfortable. She covered her ears and stepped back. "The water is too deep, so I've increased the frequency and depth. It can reach a frequency range of 30 meters while working. The waves are harmless to humans, but fish won't withstand it and will float belly up. The only downside is that it consumes too much power. It can only run for about 3 to 4 hours before draining the battery." With the fishing device done, Zhong Ping asked, "Where shall we go fishing?" "You'll find out tomorrow." "Are there many fish?" Zhong Ping asked, anxiously explaining, "If we need more hands, my parents can help." Resources were scarce everywhere, but he knew the 18th floor had capabilities, so he wanted to earn more. No one could guarantee how many fish there would be. But tomorrow they needed to leave someone at home. With such a large reservoir, many fish would be washed out, so they definitely wouldn't have enough hands. Tomorrow at 5, 3 people from your family should come, and we'll gather outside the neighborhood. Having completed the fishing device, Jiang Ning packed several components into his bag, as these might come in handy later. He came prepared, bringing over a dozen bags to collect everything he could. Different fields have their specialties and survival methods vary. Jiang Ning and Huishan did not intervene. By the time they returned to the neighborhood, it was already past midnight, and Zheng Weili and the others had not slept. The dog rushed over to hug Jiang Ning. Jiang Chaos' stomach rumbled. "Oh, you guys are finally back. We were almost starving to death." Upon entering, the room was filled with the aroma of fish with golden fried fish pieces. Jiang Ning was puzzled. How could you starve? Zheng Weili was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just ask. Sister, I know. Dodo raised his hand to answer. The fish was caught by Calais, and Calais doesn't let the older brother and sister eat it. Oh, is there such a thing? Jiang Ning was completely baffled. How could such a cute dog be so domineering? Woof! Calais tugged at her sleeve, pulling her towards the dining table. A large bowl full of fragrant and crispy fried fish pieces made anyone's mouth water just by smelling it. The dog stood up, leaning on the dining table, pushing the bowl of fish meat forward with its paws. Human eat. Jiang Ning looked bewildered at Zheng Weili and the others. Zheng Weili and the others had a tough time too. They had marinated the fish pieces, and not waiting for Jiang Ning to return, figured they couldn't rely on her for everything, so the three of them pondered for a long time before finally managing to fry the fish. Little did they know Calais' eyes gleamed with ferocity, glaring at the fish pieces, not allowing anyone to touch them. It was drooling, but still wouldn't let anyone near. The 18th floor was relatively democratic. After all, it was Calais who caught the fish. Moreover, being a top-notch dog with maxed-out survival skills, no one dared to offend it. No matter how tempting it was, one had to endure. Zhang Chao cried out from hunger. "Hurry up and eat, we're almost starving to death." Jiang Ning let out an unkind laugh. "Our Calais is amazing. It can even take care of its owner." "Woof!" Calais barked excitedly, its eyes sparkling as if saying to her, "Human, I'm taking care of you." Jiang Ning took a piece of fried fish and started eating. It was crispy, fresh, and fragrant. Finally, 1803 was officially on its way. Looking at the enlightened dog, Jiang Ning suddenly played a prank. "Calais, I've already eaten. Who's next?" "Woof woof." The dog wagged its tail vigorously, saliva dripping. Jiang Ning understood and placed a piece in the dog bowl. "What about next?" The dog bit onto Dodo's pant leg. One by one it assigned the order: Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, and finally Huishan. The dog was quite satisfied with its arrangement and began to eat. Huishan, who was placed last, was speechless. He could understand not being better than Jiang Ning and that the dog liked children, but as its trainer he was a bit strict in class, yet as long as the tasks were completed there were rewards. He never expected he would end up being the one the dog disliked the most. Huishan was confused, questioning life. Everyone laughed heartily as Zheng Weili brought out the cooked porridge and they started eating. After discussing the tasks for tomorrow, they yawned and returned to their homes. Enjoying the dog's exclusive affection, Jiang Ning felt particularly cheerful. She took out 2 intelligent bathtubs filled with hot water, sprinkled some dried rose petals, played soothing music, and closed her eyes to enjoy a blissful bath time. Calais, with bubbles on its head, lay back in the bathtub, tilting its head to look at the human, its bright eyes filled. It was also a dog that had soaked in a petal bath. After the bath, it wrapped itself in a blanket and slept comfortably. In a daze, it heard the crackling electric sound. "Jiang Ning, are you up?" Unable to open her eyelids, a low voice came through intermittently. Ever since Calais arrived, her sleep quality had improved immensely. The alarm rang, waking Jiang Ning at 4:30 in the morning. Groggily getting out of bed and changing clothes, the walkie-talkie crackled again. It should be Huishan reminding her that it was time to set off. She flipped around looking for it, but couldn't find where the walkie-talkie was. How strange, where did it go? Seeing Calais lying still in the doghouse, Jiang Ning complained, "Calais, don't just stand there, help me find it." The dog remained unfazed, its posture lazy and enchanting. Ziz. Ziz. What the hell? It was obviously placed on the bedside. How could it just disappear? Searching on the bed, under the bed, and next to the doghouse. Move a little. The dog remained unresponsive, continuing to lounge. Jiang Ning squinted deep in thought. Bending down, she picked it up. Goodness, the walkie-talkie was pressed under its bottom. The caught dog blinked its innocent big eyes. How did the walkie-talkie grow legs? Jiang Ning was conflicted. The walkie-talkie touched by the dog had a smell. Should she keep it? Waiting online quite urgent. After spraying it with alcohol for disinfection and wiping it clean with a tissue, she said, received, setting off immediately. Faced with the mischief of the dog early in the morning, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Are you guarding the house or going out?" Calais ran to the living room, dragging its battle gear over. Jiang Ning quickly helped it put on its gear. Rushing out, Huishan and Zhang Chao were already waiting, while Zheng Weili held the still sleeping Dodo and quietly said to the others, "Be safe." They quietly left the community where Jiang Ning and his family of 3 were waiting in a rubber boat. It was dark and hard to see. The flashlight swept over, revealing the vague figures of Jiang's father and mother, both in their 40s, looking quite gentle. They tied the inflatable boat to the speedboat and headed towards the hillside villa area. By the time they arrived, it was almost 7 and the sky was just beginning to lighten. After packing up their things, they climbed over mountains in the rain. Calais led the way, effortlessly taking the lead. A new day, and it was time for the human to continue eating meat. The visibility was poor, and the mountain path was rugged. Jiang Ning slipped her body, leaning backwards. Hua Yishan happened to be behind her, and instinctively reached out to support her waist. Be careful. Jiang Ning was steadied and quickly grabbed onto a nearby tree. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He really had a good waist. Not only was he carrying the speedboat, but also had to support her and the inflatable boat she was carrying. He truly deserved the title of the Waist King. Hua Yishan reminded those behind, be careful, the muddy slope is slippery. At the same time, he commanded ahead, Calais, don't show off and lead recklessly. The following path was much smoother. Walking slowly in the rain, after nearly 2 hours, they finally saw the vast reservoir nestled among the mountains. Calais was super brave, wanting Jiang Ning to take off its raincoat, and then it dove into the water with a splash. A few minutes later, it emerged with a fresh, struggling fish in its mouth. It walked up to Jiang Ning and placed the fish in her hand. Here, human meat. There's fish, there really is fish, Zhong's mother said with a trembling voice, her eyes fixated on the fish. Let's eat first, then we'll work. Exhausted from climbing, they sheltered under a tree from the rain. Jiang Ning put the fish into a plastic bag and took out steamed buns to eat with Calais. Hua Yishan was eating compressed biscuits while Zhang Chao had rice balls. Zhong's family of 3 took out sweet potatoes, each having one, and slowly eating, not even willing to peel the skins. It seemed that the Zhong family was indeed out of supplies. But so what? One must rely on oneself to earn, and Jiang Ning had no thoughts of providing any aid. They had to fend for themselves. After regaining their strength from the food, Jiang Ning moved the fishing machine onto the speedboat. Let's try it first. The sound is a bit harsh, and if you're not used to it, you can cover your ears. Jiang Ning stuffed earplugs into her ears, while also holding Calais in her arms. Dogs have very sensitive hearing, and any stimuli they receive would be even greater. She covered its ears and held it tightly. Hua Yishan steered the speedboat, bringing Jiang Ning to a halt on the water surface about 30 meters deep. The fishing device was activated and a faint jarring buzzing sound could be heard. Calais was a bit restless, constantly nudging the dog's head. Zhang Xiao observed through binoculars and a few minutes later exclaimed excitedly, there are fish. There are really fish. They're jumping out of the water. Jiang Ning took the binoculars and indeed saw fish leaping out of the water, one after another, flipping onto their backs in a matter of moments. After lingering in one spot for about 10 minutes, the speedboat moved toward a different location. Jiang Ning inflated the rubber boat and paddled over with a snakeskin bag. The dog was in front, continuously paddling with its paws. The belly-up fish drifted away with the current, and the 4 of them in 3 rubber boats paddled toward the fish, using their paddles to scoop them into bags. The fish were quite sizable, most weighing around 3 to 5 pounds, with some larger ones reaching 7 to 8 pounds. The reservoir had a variety of fish species, including grass carp, bighead carp, crucian carp, bluefish, and tilapia. In the vast misty rain, the group scattered to catch fish, their visibility limited. The reservoir was estimated to cover about 30 to 40 acres, and as the rain continued to gather, the reservoir's water was constantly overflowing, sweeping many fish away with the current. If it weren't for this disaster, the reservoir could have yielded hundreds of thousands of fish, a true bountiful harvest. However, the fishing device consumed a lot of power, and it probably wouldn't catch many fish before it ran out. All the fish in the reservoir would ultimately be swept away by the overflowing water, which was truly a pity. While filling the bag with fish, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to touch the fish in the water, pulling them into her space. Seeing the fish in the pooper scooper's hand vanish instantly, Calais widened her dog eyes, astonished that she had performed another trick. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, the dog had developed a habit. Whenever she performed a trick, it immediately became alert and began to keep watch. Swimming and scooping, in less than an hour, they had filled a snakeskin bag weighing about 80 to 90 pounds. Zhong's parents were diligent and had already filled 2 snakeskin bags. Zhang Xiao shouted from a distance, you two should slow down, the fish are being swept away. Hua Yishan and Jiang Ning were also catching fish with 8 bags piled up under the tree weighing about 700 or 800 pounds. Without fish to eat was a worry, but the mound of fish was also a concern. How to get them out? How about we catch a few hundred pounds every day? Jiang Ning fretted. The fishing device's battery won't last much longer. Can it be recharged? It can be recharged, but where do we recharge it? Hua Yishan suggested, let's exchange the fish first, and then ask if they can recharge it. They referred to the group of sharp-mouthed monkeys. Jiang Ning had no objections, so they discussed having each person carry a bag of fish down the mountain and exchange it first. Not all the fish could be carried, as someone needed to stay behind to guard them. Regardless of age or physique, it had to be Jiang Ning. Once Wei Yishan's figure disappeared, and she confirmed there was no one around, she moved the remaining 4 bags of fish onto the rubber boat and paddled to the center of the reservoir to activate the fishing device. A few minutes later, fish began to float to the surface belly up. Jiang Ning took out a large net to scoop up the fish from the water and store them in her space. The reservoir was teeming with fish, and since the catching was timely, they usually got around 200 to 300 fish each time. After running the fishing device 5 times, they had caught over 2,000 fish weighing several thousand pounds. The fishing device ran out of power, and Jiang Ning took out a solar-powered battery box from her space. Once charged, she caught another wave of fish. She didn't know exactly how many she had stored, but it was definitely not less than 20,000 pounds. With so many fish, they couldn't eat it all, and later they could find a reason to distribute some to others or trade it for other supplies. Jiang Ning recharged half the electricity for the fishing device, and then paddled along the edge of the reservoir, collecting a considerable amount of dead fish that had been swept away by the current, filling 3 snakeskin bags. After about half an hour, the dog became alert, and not long after she heard Zhang Chao and the others' voices. Soon they arrived at the gathering point, and were surprised to see 3 snakeskin bags filled with fish. Zhang Chao exclaimed, Ning, where did these fish come from? While you weren't here, I searched along the edge of the reservoir and found quite a few fish. Jiang Ning looked up and asked, have you finalized the trade? Mentioning the matter, Zhang Chao felt a mix of joy and worry. They want fish, but they can't eat that much, and 2 pounds of fish can only be exchanged for 1 pound of rice. At most 200 pounds of new rice, and the rest has to be compensated with other items. I understand scarcity makes it valuable, and fish is inherently cheaper than pork. With food becoming increasingly scarce, naturally the price of fish rises, so obtaining 800 pounds of fish at once might not be easy to sell. Jiang Ning asked, what do we do now? They needed other items including medicine, canned goods, salt, oil, clothing, and various miscellaneous supplies. Wei Yishan was willing to contribute, saying, if anyone urgently needs food, I can give up my share to trade for medicine, canned goods, or salt and oil. Jiang Ning also didn't mind. After all, 1803 definitely needed food since all 3 of them were gluttons. The Zhong family was in greater need, so the 2 of them decided to evenly split their share with 1803 and the Zhong family. The Zhong family wanted broken rice, so they could take a larger portion as they needed to support their family. Jiang Ning asked emphatically, are we still going to catch fish? Yes, how can we not catch fish? Wasting food would bring divine retribution. Zhong's mother already had an idea, saying if they don't want it, well, catch some to eat. Fried fish, crispy fish, preserved fish, or pickled fish will do. In short, there were 100 ways to prepare it. On the way back, taking a shortcut, Zhong's mother discovered a large area of wild kudzu root in the valley, which could be dug up, crushed, and washed to extract kudzu powder to stave off hunger. Jiang Ning replied, the wisdom of humanity is indeed boundless. After discussing, the fishing device was activated once more. As they caught and scooped, Zhang Chao frowned. Why does it feel like there are fewer fish? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and thought him not. I didn't. Wei Yishan spoke up, ultrasound effects. Fish, they sense danger and will flee with the current. That made sense, they instinctively seek safety. Anyway, catching so many fish would be overwhelming, and they would still have to worry about how to deal with them. After running the fishing device several times, they had caught over 1,000 pounds of fish, but finally ran out of power. Zhang Chao, reeking of fish, wanted to vomit at the smell himself. Let's finish dealing with these fish first, then we can think of a way to recharge. The others had no objections, and after filling their stomachs, they carried the fish down the mountain. Taking a shortcut made the journey much easier this time. After several trips, all the fish were moved to the villa, and after subtracting the exchanged fish, there were still over 1,000 pounds. It was impossible to bring them back to the community, as the Zhong family would be the first to be targeted. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Zhang Chao, and then suggested processing the fish at the villa. The Zhong family was eager for this arrangement, saying this method is great. Thus Jiang Ning and Zhong's mother stayed behind to butcher the fish, while the 4 men took the fish to trade. After giving Zhong's mother a pig slaughtering knife, Jiang Ning squatted down to scrape the fish scales, gut them, and chop them into pieces. Kaylay gnawed on a plump fish nearby, savoring the flavor. The leftover gas from the last time they made meat sauce was still hidden in the villa. Although there wasn't much left, it would definitely be enough for frying fish. Jiang Ning used searching for supplies as an excuse to pull out a gas stove and oil and salt from the second-floor chimney. Zhong's mother was extremely surprised, and happily said, you young people are great at finding things. There wasn't much oil, but it would be enough to fry a few pots before they returned. Zhong's mother was skilled at frying, while Jiang Ning continued to butcher the fish. The smell of frying was overly strong, and the fish pieces in the pot were all overcooked, yet Zhong's mother showed no signs of lifting them out. Jiang Ning tactfully suggested frying them too. Dry isn't edible, right? We need to fry all the moisture out. In this weather, it's easy for them to go stale, and they can't be stored for long. Frying isn't healthy, but filling our stomachs to survive is the most important thing. Also, storage is a significant issue. Jiang Ning, having options, naturally wouldn't eat overcooked fish. Kaylee likes fish, I'll just fry some regular ones for myself. Zheng's mother was astonished, asking how they could possibly eat so many fish. Jiang Ning remained cold and distant, and Mother Zheng wouldn't deliberately try to get close, which was off-putting. Alright, I'll fry your portion first to prevent it from being overcooked. Mother Zheng was indeed a master at frying. The fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making it particularly delicious. Cola ran over, wagging its tail, tempted by the aroma. Jiang Ning tossed plenty to it, while urging Mother Zheng to fill her stomach first. The fish was more than enough, and Mother Zheng nearly finished 2 fish before her hunger was sated. How long had it been since she had eaten enough? It was truly delicious. Her tongue seemed to long to swallow it whole. The 18th floor indeed had its capabilities, and Mother Zheng worked even harder, hoping they could bring their own family along in the future. After frying 7 or 8 batches, the sound of a speedboat approached. Huaishan and the others returned, bringing oil, salt, and some seasonings. Zhang Xiao was all smiles, excitedly saying, "Ning, we've landed another business deal." After trading with the sharp-tongued monkey, he thought about how the stockpile would inevitably spoil, needing another solution. Zhang Xiao, skilled in business, suggested they head to the department store for a bit of luck, perhaps finding new customers. Upon arriving at the department store, they discovered that the government had implemented a new policy to help more citizens survive, launching a marketplace. Citizens in need could set up stalls at the marketplace to exchange necessary living supplies. The marketplace did not charge an entrance fee, but it was strictly forbidden to cause any trouble. Those who committed serious violations would face severe consequences. There was an abundance of goods for exchange with throngs of people, yet food transactions were particularly scarce, mostly consisting of idle items like clothes, shoes, bicycles, and kitchen utensils, while everyone unavoidably sought to trade for food. Amidst the bustling crowd, the group hesitated to pull out the fish, opting to search for their targets discreetly. Unfortunately, apart from Zhang Xiao, who had keen eyes, the others were practically blind in this regard. The Zheng family focused solely on their skills, while Huaishan, with his background in special police, found it difficult to seek potential clients. What if they ended up attracting trouble? It was important to know that while many were exchanging goods at the marketplace, there were also notorious gangs lurking around looking for easy prey. Thus the three waited in a corner, while Zhang Xiao went in to scout for potential clients. Half an hour later, he emerged with 2 ragged individuals. Father Zheng examined them, and was instantly dumbfounded. "Oh, weren't these his colleagues? Old Gao, you're still alive. Old Zheng, you're still alive too." Seeing a comrade led to tears of joy. After all this time, it turned out to be a case of mistaken identity, the familiar not recognizing the familiar. However, this was a time of natural disasters and apocalyptic strife. Despite the familiarity between Father Zheng and old Gao, Huaishan and the others remained vigilant. "We have fish, and they have dog food." Zhang Xiao pulled Jiang Ning aside, eager to report the good news. "Cola won't go hungry anymore." Old Gao's neighborhood housed employees of government agencies. Although old and dilapidated, it was home to many familiar neighbors, mostly middle-aged and elderly, with their young children uniting to search for supplies. They acted quickly and were incredibly lucky, managing to find a dog food workshop and bringing back over 10,000 pounds of dog food. Over the past few months, they had survived by eating dog food. Dog food is nutritious and satiates hunger, but consuming too much can really induce nausea. Hence, they sought their fortune at the marketplace. The old society had many wise individuals who were also discerning in identifying traitors, and they would not act rashly. Coincidentally, as they tested each other's intentions, no one expected to encounter an old colleague, which eased their anxious hearts. After some bargaining, the deal was set at 3 pounds of fish for 1 pound of dog food. Father Zheng secretly cursed his colleague as a crafty old fox, lamenting, "Old Gao, you weren't like this before. Have you lost your conscience?" Old Gao felt a pang of guilt, his voice choking as he replied, "Alas, it's all due to this disaster." Trading 3 pounds of fresh fish for 1 pound of dog food sounded like a great loss, but in reality it wasn't. Dog food can stave off hunger and is well sealed for preservation, while fish will spoil in just 2 days if left untreated. Zhang Xiao took out half a bag of dog food, saying, "We've all tried it, and it's not bad in taste." Jiang Ning refused to eat it herself and called Cola over to try. Cola was initially reluctant, but given the fact that its owner had fed it personally, it devoured it with delight. The dog food bags were sealed exceptionally well. Perhaps they had added too many preservatives, granting a shelf life of 3 years. Hearing about the dog food made Mother Zheng equally excited. If they were to trade fish, it would be enough to feed the family for a long time. Everyone wanted it, including Jiang Ning, especially after hearing about the freeze-dried canned food for cats and dogs. Her dog deserved the best. Thus, everyone agreed to trade fresh fish for dog food. The old colleagues tested the waters, realizing both sides had significant stock, ultimately settling on a deal of 1,500 pounds of fresh fish for 500 pounds of dog food. With that, there wouldn't be much fish left. However, there were plenty more in the reservoir. They could fish as they pleased. They immediately packed up their gear and hid the gas stove and other equipment. The group enjoyed the crispy fried fish and then divided the remaining portions. Jiang Ning called Huaishan and Zhang Chao aside, saying, "The Zhong family contributed significantly. How should we divide this batch?" The Zhong family wasn't a member of the 18th floor, although father and mother Zhong did the hard labor. The fishing equipment was made by Zhong Ping. Without him, they wouldn't have caught so many fish. Zhang Chao quick-witted suggested, "How about we give him 1/5? One portion for him and half a portion for his parents." Being too harsh wouldn't work, but giving too much was also not ideal. Jiang Ning had no objections, saying, "Then it's 1/5. She had no habit of oppressing others and preferred to clarify matters face-to-face. Upon learning they could receive 1/5, the anxious Zhong family trio beamed with joy, thinking that getting any share was already great. Trading 1,500 pounds, there probably wouldn't be much left, so they decided to take it all. In the darkness, the speedboat pulled the rubber dinghy as they advanced through the flood. Both parties agreed to meet for the transaction at a secluded area on the outskirts of the city. Despite having old colleagues present, caution was necessary. Jiang Ning reminded everyone to wear life jackets and to hide their weapons. As they slowly approached the trading spot, Kola barked in warning. Jiang Ning pulled out a flashlight and indeed spotted a speedboat and rubber dinghies not far away. The trading agreement stipulated that there couldn't be more than 6 people on Old Gao's side with 1 speedboat and 3 rubber dinghies. Exceeding this number would be considered a violation and the transaction would be automatically cancelled. Jiang Ning nodded, confirming that the numbers were correct. 2 middle-aged men and 4 young guys, all holding iron rods and looking alert. The flashlight scanned the surrounding water surface, revealing no suspicious activity. The 1,500 pounds of fish were quite conspicuous, but the 500 pounds of dog food was relatively heavy and didn't stand out much. The Zhong family paddled the rubber dinghy closer, confirming that it was indeed all dog food, signaling for Huaishan and the others to come over. They weighed the goods and exchanged supplies. There were over 1,600 pounds of fresh fish, but Old Gao only took 500 pounds of dog food. However, they also brought 20 cans of freeze-dried pet food, saying, "You can try this. Next time we have supplies, we can also trade using these cans." Father Zhong leaned more towards the dog food, cursing Old Gao for being exceedingly cunning. Jiang Ning was quite willing to make this trade, as the dog loved this kind of food. Thus, over 100 pounds of fish were exchanged for 20 freeze-dried cans. Old Gao was equally satisfied with the fish from Father Zhong and the others. The dog food had long been eaten and vomited. Despite over 1,600 pounds seeming like a lot, there were many families in the community, and there wasn't much left after the distribution. "Old Zhong, do you have any more?" Father Zhong was wary. "How much do you want? How about we trade every 3 days, 2,000 pounds each time?" "No way. If you want it, you'll need to do it tomorrow or the day after. Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be any left." The water from the Shantang reservoir overflowed, causing many fish to drift away with the current. One could never tell when the reservoir might be discovered, so they had to act first. Everyone in the community could eat fish without concealment. Old Gao and the others discussed and agreed to continue the trade. "Tomorrow at dark we will meet here. We'll take as much as you have." Daylight was too conspicuous. Nighttime was the safest. After the trade, everyone retreated. Jiang Ning and the others were exceptionally cautious, ensuring no one was following before heading back to the community. With 500 pounds of dog food and other supplies exchanged with the sharp-mouthed monkeys, today's haul was quite abundant. However, after the excitement, a major problem was discovered. In their focus on trading, they forgot that the fishing device had run out of power. "What do we do now?" Father Zhong exclaimed in frustration. "We promised Old Gao and the others." There was no reason to give up on the dog food that was within reach. Zhang Chao suggested, "How about we ask the sharp-mouthed monkeys to recharge it?" This group was ruthless, requiring 200 pounds of fish for a single recharge. While giving fish was fine, the key was not letting them see the fishing device, as it could be stolen, potentially revealing the location of the reservoir. So far they had been reliable, but in the apocalypse hearts were the most variable. They hadn't acted yet, perhaps they were just biding their time. Jiang Ning had a surplus of charging options, but there was no way to reveal them. Huaishan spoke astonishingly. "Leave the charging issue to me. You don't need to worry about it." His aura was imposing, and no one dared to ask him how he planned to recharge it. Not even the Zhong family, nor even the 1803 dared to inquire. Even if they did ask, Huaishan wouldn't answer. People are like this, maintaining awe of the mysterious. Huaishan was undoubtedly mysterious. They understood, well, that curiosity could lead to danger. Once the subject was broached, harmonious relations could shatter, and they might even lose their lives. Even though 1803 usually joked around, they were aware of the hierarchy. At Huaishan's side, they certainly didn't enjoy Jiang Ning's privileges. Thus, not only would they refrain from asking, but they would also help cover up. Therefore, the glorious yet arduous task was taken on by Huaishan. It was already late at night, yet everyone remained vigilant, quietly transporting supplies upstairs barefoot. On this outing, the greatest harvest was for the Zhong family, who not only obtained over 100 pounds of dog food, but also dozens of pounds of rice and some fried fish. If the family conserved their food, they could last for months. Granny Zhong was in agony, pressing her ear to the door to listen for sounds outside, and quietly opened the door for her son and daughter-in-law. Upon learning of their good fortune, she lowered her voice and sighed, "The people on the 18th floor are truly kind. We must not forget the one who dug the well while we drink water. Mom, we are well aware." The family did not rest. Instead, they worked through the night to pack the items into several portions, hiding them in the wardrobe's secret compartment, the ceiling, and even stuffing them in the range hood. Human hearts are like tigers. These supplies were a matter of life and death, leaving no room for carelessness. Jiang Ning had it the easiest, simply tossing items into her space. Zheng Weili declared, "Aiming, the three of us still have food. Whenever Kayleigh's dog food runs out, feel free to come. Brotherly love means clear accounts." Jiang Ning wasn't polite. "All right, I'll trade items with you then." After closing the door, she took the dog into the space for a hot shower, as the fishy smell was unbearable. The dog had come in several times, and was now particularly calm. Upon finding the spot where the fish were stored, its eyes sparkled with excitement at the abundance of food. It couldn't count, but felt as if it had piled up a mountain ready to feast forever with the one who scoops its poop. With an endless supply of fish, Jiang Ning was equally satisfied, planning to deal with it slowly when she had time later. Exhausted from the day after the shower, the person and the dog enjoyed warm chicken soup, grinning at each other. Little Bai waddled over with a big belly, quietly squatting beside Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stroked its round belly, guessing it would have quite a few pups in its next litter. The dog was annoyed at its competition for affection, quietly baring its teeth in threat. Once the pups were born, it would feast on them all. Exhausted, they left home a bit late the next day. Lu Yu replaced Zhang Chao, while Zheng Weili continued to stay home to look after the child. Feeling out of touch, she was anxious, always feeling as if she was living off free food. Unbeknownst to them, Hua Yishan had found a way to recharge the fishing device, leaving everyone curious, but no one had the courage to ask. To survive long in the apocalypse, one must keep their mouth shut. Old Gao and the others stated they would take as much as they could get today, and were ready to roll up their sleeves for hard work. Concerned that Hua Yishan might struggle, Jiang Ning decisively carried her own speedboat. The speedboat had an engine, and Father Zhong worried that the young girl might not be able to carry it, so he offered to help her carry it while climbing the mountain. Jiang Ning didn't refuse, and thus the Zhong father and son along with Lu Yu took turns carrying it over the mountains. Upon reaching the reservoir, they felt the water flow was even stronger than the day before. Working hard, everyone didn't hold back, filling their stomachs before starting the labor. Especially for the Zhong family, after eating meat, they felt less weak than before. Still, they divided the labor. Hua Yishan and Zhong Ping operated the fishing device, while Jiang Ning and the others spread out to catch fish. Zhong Ping made 2 fishing nets overnight, instantly increasing the efficiency of catching fish. The dog stared ominously at Zhong Ping. Damn, the chance for the one scooping poop to hide fish was gone. The dog's intimidating gaze made Zhong Ping shiver. He asked Hua Yishan in bewilderment, "Why does it keep staring at me?" Hua Yishan replied calmly, "If you don't stare back at it, how will you know it's staring at you?" Zhong Ping was left speechless. All right, focus on fishing. With the experience from yesterday, everyone was quick on their feet, and within about 2 hours they had caught nearly 2,000 pounds of fish. Just as they were about to continue, Kayleigh suddenly barked fiercely. Woof. It was on guard, staring into the distance. Jiang Ning took out her binoculars. Not good, someone is coming. There were quite a few people, around 20 to 30, and they too had discovered the reservoir. There are people there fishing. What should we do? Mother Zhong immediately tensed. We've been discovered. Jiang Ning remained calm. Let them fish. Oh, we will catch. With 2,000 pounds of fish, running away was impossible. Soon they came rushing towards the reservoir, equipped with inflatable boats and 2 speedboats. Upon careful counting, there were at least 30 of them. They seemed to be a team out searching for supplies. One speedboat led the charge, bringing a dozen men with weapons, some of whom had tattooed arms, aggressively heading toward the center of the reservoir. Hua Yishan frowned slightly. Tie the speedboat to the inflatable boat. Tying one speedboat to one inflatable boat would definitely allow for a strong getaway. He opened his backpack and took out a nail gun, tossing it to Jiang Ning. Catch it. Thanks to Jiang Ning's quick reflexes, she managed to catch it before it fell into the water. The visitor bore ill intentions, and the others became tense, especially the members of the Zhong family, who had never faced such a situation and were extremely anxious, being genteel people. However, the apocalypse left no room for genteel people, forcing them to take out kitchen knives from their bags as the speedboat surged forward, while the tattooed individuals let out howls and others paddled rubber boats closely behind. Upon seeing the fish floating belly up on the water's surface and the bags on Jiang Ning's boat filled with fish, greed glimmered in everyone's eyes. About 3 zhang away, the speedboat came to a boastful stop, raising an arm to wield a large knife, and brazenly shouted, "Leave the fish, the boat, and the dog behind, and I will spare your lives. We've left everything for you. How do we leave?" Jiang Ning inquired. "That's not our concern. If you have the ability, you can jump into the water and swim away. If you don't drown, consider yourself lucky. Little sister, you're truly beautiful. If you make sure we are comfortable, you can stay." Listening to their lewd remarks, Hua Yishan frowned deeply, while Jiang Ning remained unfazed, asking, "So there's nothing to discuss? Stop the damn nonsense. If you don't want to live, leave your lives behind, and I guarantee you'll have a good time tonight." Before he could finish, an arrow pierced his chest. Along with the person, the arrow plummeted into the reservoir. Everyone was taken aback seeing Hua Yishan holding a crossbow, bamboo arrows exceptionally sharp. Jiang Ning wondered just how many weapons did he have. Thoughts aside, he acted without hesitation, picking up the nail gun and firing several rounds. He didn't shoot at people, but aimed at the speedboat. The speedboat immediately began to leak, and the 10 or so people on board were soon panicking as they stumbled all over, shouting, "Damn, they have guns and arrows." Hua Yishan rarely struck unless it was for a life. He shot several arrows in succession, each hitting the mark. Screams echoed as those who had been boasting moments before turned and plunged into the unfathomable reservoir. Survival instincts kicked in and many flailed in the water, some even lunging towards Jiang Ning and the others hoping to seize the opportunity to live. 2 individuals were lucky enough to evade the nail gun and crossbow, reaching for the rope on the speedboat. Just as they were about to climb aboard, in the next moment their hands were severed. With a splash, they fell into the water. They paused for a moment, then let out a chilling scream. Faced with Jiang Ning wielding a Tang Dao, without changing expression as he struck down, the 3 members of the Zhong family trembled in fear. They were killing people. Not just one, but a whole boat. They had no chance to act, and were completely eliminated by Hua Yishan and Jiang Ning. It was cold, yet they had always been easygoing and not one to hold grudges. How could they suddenly kill without blinking? Lu Yu, accustomed to such scenes, did not forget to comfort the Zhong family. "It's okay, you'll get used to it in the future." In just a few minutes, the entire speedboat was wiped out. On the other speedboat, the originally fierce individuals were instantly shocked. The fool steering the speedboat slammed the brakes, tossing several people into the water, nearly capsizing the boat. Damn it, a heartless beast who kills without blinking. The crowd was stunned. No one dared to approach, yet they were unwilling to leave, eyes greedily fixed on the fish. So they sat in the rubber boat, trying to surround Jiang Ning and the others. "What do we do now?" Zhong's mother was anxious. There were still more than 20 of them armed with weapons. If they encircled them to attack, their fewer numbers could be quite troublesome. Jiang Ning surveyed with binoculars. The individuals on the speedboat appeared to be from a vicious gang, while those in the rubber boat looked gaunt and hollow-eyed, their eyes revealing a desperate craving for food, likely forced to affiliate with the gang for survival. They had knives and clubs, but likely no guns. At a distance, the nail gun and crossbow lost precision and power, losing their advantage of striking first. Jiang Ning was unafraid of them rushing in, as she feared a stalemate where they surrounded, but did not attack, which would not be a good thing. Clearly things unfolded as she expected. The tattooed individuals did not dare to approach, but instead urged the people in the rubber boats to come closer. The people in the rubber boats were also afraid of dying, but had endured the torment of hunger for too long, slowly paddling over. Hua Yishan spoke, "As long as they don't get too close, we don't need to bother with them, keep fishing." Lu Yu and the others came back to their senses, using their tools to scoop the fish from the water. The reservoir had been discovered today, was the last chance to catch fish, and they had to make the most of it. As for this rabble, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them after they finished fishing. There was no need to waste time in a stalemate. The commotion had caused many fish to drift away with the current, and the people in the rubber boat began to catch those from a distance. "I caught one. I caught one. There's fish to eat. I caught one too." Many people displayed excited smiles, immediately gutting the fish and devouring the flesh. The untreated fish flesh was fishy and stinky, but it was better than gnawing on leaves. Many couldn't help but eat it on the spot, as if it were a gourmet delicacy, even with fish scales or blood smeared on their lips. Jiang Ning stood on the speedboat, her face stern as she kept her gaze fixed on them. Fishing continued, and everyone focused on catching fish, while Jiang Ning stood watch with the nail gun. The modified nail gun could shoot up to 30 meters, but its power diminished significantly beyond 15 meters. Greed drove those people to test the waters, repeatedly scooping up scattered fish nearby, but still not satisfied, wanting to move closer. Jiang Ning remained silent. When the first rubber boat entered the optimal shooting range, she raised her hand and unhesitatingly fired. She didn't hit the heart, but struck the shoulder. With the next shot, she aimed at the rubber boat. They were frightened and hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to approach. "Sister, have mercy, we haven't eaten for days. You just let us catch a few, okay? Our children at home are almost starving. You eat the meat. Well, settle for soup, we definitely won't rob you." Jiang Ning coldly replied, "Step back." Regardless of their pleas, Jiang Ning's heart was like stone. They were unwilling, yet had to retreat, but there were still fish to catch. The water was turbulent and the mountain winds surged, scattering the fish that had been stunned by the ultrasound, drifting away with the waves. The rubber boats gradually dispersed, no longer approaching Jiang Ning and the others, seeking to catch some fish nearby. Slowly they garnered quite a haul, with some swift individuals already catching over 20. Sometimes if they got too close, they would quickly retreat to a safe distance. The tattooed individuals on the speedboat were furious at the disobedient ones below, but had no choice but to continue fishing. Meanwhile, they contemplated waiting for them to finish fishing before seizing the opportunity to rob them. One of the lackeys quietly asked boss, should we go back and call for help? The boss glared, how do we call? With only one speedboat, by the time we go back and forth it will be dark. Besides, those disobedient sheep have also caught quite a lot, and they might escape at any moment. Let's wait until they come ashore, then we'll think of a way to rob them. Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also intended to go ashore to deal with them. The fish had been nearly all caught, with fewer and fewer surfacing, while Huaishan and the others had managed to scoop up around 3,000 jin. Just then the fishing device ran out of power. The wind was growing stronger, the rubber boat was blown apart, and Jiang Ning and the other speedboat managed to hold on to many fish, barely avoiding being carried away, but they stood unsteadily on top. The lightweight rubber boats were ineffective against the headwind, drifting further away with the current. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, sensing something was off about the water flow. It felt as if there was a pulling force drawing them towards the reservoir sluice gate. Huaishan also sensed something was wrong, and instinctively looked towards Jiang Ning. Their gazes met, and they saw the danger reflected in each other's pupils. Run! Run! They both shouted in unison, grabbing the pull cord of the speedboat's engine. Lu Yu, hold on tight. Jiang Ning swiftly started the speedboat, steering away from the sluice gate. Lu Yu, sitting in the rubber boat with Zhongmu, nearly got tossed out, desperately clutching the securing rope. Huaishan was no exception, as the Zhong family father and son tightly held onto the bag containing the fish. The two speedboats raced through the reservoir like a drag race. Big brother, they are escaping. We must chase them. Quickly, don't let them slip away. Chase, chase, chase. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive splash echoed from afar. The sensation was akin to the sky being torn open, and torrents of floodwater gushed forth in an instant. Jiang Ning did not look back, but raced against the flood, driving towards the farthest direction. Lu Yu couldn't help but turn back, only to see the horizon seemed to be missing a large chunk as an unending stream of floodwater surged towards the gap, carrying the destructive force of nature. The water level continued to drop as the speedboat surged forward through the waves. Finally, they safely reached the farthest point. Continuing to run the engine to counteract the pulling force of the flood, Lu Yu seized the opportunity to jump out, using hands and feet to climb ashore, tying the speedboat's rope around a tree after wrapping it several times. The Zhong family also did the same, securing the rope to the tree, and together they dragged the speedboat and rubber boat ashore. Jiang Ning got out and took out binoculars to observe the distance. The reservoir's dam had collapsed, and the floodwater was continuously spilling out, the tremendous force of the water resembling an invisible tentacle pulling the people in the rubber boat toward the dam breach. The flower-armed tattooed individuals reacted slowly, and after a flurry of activity, they finally managed to start their engine, yet they were still no match for the immense pulling force of the flood, like a dying fish being slammed onto a cutting board. Not just them, all the humans trapped in the flood appeared insignificant before nature's disaster. No matter how much they struggled, they were mercilessly swallowed in an instant. Zhongmu's face turned pale, her body trembled as she gasped for breath while watching the continuously dropping water level. On the surface, the struggling people grew further and smaller until they finally vanished into black dots. More than 20 people were gone, just like that. If it weren't for the quick reactions of the two young men, they would have perished here today. Their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Does disaster ever have an end? Why is it so hard to survive? Jiang Ning said nothing, sitting down on the grass nearby, taking out chocolate to replenish her energy. The dog came over, staring at her with eager eyes full of longing. Hey, give it some too. It's toxic, you can't eat it, Jiang Ning warned, placing the chocolate under its nose. Smell it, but you can never eat it. She was serious. Dogs absolutely must not eat chocolate, or they could die. The dog was unhappy, turning its face away in frustration at the unfairness. Jiang Ning took out a steamed bun from her bag and stuffed it into its mouth. Lu Yu was terrified, but was also very happy to have survived the disaster. He couldn't help but take out his phone to take pictures, even recording videos like a fool to share with his girlfriend later. Huaishan's emotions were hard to read as he stared blankly at the lowering water level. 2 hours later, the water surface finally calmed down, but the water level had dropped by more than 10 meters. Lu Yu climbed a tree using binoculars to observe the distance. Damn, the reservoir is connected to the outside. Huaishan climbed to the mountain peak, surveying the surrounding terrain. The terrain is lower near the reservoir collapsed. The water flows around the mountains, eventually extending to the road outside. Jiang Ning pondered, can we follow the water flow out instead of climbing the mountains to move the fish? In theory, that was possible. Carrying over 3,000 jin of fish while climbing mountains would be exhausting. The group decided to give it a try. The slope was gentle, and they worked together to push the speedboat into the water, slowly moving with the current. After a few minutes, they saw that the reservoir had been breached with an opening about 40 to 50 meters wide. The sky was ominously overcast, and visibility began to blur around them. Jiang Ning kept an eye on her surroundings, but did not see any trace of the previous group. Perhaps they had been completely swallowed by the flood, or perhaps they had miraculously survived, but had already left. In either case, she had not witnessed it. They arrived at the delivery location, but there was still time before the delivery. The speedboat stopped in a calm area of the water, and they tied the rope to a tree. Turning off the lights, they sat down to rest. About an hour later, dim lights appeared in the distance. Kayleigh's expression turned wary. Woof. Jiang Ning covered the dog's mouth and took out the night vision binoculars. The visibility at night wasn't very clear, but she still saw Lao Gao with the same number of people as last night, covering the items on the speedboat with waterproof tarps. After waiting for about 15 minutes, there was still no sign of any followers. Jiang Ning turned on the spotlight, circling clockwise 5 times, signaling them to come over for the trade. Lao Gao thought they hadn't come, but he didn't expect the other side to be so vigilant. If they got robbed. Remembering the delicious braised fish, boiled fish, grilled fish, and sour fish from last night, they were drooling, immediately driving the speedboat over. 1 gene of dog food could be exchanged for 3 gene of fish, which was extremely cost-effective. They had actually collected over 30,000 gene of dog food along with several hundred boxes of pet food. Many residents requested if they could get more fish, figuring out ways to store it, eating it in between dog food. Upon seeing the bags on their speedboat, Lao Gao finally relaxed. The transaction went smoothly. 3,000 gene of fish were exchanged for 1,000 gene of dog food, with over 200 gene left for themselves. After all, there wouldn't be any fish to catch in the future. Old Zhong don't need any for the next couple of days. He'll come find you again in a few days. Each family could get a good amount of fish, enough to last for several days. They couldn't just gorge themselves all at once. Having nearly risked their lives for these fish, Zhong Fu reckoned that Lao Gao was still interested, but they had no way to get more. Alright, just call us if you need anything. People's hearts are difficult to read. If they had known this would be the last transaction, who knows if they would have tried to rob us. After Lao Gao left, Jiang Ning and the others began to divide the spoils. The Zhong family divided it into 5 portions, both the dog food and live fish were included. Jiang Ning received nearly 200 gene of dog food and 8 fish. It was really not easy to stockpile food for the dog. It took 2 trips to get less than 300 gene, but it should last for a while. Returning to the 18th floor in the dark, Jiang Ning scrubbed with body wash for a long time before she could wash off the fishy smell from her body. Kayleigh, feeling self-aware, lay back in the bathtub, pushing the body wash towards Jiang Ning. Come on, help me wash my back, human servant. Jiang Ning twitched at the corners of her mouth. Was she raising a dog, or had she picked up a grandpa? Just wash it. What dignity does a human servant need? The dog is the real master. Waking up naturally without having had breakfast, Zheng Weili knocked on the door saying, Ning, how do you plan to prepare your fish? Jiang Ning replied casually, I want to make pickled fish, and we'll ask Granny Zhong later. 1803 received 2 portions, which were too much to eat. She thought about taking half of the fish to the department store market to exchange for some useful supplies. Jiang Ning decided not to join the commotion, saying, I plan to take some cola back to the hillside villa to see if I can catch some rabbits or something. The reservoir collapse was too dangerous, and they didn't want to go after exhausting Zhang Chao and Lu Yu over the past 2 days. So she went to knock on the door of 1801. Hua Yishan agreed to go to the market, but only to take Dodo along for training, allowing her to experience the harshness of the outside world. Poor Zheng Weili had to stay behind to continue watching the house. Just as she was about to leave, Granny Zhong came up to knock on the door, quietly asking if they were going to the 18th floor to dig wild kudzu roots. Catching a ride to the 18th floor, the Zhong family had gathered quite a bit of supplies, but who would complain about having too many supplies? This time was due to the heavens being merciful. There might not be another opportunity next time. The aged wild kudzu roots were as thick as tree roots, and 10 pounds of roots might yield only a pound of powder. Digging was exhausting, and figuring out how to crush and wash the powder was another issue. Kudzu powder is known for its beauty benefits, but the texture is like paste and doesn't fill you up at all. Everyone on the 18th floor who had food was being lazy, and no one wanted to participate in this unappealing project. There was no choice. The Zhong family had to handle it themselves. After breakfast, Jiang Ning set out with her dog. She drove the speedboat back to the reservoir and climbed toward another mountain after landing. On the other side of the mountain, there was a dense bamboo forest that Jiang Ning had accidentally discovered while using her binoculars the day before. The bamboo shoots and winter produce shoots, commonly known as winter bamboo shoots, and it was currently the season for harvesting them. Climbing along the mountain slope, just as she crested the hill, a vast expanse of bamboo appeared before her eyes, with soil clumps cracked and scattered by the emerging winter shoots, some even poking their heads out. Bamboo shoots, actual bamboo shoots. Jiang Ning took out her binoculars to confirm that no one was around before pulling out a hoe from her space, reminding her dog to keep watch. She swung the hoe to dig, scrape, and scoop. The shoots were incredibly fresh, weighing over 3 to 4 pounds with their shells. She dug and dug tirelessly. During this time, her dog caused a ruckus, helping her dig with its paws. Go away, be careful not to dig up your paws, she warned. But Kola wouldn't listen, insisting on getting close to her hoe. Jiang Ning deliberately put on a stern face, saying, "Kola, be careful, or it'll hit you." Only then did the dog obediently lower its head and return to keep watch. Soon after, it dashed off. That's how dogs are. They can't sit still for a moment, always getting into trouble or chasing small animals. A few minutes later, the dog returned holding a bloody object in its mouth. Goodness, a fat wild rabbit had multiple wounds that must have bitten down hard. She cleaned the rabbit, shook off the water, and then tossed it into her space, throwing in 2 wild boar bones for it to gnaw on. Jiang Ning was diligent, wielding her hoe vigorously. Indeed, she had harvested the entire patch of bamboo shoots. Hundreds of pounds of shoots could be made into so many delicious dishes. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, wild mountain pepper-soaked bamboo shoots, red oil, chili bamboo shoots, pickled sour bamboo shoots, and dried bamboo shoots. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. After resting for a moment, Jiang Ning took out a chainsaw and began cutting down the mature bamboo. Soon an entire patch of old bamboo fell. With the extreme cold approaching, all the vegetation on the mountain would freeze to death, making it difficult to regrow. After cutting down over 100 bamboo stalks and digging up several old bamboo roots, she planned to plant them in her space during her free time. Not only bamboo, but she also pulled out wild grass, wild fruit seedlings, and various herbs from the mountain. Seeing that it was still early, she began to fell trees in the forest. Time was tight, so she didn't cut off the branches, but instead threw whole trunks into her space, planning to dry them out since the branches could still be used for firewood. She felled dozens of trees. If it weren't for the darkness falling, Jiang Ning would have wanted to continue working. Exhausted to the point of feeling like her body was falling apart, she felt incredibly secure, knowing she had everything in her space. She picked up half a bundle of firewood for show and returned with her dog on the speedboat. Just as she arrived on the 18th floor, Dodo opened the door and rushed over, proudly exclaiming, "Sister, I went to sell fish today." Jiang Ning opened the door to let her in, asking, "Did you sell the fish?" Yes, Dodo sold 3 fish. Jiang Ning praised her, saying, "Wow, our Dodo is amazing." Dodo wiggled her fingers, jumping up happily. "Brother praised me too." After changing out of her wet clothes, Jiang Ning found an animated show for Dodo to enjoy, but noticed scratches on her face. "What happened to your injury?" Dodo felt a bit wronged, saying, "While I was eating candy, someone suddenly rushed over to snatch the candy from my mouth." Jiang Ning frowned, asking, "Did they take your candy?" "Yes, they pried it from my mouth." With tears in her eyes, Dodo complained, "That person's hands were so dirty and they smelled bad, they even knocked me over." While saying this, she touched her bottom. "It hurts so much." Jiang Ning asked, "Where was your brother?" "He was watching from the side." Jiang Ning didn't understand, asking, "And then?" "That person stuffed the candy into his mouth, and my brother told me to snatch it back." Dodo didn't want to snatch it, but she didn't want to anger her brother either, so she pounced to grab the candy. The boy didn't let go and even raised his hand to hit Dodo. Angered, Dodo fought back, easily beating him up until he had a bruised face. Having grown up, it was Dodo's first time hitting someone. In the end, she pried the candy out of his mouth and handed the saliva-covered candy to her brother. Huaishan didn't take it, but instead patted her head, saying, "Dodo, you did great. You need to protect your things and don't let anyone bully you." Half understanding, feeling a bit scared, she unexpectedly received praise from her brother. "Remember, your brother can't protect you forever. If you don't protect yourself, not only will candy be taken away, but all the good food will be snatched too, leaving you like them, starving, with a small stature, dirty, and smelly, begging on the streets." Although those children didn't want that, the natural disasters and the apocalypse are merciless. Huaishan made Dodo look into that boy's eyes. The child who was beaten had red eyes, seemingly filled with self-hatred. Dodo couldn't understand why he was so fierce when he was the one who stole her candy. It didn't make sense. Dodo, when people are starving to the point of near death, there is no right or wrong. They think if they can overpower you, they can take things from you. Huaishan held his sister and left, patiently explaining to her, "Do you know why he was so fierce to you?" Dodo shook her head. "Because you have new clothes to wear and good food to eat, while he has nothing. He feels jealous and wants to take your thing." "Brother, do they all act like this?" As they entered the market, Dodo sensed many pairs of such eyes, making her inexplicably nervous and uneasy. "Most of them do, but you can use the techniques your brother taught you to protect yourself, and then no one will dare to bully you." The first fight left a deep impact on Dodo's heart. She hugged Huaishan's neck and said, "Brother, when Dodo grows up, I will also protect you." "Okay." Dodo will protect sister and also the cola. "All right." The next thing was selling fish, and Huaishan was teaching her Hansen. Jiang Ning listened in silence for a long time. Huaishan's method of teaching children was indeed simple and crude, but in this apocalyptic world where order had collapsed, adhering to the original principles of 5 talks for beauties and 3 loves might actually harm Dodo. Your brother's teachings aren't wrong either." Jiang Ning was a bit curious. "Dodo, have you ever been hungry or beaten?" Dodo lowered her head, nervously clutching her clothes. "It's okay, you don't have to talk if you don't want to. When brother isn't home, Dodo gets really hungry. The brother from Uncle Da's house bullies me and Auntie scolds me. Do you want to experience that again?" No. Dodo shook her head vigorously, her voice tinged with tears. Dodo doesn't want that. Then remember that feeling. In the future, if anyone dares to treat you like that, you should fight back. Don't be afraid they can't beat you. But Auntie said the police will take me away. As long as you don't start trouble, the police won't take you away. Jiang Ning comforted the little one. Today, when you fought, the police didn't come to take you, did they, eh? Hearing that the police didn't catch her, Dodo finally felt relieved. I will listen to brother and sister and won't let others bully me anymore. Cola bared its teeth nearby. Woof. Don't be cowardly, just do it. Jiang Ning tugged at its ear, no encouraging Dodo to fight. However, Dodo had already been corrupted and clenched her small fist, fiercely declaring, Sister, fighting is too easy. In the future, whoever dares to bully me, I will fight them. Previously, she always felt she was weak, practicing so hard every day, yet she couldn't even deal with her brother's one hand. Who knew that today fighting with others revealed that it wasn't her lack of ability, but rather her brother was too strong. The boy who snatched the candy couldn't even defeat her single-handedly. Jiang Ning was quite troubled by these two and had to change the topic. Dodo, what did you exchange for while selling fish today? Dodo opened her mouth and said, I exchanged for tools, learning textbooks, a skirt, and a hairband. The pink, fluffy, rabbit-shaped hairband was perched on Dodo's head, making her look particularly cute. However, she felt a bit guilty. Sister, did we lose out in the fish exchange? Brother Zhang Xiao and Brother Lu Yu both said we only exchange for useless things. No, as long as you think it's worth it, that's enough. Everyone's needs are different. Anyway, Hua Yishan doesn't lack supplies. The things exchanged from 1803 were much more practical: 2 bags of salt-dried vegetables, sanitary pads, and a lighter. Zheng Weili even handed her a pack of sanitary pads, saying, with the apocalypse here, having to bleed every month is really troublesome. There's plenty of space. Jiang Ning didn't take it. I stocked up quite a bit during the previous e-commerce festival and later found some more supplies. You keep it for yourself. This is something that's genuinely scarce. Zheng Weili didn't act coy. Lu Yu and Zhang Xiao are a bit addicted and are planning to go again tomorrow. Do you want to join? No, I'll stay home for a few days. You can go out and have fun tomorrow. No need to take care of the kids anymore. The pent-up Zheng Weili laughed heartily. Then I won't be polite. Being lazy feels good for a while, but being lazy all the time feels even better. I woke up past 10, continued to teach Dodo math and language, and after finishing her homework, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa to continue her DIY. Finally, she completed the first temperature-regulating outfit for the dog, waving and calling Cola, come here. She specifically chose black to avoid dirt. In such extreme cold, Jiang Ning made a one-piece temperature-regulating outfit, pulling the dog's tail out from the hole. She cut a hole for its rear end, making it convenient for it to relieve itself. Oh, it seemed she didn't cut enough holes. Not wanting to use a dog diaper, she could only cut another hole. The black-faced Malinois, dressed in a black temperature-regulating outfit, looked like it had just been pulled out of a coal mine. Dodo, who speaks without thinking, exclaimed, so ugly. Realizing her mistake, she quickly covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Ning with innocent eyes. Sister, I didn't mean it. The dog, whose pride was wounded, bared its teeth and bit at the clothes. Human, get this ugly thing off me, it's ruining my majestic appearance. Jiang Ning hugged it and comforted, of course not, my Cola is the most handsome dog in the world. Dodo, who misspoke, awkwardly tried to remedy. Cola isn't ugly, he's even handsomer than my brother. Sister's clothes are beautiful. More handsome than the instructor. The black-eyed dog turned its head to look at Jiang Ning. Woof. Are you serious? Jiang Ning stroked the dog's head. I'm not lying, my dog is the cutest pup on this street. Only then did Cola feel happy, nudging its head into her arms. If it's that cute, then make me another one. This time, instead of black, she chose dark green fabric. While making the clothes, she observed the dog's reactions. Unfortunately, the dog's thick fur prevented it from feeling the temperature change, and it didn't react much while wearing it. After finishing the second piece of clothing, Jiang Ning used the leftover scraps to make something for the big gray and little white. It looked even uglier with all the patches. It's not a beauty contest, YTLL, do as long as it keeps them alive. At noon, Hua Yishan came to pick up Dodo. Jiang Ning called out to him, pulling out a nail gun from her bag and handing it over. I almost forgot to return this to you. It's a gift for you. Jiang Ning was taken aback. This was a life-saving tool. Was he really that generous? I modified it myself, though I still have another one. Jiang Ning only had 200 bullets. Every shot mattered, and she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. She didn't expect him to come over and give her warmth. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What do you want to exchange for it? Anything I have is fine. Food, liquor, cigarettes, medicine. He could choose whatever he wanted. You've taught Dodo well, as she already recognizes quite a few characters. Exchanging teaching was only fair, especially since Cola had improved even more his strong and muscular physique, giving her a sense of security. Jiang Ning urged him to think it over. Once this opportunity was missed, there would be no second chance. Dodo wants to eat dumplings, but I can't make them. Is that all? Jiang Ning was stunned. Sister, I want to eat dumplings. Dodo looked up, her big, watery eyes filled with longing. Dumplings are the best. He even gave her the nail gun so today she would teach him the secret to making dumplings. Unfortunately, making dough and rolling it out is a big project, and she couldn't take out the dumpling wrapper she had stocked up. However, although Huaishan wasn't good at cooking, he was quite efficient at the task. So dumpling making commenced. The venue shifted to 1801, and Jiang Ning rolled up her sleeves asking, "Can your car's refrigerators still be used? We can make more and freeze them. When Dodo wants to eat, you can just take them out and boil them." Sure. Thinking of stocking up some for herself, Jiang Ning specifically took 10 pounds of flour, mixed it with water, and handed it to Huaishan to knead. Kneading dough is labor-intensive, but for him, it was a breeze. Jiang Ning returned home to harvest chives, pick scallions, and pull up celery, also soaking wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms, planning to make pork and chive filling, pork and celery filling, and wood ear mushroom scallion and egg filling. 10 kilograms of flour is a lot. It feels like it would take half a day to finish. Huaishan was washing vegetables nearby, while Jiang Ning used a manual meat grinder taken from her space to mix the fillings. Once the dough is kneaded, she would teach him how to roll the dough into wrappers. No doubt about it, Huaishan was quite skilled, though he had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, always feeling that the dumpling wrappers he rolled were not round enough. He somehow found a round copper disc to cut the dough into circles. Jiang Ning was speechless, so particular. After mixing the filling, they began wrapping dumplings. Daodu ran over excitedly, "Sister, I want to wrap dumplings too." Children are playful, and Jiang Ning did not refuse teaching Daodu step by step. At first, Daodu's dumplings looked quite ugly, either tearing or having holes. Jiang Ning did not criticize her, saying, "Daodu is really great, you're getting better at it. Once they're cooked, we'll give them to your brother." Huaishan was speechless. Kale the dog was anxiously watching Woof. Daodu's dumplings looked really ugly. His dumplings must look better, but unfortunately, he didn't have paws. Practice makes perfect, and Daodu wasn't just playing around. Her brother said that only by working could they eat, and she was there to help. Gradually, she mastered some techniques, and finally wrapped a complete dumpling, saying, "This one is for Sister to eat." Huaishan asked, "Why not give it to your brother?" "Sister taught me to wrap it. I'll give the second one to brother, then one to Kale, and finally one for myself." With two of them wrapping, they were quite fast. It was already past mealtime. Jiang Ning put the dumplings that Daodu had messed up into the steamer and boiled 2 large plates of dumplings, saying, "Let's eat dumplings first. We can make the rest this afternoon." The boiled dumplings were quickly served, accompanied by vinegar and soy sauce as condiments. The 3 of them and the dog began to eat. The dough was well-kneaded, chewy, and the filling was incredibly fresh, bursting with hot juices with every bite. Daodu stuck out her tongue from the heat, saying, "Brother, sister, the dumplings are so delicious." Seeing her satisfied expression, Huaishan smiled knowingly, saying, "I'll make them for you often in the future." "Thank you, brother, thank you, sister." The dog ate incredibly fast, quickly finishing half a bowl, and then pushing the bowl over, demanding more food. Jiang Ning noticed that the dog was eating more and more vigorously. If it weren't for the ample supplies, it would have eaten them into poverty long ago. Huaishan seemed to enjoy it as well, dipping in vinegar and soy sauce to finish a large bowl. He also ate the steamed dumplings, mixing them with some lao gan ma, which was incredibly fragrant. Men really are bottomless pits when it comes to food. Jiang Ning began to wonder if they were eating the same pot of dumplings. After eating and drinking enough, they continued working. The dough wrappers were quickly rolled out, and Huaishan helped wrap dumplings. Oh, his skills were even worse than Daodu's. Considering his contribution with the nail gun, Jiang Ning was particularly patient, saying, "No, you need to be a bit more flexible with your fingers like this." Huaishan, whose fingers couldn't bend, asked like this. But despite the handsome teaching, he still couldn't do it right. Every dumpling he made was a failure. Jiang Ning felt helpless, wishing she could take her own brain and put it on his neck. He could hit a target from 100 steps, yet he couldn't even wrap a dumpling properly. With such poor skills, he didn't even feel a bit embarrassed. In the end, even Daodu couldn't stand it, and exclaimed, "Brother, your dumplings are so ugly." After saying that, afraid he would be sad, she quickly added, "Sister, let me teach brother." Huaishan squatted down, allowing Daodu to teach him. "Is brother really that silly?" Daodu kissed him and sweetly said, "Of course not, brother is the best." Surprisingly, under Daodu's innocent guidance, Huaishan actually learned. Jiang Ning, whose confidence was hit, was speechless. Indeed, she wasn't qualified to be his teacher. Not to mention Huaishan, having found his rhythm, improved rapidly, with the dumpling wrappers decreasing at a visible rate. Sounds came from the corridor as Zheng Weili and others returned. Not finding Jiang Ning in 1802, they knocked on the door of 1801. Seeing the two making dumplings, they immediately became interested and washed their hands to help. Daodu smoothly stepped back, playing with Kale in the living room. 1 kilogram of flour mixed with water produced 1.5 kilograms of dough, with each kilogram of dough yielding 70 dumplings. With the help of 1803, they finally made 1,000 dumplings. Jiang Ning needed to take 300 dumplings to exchange for an equal amount of flour and meat for Huaishan. 1803 also wanted to wrap dumplings, but Jiang Ning was too tired to help. She lent the manual meat grinder to Zheng Weili and cut a large piece of frozen pork they had left at her place. After catching up on an hour of sleep, the intercom came to life. Jiang Ning, do you want to practice today? Yes. If you want to practice archery, you can come over early. When opportunity knocks, who would refuse? Jiang Ning quickly put on her shoes, saying I'll be right over. Although her cooking skills were lacking, he truly had no flaws in other aspects, and his archery skills were equally impressive. Having participated in the school's archery club, Jiang Ning had some basic skills. To prevent the dog from causing trouble, she isolated it in 1803, while Dowda chased after it, saying, Kale, wait for me. Back in 1801, there was now a wooden round target on the living room wall, and Hua Yishan took out the crossbow. It looked a bit strange, but its lethality was undeniable. Jiang Ning curiously asked, did you make this yourself? This was dangerous equipment that ordinary people couldn't buy. Hua Yishan succinctly replied, I modified it a bit. He was unwilling to elaborate further, and Jiang Ning pressing for details would be annoying. Hua Yishan brought over bamboo arrows and explained the structure of the crossbow, how to aim and shoot. Jiang Ning had a foundation and quickly understood. The living room wasn't spacious enough, so Hua Yishan led her to the corridor outside his door, extending the shooting range. He loaded the bamboo arrow standing behind Jiang Ning, saying, hold the bow with your right hand and aim. In this way they were quite close to each other. Especially when he focused on the aiming line, his warm breath brushed against Jiang Ning's fair neck. Her body tingled, instantly feeling rigid. Her heart raced, and she could smell the faint scent of soap emanating from him. How was this too close? Jiang Ning was very unaccustomed to this, and instinctively wanted to create some distance. Hua Yishan noticed her stiffness, and said focus. Only then did Jiang Ning come back to her senses, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and concentrating on aiming. His warm hand slightly adjusted her arm holding the crossbow, saying, just aim a little higher. She aimed and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the bamboo arrow flew out and landed steadily on the target. It hit the 7 ring a bit far from the bullseye. Hitting the 7 ring right at the start is quite good. Hua Yishan encouraged her much better than Dowdu. Really thank you. Hua Yishan stood close, guiding her a few times. Seeing her improve from the 7 ring to 8.5, he let her practice more to gain experience. He sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone, his expression stern and serious, not knowing what he was looking at. At first glance his profile was nearly perfect. Jiang Ning collected her thoughts and practiced calmly. After shooting more than 20 arrows, one of them hit the bullseye. There wasn't much to be proud of, as it was too close. The hit rate would decrease as the distance increased. She had to catch up to his level quickly, just like that day when he stood on the speedboat hitting the heart with an arrow. Half an hour later, Hua Yishan reminded her, you don't need to use too much force. Practicing for an hour each day is enough. Just come over on time. With the big shots instructions, Jiang Ning put away the crossbow. Their home wasn't as spacious as 1801 is, so she didn't hold back. Next was the sparring session, close combat techniques. Jiang Ning helped spread out the non-slip mats, accidentally bumping into him when she turned around, saying sorry. It's fine. Hua Yishan continued his actions. Without Kale's interference, facing a combat expert who wouldn't hold back, Jiang Ning found it quite challenging, being pressed down several times. After being suppressed continuously, the highly competitive Jiang Ning got serious and instinctively feigned a move, plucking the peach. Hua Yishan estimated that the psychological shadow he cast was vast. His body involuntarily paused, and in an instant he was thrown to the ground by Jiang Ning. She pinned his long leg down and forcefully twisted his arm. The two bodies twisted together like a tangled rope, but Jiang Ning clearly held the upper hand. Hua Yishan couldn't help but laugh, unable to launch a fatal counterattack. Not bad, you could knock out a master with those wild punches. The shameless Jiang Ning awkwardly got up. I'm sorry I startled you. In a moment of excitement, she resorted to underhanded tactics again, feeling quite ashamed. Continuing their practice, after 2 hours both were drenched in sweat. Jiang Ning's face turned red as she panted, her body feeling an indescribable exhilaration. The hungry Dodo returned with a doll. Brother, sister, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight? Hua Yishan looked towards Jiang Ning. Does this mean she has to cook again? She thought about enjoying space food with cola. There was no way. Hua Yishan had given too much, and she felt too embarrassed to refuse, but she really didn't want to cook. Dumplings. Not wanting to suffer from her brother's cooking skills, Dodo clapped her hands excitedly. Great. Sister's dumplings are the best. Dumplings can be made in countless ways. Having boiled dumplings for lunch, they would have pan-fried dumplings for dinner. Pan-fried dumplings filled with chives were the best. Jiang Ning went back to change clothes, then returned to teach Hua Yishan how to make pan-fried dumplings. One must admit that the pan-fried dumplings smelled so good. The golden, crispy outer skin and the juicy, tender filling were delightful. It was on the 18th floor, and it was raining outside, otherwise there would have been trouble. Dodo ate with oil glistening at the corners of her mouth, proudly patting her little belly. Sister, look, I have a baby now. Hua Yishan's mouth twitched. Innocent words of a child left Jiang Ning both amused and helpless. It seemed he was about to give Dodo a lesson. After dinner, Hua Yishan took the bowl from Jiang Ning's hands. I'll take care of this. After checking Dodo's homework, Jiang Ning greeted them and went back. Just as she opened the door, she bumped into Lu. You coming out? Ning come over for dumplings. No, I'm full. Seeing the siblings enjoying their meal, she realized she had accidentally overindulged. Lu Ye's gaze fell on 1801, and she inexplicably smiled. Alright, if you want more, come over later. His strange gaze left Jiang Ning puzzled, and somewhat guilty probably, because she had been sneaking food without, but since Hua Yishan didn't speak up, she couldn't take the liberty to invite them over. The dumplings were genuinely delicious, and she wanted to stock up whenever possible. In the following days, she happily stayed at home. Reading, exercising, making clothes for the 3 little ones, all 10 baby bunnies survived, and they felt quite heavy in her hands. She weighed them. The largest bunny already weighed 3 pounds, almost ready for slaughter. Xiaobai had a second litter, even more impressive than the first, with a full 12 little bunnies. Unfortunately, the timing of their birth was poor and the chances of survival were slim. Grandma Zhong's treatment was interrupted for a few days, but she resumed acupuncture. The good food had certainly boosted her spirits. She pulled out a bag containing about 3 pounds of white powder, and with a lowered voice, she happily said, Xiao Jiang, this is wild kudzu powder. I specially brought it for you to try. This is life-saving material, and Jiang Ning was reluctant to accept it. Child, please take it. This is our family's heartfelt intention. Grandma Zhong firmly held her hand. If it weren't for you giving Zhongping a chance, our whole family would have starved. Jiang Ning smiled. First, tell me what you need. If I can help, it's not too late for me to accept it. Grandma Zhong's expression turned awkward. You child, so straightforward. She genuinely wanted to express her gratitude, and she knew that there were connections on the 18th floor that could exchange for food. The Zhong family had been digging wild kudzu roots these past few days. Zhongping made a crushing machine that could mash the chopped kudzu roots, and through washing they could produce kudzu powder, estimating over 100 pounds of powder. If the apocalypse hadn't come, it would definitely be a good thing. But now filling their stomachs was the most important matter. Kudzu is nutritious, but it doesn't last long when it comes to hunger. The Zhong family wanted to see if the 18th floor could help exchange it for grain. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. How do you plan to exchange it? 1 pound for 1 pound, what do you think? Jiang Ning didn't give a definitive answer. I'll ask for you. Grandma Zhong felt uncertain, probably thinking the chances were slim. If not, we can exchange it for crushed rice. It seemed the Zhong family was aware of their situation. Would they be willing to exchange new rice for kudzu powder? In the current environment, only women who have money and do not lack food would want it. After giving Grandma Zhong acupuncture, Jiang Ning went back to prepare the kudzu powder. The taste of ginseng was slightly sweet with a hint of bitterness and a bit of earthy smell. The taste was average, but it had functions such as clearing heat and detoxifying, generating saliva, nourishing the kidneys, strengthening the spleen, calming the mind, brightening the eyes, promoting digestion, and alleviating drunkenness, making it a rare item in the apocalypse. 3 pounds of kudzu powder. Jiang Ning did not keep it to herself and divided it equally with 1801 and 1803, mentioning the Zhong family's grain exchange. The two families were not interested in this. Zhang Chao couldn't stop thinking about the fish that escaped from the reservoir. What a pity. The sharp-nosed monkey came looking for us, saying they wanted another batch of fish, ordering 2,000 pounds at once. Lu Yu also felt regret. They must have channels to sell to wealthy people. Otherwise, who would dare to order such a large amount? When they heard there were no fish left, the look of pain on their faces was unforgettable, repeatedly reminding us to find them whenever there are fish. The next day, Jiang Ning told Grandma Zhong that the other party agreed to exchange crushed rice for kudzu powder, but the quality had to be guaranteed. She agreed to this batch. As the apocalypse progressed, people's health would deteriorate, and it was good for nourishment. Grandma Zhong was overjoyed. A few days later, the Zhong family prepared 100 pounds of wild kudzu powder and also gave Jiang Ning 5 pounds as her reward for helping. The Zhong father and son waited in a secluded corner outside the community with the wild kudzu powder. Jiang Ning sat in a rubber boat, bringing the kudzu powder up, taking cola for a walk outside. In a deserted place, she put the kudzu powder into storage, exchanged it for an equal weight of crushed rice, and after walking the dog enough, she returned. The Zhong father and son were still waiting, and they were overjoyed to see the exchanged crushed rice. After waking up from a nap, she felt that the rain had lessened a lot. Jiang Ning wasn't happy. Instead, her brows furrowed, fearing extreme cold was coming. By evening, the rain had become sparse, and the sky seemed to brighten a little. In over 3 months, how many people had died in this desperate flood? Now it was finally about to clear. Looking at the sky outside, some cheered in excitement, while others cried in despair, all hoping this damned natural disaster would end soon. How she wished this was just a dream, waking up to a prosperous world where her family and friends were still around. 1803 was equally happy, yet felt a heavier burden compared to others. Ning, do you really think it's over? When the typhoon ended, they were incredibly excited, only to have the flood come immediately after. With the rain stopped, what awaited them? Who knows? Jiang Ning's expression turned forlorn as she touched her arm. Why do I feel like it's getting cold? It's already winter. It wouldn't turn the south into the northeast, would it? Pepe, you're just being a jinx. Being teased by Zhang Chao, Jiang Ning smiled without rebutting. If it were truly a case of a crow's mouth, she would genuinely hope that the extreme cold would never arrive. After observing secretly, she found that Huaishan remained as stern as ever, his expression neither sad nor happy. Kailei was a bit restless, unable to calm down, even after 4 hours of training, occasionally making whimpering sounds. Not knowing when the extreme cold would set in, Jiang Ning prepared the electric blanket, down comforter, and cotton quilt in advance. That night, she deliberately wore her temperature-regulating clothing to sleep. The high-intensity training during the day had consumed a lot of her energy, as she had intended to stay up late, but unexpectedly she fell into a deep slumber before long. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she was awakened by Kayleigh's noisy barking and the crackling of the intercom. Jiang Ning opened her eyes, feeling a bone-chilling cold, as a sharp cry from a rabbit echoed in the room. Turning on the flashlight, she discovered over 20 rabbits huddled in Kayleigh's doghouse, trembling from the cold. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. The intercom crackled with Huaishan's anxious voice. I'm here. Her lips and teeth were chattering from the cold. He urged through the intercom. It's getting cold, quickly put on some clothes. The air felt like a knife, making it hard to speak. Jiang Ning rolled Kayleigh and the whole nest of rabbits into her space. As soon as she entered, warmth enveloped her. Her stiff limbs took a while to recover. She hurriedly found the clothes she had prepared in advance and put them on: thermal clothing, cashmere sweater, mink coat, several pairs of socks, snow boots, a scarf, and a thermal mask. She squatted down to dress Kayleigh in thermal clothing, a cashmere sweater, and a mink coat, then wrapped the 2 rabbits, big gray and little white, snugly like balls. The other rabbits were stuffed into a foam box lined with several layers of blankets. Whether they survived would depend on their fate. After doing all this, Jiang Ning made sure to drink a big bowl of warm ginger soup, which was spicy in her throat and stomach. Just as she came out of the space, a loud banging on the door nearly startled her. Jiang Ning. The force was surprisingly strong, almost overwhelming the stainless steel door. Coming. As soon as she stepped out, the air was cold as a knife, and breathing felt like a sharp pain in her chest. Kayleigh began to cough and continually scratched her nose with her paws. Carrying the rabbit nest into the room, Jiang Ning hurried to open the door, only to find Huaishan kicking it. As soon as the door opened, an urgent voice came. Jiang Ning, are you okay? As he spoke, he wrapped a fur coat tightly around her. Jiang Ning was taken aback, staring at Huaishan, who was dressed in a military coat, momentarily dazed. But she quickly regained her senses, saying, I'm fine, just got frozen for a moment. It feels like my ears are going deaf. That's good to hear. Huaishan fastened the buttons of the fur coat for her, and then went to knock on the door of room 1803. The occupants had already been awakened by his kicking, and were frantically putting on thick clothes. Got it. Wrapped in 2 fur coats, Jiang Ning had turned into a ball. Seeing her look a bit silly, Huaishan shook her shoulders seriously, and said, go back to the room immediately, and start a fire to warm up. Oh. Jiang Ning turned to head back inside. Huaishan reminded her, don't lock the door. Jiang Ning didn't lock it as she returned to her room and grabbed the kettle, noticing that the door to room 1801 was ajar. She hurried inside, saying, I made some ginger soup, you and Dodo should drink some to warm up. Dodo was curled up like a ball on the bed, her little face pale from the cold, unable to speak, shaking all over. Huaishan picked her up and fed her the ginger soup, saying, be careful though, it's hot. After finishing a full bowl, Dodo finally regained her senses and pouted, ready to cry. Brother, don't cry, your tears will freeze, and then your face will be ruined. Jiang Ning poured him a bowl and hurriedly knocked on the door of room 1803. The 3 of them hurriedly bundled up in clothes, wrapping themselves in blankets as well. Her hand holding the hot ginger soup trembled incessantly. Especially Zhang Chao, the single dog whose face had turned purple from the cold. Dressed in a mink coat and wrapped in blankets, everyone felt chilly. The southern folks shivered intensely, feeling a discomfort, as if their hearts were numbed, only managing to regain composure after drinking several bowls of hot ginger soup. Ning, you really are a crow's mouth. Zhang Chao, curled up on the sofa, had his teeth chattering from the cold. If you hadn't picked up a million, we would all have died tonight. The thick clothes and blankets for warmth were all meant to squander the cheap currency, yet unexpectedly, they saved their lives. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu were tightly holding each other. Her body was warming up relatively quickly as she shivered and went to start a fire. Seeing that the 3 of them were mostly fine, Jiang Ning felt relieved to leave. Noticing that the door to room 1801 was still open, she walked in again, asking, how is Dodo? Huaishan was tending to the charcoal stove. She has warmed up with the ginger soup. Dodo was curled up in the blanket, only her bright eyes visible. Sister, I'm fine now. How's Kayleigh? Woof. The dog that had been ignored finally found the opportunity to prove its strong physique, but unfortunately, it was wrapped up too much to show its muscles. Seeing Kayleigh dressed in mink, Dodo's mood instantly brightened as she reached out to pet the black dog's face. The fire from the charcoal stove warmed the room considerably. Jiang Ning stood up to leave, reminding them, the doors and windows can't be sealed too tightly, I'll leave a gap for ventilation. In her past life, it had been frighteningly cold, and someone had accidentally sealed the room and gone to report to the king of hell early. Hua Yishan lit 2 charcoal stoves, handing one to Jiang Ning, saying, "Be careful yourself, as well." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback and suddenly remembered that she was still wearing his mink coat, so she hurriedly took it off. "Keep it, I'm not as afraid of the cold as you are." No, apart from her hands, feet, and face, the rest of her body was not cold, but rather warm. It was probably due to the temperature-regulating clothing, which felt warm and comfortable. She observed Kayle, guessing it had also recovered. Thus she insisted on returning the coat to him, saying, "Don't make yourself sick, Dodo still needs you to take care of her." Hua Yishan did not refuse again, but insisted on giving her the charcoal stove. Unable to decline his kindness, Jiang Ning had to accept it. Everyone on the 18th floor survived, and she sighed in relief. Only then did she have the mood to pay attention to the noise downstairs, which was also quite loud, the commotion not small. Closing the 2 heavy doors, Jiang Ning hurried back to her room and took out the thermometer. Goodness, it was minus 19 degrees outside. In a city with an average winter temperature above 15 degrees, where the historical lowest temperature remained at 0 degrees, and where down jackets were rarely worn more than 3 times, suddenly dropping from 20 degrees to minus 19 degrees, a nearly 40-degree drop in temperature, was undoubtedly a disaster. More terrifying than the cold was the risk of extreme hypothermia. The body's heat, dissipating rapidly in a short time, leads to a drop in the core temperature, resulting in symptoms like shivering and heart and lung failure, potentially leading to death. Indeed, it was not the cold that caused mass deaths among humans, but rather extreme hypothermia. Many people didn't even get the chance to open their eyes, falling into an eternal sleep. Moreover, their dreams were beautiful. The rain had finally stopped, and urban civilization would be restored. Woof! Jiang Ning pulled herself together and retrieved the power bank, electric heater, and electric blanket from her space. Not only did Jiang Ning have an electric blanket, but even the dog had one. She chose a small one for it to lay on the lazy sofa, plugged it into the power bank, and turned on 2 electric heaters, quickly raising the room's temperature. Da Hui and Xiao Bai sensed the warmth and crawled out of the foam box, rushing to the lazy sofa to vie for a spot next to the dog. At a critical moment, the dog displayed its dominant demeanor, allowing them to nudge against its body, huddling together for warmth. Jiang Ning checked the foam box and found 2 large rabbits had died. They were likely scared to death. The others looked a bit wilted, while the newborn bunnies were oblivious to everything. Da Hui and Xiao Bai seemed to have been toughened up by the cola. Their courage greatly increased. With their fur keeping them warm, they were not frightened while wearing clothes, but they paid no attention to their own offspring. Jiang Ning took the smaller ones and stuffed them onto Kayle's belly, then admonished the 2, "If you give birth to them, you must be responsible for raising them." Kayle bared its teeth. "Did you hear that? Take good care of them. Throwing them away is unacceptable." Despite their complaints, the dog did not shove away the dozen or so pups, instead nurturing them like a cow would. For the remaining large rabbits, Jiang Ning took them to the bathroom, executed them all with an electric shock stick, and then stored them in space, planning to stew or spice them later. Whether she could afford to raise them was a question, but the taste was crucial. Back in the room, gazing at the glowing charcoal fire, Jiang Ning felt a bit dazed, pondering what Hua Yishan meant. She nearly broke down her door, gave up her mink coat, and offered a charcoal stove. This person had a stern face, not even furrowing his brows in the face of life and death, yet appeared anxious when banging on the door. Could it be? He was afraid she would freeze to death, and no one would teach Dodo. Late at night, feeling drowsy and lazy, she couldn't be bothered to think. The world was vast, but sleep was paramount. Anything could wait until tomorrow. Jiang Ning took off her outer coat and snuggled into the warm blanket, quickly falling into a deep sleep. In her previous life, she had nearly frozen to death, wrapping herself in all her clothes. This time the blanket was as warm as spring, and she felt truly content. It was easy to feel sleepy in the cold, and she lingered in bed until 10, still reluctant to get up. The intercom crackled. "Jiang Ning, are you awake?" Jiang Ning reached out to touch at him. "Just woke up." Her voice was lazy and slightly nasal. Hua Yishan asked with concern, "Have you caught a cold?" "No, still in bed." Jiang Ning yawned. "How about you and Dodo?" "I've gotten up and am making breakfast for Dodo. Do you want some?" "Oh dear." The intercom was pushed aside. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Kayle is causing trouble." Jiang Ning hurriedly picked it up. "I can't." "Oh dear." The intercom was pushed aside. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Kayle is causing trouble." Jiang Ning hurriedly picked it up. "I can't talk right now, just like this. Stay warm." After turning off the intercom, Jiang Ning wanted to scold the dog, but to her surprise it jumped up on the bed, twisting, jumping, never resting. Then it crashed into Jiang Ning's arms. "You little rascal." Jiang Ning tugged at its doggy mouth. "How can you be so naughty?" The dog burrowed into the blanket, its bright eyes gazing at her, tilting its head adorably. Jiang Ning wrapped it in a blanket and stroked its head, saying, "Where were you during this time in your last life?" Everywhere was icy and snowy, and countless people had frozen to death. She couldn't imagine how it had survived. Even its skin had frozen off, covered in sores. Jiang Ning dared not recall that scene, her eyes misty, as she said, "Kayle, that won't happen in this life. Ooh, I will ensure you live well." "Woo woo. What was wrong with the one who scoops poop?" Its paws scratched at her, comforting her. "I'm fine, you will be fine too." She lingered in bed until past 11, then entered the space to brush her teeth and wash her face. Outside was cold, wearing too many layers, but inside it was hot enough to sweat. Fortunately, she didn't stay too long, otherwise alternating between hot and cold would surely make her sick. The room had electric heaters feeling as warm as spring, but opening the door felt like being cut by a cold knife. The electric heaters and power bank couldn't be brought out, but having the rabbit stay in her room wasn't right. After some checking, one bunny had gloriously sacrificed itself. She cleaned up the other room, took out a lazy sofa cushion with an electric blanket, and moved the rabbits over. At the same time, she reminded the dog Kaylee, "Keep an eye on them, no chewing on the wires, and no peeing or pooping on the electric blanket, or I will stew them." The dog acknowledged with a nod, pinning down to Hui and baring its teeth. "Did you understand? Speak." She opened the window for ventilation, then set up a charcoal stove in the living room for show. Holding a hot water bottle, Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Yesterday the city had been flooded, but overnight it was frozen solid. Gone was the sound of rain. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if even time had stopped. Even if she were to experience it again, Jiang Ning's heart was still filled with fear. Fortunately, the temperature did not continue to drop, giving humanity a brief respite. However, 19 degrees was still a horrific disaster for the south, and her phone could no longer be turned on. She closed the doors and windows, turned off the heater that had worked all night, and replaced it with 2 new ones to avoid excessive use and breakdown. With the heater and charcoal stove, the living room finally had some warmth. In cold weather, one should drink hot soup. Jiang Ning took out beef brisket and radish stew, vegetables, and rice, adding freeze-dried canned food to the dog food. Leaning against the heater, she enjoyed her meal. After eating her fill and not wanting to wash the dishes, she tossed them into space, planning to clean them later. She opened a window to air out the smell, then cuddled the hot water bottle while flipping through a medical book. Zhang Weili knocked on the door to check in, confirming that they were still alive, without even opening the door, then hurried back to snuggle under the blanket. Zhang Chao had caught a cold, but fortunately had medicine on hand. Just as she was about to take a nap, the intercom rang. "Dodo isn't having class today. Does Kaylee want to exercise?" Jiang Ning respected the dog. "Kaylee, do you want to exercise?" Kaylee tilted its head, taking a while to get up. Woof. A day without running made it feel uncomfortable. Jiang Ning opened the door, slightly pushing the dog out. "Go." Soon the sound of parkour echoed from the stairs. Worried about it, she decided to go out. The dog's mink coat was off and was being held by Huishan. After running a few more laps, he continued to take off the dog's cashmere sweater. By the end, even the thermal shirt was removed. Jiang Ning felt a bit concerned. "Isn't it cold for it?" Huishan explained the Malinois can quickly adapt to various harsh environments. Too much covering is actually detrimental to exercise. Despite their short fur, it is very dense and provides excellent warmth. When they start to exercise, they heat up quickly, but dogs don't have such well-developed sweat glands. Jiang Ning stood beside him with the hot water bottle, noticing that Huishan did not look bulky, not even wearing a mink coat. "Aren't you cold?" "Cold. What to do then?" Thinking about reciprocity, she handed over the hot water bottle. "Here you go." Huishan did not take it, looking at her and asking, "What about you?" "I have another one." She had dozens stocked in space. "Thank you, I can give it to Dodo." Well, whatever, she had done her part. Suddenly there was a knocking sound from downstairs. Xiao Jiang, are you guys okay?" Once again it was He Xian's voice, accompanied by several men beside him. Jiang Ning ignored them. He Xian continued to knock on the door while mumbling to the others. "Building manager, it seems there's no movement on the 18th floor. Could something have happened last night?" The speaker's voice was hoarse, clearly a result of a cold. If something really happened, that would be quite exhilarating. He Xian secretly scoffed, but maintained a facade, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Jiang and the others are young and healthy. How could anything happen to them? If something did happen, we would have to look out for each other. Manager, you're just too kind. Didn't you see how the 18th floor has treated us?" "You can't say that. We live in the same building. It's only right to look out for each other." "Hey, it seems like there's some movement. They're not dead yet." His tone carried a hint of disappointment, as he thought that if the 18th floor were completely wiped out, all their supplies would belong to them. "Sorry to disappoint you, manager," Jiang Ning said coldly. "Not only are we alive, but we are all doing quite well." The sudden voice caused everyone to look at each other, as they had been knocking for a long time without any response, only to hear this unexpected sound. Now it felt a bit awkward. He Jian reacted quickly, saying, "Look at you, Xiao Jiang. We were just concerned, but it's good to hear you're fine. Don't worry, we will definitely outlive you all." It was impossible to have a pleasant conversation now. He Jian was angry inside, but he still wore a smiling facade, saying, "It's good that you're fine. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell me at any time." A few of them left reluctantly, feeling unsatisfied. In this apocalypse, there were many like He Jian who would wish for others doomed to scavenge for supplies. But they were just clowns, and neither of them took it to heart. After training the dog, she put on her thermal clothing first. She heeded Hui Yishan's advice and took off the cashmere sweater, but she still needed the dog's fur coat. The weather needed time to adjust. What about you? Huaishan asked. Are we practicing today? Yes. Even the dog could persist, so she had no reason to slack off. She had to train, even in the extreme cold. The anti-slip mat was frozen stiff, so Huaishan specially laid down a layer of cloth. There was a charcoal stove in the living room, but compared to Jiang Ning's, it could only be considered a low-end model. It was still quite cold. Jiang Ning took off her jacket and began to practice with Huaishan. After half an hour, she started to break a sweat. The thermal socks were worn underneath, feeling extremely smooth. During a collision, Jiang Ning stepped back, but unexpectedly the socks slipped down, causing her to fall backward. Huaishan reacted swiftly and leaped over. Her body landed on the anti-slip mat, and Huaishan fell on top of her, causing her mouth to smack against his face. With a muffled grunt, she felt the air in her lungs being compressed, and stars danced in her vision, feeling as if her teeth were loosened. With such a large body pressing down on her, Huaishan quickly got up and helped her sit up, asking, "Are you okay?" Only then did Jiang Ning realize he was supporting the back of her head. "I'm fine, my foot slipped from the sweat." Woof! In the room, Calais heard the commotion and rushed out, biting Huaishan's clothes and pulling him backward. "Let her go." Jiang Ning quickly intervened, shouting, "Calais, regardless who told him to bully the one who scoops the poop." Jiang Ning hurriedly pulled away the dog, who was relentless, saying, "He didn't bully me, he saved me." The dog didn't believe her. Calais turned its back, looking innocent, with its paws resting on her shoulders, whimpering, "Woo, woo." It didn't want to. This was its home, and it didn't want to roam. While teaching the dog to admit its mistakes and apologize was also part of the trainer's duties. Not wanting to ruin their harmonious relationship, Jiang Ning decisively shifted the daunting task onto Huaishan. This was an exchange task. A qualified trainer must not only train the dog's physique, but also cannot neglect its mental aspects. After dark, the cold was noticeably harsher. Jiang Ning measured the temperature on the balcony, 21 degrees. It was deadly adverse weather, and tonight how many people were destined to be sleepless or would never open their eyes again. Pulling up the living room curtains, she turned on the solar lights and took out dinner from her space. Despite having 3 heaters running, her hands and feet were still cold, and the food cooled down particularly quickly, becoming icy in no time. Lamb warmed the body. Jiang Ning took out a lamb casserole and quickly shared it with Calais. Then she fetched 2 portions of pig offal powder, soaking Calais' portion with dog food, saying, "Eat, hurry up, and eat." The loving dinner prepared by the one who scoops poop was deliciously devoured by Calais, though it was a bit hot for its mouth. No matter, it was time to eat. After finishing the pig offal powder, she felt warm all over. Jiang Ning went to another room to check on Hui and Xiaobai. The 2 of them were lively, but the little rabbit was not doing well. Just born, it had little fur, and with no affection from its father or mother, one had died. Rabbits are extremely cold resistant. Certain breeds can survive in the Arctic, but this was the South, and they seemed to be adapting quickly. The newborn rabbits needed milk. Jiang Ning removed the fur coat and thermal clothing from Xiaobai. She noticed that compared to yesterday's shivering, both of them were much calmer today. It seemed that animals adapted to natural disasters faster than humans. After feeding Xiaobai, Jiang Ning continued to observe and found no signs of shivering, indicating that the rabbit's fur was indeed warm. While the clothing was a waste, she took out Timothy Hay from her space to give both of them a hearty meal. Entering the space for a hot shower felt so refreshing. There was no way around it. Taking a shower was ingrained in Jiang Ning's DNA. Even in the coldest weather, she had to wash you, otherwise she felt uncomfortable all over. In the summer, with high temperatures and humidity, sometimes she would shower 3 times a day. There was no choice. This was a city where one could sweat profusely even when using the restroom, but now it had become an icy place where people could freeze to death. Coming out of the space, Xiaobai showed no discomfort, continuing to nurse the little rabbits. Jiang Ning decisively removed Hu's clothing as well. She didn't turn on the heater, letting them adapt for a while longer. It was cold at night, so she snuggled in bed, noting the latest duration she could stay in her space. It had been nearly 4 months. She had been saving time and had accumulated a total of 145 hours. In other words, she could stay in the space for 6 days. It wasn't easy. It almost brought tears to her eyes. Danger lurked everywhere, and she had to muster all her strength to continue saving, hoping that in her lifetime, she could retire in the space with Calais. Caw, caw, caw. Having slept too much during the day, she felt unusually energetic at night and continued to inspect her space. The peppers and eggplants in the garden had been harvested, and the grapes on the old vine were quite large, starting to change from green to dark red. It was estimated that they could be picked in a little over a month. In the first year, only 10 clusters had formed, and it was estimated that they could yield around 40 to 50 pounds once ripe. On a whim, she decided to try picking one with her mind, instead of wasting time going into the space. Not expecting much, as she had never successfully picked anything planted in the soil, she was surprised to see a red grape appear in her hand. Overwhelmed with astonishment, joy surged in her heart as she hurriedly tried to pull up some vegetables. Surprisingly, she managed to pull up a few handfuls. However, it was a great drain on her mental energy, leaving her feeling dizzy. If she could use her mind to pick plants in the garden, could she also till the soil for farming? After the dizziness passed, she used her mind to control a hoe to till the soil. Her head felt quite heavy, but she succeeded, though it only lasted for a few moments. It was strange, as she had clearly tried before, but received no response. Now that she was successful, could it be due to her persistent physical training? Discovering this new ability, Jiang Ning was elated. Her mental awareness could also be exercised, allowing her to save time. The black soil garden could be fully utilized. She decided to plant corn, peanuts, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and mung beans, sowing everything she could. Thus Jiang Ning practiced repeatedly, successfully tilling 5 square meters of land deep into the night, utterly exhausted as she collapsed onto her bed. Kayleigh sensed something was off and approached, sniffing around curiously. Woo-woo. Feeling anxious, what was wrong with the one who cleans up after her? Jiang Ning shared her joy with the dog, saying, Kayleigh, our food supply can be increased again. Are you happy? Excited, spinning in circles. The next day she lingered in bed again, using her mind to continue tilling the soil, only getting up for breakfast when she was utterly exhausted. As she pushed aside the curtains, she was stunned to discover that it was snowing outside. Snow in the southern coastal areas was a rare sight, caused only by natural disasters. The snow was light, falling like fragments, and it was hard to distinguish unless one looked closely. Jiang Ning frowned. In her past life, it was merely frigid, but now it was snowing. It was indeed different. The extreme cold was already life-threatening, and now there was the threat of a snow disaster. If the water rose to the 6th floor, if a snow disaster truly occurred, would they have to build several more floors on top? Was the city really going to be buried alive? The thought was chilling. Just after finishing breakfast, there was a knock at the door. Room 1803 was calling for a meeting concerning the crucial matter of water usage. She hadn't recovered from yesterday's fatigue, and had spent the day huddled indoors, warming herself by the fire. It was even colder today, but she could finally catch her breath. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were bundled up like balls, their hands and feet still shivering. The water tower is frozen. Oh, what are we going to do for water? Jiang Ning had water in her space, so she was naturally untroubled. However, she couldn't reveal that, and had to feign a worried expression. What should we do? Zhang Chao wanted to scratch an itch. I didn't take a shower yesterday. Oh, I feel uncomfortable all over. There was no way around it. Habits formed over a lifetime couldn't be changed in just a day. Not showering for a day made one feel unclean. Jiang Ning quickly chimed in, me too, my scalp is itchy. Even she, a living encyclopedia, couldn't think of a solution, so everyone's gaze instinctively fell on Huaishan. Huaishan, under the affectionate gaze, remained silent. Dodo tugged at his sleeve, saying, Brother, I want to take a bath too. Relying on the hope of the 18th floor, Huaishan took a deep breath. It seems it just snowed. Yes, we can gather snow from the rooftop. Jiang Ning continued. Right? How did we not think of that? Thus everyone hurried to the rooftop. When the door opened, frigid air rushed in, making it quite uncomfortable. Jiang Ning wrapped her face with a scarf and stepped outside. The weather was too cold, and the falling snowflakes had turned to ice. Her snow boots suddenly slipped. Seeing the one who cleans up after her about to fall, Kayleigh dashed forward at lightning speed, wanting to use her body as a cushion to catch her. Unexpectedly, someone was even faster. A long arm reached out to steady her waist. Kayleigh instantly went on high alert, glaring fiercely with her dog eyes. Damn, what was it to him? It was just a slight slip, and with Jiang Ning's reflexes, she could have easily stabilized herself. However, Kayleigh suddenly dashed over and bumped into Lu Yu. Caught off guard, Lu Yu slipped and fell hard. Although he was bundled up like a bear, he felt wronged. Why, if someone is bullying me? What could Zheng Weili do? Kayleigh was a skills survival expert, and Huaishan was a martial arts powerhouse. Could she really take it up with either of them? What was the big deal about a man falling? If you can't stand it, just hold it in. Not only was Lu Yu innocent, but Zhang Chao was equally so. He was half a step in front of Huaishan when unexpectedly pushed aside, his body crashing into the door frame. I just let it go, as long as a Ning is fine. Everyone had their own feelings about Jiang Ning's fall. Even the usually strong-willed Zheng Weili felt a sudden pang of jealousy. Look at a Ning's man, and then look at her own. Aside from his charming face, the rest was just hard to describe. Huaishan, the gentleman, steadied Jiang Ning's body and quickly withdrew his hand, saying, Be careful. Jiang Ning didn't think much of it, simply replying, Thank you. Woof. Kayleigh, feeling wronged, protested by digging through the snow with her paws, looking anxious. Kayleigh, you should go back. Thinking it was cold for her, Jiang Ning was particularly concerned, but without a mask for Kayleigh, she couldn't filter out the icy air. The one who cleans up after her was fierce with Kayleigh, who ran around in protest on the rooftop. Zhang Chao protested, Kayleigh, don't run around. We need to collect this ice and snow for water. We don't want to drink water that smells like your paws. Hearing this, Kayleigh accelerated her run. Everyone will be drinking my foot wash water. The dog breed was easily excitable. When it went wild, even a chain couldn't hold it back. Jiang Ning had to exert a lot of effort to drive it off the rooftop. The rooftop was spacious, and the snow had frozen into a thin layer overnight. It could be collected by breaking it up with a shovel. After several months of rain, fearing that the bacteria on the rooftop might harm their health, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao laid down several sheets of color steel sandwich boards. These were found at an unfinished construction site intended to block the water on the balcony, and there were several pieces left that unexpectedly came in handy. Divided into 2 parts, they should have enough to collect ice and snow every day, and the ice on the walls of the water tower could also be knocked down. Successfully resolving the water issue, everyone was very happy. Indeed, sticking together had its benefits, pooling each family's wisdom. As they closed the rooftop door, their hands and feet frozen, they went downstairs where the sound of banging and Zhang Weili thought someone was trying to invade the 18th floor again, her temper flaring instantly. Seeing Kaylai calmly standing at the staircase listening to the sounds, she realized it was a misunderstanding. What were these rascals up to now? After a trip to the rooftop, her ears nearly froze off, feeling a buzzing sensation. After waiting for a while, her hearing finally returned to normal. Lu Yu had a pair of bagua ears. It seems they are prying the door. There appear to be quite a few of them. Jiang Ning's expression grew serious. The sudden drop in temperature the night before last must have caused many deaths. They are likely prying into the homes of the deceased. This is too outrageous. Jiang Ning shrugged. There's nothing we can do. The dead must give way to the living. If I am not mistaken, it is he Jian checking the number of survivors and organizing manpower to clear the belongings of the deceased. Lu Yu felt helpless. After months of flooding, not only do families lack food, but some have even boiled their leather shoes to stave off hunger. They have burned whatever furniture could be burned. Even if they pry open the door, what can they possibly find? There should still be something to find. Though uncomfortable with the thought, no one could voice any accusations. They felt lucky to have obtained some resources. If their situation was the same as the others, they might have also resorted to prying into the homes of the deceased. As Ning said, the dead must give way to the living. Feeling oppressed, Jiang Ning exchanged greetings before burrowing into bed. After nearly freezing to death outside, he could not help but press his hands against the electric heater. Xiaobai was nursing the cubs, while the Hui came out looking for food, circling around Jiang Ning incessantly. Both seemed in good spirits, having received some grass and feed. Aside from the daily essential training and archery, Jiang Ning was extremely reluctant to go out. He either buried himself in books under the covers or used his consciousness to cultivate. Heaven was merciful. He finally managed to turn over about 100 square meters of land, then dug small holes to plant corn seeds before covering them with soil. His mental energy was rapidly depleting, leaving him with a feeling of being hollowed out. Hungry, he quickly called for a Snickers. 1803 was quite proactive, sweeping the snow off the rooftop every day, not forgetting to bring down rations for Jiang Ning and Huishan. Though no one spoke of it, everyone was aware of the unspoken truth: their survival skills were no match for the two of them. It was mostly the two who exerted effort to seek resources, thus gaining an advantage in resource allocation. Therefore, it was wise to do more within their capabilities. Jiang Ning mentioned it several times, but 1803 did not heed his advice. They thought of taking turns to collect snow from the rooftop, yet they could not outpace the others. Each time they opened the door, a bucket full of snow was already waiting at the doorstep. Perhaps this would bring some comfort to 1803, so Jiang Ning did not stop him. The space did not lack water, and after closing the door, he poured the ice and snow into the black soil garden, which counted as watering. Feeling guilty for wasting a friend's goodwill, Jiang Ning felt quite uneasy. However, who would forsake something better? He truly felt sorry. The temperature was dropping daily, sometimes noticeably, sometimes not, until it unknowingly reached 26 degrees. Downstairs there was a continuous banging sound which lasted for several days before quieting down. From the noise, it seemed even the 17th floor had been pried open. It was likely that many had perished. After all, this is the South, where neither the construction of buildings nor the cold-resistant clothing can compare to the sturdiness of those in colder regions. On this day, another knock echoed from downstairs. It was Grandma Zhong. The weather was harsh, and she was clearly not there for acupuncture. Being familiar with each other, Grandma Zhong did not beat around the bush and directly said, "Xiao Jiang, we have something to discuss with you." Seeing her expression not quite well with a worried look, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and said, "Please go ahead." Grandma Zhong immediately broke down, grasping her hand, and choked up, saying, "Xiao Jiang, you are truly our family savior." If it weren't for Jiang Ning advising her to sweat under the quilt after applying the medicinal alcohol, she would have frozen to death that night when the temperature dropped suddenly, and there would be no chance for her to wake up. Waking up from the cold under the quilt, she trembled to knock on her son and daughter-in-law's door, hurriedly dressing her grandson in warm clothes. She woke up just in time to escape the clutches of the King of Hell. The Zhong family was fortunate to survive, but others were not so lucky. The flooding had already claimed many lives, and this time, even more had perished. She had lived her entire life never expecting that the warm southern winter would drop to 26 degrees one day. Being coastal, the area was already damp and cold, and with the floods reaching the 6th floor, the entire city felt as if it were encased in a cold storage. The neighborhood was relatively old aside from students from the university town renting places. Many residents were elderly or children. The entire apartment building compared to before the typhoon was likely left with only about 3,040 of its original occupants. Typhoons, floods, extreme cold. What on earth is happening in this world? Jiang Ning did not take credit, saying, I merely offered suggestions based on the illness. It was you who followed the doctor's advice and prepared well. Grandma Zhong did not agree, specifically bringing a can of fermented black beans and pickled fish as a thank you gift. This was prepared by my daughter-in-law. It's a specialty from my hometown. You should all try some. The can weighed about 3 to 4 jin, quite generous. Jiang Ning had received plenty of fermented black bean fish cans in the space, but Grandma Zhong was adamant about stuffing it into his hands, nearly forcing it on him, so he had no choice but to accept. Seeing him accept, Grandma Zhong continued to chat. Our family has been quite lucky. Not only did we wake up, but we also didn't get frostbite. It seems that someone next door froze to death and a few others suffered frostbite and illness. That girl named Sue even had the audacity to knock on our door for medicine. Where would we get medicine? As if we were deliberately withholding it. She has come several times already. Just yesterday someone died. They said it was from frostbite and fever. Though it is pitiful, how can they force the Zhong family to give out medicine? Not to mention, there isn't any. Even if there were, it must be reserved for saving our own lives. The weather is no joke. A simple cold could be life-threatening. Jiang Ning frowned. Everyone else perished, yet Su Mingyao remained alive. Truly, she is remarkably resilient. Grandma Zhong would not come up without a special reason. She sighed deeply, looking worried as she said, Xiao Zhang, I sense something is not right. This building might be in grave danger. What do you mean? He Jian is gathering the survivors to pry open the homes of the deceased to take away food, clothing, bedding, and wooden furniture. While this is understandable, as everyone wants to survive, it is still concerning. However, He Jian is being unreasonable, distributing resources based on favoritism. Males receive more while females get half as much. If it weren't for the Zhong family's full survival, they would have been bullied too. Though it is said that men are stronger in prying open doors, women are skilled at finding things, and many resources hidden in unexpected places have been discovered by the women. However, women are at a disadvantage and dare not resist. He Jian hoards the resources that should be shared equally, most of which end up in his hands, while the other men, who take a meager share, have no objections. This is not the most frightening part. He not only frequently interacts with the leaders of other apartment buildings, but has also allied himself with external gangs. Yesterday, he took several young girls out, giving 1 jin of grain for an hour, while they played for 5 hours. They are truly a soulless bunch. The girl named Yu next door was nearly lifeless when she was brought back, her pants soaked in blood. She traded her body for 5 jin of rice, yet He Jian took away half, leaving the remaining 2.5 jin for several people to share. How much could she possibly eat? Jiang Ning was not surprised, though. After all, Yang Weisong had also advised her to trade her body before, and he had suffered a severe beating from her with a rolling pin. Since then, he never dared to speak of it again. Unexpectedly, Yu Qingqing was foolish beyond redemption. Has Su Mingyao gone out? No, but it will eventually be her turn. Grandma Zhong did not come up to gossip, but rather because she heard bad news. People from outside have come to collect protective rations from buildings 18 and 19. Every household must contribute. If one cannot produce it, they must go out to find it, or else. He Jian is closely connected with these people, so it is likely he has not been harboring any good intentions. Protective rations. In the past, there was indeed a collection of protective grain, with each person receiving 3 caddies of grain every week. The consequences of failing to provide it were severe. Young men and women were taken out for amusement, while the middle-aged and elderly sought ways to gather supplies. Of course, if you're not convinced you can leave, the next outcome is either freezing to death or starving. Such heinous acts are rampant, not just occurring in the Jinrong community, but everywhere. The government sends police to crack down on them. Yet these criminals are well informed, playing a game of hide and seek, hiding either in the homes of survivors or waiting for the police to leave before returning. Cleaning up is futile. The spring breeze brings new life, and the most unfortunate are still the survivors. There are 2 households on the 17th floor that haven't made it. We want to move up to live in 1701, and another family also wants to move up. They want to squeeze into 1702, so I came up to ask. Jiang Ning understood. The Zhong family wanted to be closer for support. The house wasn't hers. Whether to live there or not had nothing to do with her, but she still had to say what needed to be said. Actually, you can live wherever you want, but you need to think it through before moving. It's not just the people in this building. Others from different units are eyeing us. If they come storming in, the people on the 17th floor will bear the brunt. In these times, no one has it easy. Oh, I can only take care of myself and can't look after others. The Zhong family indeed sought protection, feeling that living close to the 18th floor would be relatively safe, given how chaotic it was outside. Jiang Ning spoke plainly, and Grandma Zhong chuckled awkwardly, saying, life and death are fate. How could I dare let you young people protect me? Moving to the 17th floor is just for peace of mind. Ooh, I won't trouble you. After exchanging pleasantries, Grandma Zhong got up to leave. As she opened the door to go downstairs, she noticed a letter on the stairs for Jiang Ning. It finally arrived. Jiang Ning's expression was normal as she picked up the letter and tucked it into her pocket. Without even looking at it, she headed to 1803 to gather everyone and shared Grandma Zhong's concerns. Upon hearing about He Zion's misdeeds, Zheng Weili was furious, exclaiming, "That beast, I'll kill him." Sister Zheng from society fierce with few words. But this is a cannibalistic apocalypse. Killing one He Jian will only spawn countless others that cannot be dealt with. Moreover, he didn't force those with good appearances, it was a mutual exchange of needs. What's urgent now is what if the outside gangs truly break in? Unlike the rabble downstairs, they are armed. If one wave is taken down, another will follow. Lu Yu and Zhang Chaos faces changed. They didn't expect the chaos outside. Should we move? Jiang Ning asked. Where to? Zhang Chao thought for a moment. How about the villa at the foot of the mountain? Setting aside the fact that the highest building there was already submerged to the second floor, did they have shatterproof glass and multiple stainless steel doors? Even if they did, would others not break in? Zheng Weili declared fiercely. No moving. Whoever comes, I'll fight to the death with them. Moving out would mean dying faster. This was also Jiang Ning's choice, as she had no intention of moving. She wasn't in a hurry to express herself, her gaze landing on Huaishan. Huaishan showed no expression, stating living on the 17th floor isn't necessarily safer. If they insist on living there, we can just install more doors on the stairs. It won't be so easy for outsiders to rush up. Zhang Chaos' expression turned resolute. Yes, this is a fortress war. To reach the 18th floor, they must first storm the 17th, and having a few more layers of barrier makes it easier to counterattack. No moving, fight to the death. Jiang Ning deeply agreed. It's probably useless. If they dare come, we'll make sure they don't. Her words carried a hint of murderous intent. This startled Zhang Chao, and Lu Yu. Was this still the Jiang Ning they knew? Cold and eerie, as if she had crawled out from a pile of corpses, making one shiver at just a glance. Woof. Cola stood beside Jiang Ning, baring its teeth, adopting a posture that seemed to say whoever flinches is a coward. Oh, let's just do it. With their minds made up, they each prepared. Jiang Ning closed the door to her room, then pulled out the envelope. I know your secret. If you want to keep it secret, meet at Cine City at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Do not bring anyone, otherwise your secret will be exposed. The handwriting was scrawled, clearly forged. They didn't even dare to sign their name, yet they had the audacity to threaten her. Even by guessing with her toes, Jiang Ning knew who it was. Cine City is less than 2 kilometers from the Jinrong community, a shopping mall for food, drink, and entertainment. Now, most of it is buried in ice. It was now 12 noon, and there was still plenty of time to keep the appointment. It was too cold outside, requiring sufficient energy to withstand the extreme cold. Jiang Ning ate 2 bowls of fragrant and soft rice along with a portion of steamed ribs and homestyle stir-fried meat. Cola didn't want to eat dog food, drooling at the sight of the ribs, its eyes small, helpless, and pitiful, as if protesting against the one who scoops its poop. Discrimination in treatment. Jiang Ning acknowledged her mistake and quickly prepared a portion for it, swapping the homestyle stir-fried meat for crispy fried fish, making the dog exceedingly happy. The flood was frozen, and while it was extremely cold outside, more people were venturing out to seek supplies. Not just food, but also firewood for warmth. As survivors began to move about, various crimes grew more rampant, with some being robbed before even leaving the community. Some who found supplies with great difficulty would never have the chance to return home. Jiang Ning didn't want Cola to venture out into danger, but the dog clung to her pant leg. It seemed to imply that if she disagreed, it wouldn't let her leave. Oh, is this a threat? Jiang Ning had no choice but to dress it in a temperature-regulating outfit, followed by a cut-resistant and stab-resistant outfit. Any more, and it would start a fuss. The instructor was right. The Mastiffs can quickly adapt to any harsh environment, and in just a few days its adaptability was far superior to hers. She donned a thermal suit under a bulletproof vest, and on top of that a polar cold-resistant outfit. Whether it was the thermal suit or the polar cold-resistant suit that worked well, her hands and feet were truly not cold. Thinking of that threatening letter, Jiang Ning brought out a backpack and tried to stuff Cola inside. Cola, born to love freedom, resolutely refused to enter the backpack. Jiang Ning had no choice but to coax it, saying, "We're going out to catch bad guys, but only I can go, otherwise our rations will be exposed, so you can only sneak into the village." "How could I mess with your rations? You're practically asking for trouble." The dog immediately fluffed up, obediently diving into the backpack. "Come on, Poop Scooper, zip it up. If no one dies today, this matter won't be resolved." Speaking of which, the dog has grown stronger again, feeling quite heavy on her back. Descending the stairs, the entire building was eerily silent, as if devoid of any life. Don't be fooled by the fact that New City is only 2 kilometers away. The icy surface is treacherously slippery, rendering the so-called snow boots utterly ineffective. If someone were to chase her, not only would she be unable to run fast, but accidents would be highly likely. Jiang Ning took advantage of the moment to rummage through her backpack and retrieved her ice skates. The skates were a bit too large, but with a few pairs of socks they fit snugly. Jiang Ning had learned to ice skate, but southern folks were not particularly skilled at it. Her clumsy body wobbled as she glided awkwardly towards the exit of the community. Just before leaving the vicinity, two men suddenly burst out from Building 7, brandishing sticks and charging towards her. It was her fault for being too eye-catching. The polar thermal suit was designed for rescue considerations, hence its bright colors even amidst the dreary weather. The two men were bundled up, wearing all their clothes regardless of the season, revealing only a pair of greedy eyes. It was clear they had set their sights on Jiang Ning's attire, intending to rob her. Unfortunately, the slippery shoes caused them to fall hard before they could reach Jiang Ning, landing in a heap and leaving no trace of her. Upon exiting the community, Jiang Ning gradually regained her sense of gliding and sped towards New City on her skates. Along the way, she encountered a few groups of survivors who, upon seeing her swiftly flying figure against the snowy backdrop, couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. Impressive. This was the South, yet there were people equipped so well. Just look at how well they lived, then glance at her own disheveled appearance. The more she skated, the smoother it became, and it wasn't long before she reached New City. Jiang Ning switched back to her snow boots, released her dog from her backpack, and headed towards the top floor of the commercial city. In just a few months, the once bustling commercial area had fallen silent, littered with debris, and even blood splatters were visible on the walls. In this unfamiliar environment, Kaylee remained particularly vigilant, leading the way, ensuring there was no danger before allowing Jiang Ning to follow. New City was left with only 2 floors unsubmerged, and Jiang Ning chose a spot on the top floor that was both discreet and offered a good vantage point. The road and surrounding shops were completely submerged underwater, with commercial buildings faintly standing in the distance. Scanning with binoculars, she found no potential threats. It was freezing outside, especially when sitting still. Each breath felt as if her heart was numbing. This cursed weather must be below -30 degrees. Jiang Ning took out a warm pack to stick on her feet and hugged a hot water bottle for warmth, instructing Kaylee to keep watch while she entered a meditative state. It was still early, and she had come out early to feel the cold wind, hoping to ascertain whether those who threatened her had brought accomplices to monitor or lay in ambush. Crouching in a sheltered spot, Jiang Ning used her consciousness to dig in her space, planning to plant peanuts. Kaylee, serious and focused, kept a lookout for anyone who might dare to steal its food. When her consciousness grew weary, Jiang Ning closed her eyes to rest, or occasionally observed through the binoculars. By 3 in the afternoon, there were no suspicious figures, not even a ghostly shadow. Jiang Ning had plenty of patience. As it approached 4 o'clock, Kaylee emitted a low growl of warning. Scanning with the binoculars, she caught sight of a shadow slowly moving across the snowy surface. Bundled from head to toe, the figure was unrecognizable, but from the direction of approach, she could determine who it was. Jiang Ning glanced at her mechanical watch, then hid with Kaylee. While hiding, Jiang Ning stayed alert, letting Kaylee guard the perimeter. The shadow slowly climbed to the top floor, eyes scanning warily, and upon seeing the emptiness around the person, seemed bewildered. Jiang Ning, concealed in the shadows, smiled, as if no one knew how to stand someone up. Let them wait. Let's see who is the more anxious one. In the icy wilderness, the cold was so intense it felt as though it could freeze the soul. No amount of wrapping helped, as the biting cold air pierced into her body like invisible needles. Su Mingyao was nearly fainting from the cold, but was unwilling to leave just like that. It was impossible. If Jiang Ning wasn't afraid of exposing her space, she wouldn't have left so early. The thought of Jiang Ning living so freely while she had to barter her body for food to survive made Su Mingyao seethe with anger. If she could obtain the jade pendant, she wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Life was becoming unbearable. Yang Weizong was a spineless man living off women. Even with her as his girlfriend, he still slept with Yu Qingqing for food. He not only slept with someone, but also pushed Yu Qingqing to work with He Jian for food, making her suffer so much that there was hardly a good piece of flesh left on her body. While Yang Weizong feasted on the food obtained through Yu Qingqing's body, he felt no guilt whatsoever, and even began to brainwash her. Next time she went out, it would definitely be her turn. If she didn't agree, he would use the method of drugging Yu Qingqing against her. There was no escape. Su Mingyao hated it to death, yet she was well aware that without Yang Weizong and the others, her fate would be far worse. Living like this was unbearable for a single day. She truly didn't want to play anymore. She just wanted to go home, sleep peacefully, eat delicious food, and wear countless new skirts. How she wished this was all just a dream, that upon opening her eyes she would return to the original world. Unfortunately, it was a dream from which she would never awaken. Su Mingyao felt like crying, but feared that her tears would freeze her face. With no choice but to stubbornly wait in place, she anxiously awaited Jiang Ning's appearance. Jiang Ning took out her thermos to drink some hot water, noticing Su Mingyao shivering and barely standing before slowly walking out. Su Mingyao's eyes sparkled Jiang Ning. She knew that Jiang Ning would be afraid of exposing her space. Looking at Jiang Ning's brand new clothes and her confident, poised stride, then glancing at her own mismatched attire which she had scavenged from the homes of the deceased, made her feel nauseated. At night, she dreamed of those frozen to death haunting her relentlessly. At that moment, jealousy surged wildly within her. If she had the space, Jiang Ning's life should belong to her. Deliberately avoiding Yang Weizong and the others, she was determined to succeed this time no matter what. Hearing Jiang Ning's familiar tone, it felt like she was greeting a close friend, showcasing an extraordinary level of audacity. Is there something you need? With no outsiders around, Su Mingyao had no intention of pretending, directly threatening. I know you have space. How do you know I have space? Jiang Ning asked with curiosity. That's none of your business, I just know. Since they had arranged to meet, Jiang Ning had no intention of pretending. I do have space, but so what? If others found out you have space with mountains of resources sufficient for them to live comfortably, as in the old world, what do you think they would do? So, Jiang Ning, I mean no harm. I sincerely wish to be friends with you. If you let me move into the 18th floor, I will keep this secret for you. Just move into the 18th floor. Su Mingyao replied confidently. You have so many resources in your space, it's only fair to share a bit with a friend, right? How much do you want to share? Knowing her character was stubborn, Su Mingyao took a step back to advance. I'm not greedy, I just want enough to eat and drink well. First, let me move into the 18th floor, win over Hui Yishan's favor and protection, and once my safety is assured, it won't be too late to seize the space later. Hui Yishan had a gun, was handsome and skilled, and with her having space in hand, she would definitely thrive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. At that time, anyone who had humiliated her would pay back even more fiercely. Jiang Ning was unaware of how beautiful her thoughts were. What if I don't agree? The beautiful dream was abruptly shattered, and Su Mingyuo's emerging illusion was broken. Yet having dared to invite Jiang Ning, she had already devised a plan. You have so many things, what's wrong with sharing a bit with me? It's better than being discovered by others and having them swarm in to snatch it away, or else you might end up dead. Listening to her presumptuous words, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. No, you don't understand me. I have a rather violent temper, and I act impulsively without considering the consequences. I'm the type that would rather be shattered like jade than remain intact like a common tile. You come here empty-handed, what could possibly threaten me? Su Mingyuo's heart skipped a beat, suddenly becoming alert. She feigned bravado and warned Jiang Ning, since I dared to invite you, I naturally have a backup plan. If you dare touch a hair on my head, you won't leave here today. Jiang Ning was amused by her threat, like a cat toying with a dying mouse, feeling quite pleased. For the sake of a pack of instant noodles, you would sleep with 2 or 3 men. Don't say it's to threaten me. You must have hired a lot of thugs to lay an ambush around here. They charge quite a lot. You probably wouldn't be able to pay their appearance fee even if you stayed with one of them for a month. It's not that I discriminate against my fellow women, but the disparity in body and strength forces many weaker women to rely on men for survival to obtain the resources they need to live. When people have no way to live, who still cares about dignity? Jiang Ning had witnessed it firsthand. A single pack of cookies could exchange for a school bell, with the position entirely up to your choice. Do they hate it? Yes. Does it hurt? Yes. But this is a voluntary choice. If the school bell refuses, the school hunk will take her place immediately. Having her truth exposed, Su Mingyao was furious and ashamed. Jiang Ning, what are you so arrogant about? Is it just because you have space? Without it, you'd be worse off than I am. It's just cheating. Do you really think you're so impressive? With your looks, you might not even be able to trade for instant noodles. Sorry, I truly am not as impressive as you. Anyone can spread their legs. In my last life, after losing my space, I would rather starve than make a deal with the devil. Yet Su Mingyao, with space in her possession, still relied on her body to trade for resources, using her space to steal from them. It's just that this time she's faring even worse. This has nothing to do with cheating, it's merely her character. Jiang Ning sneered. You need to understand the power of choice is currently in whose hands? Su Mingyao gritted her teeth. Yes, I didn't bring anyone, but if I can't go back today, your secret about space will be exposed. Is that so? Knowing her selfish greed, Jiang Ning wasn't afraid at all. Don't tell me you revealed it to Yang Weizong or those. Su Mingyao. If they not only shared you with Yu Qingqing, but also let you go out to exchange, if you truly trusted them, you wouldn't have come here alone. Instead, they would directly surround you, threatening you to hand over your space. Unfortunately, Su Mingyao had no idea that space couldn't be taken away, but as long as she didn't enter the space, no other living creature could enter either. Yang Weizong was selfish and overly reliant, and Su Mingyao was even worse. She feared that if she snatched the space, it could be taken from her afterward. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for her to tell Yang Weizong and the others. Seeing through her, Su Mingyao was infuriated. Jiang Ning, don't be so self-righteous. If you don't believe it, just try. All right, Jiang Ning laughed. Let's try it then. Su Mingyuo's expression hardened. Fine, we'll see. At this moment, she couldn't show weakness. Once she revealed a hint of fear, she would lose. Su Mingyao straightened her back and warned, you better not regret it. With that, she turned and left. Jiang Ning did not leave, watching her depart. Su Mingyao gritted her teeth in anger. Since she wouldn't listen to reason, she would let everyone in Feng City know she had space, and when the time comes, there would be no place for her to hide. Having precious resources can lead to punishment. She wanted Jiang Ning to feel like a lost dog. Determined, she quickened her pace down the stairs. Just as she reached the stairs, a dark figure lunged at her. Woof! Already feeling guilty and cold, she was suddenly pounced on by an unknown object, and as she screamed, Su Mingyao instinctively tried to dodge backward. Thud! A sharp pain surged through her, leaving Su Mingyao unable to breathe. She looked down at her chest where a sharp blade had pierced through her body from behind, stained with bright red blood. Who gave you the courage to threaten me? A cold voice sounded behind Su Mingyao. She opened her mouth wide in shock, but couldn't utter a word. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Ning actually killed her. I don't care if you crossed over, entered a story where reborn time traveled, or have a system. You've ended up like this, yet you still think you're the chosen one, or have 9 lives. Jiang Ning grasped the blade's handle tightly, twisting it harshly before pulling it out, blood dripping continuously from the knife. Su Mingyao collapsed with a thud, choking as she desperately gasped for air, her eyes bulging as if they would pop from their sockets. Her bony hands reached toward Jiang Ning. You. In heaven there is a path you don't take, in hell there is no door you wish to enter. Jiang Ning's gaze was cold. In a world of calamity, each must rely on their own abilities to survive. Yet you covet what belongs to others, so I can only send you to hell. Also, what if she has space? She must have the ability to obtain it. As for who she might be, Jiang Ning had no interest. It was merely one of her speculated situations. As long as he could eliminate the threat, that was enough. The cold weather and significant blood loss soon made Su Mingyao body stiff. Her large bell-like eyes remained wide open even in death. It was not yet 5 o'clock, but the sky had already begun to darken. Jiang Ning did not linger, heading downstairs with his dog Cola. The dog, resentful, glanced back with a murderous gaze before quickly catching up. Putting on ice skates, Jiang Ning glided toward home. Cola dashed after him, excitedly keeping up. The 2-wheel drive couldn't match the 4-wheel drive. The dog sprinted ahead quickly, leaving behind the one who scooped its waist. No wonder Cola was trained by Huaishan. It ran at lightning speed, its posture steady and cool, the most stylish pup on the entire street. Jiang Ning couldn't help but call out Cola. The dog skidded to a stop, turned to look back, and then without hesitation ran back. Woof! It circled around Jiang Ning a few times before dashing forward at full speed again. It was about to get dark, the most dangerous time of the day. There were groups of 3 or 5 on the ice, eyeing both the dog and Jiang Ning with greed and ill intentions. Falling behind alone meant risk. The overly plump dog in the extreme cold aroused criminal desires in many. Several people quickly pulled out concealed weapons hidden in their clothes, advancing toward Cola. Quick, catch it! The 4-wheel drive was steady while Kaylee executed devilish maneuvers, dodging and leaping, leaving them spinning in circles. They were not only ruthless towards the dog, but even targeted Jiang Ning. Instead of avoiding them, Jiang Ning accelerated towards them. The speed of skating was swift, and the man wielding the steel pipe wore cotton shoes, still determined to hunt despite slipping underfoot. Jiang Ning sped past, not waiting for the man to raise his steel pipe, as he zipped by like a bolt of lightning. With a thud, the man was sent flying. Even with a thick hat, his head was still crushed by the golf club. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, blood gushing from his mouth, and soon there was no breath left. Jiang Ning did not hesitate, regardless of whether it was aimed at her or Kaylee. She charged forward with the golf club. They were all robbers. A living would only lead to harm for others. After striking several heads, by the time others encircled them, the girl in the red extreme cold suit had already vanished from sight. They thought the fallen one slipped, but little did they know they had lost their lives. Upon closer inspection, they discovered their skulls had been shattered. A young girl, her strikes were surprisingly fierce. Surprise and shock quickly faded. The living immediately began to strip the deceased of their clothes, wearing the warm garments without a care for the lingering warmth of the dead. Starving, they gazed at the corpses with complex expressions, swallowing repeatedly, but ultimately resisted the last line of their conscience, turning away with great difficulty. As for how long they could hold on, even they did not know. The dog grew more excited as it ran, its tongue hanging out. Looking back at the relentless pursuer, it performed an emergency brake. Come on, catch me. As for how long they could hold on, even they did not know. The dog grew more excited as it ran, its tongue hanging out. Looking back at the relentless pursuer, it performed an After a round outside, the dog was full of energy, its figure graceful and muscular, making it seem as if it was shining. Jiang Ning rewarded it with a piece of jerky and tidied up her belongings to head upstairs. As she reached the 12th floor, a staggering figure suddenly rushed out. Almost slashing with a knife, she realized it was Yu Qingqing. Her face was pale, devoid of color, resembling someone coated in lime powder. Jiang Ning could tell at a glance that she would not last long, lacking any vitality. Whether it was Yang Weikong's coaxing or her belief that lying down was an easy way to earn food for 5 pounds of grain, she had exhausted her body. Not only did He Jian take half away, but she also had to support Yang Weizong and the others. Jiang Ning could not understand it. Perhaps this was the symptom of being hopelessly in love. Even after reliving her life, she felt fortunate to have awakened in time last life, who otherwise she would have ended up worse than Yu Qingqing. Jiang Ning, save me, please help me. Yu Qingqing's voice was hoarse, her body swaying, her gray eyes holding the last flicker of light. Jiang Ning asked, how can I save you? I am bleeding profusely and have a fever. Oh, can you give me some medicine? I don't want to die yet. Yu Qingqing struggled to stand, leaning against the stairs. Why come to me? Jiang Ning replied expressionlessly, I haven't eaten a single grain of the food you earned. Whoever ate what you brought back, go find them to save you. Don't say I have no medicine, even if I had I wouldn't give it to you. Why should I? Because you are pitiful. Because you are obstinately ignorant. I am not your parents and have not eaten or drunk from you. Whoever harmed you, go find them. Playing the pity card won't work with me. With that, she turned to go upstairs. Wait, Yu Qingqing's lips trembled as she gasped for breath, calling out to Jiang Ning. I am not reconciled. I truly regret it. If I had known today would come, I wouldn't have given up the grain. Jiang Ning, please help me, though I don't want to die like this and be thrown out the window by them. It seemed she understood better than anyone that she was doomed. Thinking of being drained dry, it was truly hard to die in peace. Jiang Ning halted her steps, reached into her backpack, dug around, and handed her a packet of medicine containing a few strong sleeping pills. You manage it yourself. Yu Qingqing tightly clutched the medicine, enduring the pain in her body, stooping her way back to room 1202. How ironic. This was the house she rented, and now they waited for her to die. If given a chance to start over, she would never have carelessly replied to messages in the group inviting a pack of wolves in. She thought of home, her parents, her grandparents, the meals they cooked, but alas, there would be no more chances. Truly, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Clutching the medicine tightly, Yu Qingqing made a decision. Just as she reached the 18th floor, a tapping sound echoed in the corridor. Zheng Weili was boxing, sweating profusely. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao practiced with sticks clumsily, yet humorously, but their spirit of hard work was commendable. Upon seeing her return, the two took the opportunity to slack off. On Ning, did you go out? Yet took Kailei for a walk. How was it outside? Even in fur coats, they had not adapted yet. Since the extreme cold arrived, the farthest they had gone was to the rooftop to fetch ice and snow. It was quite lively with robbers everywhere. Lu Yu froze. Zhang Chao froze. How terrifying would they die if they went out? Ning, are you joking? Eventually they had to face it. Jiang Ning had no plans to hide anything, brandishing the bloodstained golf club. What do you think? Lu Yu, frightened, clung to Zheng Weili. Wife, am scared. Zhang Chao had no one to cling to, his expression turning serious. The apocalypse and disasters forced ordinary people to become devils, let alone those who thrived in darkness. Grandma Zhong's concerns were not unfounded. Being targeted on the 18th floor was only a matter of time. They needed to strengthen quickly and not drag down the 18th floor. Let's continue practicing. Chao, we can do it. Back in the room to change clothes, just as she took off her bulletproof vest, the intercom crackled. Jiang Ning, are we going to practice today? Yes, on my way. Today they had gone out to run, but Keilei's training had been delayed, yet this was no obstacle for Huishan. He dressed Dodo in thick clothes, shoes and socks, putting on a windproof and cold-resistant hat. Dodo watched Keilei run laps on the stairs. Okay, brother. Having snuggled in bed all day, now being able to play with Keilei, Dodo was overjoyed. After 2 hours of extreme practice, Jiang Ning was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. This kind of exhaustion came with a refreshing thrill. Moreover, Jiang Ning discovered that as her physical abilities improved, the time for controlling consciousness to sow seeds also increased. Though it still felt like crawling at a snail's pace, it was heading in a positive direction. The future looked promising. Huishan stepped out to take over the instructor's duties from Dodo, noticing that 1803 was still sweating profusely during their training. Living is truly not easy, especially for those on the 18th floor who are seen as thorns in others' sides. To preserve their resources, even dogs are enhancing their combat abilities, let alone humans. In that moment, he felt a stir of emotions. Do you want to learn crossbow shooting? All of 1803 was shocked. Was 1801 speaking to them? Crossbow shooting. He wants to teach them crossbow shooting. Right. Wow, how exciting. My heart is about to leap out. Zhang Chao reacted quickly. Yes. Seeing Huishan teach Jiang Ning infiltration techniques and engage in daily sparring made them all drool with envy. Huishan, coming from a special police background, is a professional in both offense and self-defense. Just 2 moves from him would surpass a month of their random training. Just look at Jiang Ning. In her childhood, he and Lu Yu teamed up to fight against her. Although they lost terribly, they could still withstand a few moves. Now she could knock both of them down with a single punch. And then there's Keilei, a stray dog with rich combat experience. Now receiving high-standard police dog training, he can no longer simply be described as abnormal. Yes, they may be a bit weak, but they still have their dignity. How is it that they can't even compete with a dog now? It's a disgrace, a humiliation. They've long been eager to kneel and beg Huishan to take them as disciples, but have never found the courage to speak up. The reason is simple: his aura is too powerful, the kind that transcends all. Don't be fooled by his team searching for resources. His demeanor is cold, and aloof, never wasting a word. His forehead seems to be emblazoned with "not familiar, do not disturb." People are different. Hua Yishan has a unique relationship with Jiang Ning, but that does not mean he would treat 1803 any differently. So even though they yearn for it in their hearts, no one dares to speak up, not even to Jiang Ning. Now he actually spoke up. Zhang Chao wanted to cry. Is this like getting a big leg to hug? Lu Yu also felt like crying, constantly getting beaten by his wife. He wanted to learn some powerful self-defense techniques so he could stand tall in front of her. Believe it or not, even Zheng Weili was moved. In terms of free fighting, she was confident she could knock Hua Yishan out, but what about in other aspects? Now during this apocalyptic disaster, the world has turned survivors into demons. How strong can her fists be? Can she compare to others' crossbows? Can she compare to others' guns? Moreover, she has her ultimate dream of one day challenging Hua Yishan. 1803 spoke in unison, and Hua Yishan nodded. Tomorrow. That night the two big men were so excited they couldn't sleep, secretly hiding under the covers to drink beer. Chao, why do you think Hua Yishan suddenly changed his attitude? The 18th floor is a piece of fat meat now. No matter how powerful he is, he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Besides, he has a sister to protect. Only when everyone on the 18th floor grows stronger will he find it easier. Chao, we must work hard. We should follow Ning's example. The two brothers chatted and drank, accidentally getting carried away and falling asleep. A piercing scream echoed from downstairs. Zhang Chao, awakened by the noise, cursed loudly. Damn it, someone died again. Lu Yu groggily got up. People die every day, it's really annoying. Where are you going? To find my wife. Zhang Chao, feeling struck in the heart, thought. Right, he doesn't. Next door, Jiang Ning was also awakened by the noise, realizing it came from a few floors below. She rolled over and went back to sleep. Calais listened at the door, confirming that there were no two-legged beasts trying to break in downstairs. He glanced at the litter box manager sleeping on the bed, then happily settled into his own nest. Early in the morning, the 17th floor echoed with sounds. Calais occasionally listened at the door, feeling a bit restless, always on the verge of wanting to fight. Jiang Ning opened the door and saw Zhang Chao and Lu Yu practicing crossbow shooting in the corridor. There's no problem with Hua Yishan's teaching, it's their lack of talent that's the issue. Zheng Weili indeed had talent, but was hot-tempered. What are you two doing? How many times have I taught you? You still can't hit anything. Even Calais aims better than you. Jiang Ning almost burst out laughing. There's nothing to be done, different fields have their own expertise. Zheng Weili was physically strong with body movement, speed, and agility far superior to ordinary people, making it easy for her to grasp related skills. But the two of them were a sickly one and a physically weak one. Their athletic talent was already worse than that of ordinary people, and it was already impressive that they could persist until now. Hua Yishan is aloof and Zheng Weili is impatient. Their situation is indeed challenging. Let me give it a try. In fact, she had long wanted to teach 1803, but it was something Hua Yishan taught her, so she couldn't do it without his permission. It's true they are a team, but who would lay their heart bare for another? Besides, Hua Yishan is as guarded as she is. She only got close to him because of her two kids exchanging teaching methods. In this apocalyptic disaster, survival talents are indeed few. Most people are like Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, just ordinary individuals. Their ability to persist is already quite impressive. On the 18th floor, with the company of dogs, Jiang Ning's mindset has shifted away from the anxiety and panic she felt when she first reborn. But Zheng Weili and the others are different. Their unease and fear are deepening naturally, leading to irritability. Jiang Ning stepped forward, patiently teaching them over and over, focusing on each action. A strict teacher does not necessarily produce outstanding students, but teacher Jiang, with years of training experience, certainly has her methods. Putting aside their impatience, they began to rebuild their confidence. As the training progressed, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu became increasingly proficient, their aim also improving. Zheng Weili thanked Jiang Ning. I've been losing a lot of hair lately, and my temper is getting worse. Every time I lose my temper, I feel guilty, but I just can't control myself. Later, he'll ask Zhang Chao if there are any anxiety medications. Jiang Ning suggested. I remember we seem to have collected some, and you should pay more attention to your emotions. Wait, are you saying I have anxiety? Zheng Weili was surprised. Not just you, many people have this issue. Jiang Ning nodded. I had it at first too, but then Calais cured me. No wonder I thought something was off with me, even my menstrual cycle has been irregular. Zheng Weili sighed, saying that although her temper used to flare up quickly, her mentality was very optimistic, unlike now, where negative energy fills her days. While they were chatting, there was a knock at the door downstairs. They were all familiar faces, including Grandma Zheng's family, the family that came last time to treat a child's stomach ache, and the original residents of 1703. After hearing Jiang Ning's words, Grandma Zheng had hesitated about whether to move, but the bloody incident that happened next door last night frightened her. When she woke up in the morning, her family decisively moved away. She was a polite and well-mannered young girl, but unfortunately she misjudged people and let a wolf into her home, costing her own life. The most terrifying thing is when a weak and honest person goes mad. The food obtained through struggle cannot be enjoyed in life, and in her madness, she slipped sleeping pills into the water and killed 2 with a kitchen knife. In the end, she was also hacked to death by a chaotic knife, her body thrown out the window. The room was filled with fresh blood, and the man holding the kitchen knife had a frenzied expression, his gaze eerie and terrifying. It seems likely that he has gone mad as well. Grandma Zhong remembers him. He was that boy on the 8th floor, sunny and handsome, always smiling, but sadly he relied on women to survive. Now one has gone out and never returned, and the other was killed by him. Who will he eat from now on? Grandma Zhong has grown old. Her heart can no longer withstand stress, and besides, there are not just one, but multiple crazy people in the apartment building. Therefore, she decisively moved to the 17th floor, even though the 18th floor has also seen killings. At least it was in self-defense, which is far more rational than the others. The two families not only moved their belongings upstairs, but also dismantled the stainless steel door, hoping to create a secure fortress like the 18th floor, arranging 3 doors on the staircase as well. However, they lacked the tools, so they knocked on the door to borrow from the 18th floor. Jiang Ning did not rush to speak. Instead, she looked towards Huaishan and Zhang Chao. There are tools in the space, but they cannot be taken out. Huaishan has a handheld impact drill, and 1803 has a little acetylene for welding. But human hearts can be wicked, especially since they decided to move to the 17th floor, making it clear they were seeking refuge. At this moment, extending a free olive branch could easily foster a sense of dependency. The 18th floor is not a savior. It is already difficult for them to protect themselves, let alone shelter others. However, installing 3 doors on the staircase would also benefit the 18th floor. If someone really charges in, it would at least buy them some time. But when interacting with the 17th floor, one must exercise moderation. The 18th floor communicated through glances and quickly reached a consensus. The impact drill is nearly out of battery, and there's not much acetylene left. Borrowing is fine, but when will you return it? As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the other 2 families were left speechless. Grandma Zhong understood. Little girl, we need to look out for each other upstairs and downstairs. These 2 items are indeed a bit special. If we borrow them and can't return them immediately, how about we offer other items in exchange? What do you think? All right, you all discuss it. Ultimately, Grandma Zhong pulled out a bracelet, while the Su family with the child offered a jade Buddha ornament, and 1703 provided a gold necklace. Jiang Ning accepted on behalf of the 18th floor, handing over the impact drill and acetylene to the 17th floor, and also sent Lu Yu and Zhang Chao to provide technical guidance, ensuring that the doors were installed securely. Additionally, the 17th floor made a request to go to the rooftop to collect melted snow. The rooftop is a shared space, and as the 2 floors had established a cooperative relationship, it would be unreasonable to deny them access. However, each time they come up, they need to open the door, which poses a risk to the 18th floor. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Every day at 4 in the afternoon, only one person can come up. You all discuss who will come. Only one person can come up. The 17th floor felt uneasy, but given the stronger position of the 18th floor, they ultimately assigned the task to Zhong Ping. Once the doors on the staircase were installed, Lu Yu returned with 3 keys, stating, "From now on, going out and coming back won't be easy. You'll have to pass through 6 checkpoints." Additionally, the 17th floor provided a skateboard, and Lu Yu decided to give them the 3 kilograms of iron nails he had on hand, welding them onto the door for enhanced security. Meanwhile, the Zhong family planned to go chop wood the next day. In the extreme cold, one cannot stay indoors without firewood. Although they had collected a fair amount previously, it burned quickly from morning till night. While they could still hold out for a while, the southern coastal area has few forests, and any furniture or wood that could be burned in the city had already been cleared. The survivors could only go up the mountain to chop wood. The hillside villa area is filled with mountains, but it is simply too far away. Walking a whole day is not enough for a round trip. Recently, it has been Fengshan, where the swift gather and the slow miss out. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao felt an overwhelming sense of danger and wanted to stock up on supplies. "Ning, are you going?" Jiang Ning shrugged. "I don't want to move. Let's talk about it in a few days." Huaishan also shrugged, refusing to go out to chop wood. All members of 1803 were mobilized. Lu Yu somehow managed to get his hands on a folding mechanical saw blade and wanted to show off. Kaylee wanted to go out and have some fun, but the one responsible for cleaning up wouldn't allow it. In the morning, she awoke and stood on the balcony watching 1803 fully armed as they went out. It seemed they were bundled up too much, making it hard to recognize who was who. Suddenly, a few shadows rushed out from Building 8, looking fierce and intent on snatching Lu Yu's military coat. Inside the military coat, there was also a fur coat. Lu Yu would not let them succeed, brandishing a wooden stick embedded with rusty nails and roaring, "Come on, those not afraid of death, come." Damn it, they are all bullying him, thinking he is easy to bully. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, unable to hold back her laughter. Lu Yu had the worst physical fitness on the 18th floor, but after months of rigorous training, he had improved immensely. Just because he was at the bottom of the 18th floor doesn't mean he couldn't fight when he went out. Look, even a sick rabbit can bite back. He struck out fiercely, knocking down several from Building 8. and they felt incredibly unlucky to encounter someone so formidable right after stepping out. After being hit by a couple of punches from a woman, the crowd finally lost their nerve and cried out, "Run! It's those devils from the 18th floor." Damn it, they hadn't checked the calendar before going out. How did they provoke this bunch of calamities? No matter how good-natured he was or how optimistic his personality, even in the harsh apocalypse, he felt pent-up frustrations. Liu Yu fought fiercely, taking down a few, feeling much relieved. Isn't it just a matter of fighting and killing? He can do that too. Watching 1803 leave, Jiang Ning returned to the living room to have breakfast consisting of hot milk and bread. Kayleigh's appetite has been increasing. After finishing her dog food, she still wanted bread. Initially, they were worried she would gain weight and become clumsy, but it turned out she only gained muscle without getting fat, her fur dense and smooth. Jiang Ning patted her belly, feeling she was a step closer to having a toned abdomen. Unable to sit still in the extreme cold, Huaishan canceled Dodo's lessons, giving Jiang Ning a lot of free time to continue reading and practicing. When the time came, she would go over to 1801 for training. Liu Yu and the others returned just as it was getting dark. They sawed the chopped trees into suitable lengths and tied them with hemp rope to drag them back. The ice surface was too slippery, and he fell several times along the way, getting into a sorry state. The trees were frozen and heavy, and it took several trips to finish moving them. Kayleigh bit short branches, while Dodo chose lighter ones, both bouncing and jumping to compete for speed. It was difficult for two-wheel drive to compete with four-wheel drive, and Dodo even lost her earmuffs. On the last trip, the sky was completely dark, and the weather grew increasingly frigid. Jiang Ning pulled out a stone from the space and hurled it hard at Yang Weikong's window. After months of training, her arm strength was astonishing, and coupled with daily crossbow practice, aiming was no problem. With a loud crash, the glass shattered. Yang Weizong was probably not home, as there was no response in the dark. The other households heard the commotion but remained indifferent. In this world, murder was as common as daily life, let alone smashing windows. As long as it doesn't concern their own household, who cares who dies? For example, Yang Weizong threw out Yu Qingqing and several of her accomplices whom she had killed. I must say that bastard is truly lucky. How did he not die? The firewood was heavy, and it took several trips to move it all. Kayleigh gnawed on short branches, while Dodo chose lighter ones, both bouncing and jumping to compete for speed. On the last trip, the sky was completely dark, and the weather grew increasingly cold and piercing. Jiang Ning pulled out a stone from her space, aimed, and threw it hard at Yang Weikong's window. After several months of training, her arm strength was remarkable, and with daily crossbow practice, aiming was no issue. With a loud crash, the glass shattered. Yang Weizong was likely not at home, given the lack of response in the dark. The other residents heard the noise, but remained apathetic. In today's world, killing was as routine as everyday life, let alone breaking glass. As long as it doesn't involve them, who cares who dies? Returning upstairs, Zheng Weili asked Jiang Ning for a few pieces of wood. Jiang Ning declined, saying, "I have plenty of clothes and blankets, and I use firewood slowly. You can take it back and store it. If I need some, I'll go chop it myself." Knowing her personality, Zheng Weili did not insist. Liu Yu knocked on the door of 1801, and everyone gathered again at 1803. Good news. Many people went to Fengshan to chop wood today and heard quite a few uplifting news. The government is going to distribute supplies. Previously, due to floods, not only was it inconvenient for residents to travel, but many government departments were also paralyzed. Now, although the floods have left the ground icy and the weather is freezing, at least people can come and go freely. The government will distribute relief grain the day after tomorrow, once a week, 1 caddy each time. Residents can collect it with their ID cards at the original neighborhood committee locations. 1 caddy of rice per week is indeed very little. The natural disaster came suddenly, and all supplies were submerged underwater. Coastal cities have low elevation, and even if the national grain reserves are located higher, how much can they be moved in time, given the devastating combination of typhoons and floods? Fengshan has millions of people, and even if more than half unfortunately perish, there would still be over 100,000 survivors. It is truly difficult to provide such a large quantity of grain. Additionally, the government announced that paper currency is now void and a new currency will be introduced later. For now, it will be barter. This news is of little concern to the residents, as they have long spent the money in their hands. Those who profited from the disaster are likely crying in the restroom. In addition to distributing relief grain, the government is also announcing job recruitment, with thousands of positions available, from technical researchers to grassroots corpse collection teams. The compensation is in grain. Scarce research and development talent can earn 20 to 30 caddies of grain per month, while the lower-level laborers receive 5 caddies monthly, but they are provided lunch. Liu Yu joked, "Ning, do you think we should go for an interview?" "It's up to you. I definitely won't go." With no technical skills, the laborers collecting corpses can barely survive on 5 caddies of grain a month. However, combined with the weekly relief grain, they can barely scrape by. Liu Yu joked again, saying the task on the 18th floor is to defend their nest, not to earn a pitiful 5 caddies of grain. They can manage with what they have in 1803 for at least 2 years. The government has turned passive into proactive and various departments are actively combating the disaster. It's uncertain if the situation will improve, but they do not need to risk their lives for such little grain. Besides, earning a living does not guarantee there will be a chance to spend it. Thus, everyone on the 18th floor chose to abandon themselves, refusing to compete for jobs with others. When Jiang Ning was leaving, she noticed a wound on Zhang Chao's hand and couldn't help but ask what happened. It's nothing serious, just that we were targeted by several groups while chopping trees in Fengshan. They not only wanted to steal our firewood, but also our steel saws. We managed to fend them off. It's too chaotic outside, going out alone is dangerous, and even going out in a group of 3 is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to a scheme against them. He was chopping wood with Lu Yu while Zheng Weili kept watch, and yet they were still targeted. Jiang Ning wanted to offer some comforting words, but didn't know what to say. After all, this was not just the norm, it would only become more brutal in the future. On the day of receiving the relief, Grain Zhang Chao arrived early to knock on the door. Jiang Ning didn't want to wait in line, saying, "You all go first, I'll stay back to keep an eye on the house." So 1803 left early to queue at the neighborhood committee. Humanity's resilience is far beyond imagination. Staying cooped up at home gave the feeling that the whole world had come to a standstill, with the silence filled with the deaths of humanity. However, when the relief grain was distributed, crowds filled the streets. They left the house in the morning and returned only after 1 in the afternoon, pulling out the rice bags from their thick clothing. The new rice was mixed with broken rice, and to prevent others from fraudulently claiming it, residents had to present their ID cards to collect it personally. The scene was chaotic, but with armed police standing guard, no one dared to cause trouble at the grain distribution point. However, straying too far was still very dangerous. Thieves were back in business, and there were those who would cut bags and run. In order to collect more grain, humanity's ingenuity knows no bounds. The few people in front of Zheng Weili lifted their 80-year-old mother out, covered with thick blankets to conceal her well. But just before collecting the grain, the elderly mother passed away. The family members began to cry out, claiming the government's policies were flawed and had caused their long-lived elder to perish. The uproar attracted many onlookers, murmuring about the government's lack of compassion and demanding compensation. The grain distribution volunteers came over, lifted the blankets to check on the old woman, who was already stiff and lifeless. "I'm sorry, I used to work in a hospital. This old lady did not just pass away, as she has been dead for at least 24 hours. Unruly behavior cannot be tolerated." They directly canceled the grain collection qualifications of those causing the disturbance. The instigator of the riot opened their mouth to wail, but unexpectedly faced the dark barrel of a gun. "This is not a peaceful era. The police will actually fire their weapons." Lu Yu reminded, "Ning, there are thieves and robbers everywhere. Once you collect the grain, make sure to hide it well. Never let anyone get close." There are indeed thieves at the entrance of the community, but he and Zhang Chao are armed, and the thieves do not dare to. Jiang Ning nodded and changed her clothes, wanting to leave the dog Cola in 1803, but it insisted on biting her pants and refused to stay behind, wanting to go out and play. No way. Outside are people wanting to eat dog meat. Hearing that it couldn't go out, Cola's bright eyes dimmed, and it lowered its head in silence. Jiang Ning squatted down and patted its head in comfort. Daodu opened the door and ran out excitedly, saying, "Sister, let's go." Jiang Ning frowned and looked at Huaishan. "Are you taking Daodu out?" "Yes, to see the outside world. Fine, gaining experience and knowledge is not a bad thing. A people need to grow up, especially in the apocalypse, where early maturity is crucial, or the consequences could be dire." Jiang Ning had nothing to say, but Cola's eyes lit up. If even little Daodu could go, why couldn't it? In the end, fearing it would cause trouble outside, she had to find a rope to tie it. The dog, born to be free-spirited, felt humiliated being tied with a rope, but Cola still endured it, as the person tying it was its owner. Thus Jiang Ning took the dog, and Huaishan took his sister, walking down the stairs toward the neighborhood committee. The neighborhood committee wasn't far, about a kilometer away, but the icy ground made walking slow. Jiang Ning's worries were not unfounded. Before going out, she specifically took off Cola's fur coat, yet it still successfully attracted everyone's attention. They had seen dogs before, but had never seen one as robust and beautiful as Cola, standing tall and imposing. This was too outrageous. Was there no justice? Damn it, are they letting anyone live? Faced with the greedy, hungry gazes, the dog showed no fear and glared back fiercely. The girl holding the leash seemed tough, and the man standing beside her looked cold, as if his gaze could kill. They were probably from a gang, otherwise who could afford to raise such a dog, and even dare to take it out for a walk? Just looking at their imposing aura made one shiver. It's simple to judge if they are from a gang. Just look at the dog they keep. This aura. Dogs are powerful with their owners. I can't provoke them, I can't provoke them. In that moment, many had the thought to act, yet none dared to take action. Dodo rarely came out, and her heart was filled with joy. Holding her brother with one hand and her sister with the other, completely disregarding the biting cold, she jumped around in delight. Most residents came in the morning to collect their rations, and by the time Jiang Ning and Huaishan arrived the line was already not very long. After waiting for less than 20 minutes, it was their turn. They needed to fill in their ID information and address, and only after verifying their identity would they receive their rations. Those picking up food needed to bring their own bags. Jiang Ning held a bag of flour which contained very little. Seeing the instructor and Dodo both had bags, the anxious dog Kaylee was completely distressed, whining, "Woo. Woo. It was also in line, why didn't it get anything?" Jiang Ning laughed. "You are a dog, you don't get relief food. Why should it not receive rations?" Kaylee fluffed up in anger, glaring fiercely at the volunteers. "I am a dog, but you are not being humane." Encountering a high-value dog, the volunteers' hearts melted. They never expected such a good dog could thrive in this environment. Not only the volunteers were envious, but even the police maintaining order on site couldn't help but steal glances. Previously, their police department had raised a dog, but unfortunately, it was gone. Perhaps this is the charm of dogs naturally drawing people closer. After collecting their rations, each person took one dog and headed back. Seeing Dodo holding her bag of rations, Kaylee, who felt discriminated against, also wanted to grab the bag. Noticing its gloomy expression, Jiang Ning had no choice but to give the bag to the dog. With the bag in its mouth, Kaylee felt slightly better, keeping pace with Dodo and barking woof. As they walked, two kids on the ice suddenly rushed towards Dodo, snatching the bag from her hands and running off. Dodo was pushed down and fell hard onto the ice. Kaylee reacted quickly, leaping towards the child, holding the food bag. The child was knocked down and the bag fell to the ground. Dodo did not cry as she got up and ran over to pin down the food thief, throwing punches in anger. Daring to snatch her things. One punch, two punches, hitting the child's face, making him cry out in pain. Kaylee bit the pants of another child. "This one also needs a beating." Remembering her brother's words, Dodo was furious and showed no mercy. With Kaylee's help, Dodo not only fiercely beat the children, but also retrieved the food bag, her face flushed with anger. "If you dare to steal my things again, I will beat you to death." Huaishan observed the scene and did not intervene. Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder they brought Dodo out, it was clearly baiting for enforcement. "What are you doing?" A woman in a cotton coat rushed over, shouting arrogantly, "They're just kids, how can you bully them like this? Is there no justice?" Huaishan remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on her. Unfortunately, the woman was oblivious, continuing to scold incessantly, and even lunging to grab Dodo, but was deterred by Kaylee, who bared its teeth. "All right, even dogs are taking advantage of their position. Everyone come and judge." Jiang Ning stepped forward and kicked the woman down. The woman fell to the ground, about to throw a tantrum, when suddenly a sharp knife appeared at her neck. "It seems everyone isn't a child, since you incited them to come out and steal. Don't blame us for teaching you a lesson." Adults are often negligent in guarding against children, and many parents seize this loophole, letting their kids engage in illicit activities. Even when caught, they can claim the children don't understand, urging adults not to hold it against them. If the child is hurt, they can even take the opportunity to blackmail. Don't ask her how she knows, as she encountered this in her past life, and not just once. What incitement! You are truly vile. Children don't act with intent. The woman glared fiercely. "Your daughter and dog beat my son like this. If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for calling the police." Before she could finish, Jiang Ning thrust the knife forward. Instead of stabbing her heart, he drove the knife in from her side and flicked it upwards. The thick cotton coat was pierced, and the cotton inside fell out. The woman's face turned pale with fright as she collapsed onto the ground. "If you don't teach your child properly, it won't be as simple as just puncturing your coat." The woman was left speechless, unable to utter a word, and the two children trembled in fear. Dodo picked up the bag of rations from the ground, looking at Huaishan with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Brother, I won." Huaishan patted her head. "Yes, you reacted quite quickly." This kind of thing was not uncommon, seeing that he had subdued the mother and children. Jiang Ning did not linger any longer, and the group headed towards the community. The two dogs led the way while Huaishan and Jiang Ning followed behind. He asked, "Are we going to cut bamboo tomorrow?" Jiang Ning was puzzled. "The bamboo does not burn well. We need to make 3 more crossbows. Bamboo arrows are consumables and need to be prepared in advance." Taking precautions, Jiang Ning had no objections. "No problem." Huaishan wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly Kaylee broke free from the leash, nearly tripping Dodo. Kaylee remembered its owner's teaching. Sneak into the village quietly, and don't engage with those who are armed. Tucking its tail and lifting its shoulders, it discreetly moved in another direction. After spending so much time together, Jiang Ning immediately recognized this as a sign of Kaylee preparing to attack. Jiang Ning was confused, looking in the direction Kaylee was heading. In the distance, there were quite a few people, all dressed warmly, making it impossible to recognize them. Taking out binoculars to observe, she unexpectedly discovered a familiar face. "You and Dodo go back first. Do I have something to discuss with Kaylee?" Without waiting for Huaishan, she quickly caught up with the dog's pace. Kaylee was low-key while Jiang Ning covered her face to reveal only her eyes, following the two men at a moderate distance. Avoiding the crowd, they crossed the street and entered an abandoned office building. Kayleigh's eyes gleamed as it climbed the stairs quietly, not forgetting to look back and wait for Jiang Ning. Hurry up, owner. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry. She observed her surroundings as she ascended. Upon reaching the top floor, she didn't need to worry as Kayleigh, with its keen sense of smell, led the way. Inside the office, filthy sounds could be heard. Jiang Ning quietly stood by the window, witnessing one person being pinned down on the table. Kayleigh's eyes widened, ready to rush in. Jiang Ning covered its ears and eyes. Don't look, it's too dirty. About 2 minutes later, just as he was about to engage in the final battle, a sharp knife suddenly pierced through his chest. He let out a painful sound. Yang Weizong was completely unaware, gripping his own hands tightly. He regretted it, truly regretted it. If he had known this was the end times, he would never have confessed to Su Mingyao, so Jiang Ning would not have given up. He could have lived on the 18th floor, becoming one of them, enjoying life without worries about resources, and would not have to sell himself for a pound of food, becoming a tool for others' entertainment. But in just a few months, everyone who came to his birthday party had died. Su Mingyao died, Yu Qingqing died, and so did Ah Jian and the others. But he didn't want to die. How could he make Jiang Ning fall in love with him again? In the past, Yang Weizong would have been utterly confident. Jiang Ning, raised in an orphanage, seemed effortlessly manipulable, resourceful, survival savvy, yet starved of security and love, her psyche exquisitely fragile. He merely needed to apply the right remedy. His handsome face and a flick of his finger would suffice. Gifts. She'd shower him with them. Intimacy. She'd offer herself without hesitation. So what had happened to Jiang Ning? Before she'd obeyed every request, took up rent just to pursue him, bought a pair of AJ sneakers costing over 8,000 yuan without blinking. A woman consumed by romance, yet now she'd turned cold overnight, as if reborn. Wait. Yang Weizong suddenly recalled Su Mingyao's ambiguous remarks, how she'd hinted more than once that Jiang Ning seemed like a different person entirely. Could it be true? Had Jiang Ning truly been replaced? If cataclysmic disasters and apocalyptic upheaval could occur, what else remained impossible? Lost in thought, Yang Weizong failed to notice the man's unnatural stillness, his mind wholly consumed by Jiang Ning's secret. If his suspicion proved correct, holding this truth would grant him boundless privilege and power. A damp warmth spread across his neck. No, why did it smell metallic? Coppery. He reached up and felt his fingers slick with blood. A shrill scream tore from his throat as he stumbled backward. The corpse collapsed. Before him stood a woman clad in a crimson cryasuit, only her glacial eyes visible beneath the hood. Yet Yang Weizong recognized Jiang Ning instantly. The bloodstained Tang sword in her hand belonged to no one else. Jiang Ning, you're insane. Rage gave way to crushing shame. His face burned crimson, as if begging the earth to swallow him whole. Jiang Ning sneered, how comfortably you've deluded yourself. Before Yang Weizong could react, Kayleigh lunged, fangs bared, jaws snapping wildly at his face. That wretched inhuman beast. So you urged your owner to sell him to a dog-meat vendor. Blood streamed down Yang Weizong's face as he shrieked, Jiang Ning, get this monster off me. Monster? Jiang Ning stared at his disheveled form. It possesses more humanity than you ever will, and certainly never feasts on others' generosity. When the owner stayed silent, Kayleigh bit harder. She meant what she said, see him once, bite him once. Yang Weizong thrashed wildly. You killed Su Mingyao. I did, she replied coolly. And what of it? Jiang Ning halted Kayleigh. Don't speak as though your hands are clean. Wasn't Yu Qingqing stabbed to death by you? Survival instinct surged, blood crusted on his face as he trembled uncontrollably. Yuri, not Jiang Ning. How so? You're a spirit returned from the grave, possessing her body. Have you been reading too many novels? Don't deny it. I know you're an imposter. Yang Weizong spoke with chilling certainty. I knew her intimately. You're nothing but a fraud. Impressive, Jiang Ning admitted without denial. The real Jiang Ning is long dead. I am not her. She smiled faintly, watching him. Blood obscured his vision. He missed the irony in her expression, even preening inwardly at having confirmed his theory. I'll keep your secret. Absolutely no one will ever know. What are your terms? Let me join floor 18. Live among you. That's all. Half your supplies. Anything else? Of course there was. First secure shelter, then gradually win back her favor and fully integrate into life on floor 18. Rest assured, if you accept my terms, I'll guard your secret with absolute silence. Not a single word to anyone. But I don't trust the living. Yang Weizong froze. What? Before the word left his lips, searing agony erupted in his chest. His pupils dilated in shock. He hadn't anticipated her sudden brutal reversal. Only the dead keep secrets forever. Campus heartthrob. Beyond that face, he was utterly worthless. Once the rose-tinted lens of infatuation shattered, Yang Weizong proved less than worthless, worse than excrement. How bitterly ironic that in her past life, blinded by devotion, she'd been drained dry, only to meet a wretched end. Her blade flashed, blood arced through the air. Had she not wished to test whether he knew of her spatial realm, she wouldn't have uttered a single syllable. As it turned out, Su Mingyao had held her tongue. She told him nothing. At last, this entire group had been eradicated. As long as vigilance remained unwavering, her spatial secret would stay buried. Even after Yang Weizong's death, Kailei remained unsatisfied, lifting a leg to urinate squarely across his face. Jiang Ning murmured, "TSK, more vengeful than she was. Best never to cross this canine sovereign." Still unsatisfied, Kailei began tearing relentlessly at the other man's clothing. The sight was too grotesque to bear. Jiang Ning quietly turned away. Undeterred, Kailei persisted, dragging forth a sack of grain and a gleaming gold bar from beneath the man's garments. The grain weighed roughly 5 jin, fresh, unprocessed rice. The gold bar, nearly half a jin, would have fetched a fortune before the collapse. Kailei dropped the spoils before Jiang Ning. "Here, human. Your loyal hound has delivered its tribute." Jiang Ning tossed both items into her spatial realm, left the scene untouched, and departed with Kailei. Corpses littered the world. No one cared who killed whom or why. The sky darkened rapidly. Nightfall loomed, and with it heightened peril beyond the walls. Turning back onto the main road, she was surprised to find Hua Yishan still waiting, hand in hand with Daodu, braving the biting wind. His deep gaze met hers, his stern features softening with the faintest trace of a smile. "Big sister." Daodu waved excitedly. "Kailei." The dog bounded over, nuzzling Daodu affectionately. Jiang Ning rushed forward, puzzled. "Didn't I tell you to go ahead? Nothing urgent back home. Thought I'd take a stroll in the breeze." "A stroll?" Back on floor 18, Jiang Ning knocked on apartment 1803. She wanted Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to build a sled. She had no intention of trekking outside daily for firewood. Occasional token effort sufficed. Back on floor 18, Jiang Ning knocked on apartment 1803. She wanted Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to build a sled. She had no intention of trekking outside daily for firewood. Occasional token effort sufficed. Then retreat indoors to rest undisturbed. "A sled?" Lu Yu asked, startled. "For Kailei." "Well, why not? Dog food wasn't free. Oh, any creature drawing breath owed labor in return. After all, it was the collapse. No need for Kailei to accuse her of discriminatory treatment. Democracy demanded equality, even between human and hound. No shame in that." Upon learning that they would be making a sled for the big-shot dog, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were instantly intrigued. They had never seen a sled in person, but had seen pictures and thought they might be able to create one. "Kailei, you're impressive. You can even pull a sled." The bewildered dog responded. "What is a sled?" It didn't matter, as long as its caretaker believed it could, then it surely could. "Woof." Seeing a pile of cut-colored steel sheets on the table, Jiang Ning asked curiously, "What are you making these for?" Lu Yu boasted, "Ning, guess." "I won't guess." Jiang Ning raised her fist. "Just tell me honestly." Zhang Chao explained with a smile. "You know, there are evil gangs outside that come into the community to collect protection money. They have weapons, and our flesh and blood can't withstand that, so I discussed with you to make a few bulletproof vests." This opened Jiang Ning's eyes. She hadn't expected their sense of crisis to be so strong, but colored steel couldn't stop bullets. Even if it can't stop them, it can absorb some impact. If we really get shot, we might still save our lives. Don't say such ominous things. Watching their desperate efforts to survive, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel comforted, her heart at ease. Upon learning that she would be going out to cut bamboo with Hua Yishan tomorrow, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu wanted to help. However, the current situation was even more dangerous than before. They needed to leave someone on the 18th floor to guard, and one Zheng Weili alone was probably not enough. "Don't worry about going out. No matter who comes, if they want to steal our supplies, they'll have to step over our dead bodies first." Jiang Ning wanted to say not to make it sound so tragic, but if the 18th floor was really breached, even if they wanted to survive, those people would never leave any survivors. Zheng Weili said, "Ning, remember to knock on our door when you go out tomorrow." After chatting for a bit, Jiang Ning returned to her home. With Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao both dead, she took out 3 dishes and a soup to celebrate, not forgetting to open a can of pineapple beer. Tisk, if it weren't for her constantly bothering her, those two would have had a good time in the apocalypse. What a waste. Setting an alarm for 7, Jiang Ning fell asleep until dawn. Thinking of Zheng Weili's words, she knocked on the door of 1803. In just one night, the sled had indeed been made. To reduce friction and increase portability, it was welded together with aluminum pipes, curved at both ends resembling a boat. In addition, Zheng Weili brought over a piece of autumn clothing. More accurately, it was 2 pieces with colored steel sheets sandwiched in between and sewn together. To be honest, it felt quite substantial when held in hand. Especially since several additional colored steel sheets were added to the chest area, the impact resistance was significantly increased. "Ning, it's too dangerous outside now. You should wear this when you go out. It might help if you encounter trouble." She initially wanted to make one for Kailei, but there wasn't enough time. No rush, everyone on the 18th floor will have one, but she wasn't sure about Hua Yishan's size. Zheng Weili found it a bit difficult. "Why don't you ask him?" "Why should I ask?" Jiang Ning was puzzled. "You can just ask him directly." Zheng Weili was speechless. After all, who couldn't see it clearly? What was there to hide? The door of 1801 rang, and Dodo came out rubbing her eyes. Sister, we're leaving. Jiang Ning, in a hurry, didn't ask further. She went back to her room to change clothes, looking for several belts and ropes. Kaylay, afraid of being abandoned, not only followed closely, but also carried a rope in its mouth. Come on, caretaker, help me tie this rope. Huishan was walking Dodo, and since she had no reason not to take Kaylay along, she decisively brought it with her. Upon reaching the 17th floor, they just happened to see the Zhong father and son coming out with a machete. They were also going to Fengshan to cut firewood, so they left together. Jiang Ning didn't want to waste Kaylay's talent. When they got downstairs, she was busy trying to load the sled. It seemed she didn't know how to do it. Zhongping voluntarily spoke up. Let me give it a try. He didn't know how to harness the sled, but he was well-versed in physics and mechanics, understanding how the two could work together to save effort and reduce friction. After pondering for a while, he looped the belts around Kaylay's body. The sled can be slightly modified. It could save even more effort and carry more firewood later on. As he spoke, he explained how to modify it to Jiang Ning. Seeing Kaylay pull the sled, Zhong's father became interested. When you come back, you should figure out how to make one too. It would be easier to go out then. We don't have a dog at home, but we can use a person instead. That's better than carrying everything on our shoulders. Actually, my son made a pulley, but it suddenly got stuck in the cold. Wood dog is definitely more impressive. The Ma dog had explosive stamina and strength. Once the rope was properly fitted, it dashed forward like a small cannon. Dodo was startled and quickly ran to catch up. Kaylay, wait for me. Kaylay hadn't adapted to the sled, yet its walking posture looked quite strange. It felt as if something was tugging at it from behind, and instinctively turned its head to bite. But this was set up by its caretaker, meant for pulling wood. Resisted a don't bite. Its speed was quite fast, zigzagging left and right, seemingly trying to adapt to the shackles on its body. Ma dogs are highly intelligent, especially after being trained by a handler. Their intelligence far exceeds that of ordinary dogs. It quickly began to discover the way, and before long had adapted to the shackles on its body. It even turned around and came back barking at Jiang Ning. Woof. It was as if it was saying, caretaker, hurry up and get on. I'll pull you. Afraid it would tire itself out, Jiang Ning didn't dare let it pull her. The dog was stubborn, insisting on taking her for a ride. In the end, Jiang Ning had no choice but to place Dodo on the sled. You can pull Dodo to play. Did she underestimate it? Pulling for the caretaker to see. Thus Kaylay pulled the sled forward while Jiang Ning and the others followed behind. Many eyes in the community were watching, yet no one dared to provoke those from the 18th floor. They were a group of ruthless demons. Last time, an unfortunate soul from Building 8 had been injured by the iron nail stick wielded by someone from the 18th floor and died from tetanus. It was said that the man was the weakest on the 18th floor. The woman with a knife was even fiercer, and another man specialized in headshots. They were truly not to be trifled with. Having pulled for a while, Kaylay suddenly stopped and turned to look at Dodo get off. Dodo thought it was tired and quickly got off the sled. Unexpectedly, it immediately ran in front of Jiang Ning. Come on, caretaker, it's your turn. Unable to refuse its enthusiasm, Jiang Ning, wanting to test the dog, stood on the sled. The dog spread its legs and suddenly dashed forward. If Jiang Ning hadn't held onto the harness, she would have been thrown off. Thus Huishan and the others watched in astonishment as the dog galloped away, pulling Jiang Ning swiftly out of sight. The abandoned Dodo widened its eyes anxiously, saying, Brother, let's hurry and chase. The dog has exceptional endurance, sprinting through the wind with ease. Its robust physique and graceful posture allow it to glide across the icy surface skillfully, avoiding any frozen corpses it encounters. However, it doesn't know where Feng Mountain is, making it easy to stray off course. Jiang Ning criticized its poor memory. Last time we caught pigs over there. Not only are there pigs, but also wild rabbits. The dog received the cue and decisively adjusted its direction, reaching the foot of Feng Mountain in half an hour. Arriving quite early, there were no signs of people on Feng Mountain. The bamboo forest is halfway up. Jiang Ning didn't want to waste time waiting at the foot of the mountain and led the dog upward. Bamboo burns poorly, so survivors prioritize cutting down trees. In a short time, the trees at the base of the mountain have been completely felled, and they frequently encounter frozen corpses. These frozen corpses are those who perished while attempting to rob firewood or were counterattacked, their bodies encased in a layer of ice, appearing eerie and terrifying. But what could be done? Without firewood, one would freeze to death. Survivors risk their lives to come here. The snow has turned to ice, making the ascent extremely difficult, and they struggled for some time before reaching the bamboo forest. The trees on the mountain have already succumbed to the frost, their branches laden with ice and snow. Wearing temperature-regulating clothing keeps her warm, but her hands, feet, and face are genuinely cold. Jiang Ning rubbed her hands together, wishing to take out a chainsaw from her storage space to clear the bamboo forest, then returned to snuggle in her bed for a nap. Unfortunately, since people could arrive at any moment, she didn't take that risk. Instead, she picked up the steel saw given by Lu Yu and obediently squatted down to saw slowly. Using a steel saw requires skill, otherwise the blade may become damaged. There is only this one saw. If it breaks, it would be troublesome. After all, not everyone can pull out a machete or a pig-killing knife, most only have ordinary kitchen knives. Haha, let alone chopping wood, even smashing a clove of garlic could break the knife. Jiang Ning squatted down, first shattering the ice clinging to the surface of the bamboo, then slowly pulling the saw back and forth. Cola seemed worried that the bamboo would fall and hit its owner, jumping up to wrap its paws around the bamboo. Irritated by its interference, Jiang Ning pushed it away. No need to help, just keep watch from the side, and make sure no one takes my head. The multitasking dog refused, thinking it could keep watch while hugging the bamboo. If you don't move away, be careful not to saw off your belly later. The dog feeling hurt. Jiang Ning sawed through 2 bamboo stalks using a knife to chop off the branches, cutting each segment to about 2 meters for easier transport. At that moment, survivors had already begun to ascend the mountain. Ah, dog. First shocked, they quickly rushed over, their voices trembling with excitement. What a fat dog. The plump dog Cola barked. Woof. Fat. No, this is muscle. Seeing only a single young woman in the bamboo forest holding a steel saw, they were even more excited. If they could get their hands on the saw, they wouldn't have to worry about cutting wood in the future. And that fat dog, looking like it weighs at least 60 or 70 pounds, is pure meat, delicious meat. Observing the greedy eyes of the approaching figures, Jiang Ning calmly drew her tang knife and flashed them a gentle smile. Can you guess why I can raise such a well-fed dog all by myself? This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Indeed, so many people are starving. How can she afford to keep her dog so plump? Jiang Ning remained silent, merely smiling at them with a chilling grin. Her cold gaze scanned their bodies as if contemplating which part had the most meat. Her eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared at her prey, sending shivers down their spines. This is a venomous demon, isn't it? My dog is quite picky, it only eats legs, and they must be fresh and warm. The dog assumed an attacking stance, its muscular chest bulging, baring its teeth, with an overwhelming aura of violence. Woof. That's right, I only eat legs, the kind that are still bleeding. Dare to challenge me. Everyone was shocked. This vicious dog was raised on legs. Some of the timid ones trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, 3 men bypassed them, each holding a knife, directly approaching the fierce woman. The tallest among them was even holding a little girl of a few years. Bro, you guys are super brave to dare provoke a venomous beauty. Hey, just wait to watch the 2 sides fight. They can pick up the leftovers. The dream was grand, but the reality was stark. Hoping the 2 sides would fight, preferably to mutual destruction, who would have thought that the leg-eating vicious dog not only remained silent, but also wagged its tail at them. However, the 3 men turned in unison, standing shoulder to shoulder beside the woman, their cold gazes sweeping toward them. Oh, my bad. With reluctance, they instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Dodo hugged the dog, looking a bit aggrieved. Cola, you didn't even wait for me. Cola nudged her gently to comfort her. Seeing Jiang Ning chopping bamboo, Zhong Fu asked in confusion, Xiao Zhang, bamboo is hollow and burns poorly. You should cut down trees instead. I can't pull heavy things, a chopping bamboo is fine. Besides, bamboo doesn't burn well, and I'm not afraid of people stealing it, right? Zhong Fu listened, feeling it made sense, though something seemed off. Cutting down trees separately is risky. The Zhong family, father and son, are cutting near the bamboo forest to keep an eye on each other in case of trouble. With only one steel saw, Hua Yishun could only use a machete. With bamboo being hollow, he chopped down with several swift strokes of the machete, and the bamboo fell, in response, much quicker than using the steel saw. His movements were decisive as he took care of a bamboo stalk in no time. The absolute display of might was something Jiang Ning could only envy, if she might as well continue to dawdle for now. As more people ascended the mountain, the number of malicious gazes increased. The fat dog, the steel saw, and the pretty little girl effectively attracted greedy gazes. Some were open about it, while others lurked in the shadows, each seeking an opportunity. Cola activated its doggy radar, accurately capturing the malicious gazes. Baring its teeth, it stood poised for action, ready to spring into action at any moment. Dodo, not one to back down, imitated Cola's stance. Fierce be fierce. Her brother said that as long as she was fiercer than anyone else, no one would dare bully her. Thus, without hesitation, she followed Cola's example, baring her teeth and grinning. Little Dodo's attempts at imitation only earned a scoff from the dog. She didn't even resemble a proper dog. She lifted her head, straightened her waist, tucked in her belly, bared her teeth, and glared fiercely. Fierce be fierce, do you understand what it means to be fierce? This is cute, right? It would entice someone to swallow her whole. Despite Cola's Hansen teaching, it was of no use. Dodo's jaws ached from the effort. In the end, she completely gave up. Opening her backpack, she pulled out a watermelon knife. That's right, the divine knife that split through streets from Saigon to Sifong. With the knife in hand, her fierce demeanor instantly transformed, coldly surveying those milling around the edge of the bamboo forest. Dodo swung the knife down and cleanly severed a sapling. The malicious individuals nearby were left speechless. What on earth is happening today? Each person they encountered was more formidable than the last. Are even children this ruthless nowadays? They couldn't provoke her, they really couldn't. What a pity for the fat dog meat. If they could just get a taste, they would gladly die for it. Despite Jiang Ning being busy, she knew that the dog was a trustworthy partner, yet she still did not fully let her guard down around it. From time to time, she would turn around to remain vigilant, wary of being caught off guard. As she turned back, she saw Dodo pull out a watermelon machete from the bag, while the glutinous rice dumpling actually learned to wield a knife. She instinctively looked at Huaishan. Did you teach her? Huaishan did not deny it. Is that wrong? No, not at all. It's quite good. The post-apocalyptic world forced children to grow up, from typhoons to floods, and then to extreme cold. Many naive and carefree kids had indeed learned to handle knives. Dodo could not afford to fall behind. Losing meant that the Grim Reaper's scythe would come knocking. Well, it was simple and brutal, but quite effective. Chopping bamboo was quick, cutting them into equal lengths to bind them together with rope. Dodo volunteered to drag the bamboo back, and Huaishan actually tied a few sections for her. You can't shout tired halfway through. Brother, I can drag it home. There were many people on the mountain, some children dressed in ragged clothes, but they were all wielding knives, diligently chopping firewood. She had to work even harder to keep up with them. Dodo was determined. She couldn't hold back her brother. After preparing the bamboo, Huaishan asked Jiang Ning, do you need firewood? There was plenty of firewood in the space, but it was difficult to retrieve without a clear path. What about you? Do you want a little? So they worked together to chop down a pine tree, planning to drag it back and split it in half. There was truly no way to bring back more. The Zhong family, father and son, each chopped down a pine tree, and just dragging it back was exhausting. After all, they were refined individuals who usually worked in an office and were not adept at physical labor. Going up the mountain was difficult, but coming down was even harder. Snowflakes had accumulated into icy debris. Once they slipped, both people and wood would roll down the mountain, and if luck ran out, they might even lose their lives. The group moved carefully, helping each other as they struggled down the mountain. Dodo held the machete in front to clear the path, while the dog stayed at the back to guard against ambushes. Their teamwork was seamless. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh, yet felt a pang of heartache. Natural disasters in the apocalypse pushed the young ones to become strong. Safely reaching the bottom, the dog automatically dragged over the sled, come loaded up. Seeing how it boasted, Jiang Ning truly filled it up. She placed a piece of wood at the bottom and then stacked bamboo on top. Due to freeze drying, it had lost some moisture, and she added her share. Let's go. The dog engaged its four-wheel drive, but why was it unable to move? It was the fault of the one who scooped poop. But having boasted, it had to drag it back, even while kneeling. Dodo dragged 3 bamboo sections, pulling the rope forward. The icy surface was slippery. It was a bit challenging, but manageable. Huaishan carried the firewood with one hand, also dragging a large bundle of bamboo, walking upright. The Zhong father and son looked on, feeling inferior. This young man was truly impressive, skilled at everything. The dog started moving again, surprisingly managing to get going effortlessly. Turning to look, the one who scooped poop was pushing hard from behind. Instantly, adrenaline surged, pulling forward with all their might. One pulled, one pushed, and they frequently received envious glances. This dog was great. It was much easier than raising a child. Looking down at his own wasteful pet, it was hardly comparable to even someone else's dog. Feng Mountain was several kilometers away from the community. They took breaks to preserve their strength, and even snacked along the way to fill their stomachs. After resting for about 10 minutes, they got up to continue working. Dodo, not paying attention for a moment, slipped and fell. Huaishan put down his things and rushed over to help his sister up, while Jiang Ning at the front pushed the sled with all her might. Suddenly, 3 men dragging firewood rushed up, 2 wielding knives and 1 holding a brick. The ones with knives charged straight at Huaishan, while the one with the brick lunged toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was in front, about 5 or 6 meters away from the 2 attackers. Huaishan sensed something was wrong. Without even turning his head, he kicked out, sending the man flying. He quickly turned around, cleanly snapping the neck of another assailant. Jiang Ning sensed a sudden gust of wind from behind and instinctively drew her knife to counter. With a thrust, the sharp blade pierced into flesh. At the same time, a brick came crashing down toward her forehead. Jiang Ning turned her head to dodge, swiftly stepping to the side. She successfully evaded, but the sound of the brick shattering echoed. Not landing on Jiang Ning's forehead, Huaishan blocked it with his shoulder. His action made her pupils dilate. The Zhong father and son heard the commotion and hurried over with their knives. Are you all right? Huaishan grunted. I'm fine. Jiang Ning regained her senses. Really okay. Wearing thick clothes, there should be no fractures. 2 men had instantly died, and the one Huaishan kicked was so frightened that his face turned pale as he scrambled to escape. Not just him, another woman not far away also fled. Clearly, they were part of the same gang. Jiang Ning sprinted after them, taking out a bone knife from her bag mid-stride, and hurled it with great force. The man was heavily clad, and the bone knife struck him, sending him crashing down. Jiang Ning caught up, her cold eyes fixed on him. The man was in a panic. It's a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to. Not intentional. Then it was deliberate, wasn't it? Beauty, I was wrong. Please let me go. I have a wife and kids at home. Jiang Ning had no mood to listen to his nonsense. With one swift stroke, she sent him to queue up at Yama's place. Who doesn't have kids to raise? If she were to die today, what would happen to Kolo? Oh, The woman saw the man being stabbed and rushed over to hold on tightly, yelling at Jiang Ning, "You beast, killing, without blinking, is there no law left? Husband, husband, wake up, don't die," she cried in despair, tightly holding onto the man's corpse. Jiang Ning found it amusing. "You should understand the law. How dare you ambush us? You all are unharmed, not a single hair out of place. Is it necessary to kill so mercilessly? Oh, we weren't killed by you, so it's our fault instead." What kind of nonsense logic was this? The woman wanted to continue cursing, but Jiang Ning did not give her a chance to babble on. Since they were husband and wife, they should be together in life and death. The woman stared wide-eyed in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Jiang Ning truly dared to kill. Her mouth opened wide, but the cold air rushed in, and she couldn't utter a single word. Her body quickly stiffened. The incident was sudden, and there were others on the road who were frightened by her ruthless killing. An elderly woman, feeling she had a long life, said, "Little girl, even though they attacked you unfairly, you are not harmed. Killing the ones who ambushed you is too cruel. After all, they have old and young at home." Others remained silent, but expressed their agreement. These four were in cahoots. Did she not know they intended to kill for robbery? Jiang Ning found it funny. "If I don't kill her today, should I wait for her to come back for revenge? You can't be so ruthless. You can't kill them all. If the knife did not cut into you, you certainly wouldn't know the pain." Jiang Ning coldly smiled at the elderly woman. "I see you have elders and children to care for. So fond of meddling, do you wish to die too? I can fulfill that for you." As Jiang Ning's words fell, the aunt turned pale with fright, no longer daring to utter another word. Fearing Jiang Ning's thirst for blood, she hurriedly turned to leave. The others were drenched in cold sweat, resembling a gaping fish, too afraid to speak a single word. They too were confused, questioning why they meddled in others' affairs. Fearing the murderous demon might set its sights on them, they all hurriedly left. Calais broke free from the leash and rushed over, constantly pawing at Jiang Ning, her face filled with anxiety and anger. "Woo woo woo. What's wrong with you?" Jiang Ning gently stroked its head soothingly, saying, "It's all right." Daodu came running over, her face brimming with concern. "Sister, are you okay?" The concern from the two was palpable, warming Jiang Ning's heart. In this chaotic apocalyptic world, it was surprising that someone still cared for her. The father and son of the Zhong family were also drenched in sweat, saying it's good if nothing's wrong. Jiang Ning worried that Hua Yishan might have injured his bones when he hit hard with the brick, asking, "Are you sure you're fine?" Hua Yishan moved his shoulder, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. "It should be. Not serious." Observing his movements, it was clear he wasn't very agile. Even if his bones weren't injured, soft tissue bruising was certain. Father Zhong suggested, "Let's hurry back. If necessary, we should go to the hospital." While medicine was out of the question, the surviving doctors followed the government's call, so seeing a doctor was still possible, but medicine would need to be figured out on their own. Finding an experienced orthopedic doctor to take a look would bring peace of mind. Hua Yishan switched shoulders to carry the wood, while Jiang Ning slowed her pace to push the sled behind him, occasionally paying attention to his actions. Injured and unable to run, Daodu worried about her brother, wiping her eyes, but not crying. Upon returning to the Jinrong community, Zheng Weili and the others came downstairs to help with the moving. Learning that Hua Yishan was injured left them dumbfounded. How could someone so capable possibly be hurt? However, no one who returned mentioned how he got injured. Zhang Chao glanced at Jiang Ning, vaguely understanding. After moving things upstairs, Jiang Ning entered room 1801, saying, "Take off your shirt, I'll check." Having only studied medicine for a year, although she wasn't very skilled, she understood more than an average person. Hua Yishan didn't refuse, first lighting the charcoal stove, and when the room warmed up, he said, "Daodu, take Calais outside." Daodu, though bewildered, was obedient. The dog was reluctant to leave, but sensing something was off with Jiang Ning, he left dejectedly. Feeling awkward, Hua Yishan still took off his shirt. Dressed thickly for winter, he had to remove several layers, leaving only a thermal shirt. His body sat upright, unsure of where to place his hands. Jiang Ning also felt a bit awkward, but still pulled aside the fabric on his shoulder, gently pressing around the area. "Do you feel any pain in the bones?" "It does hurt, but it seems it's not the bones. There's a bit of twitching accompanied by a sore, numb, swollen feeling. It's likely soft tissue bruising. You may need some time to recover. Fortunately, you were dressed thickly, otherwise a fracture would have been inevitable. They'll get some medicinal wine for you to massage with. Taking anti-inflammatory medicine and applying a plaster will help you recover faster. Last time I gathered quite a bit of medicine, so neither of us is lacking." Hua Yishan insisted on using his own, and Jiang Ning didn't press further, but the medicinal wine he prepared had frozen solid. Jiang Ning returned home to fetch something, saying, "I have a small bottle." Back home, she retrieved a large glass jar from her space, pouring out about half a bottle's worth. Fearing he might notice something amiss, she poured some hot water into the basin, waiting for a while before tossing the mineral water bottle inside. "The medicinal wine is ready. You can expose your shoulder." Not wearing anything would be freezing, but Hua Yishan was not accustomed to exposing his upper body in front of a girl. He changed into a sleeveless fitness tank top, while keeping the rest of his body wrapped up snugly. Jiang Ning pulled down his shoulder strap and applied the medicinal wine, massaging it with moderate pressure. No one spoke, and the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Jiang Ning cleared her throat, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Hua Yishan replied, "You could have easily dodged. I miscalculated." How should she put it? Jiang Ning indeed could have dodged, but she couldn't say. He was meddling. After all, if she dodged this time, what about next time? She felt the concern from the team. However, she still had to kindly remind him, "If it weren't for you, I might not have dodged. But you must take care of yourself. Oh, next time don't take such risks." Look, Daodu was scared out of her wits. "It's fine, just a small injury. I know my limits." He was aware of his own limits, but she didn't want to owe him this favor. A debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. After massaging for over 10 minutes and applying the plaster, she prepared the medicine he needed. When leaving, Jiang Ning reminded, "You need to keep an eye on how you feel. If there's any discomfort, tell me immediately." "All right, thank you." Jiang Ning paused. "It's nothing after all. You got hurt for me." After returning home, she took a shower, changed into comfortable clothes, and sat on the sofa, her thoughts gradually drifting away. The relationships on the 18th floor were good, and none of them were overly petty. They had spent several months together without major conflicts. Due to Daodu the aloof, Hua Yishan was noticeably kinder to her than to Zhang Chao and others. But this was an apocalyptic world, a crisis of survival. Everyone would prioritize themselves. Even within the same team, he didn't need to rush over to shield her from bricks, did he? If it were Zhang Chao and the others, it would be understandable, since they all grew up in an orphanage, and their years of emotional foundation would make them instinctively help in danger. But what about Hua Yishan? Jiang Ning pondered, feeling he must be extremely confident in his own skills, certain there was no mortal danger before stepping in to save her. It wasn't her self-confidence. In terms of combat ability, he firmly held the second spot on the 18th floor. He also served as the communication bridge between him and room 1803, diligently guiding Daodu. If he were to die, the 18th floor would lose combat power, significantly increasing the danger of guarding the building, and he would have to find a new teacher for Daodu. With his cold and reticent personality, the dynamic with room 1803 would undoubtedly change. If new neighbors moved in, it would surely lead to major conflicts. It must be like that. Having thought it through, Jiang Ning couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, she still... Calais pounced over, scratching her with its paws, urging her to play. Jumping and bounding, it successfully interrupted her train of thought. Today had tired the dog out, and it enjoyed a particularly rich dinner featuring not only chicken breast, but also pork rib and corn soup along with the essential greens. It was a delight to eat. When going to bed at night, she turned on the intercom. Shun, how does your injury feel?" Calling him that felt a bit strange, but using his full name felt even stranger. The reply came quickly from the other end, "It's all right." Unsure what to chat about, Jiang Ning scratched her ear. "All right, if you feel any discomfort, speak up promptly." After hanging up the intercom, she turned off the lights and went to sleep. The room was warm, but she was awakened by the dog at 10 o'clock. Opening the door, she was almost knocked out by the cold air, feeling it was much colder than yesterday, and goosebumps instantly covered her face. Going to the balcony to check the temperature, it had dropped to 35 degrees. She quickly retreated back into her room, brushed her teeth, and washed up in her space, then enjoyed a bowl of fragrant wonton noodles. After finishing, she opened the intercom. "How does your injury feel today?" "Numb and swollen, not very." Listening to his description, Jiang Ning felt it wasn't too serious and habitually asked, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Dodo is making breakfast." It's hard to reach the pot while standing by the stove. You have to learn slowly. Indeed, children in the apocalypse can't afford to be picky, though otherwise they wouldn't survive at all. On the other end of the intercom, Dodo cried out in pain. Jiang Ning asked, "What happened?" Hopefully she wasn't burned by hot oil like Hua Yishan. The intercom fell silent. Thinking of how he got hurt because of her, Jiang Ning opened the door to room 1801 and called out, "Dodo." After knocking several times, the door finally opened. Dodo was fine, she just volunteered to take care of her brother after seeing him hurt, so she started learning to make breakfast. However, she couldn't reach the pot, so she moved a short stool to stand on. Unfortunately, she lost her balance and fell, but thanks to Hua Yishan's rigorous training, her reflexes were exceptionally quick, and she adjusted her landing position, avoiding injury. But little Dodo was feeling down, digging at her fingers with her head bowed, tears welling in her eyes. "Sister, am I useless? I can't even make breakfast." It felt like she was about to cry at any moment. "You can't say that," Jiang Ning comforted her, patting her head. "You're only 5 and you're learning to make breakfast. You're already doing great. Your brother only learned it recently." Hua Yishan, who had been called out, remained silent. Eventually, he had to join in to comfort her. "Yes, Dodo is much better than brother." Because she was the reason they had no breakfast, Jiang Ning felt guilty. "What does Dodo want to eat? I'll teach you how to make it." "Dumplings." Dodo perked up. "Brother wants to eat dumplings." So Dodo climbed back onto the stool, while Jiang Ning patiently taught her beside her. Calais stood up to support the stove, insisting it wanted to learn too. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Jiang Ning would have sent the dog to college right away, and who knows, it might even come back with a diploma. Surprisingly, Dodo was quite skilled at it, managing to boil water, wash dishes, and wipe the table. Instead of feeling happy, Jiang Ning frowned. Hua Yishan drove a Hummer, so their economic situation couldn't be poor, yet Dodo was able to do these chores. It was obvious she had been forced out by her unscrupulous uncle's family. Thinking about Hua Yishan's tough and taciturn nature, Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder what ultimately happened to his uncle's family. Of course that was his private matter, and she wouldn't pry. The three of them along with the dog were in the kitchen, while Hua Yishan stood by the kitchen door. Perhaps he didn't even notice, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. She had to admit that Dodo's culinary talent far surpassed Hua Yishan's. Not only did she cook it well, but she also didn't break the skin. In good spirits, little Dodo carefully scooped half a bowl with a spoon. Brother, quickly try what I made. Not only did she scoop for her brother, but she also wanted to serve Jiang Ning and Kailei. I've already eaten, you can just eat it yourself. Kailei, being a greedy dog, ran back home to fetch the face basin Jiang Ning had left in the washroom. Come on, fill it up. What a shameful moment. It felt as if she was neglecting the dog. Jiang Ning pinched its ear. It's filled with chives, you can't eat it, or you'll die. Kailei was frozen. The whole dog seemed unwell. Not wanting to die, but feeling angry, it grabbed the face basin and turned to leave. If I can't eat this, or that life is unbearable. Hua Yishan sat at the dining table eating, first praising Dodo a few times before looking up at Jiang Ning. Are you really not going to eat anything? Jiang Ning declined. I've really eaten already. Not to mention being full. Even if she hadn't eaten, she wouldn't easily accept someone else's food. In a world of disaster, eating someone else's rations equated to taking a life, even if Hua Yishan was rich. When he finished eating, Jiang Ning finally spoke. You still need to apply some medicinal alcohol to your wound. Her technique was quite professional, but Hua Yishan seemed a bit awkward. Let Dodo help me later. Dodo eagerly chimed in. I'll help brother apply it. Grateful for his gentlemanly behavior, Jiang Ning sighed, in relief. Just after finishing eating, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Xiao and Lu Yu came to knock on the door, learning to make bamboo arrows. Upon seeing Jiang Ning there, instead of being surprised, they exchanged glances with each other. Hua Yishan's shoulder was still functional, so he began teaching them in the living room. First they cut the bamboo to the appropriate length, shaved it round with a knife, and roasted it over fire to increase its toughness. They were all quick learners, and it didn't take much effort to get the hang of it. Their hands and feet were particularly nimble. Zhang Xiao, puzzled, said, Ashin, the crossbow has good shooting capabilities, but in winter it's hard to penetrate clothing. Even when wearing thick clothes, it's difficult to injure someone. That's why I need you to improve your shooting skills. Aim for their eyes then. Zhang Xiao was shocked. How is that possible? The eyes are so small, and they're moving. I can't do it. What can you do if you can't do it? You have to practice hard. It's better than waiting to die. Jiang Ning relieved the pressure on the two of them. Shooting at the face is also fine as scarves are relatively thin. With her words, the two finally felt relieved. You're still the best, Ning. Don't compare with me. I'm aiming for the eyes. Zhang Xiao was speechless. I'd rather die. It was cold, but the three of them joked, and the atmosphere in the living room was quite pleasant. Hua Yishan occasionally chimed in while Dodo played with the dog next to him. Lu Yu casually asked, Ashin, do you have any warm clothing that you don't wear? Can you give us 2 pieces? We'll make you a homemade bulletproof vest in return. Hua Yishan thought for a moment and replied, all right. With many hands they quickly made a large bundle of bamboo arrows, but these things consumed quickly, so they needed to stock up more in the next couple of days. With a shoulder injury, practice was forced to stop, and Jiang Ning went home to do squats with the dog. While holding it, she felt something was off and hurried to find Hua Yishan. I feel like Kailei has grown bigger. With daily exercise, the muscles of the mastiff will become very developed. No, it's not just heavier, it has also grown in size. Seeing she wasn't joking, Hua Yishan made the dog lie down to check its bones. Kailei was an adult dog, and its bones had already stopped growing. As its trainer, Hua Yishan had conducted checks before taking over. As he examined it, Hua Yishan's brows tightened more and more. Indeed, there were changes compared to a few months ago. Not just the bones, but its fur was denser, and as its paws grew larger, the pads were thickening as well. In such circumstances, even he couldn't explain. In the face of extreme adverse weather, humans use wisdom and means to protect themselves. They wear extra clothing to ward off the cold and take medicine when ill. But animals can only face the onslaught of natural disasters, directly forcing their bodies to mutate rapidly to adapt to the harsh environment. Mutations? This reminded Jiang Ning of the southern cockroaches from her past life, the sharp-toothed rats, and the wildly breeding snakes. Without exception, they were all quite vicious. Jiang Ning felt a chill down her spine. No wonder Kayleigh's appetite was growing, and it often felt irritable and ready to fight. Will this kind of evolution make it lose its true nature? Survival of the fittest, most will become ferocious, but those with higher intelligence can be guided appropriately. Seeing Jiang Ning's pale complexion, Hua Yishan comforted her, saying, you don't need to worry. Kola is highly intelligent, and is humanity's most loyal companion. I believe it won't let you down. Jiang Ning felt uncertain. After all, the extreme cold had lasted for a year, and Kola had only saved her from being killed during the first 3 months of this harsh winter. At that time it only wanted to protect her, unwilling to give in even when it was beaten to death. The scene was too bloody and Jiang Ning did not want to recall it, tightly holding on to Cola. This time it was her turn to protect it. Sensing her unusual emotions, the dog leaped into her arms, asking, "What's wrong, master?" "Don't worry, I will train it well." "Train it well? Cola is already graduated." Hua Yishan rubbed its head, saying, "Training is a form of cultivation. As long as we live, we must cultivate." The dog tilted its head. Humph. Back at home, Jiang Ning measured its height and weight, recording the data for each part of its body. Not just for it, but also for De Hui and Xiaobai. After checking both of them a few times, she felt they had changed, becoming more daring. Spending a few days, she made over 2,000 bamboo arrows, while also improving her crossbow shooting skills. Dissatisfied with the distance in the corridor, they went to the rooftop to challenge their limits. Wrapped up like a bear in the -40-degree weather, they continued training. Everyone wanted to lie down, but no one dared to, fearing that if they lay down they might never get up again. But it was truly too cold, hands trembling like they had Parkinson's. Zhang Chao saw that Jiang Ning was exceptionally steady and couldn't help but question his life. "Ning, how do you manage it?" She wore less than him, yet she seemed unfazed by the cold. It was unscientific. Jiang Ning glanced at him. "Chao, am not weak or frail. I have a heart full of fiery passion." The frail Lu Yu could only respond with silence. Really, even in a disaster he found a way to critique her. Who had he offended? Who is weak? His wife said, "He has been doing great lately." As crushing became a habit, the two completely gave up resistance, especially since Jiang Ning had Hua Yishan as her personal trainer, making her abilities increasingly formidable. It felt as though she was about to soar, and not only did her martial arts skills skyrocket, but her physical fitness was also skyrocketing. What weather she had a clear understanding, the damp and cold air drilled into her bones, making her feel as if her soul was frozen. But look at her, and then at Hua Yishan. He was dressed far less than the two of them, and she truly envied his extraordinary physical capabilities. How impressive. She couldn't compare nor afford to be injured, so she decided to focus on mastering her crossbow skills. After resting for a few days, Hua Yishan issued a challenge for practice. Jiang Ning was puzzled. "Your arm doesn't seem to be healed yet." "It's fine, I can manage with one hand, as long as you don't hit my painful spots." Painful spots? Was he referring to his shoulder, or was it something else? All right, Jiang Ning admitted she was a bit twisted. She still adhered to the principles of martial ethics, truly not attacking his painful spots, even taking care to avoid them. Hua Yishan was genuinely skilled. Even as a one-armed monk, he did not allow Jiang Ning to gain any advantage. At the same time, he was frighteningly independent. When Dodo stumbled while cooking dumplings, Jiang Ning thought he might take the opportunity to ask her to help with the cooking or to guide Dodo's culinary skills. If he had asked, she would have been mentally prepared. However, Hua Yishan said nothing and handled everything himself. This relieved Jiang Ning. Even with the harmonious atmosphere on the 18th floor, her guard had not lowered. If Hua Yishan were to speak up, she would definitely help, but she needed to maintain her distance in the future. To put it bluntly, his shoulder had soft tissue contusions. He wasn't truly immobile, but simply couldn't lift heavy objects or engage in vigorous activities. Daily life would not pose major problems. If he were to leverage gratitude, he must have ulterior motives, and what could those motives be? Most likely not just ordinary supplies. After struggling for years in the apocalypse, even if she had to start over, her mindset couldn't reset. She viewed everyone with suspicion. Moreover, she held the secret of space and couldn't afford to take risks. In any case, his various actions made her see him in a new light. Grandma Zhong knocked on the door again, her mood mixed with joy and worry. Zhong Fu and Zhong Ping were technical researchers, and after the interview they undoubtedly secured their jobs, receiving 15 jin of rice or flour as compensation each month. Zhong Mu was a teacher, as she did not meet the technical requirements, but successfully applied for the lowest level corpse retrieval team. Despite its grim nature, the income was low, yet the influx of applicants was constant. Each month they received only 5 jin of rice, but were provided with one meal. While she couldn't say they would eat to their fill, since it was manual labor, eating to 70 or 80% fullness was no problem, and there would be other benefits. The elimination rate was extremely high, and Zhong Mu's chances of being hired were low, but Grandma Zhong was clever. She secretly slipped 2 jin of wild kudzu powder to the interviewer, and that did the trick. "Xiao Jiang, who among you wants to go for an interview? I can ask Zhong Ping's mother to take you there." I'm worried that these young kids are too stubborn, unwilling to take shortcuts or bring gifts. Work is the guarantee of life, and they shouldn't be overly ambitious or impulsive. Sorry, the 18th floor just wants to lay low, but thank you for Grandma Zhong's kindness. If it can make her brave the cold to go out, it must be for something important. As expected, Grandma Zhong worriedly said, "Those collecting protective grain have already reached Building 8 and will soon arrive at our building. What are your plans?" "Grain is life. Who would willingly give up their life?" Grandma Zhong has lived long enough to not fear death, but if given a chance to live, who would choose to die? Even if she doesn't consider herself, she must think of her family. Besides, human greed knows no bounds. With 3 gene of grain per person, if it can be successfully collected, the next quota will likely increase to 5 gene. Having lived through famine, she has seen various dark forces. These inhumane beasts would never let go until they had squeezed out every last drop. Once the door is opened, it will surely lead to hell. But the Jiang family consists of genteel people who cannot lift a finger. They couldn't even contend with them without risking their lives. Thus she had to muster the courage to ask the 18th floor. Jiang Ning understood her intentions, but did not rush to answer. Our community is so large, if everyone works together and swarms them, are we really afraid we can't handle them? Grandma Zhong sighed. Those people have many tactics. First they will smooth over the building leaders who can speak out and offer them benefits, and then they become accomplices. Jiang Ning was a bit surprised there hasn't been a single person to resist. There has been the leaders of buildings 15 and 16 are upright characters leading the survivors in resistance, even going to the police station to report. The next day their bodies were thrown at the doorstep. The leader of the 16th floor was a woman, and she ended up. The police didn't intervene. It's not that they didn't care, it's just that they couldn't manage it at all. Police are also human, and they are already understaffed. After experiencing natural disasters or participating in rescues, the number of survivors becomes even fewer. However, the forces of evil are growing geometrically so much so that it is not an exaggeration to say they are flourishing everywhere, with crimes occurring all around. Many public officials have even died at the hands of these villains. These people come and go like phantoms, with only their eyes visible from head to toe, wielding guns and secretly bribing residents of the community to act as informants. Those who report or resist face even worse fates. On the 18th floor, through eye contact, Zheng Weili couldn't help but say, whoever wants to pay can do so. I will never pay. She had always been the one to beat others, so how could she endure being humiliated? Jiang Ning remained calm. Grandma Zhong, we will not pay for protection. Grandma Zhong understood. Zhong Ping will only start work after a few days, and then we will face this together. I won't cause you trouble with my old bones. Returning home, she discussed with her son and others, my thoughts are the same as those on the 18th floor. We absolutely cannot pay for protection. What do you all think? Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. The Zhong family had good family values, and the old lady was always the backbone. Zhong father had no objections. Mom, we will listen to you. As long as you all are aware, we can't do this alone. Grandma Zhong had a plan in mind. Remember, the more difficult it is, the more united we must be. If those people really come at us, the first to suffer will be us on the 17th floor, and we must also coordinate with the 2 households next door. Everyone fears death, but fear is useless. We are already at a disadvantage, and if we hide when trouble arises, it will truly chill others' hearts. No one is foolish. If you can hide once, you definitely cannot hide a second time. If there comes a day when I am no longer around, you must still uphold the bottom line of being human. Being overly cautious will only lead to a quicker demise. After talking to the younger generation, Grandma Zhong went out to knock on the neighbor's door. The conversation went exceptionally smoothly, and the other 2 households agreed wholeheartedly, allowing her to finally relax. A new day arrived, and everyone on the 18th floor, including dogs, was exercising. Suddenly a commotion arose from downstairs, followed by piercing screams, with various voices intertwining, nearly blowing the roof off. Everyone exchanged glances. The collectors for protection had arrived. Indeed, the residents of the building were alarmed, each one fearfully discussing the situation. Perhaps due to He Zion's decent image, survivors in the building flocked to him. Thus, living up to expectations, he organized everyone again, hoping to unite against the collectors. However, He Jian was the first to be dragged into the adjacent room, beaten with blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Not only him, but other key figures were also beaten, and a girl of decent looks was nearly bullied in public. The entire building banded together against the collectors, which thoroughly angered them. Other buildings pay 3 kilograms per month. You guys are tough, huh? You will pay 6 kilograms every month. If you don't want to pay, step forward, and I'll treat him to peanuts. He Jian gritted his teeth through the pain. No, we really can't come up with it. How can we pay 6 kilograms? This is asking for our lives. So you think you're tough, huh? He was dragged back into the adjacent room and beaten severely like a dead dog, thrown back, his body covered in blood. He Jian was on the brink of death, unable to even speak. Whoever dares not to pay will face the consequence. He Jian, disregarding his life, pleaded, no, 6 kilograms really isn't possible. How about we do as the other buildings do and only pay 3 kilograms? The leading thug said nothing, staring coldly at him. He Jian staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his face. I am sorry to everyone. I failed to keep my promise to protect you. You can hit or scold me as you wish. Nothing is more important than life. They agreed to reduce it from 6 kilograms to 3. I suppose this beating is worth it. If you have food, pay. If you don't, I really can't help it. Cough, cough. He coughed up blood as he spoke. Everyone was furious. Other buildings only had to pay 3 kilograms, so why should they pay 6? However, seeing He Jian take the beating for them, they couldn't express their anger. Yet they felt truly unwilling. Someone boldly shouted, if you want us to pay, let the 18th floor pay first. Everyone was astonished, but quickly reacted. Right, if the 18th floor pays, we will pay too. We won't shortchange you. And the 17th floor too, they have plenty of food in their unit. If you have the ability, make them pay obediently. What is it to bully us, soft persimmons? This stirred up a wave of emotions, and everyone looked furious. The leading thug frowned. It seemed that unless they dealt with the 17th and 18th floors today, this matter could not be settled. Fine, they were originally targeting the 18th floor. As long as they dealt with them, who would dare to resist after? Thus led by Jiang, the collector's attitude was arrogant, and the fearless survivors were gleeful. No matter who won or lost, it would allow them to vent their frustrations. Ideally, both sides would suffer losses. Soon the door at the stairwell of the 16th floor was being smashed loudly. Jiang Ning and the others stood at the stairwell, clearly hearing everything, and had no words for the foolish people downstairs. Now that they had come, they would go down to meet them. Thus everyone armed themselves and went downstairs, with the dog volunteering to line up. Once again locked in the room, Dodo could only remain silent. Upon reaching the 17th floor, the Zhong family was already waiting at the stairwell, armed with sticks. They looked nervous and frightened, yet did not back down. Jiang Ning frowned. Where are they? She was referring to units 1702 and 1703. Why had they not come out? Grandma Zhong felt awkward. I knocked on the door, but there was no response. They probably went out to look for supplies. Though she said this, anyone with eyes could tell. They had not expected much from the 18th floor, and continued down. The same formation, the unchanged order of appearance. The only difference was that the Zhong family had joined the tail end. Doors were open one by one, revealing long legs, expensive tang, knives, cold gazes, and beautifully fair faces. The lead thug momentarily froze, feeling as if a BGM had started playing in his mind. In a disaster-stricken apocalypse, ordinary survivors lived in a state that was neither human nor ghost, while she appeared well-nourished and radiant. Especially the woman standing behind her, whose thighs were thicker than a man's. How much would one need to eat to grow so strong? And there was the pretty boy wielding a wolf fawn club, whose face was prettier than a woman's. It was just right. The boss had grown tired of his current flavor and would likely have a good time with him. Indeed, the 18th floor was a treasure trove. They wanted it all today. The lead thug immediately raised his gun, aiming at Jiang Ning's head through the railing. The 17th and 18th floors, huh? This community has been taken over by us. Starting today, each of you will pay 100 kilograms of food per month, and we will ensure your safety. If you don't pay, ask if the guy in my hand agrees. 100 kilograms per month. The survivors' pupils trim. Good. Who made those beasts on the 18th floor not share their food with them? Now they are suffering. They deserve. Those who didn't know might think that the 100 kilograms of food belonged entirely to them, completely forgetting the consequences of being unable to produce even 3 kilograms. In any case, as long as the 18th floor was having a hard time, they felt relieved. Jiang Ning did not rush to speak, but turned to look at Hui Yishan. Hui Yishan's gaze was deep, looking down at the arrogant thug with the gun. With just 5 people, 2 armed, and 3 wielding iron rods, they had subdued all survivors in the Jinrong community. Receiving his feedback, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle, digging in her ears. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Jiang Ning's words instantly enraged the leader, who raised his gun to shoot. In this critical moment, Jian rushed out to intervene, saying, "Don't move your weapon. Everything can be negotiated." Turning around, he advised Jiang Ning, "Xiao Zhang, I know you're capable, but a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. The world is different now, and you don't lack for food. Living is the most important thing. Don't take your life lightly. You should trust me. I will negotiate on your behalf to reduce the food payment. What do you think?" Jiang Ning looked at him and asked, "With all your effort, how much food do they give you?" "What did you say?" Jian was stunned for a moment before angrily retorting, "Xiao Zhang, I almost lost my life trying to lower the food protection fee for the building, and you dare to doubt me like this? Wearing such thick clothing and still covered in blood, are you sure it wasn't chicken blood or red dye?" The survivors were thunderstruck, glancing at Jian with a mix of anger and complexity in their eyes. You are simply spouting nonsense. I have always acted with integrity and have never abused my power. Daring to say you act with integrity after exchanging food with you, Ching, half of it has gone into the belly of a wolf. Kola protested vehemently, "Don't insult dogs." Jian, infuriated, stomped his feet. "Fine, if you all think this way, I won't do it anymore. Do as you please." Saying this, he stepped aside. The survivors then surrounded him tightly. They finally realized while other buildings only required 3 gene of food, building no. One was demanding 6 gene. It turned out that Jian was playing them for fools, colluding with those collecting the protection fee. Unexpectedly, she was so difficult to deal with. The leader was furious. "You foul woman, if you have the guts, open the door and see if I won't smash your head. Open it. Sure as if I'm afraid of you." The door opened, and a gun was wickedly pressed against Jiang Ning's chest, while another gun was aimed at the others on the 18th floor. "Don't move. Raise your hands." Hearing that there were also guns on the 18th floor, they had to take the initiative. Jiang Ning stared at the leader. The group wore face masks, only their eyes visible, making it impossible to identify them. Even if surrounded by the police, as long as they took off their face masks and changed clothes in the residential building, they really could not be found. She did not resist pulling her tang knife away and suddenly revealing a strange smile at him. The leader was momentarily dazzled, lost in thought. Jiang Ning suddenly took out a dagger from her pocket and stabbed at the leader several times. The movements were swift, as quick as lightning. As blood flowed out, the leader kept pulling the trigger. Jiang Ning slashed at his neck. Are you really addicted to playing? Even if the gun is fake, I wouldn't be afraid. I'm wearing cut-resistant and stab-resistant clothing plus a bulletproof vest. At the same time, she acted. Zheng Weili rushed down, aiming at another, her iron fist swinging down heavily. The man was directly knocked away, his teeth flying out as he fell to the ground, spitting blood. The gun fell to the ground, and she stomped on it, cracking it. The incident was sudden, and no one expected the two girls to be so formidable. Not only were the survivors shocked, but even the remaining three collecting the protection fee were scared out of their wits. After a while, they regained their senses and raised their clubs to strike. Hua Yi, relying on his height advantage, cleanly broke their necks. Oh! The survivors nearly fainted on the spot. Another murder occurred on the 18th floor. Just a moment ago, the collection team had been arrogant and oppressive, bullying the survivors, but from start to finish it took less than 5 minutes for them all to be sent underground. Everyone felt a chill. The 18th floor was truly formidable, even scarier than the underworld forces. However, Jiang Ning had no intention of stopping, walking towards He Jian with her knife. He Jian trembled in fear, his legs shaking. Xiao Jiang, you are committing murder, breaking the law. Jiang Ning replied, so you know it's against the law. With a smile that was neither a smile, Jiang Ning's gaze was incredibly cold. You took Yu Qingqing and the others out to exchange food and colluded with those collecting the protection fee. Isn't that breaking the law? No, this is a misunderstanding. Oh really? How about you open your door and let us see how many supplies you have? He Jian still wanted to argue, but Jiang Ning had no patience to listen. She thrust her knife into his body and a piercing scream erupted. She did not stab his heart, but aimed for his shoulder. Do you think you have 9 lives? You keep trying to plot against the 18th floor. What gave you the confidence that we wouldn't dare to take your life? After saying this, she grabbed his collar and violently threw him out of the window. It was extremely cold now, not flooded. Falling from the 16th floor would result in death. Oh! He Zion's wife screamed, rushing up from the hallway in a panic, shouting at Jiang Ning, you are crazy. How dare you kill someone? I will call the police to arrest you, beasts. Beast? Fine, let them come to deal with it, and see how your husband colluded with the underworld forces. If you're so righteous, why are you eating bloody buns? Jiang Ning found it amusing, saying, when he was committing crimes, why didn't you stop him? Daring to kill He Jian, she had no intention of leaving hidden dangers. Instead of crying here, you'd be better off keeping an eye on the bloody supplies at home, eating one less meal. He Zion's wife's face changed dramatically, while the survivors' eyes turned green. Indeed, He Jian had not acted morally, hoarding supplies that were all taken from them. Not wanting to see this group of greedy cowards, Jiang Ning turned to leave. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, what if you kill them and they come back for revenge? What will we do? Indeed, they did not want to end up like the tragic deaths in buildings 15 and 16. Rather than feeling gratitude for Jiang Ning and the others' actions, they complained endlessly. Is it He Jian who gave you the courage, or do you think I'm easier to talk to than those collecting the protection fee? Jiang Ning cast a cold glance. Has your brain frozen from the extreme cold? Anyone who doesn't want to live can step forward. I can grant you that. As soon as she said this, no one dared to speak. She turned and went upstairs. Just as she returned to the 18th floor, horrifying screams and curses echoed from downstairs. Jiang Ning contemplated returning to her room, but noticed the dog dragging a bag excitedly upstairs. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were no exception, with one hand holding a bag of rice, and the other a weapon, grinning from ear to ear as if they had hit the jackpot. Indeed, without a chance to appear, they followed the survivors to storm He Zion's home, and inside there were indeed plenty of supplies. Kola dragged a 5-jean bag of flour, while Lu Yu and Zhang Chao each hugged a 20-jean bag of rice. Jiang Ning. Kola dragged the bag in front of her, saying, this is my new ration submitted to you, poop scooper. Everyone was both amused and exasperated, and in the end they shared the rice and flour equally, even including the Zhong family. Additionally, the 18th floor returned Grandma Zhong's heirloom bracelet. They did not want to develop the habit of plundering the 18th floor, which would result in them exchanging valuable items when borrowing things. From the beginning, the 18th floor never intended to take anything, even as long as they showed sincerity, the items could be returned. Though the Zhong family did not assist in today's battle, their attitude was clear. As for the other two families, Grandma Zhong pushed for a long time, and in the end, each household was given a pound of kudzu powder. At the same time, Zhongping delivered a homemade bicycle to the 18th floor, equipped with a heating device. Just by sitting on it and pedaling vigorously, it could generate electricity, and the heat conduction tube would emit warmth. Not only does it provide exercise, but it also raises the temperature in the room. Zhong Ping adjusted his glasses, a refined smile on his face. I'm still looking for parts. I can modify it into a charging device later on. The 18th floor was sweating profusely every day, but Jiang Ning was not interested, saying, all right, just leave the bicycle here for now. You can send it to us after it's modified to charge. After sending Jiang Ning off, Grandma Zhong didn't know where to put her old face. I didn't expect the two neighboring households to be so selfish, clearly at home, yet hiding away. I suspect something will happen in the future. You all need to be careful when coming and going, and try to avoid interacting with them as much as possible. Today they didn't say much, but what about next time? If they really get angry, they could just wait for the 17th floor to be destroyed before coming down. But Grandma Zhong couldn't directly blame them. After all, who isn't afraid of death? They are afraid, but does that mean the 18th floor isn't? Selfishness can sometimes be a death knell. On this day, the emotions in the apartment building varied greatly. The He family was robbed clean, and the long-oppressed survivors struck back, showing no mercy to the He family. Those who managed to take supplies fled, while those who didn't beat up the He family members, even stripping them of their thick clothing. The slowpoke from the 16th floor didn't even get a single fur. Upon returning, he had to help gather the corpses from the 2 floors above. He was extremely frustrated, wondering why the battlefield had moved to the 16th floor. They simply installed a door at the stairwell. Jiang Ning returned to the 18th floor, where Zheng Weili was waiting in the corridor. Pulling her into the room, she asked in confusion, Ning, how did you tell their guns were fake? I'm just an amateur, how would I know? Jiang Ning replied honestly, if it weren't for an expert's approval, I wouldn't dare to go out even if you gave me 10 times the courage. Right, Hua Yishan is an expert. He can tell at a glance whether it's real or just a bluff. However, Zheng Weili felt something was off, questioning. He stood at the back without saying a word. How did you two convey the message? Jiang Ning was momentarily baffled, and then said as a matter of course, we live on the same floor. After so many life and death experiences, can't you tell? 3 pairs of eyes focused on Jiang Ning, filled with profound meaning. You're amazing, Zheng Weili boldly declared. I sleep in the same room as Lu Yu, and I still can't figure out what he's thinking. Are you perhaps the worm in Hua Yishan's stomach? Lu Yu, who was named, immediately declared his loyalty. Wifey, you are in my eyes and heart. Single dog, Zhang Chao exclaimed. What crime did he commit to deserve such a blow? Jiang Ning picked up on the underlying message in Zheng Weili's words, asking, what do you mean by that? Having grown up almost wearing the same pants, Lu Yu was not shy, asking, how far have you and Hua Yishan gone? It seemed he had hit a home run. Jiang Ning was not truly indifferent, as she had experienced the brutal apocalypse and witnessed the selfishness and greed of humanity. She had never thought about falling in love during such a calamity. To put it bluntly, she didn't want to build any intimate relationships anymore. Even with Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, they could be friends and partners facing dangers together, but she wouldn't live closely with them. That was her safe zone. Not just her body, but even her heart needed to relax. Thus Jiang Ning was completely puzzled, saying, did you misunderstand something? Yes, there's space, but I don't have any miraculous golden fingers. I don't even know how long I can live. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse isn't the natural disasters, but the unpredictable human heart. Isn't Yang Weizong's lesson enough? How could she possibly believe in love again? Seeing that she wasn't pretending, Lu Yu was left dumbfounded. Hua Yishan is so obvious, and you actually didn't notice. Obvious about what? Lu Yu was speechless. If he didn't have feelings for you, why would he help you train your dog? I even taught Dodo to read. With so many of us, why did he only teach you combat techniques? Jiang Ning stared at him, and Zhang Chao, do you have that kind of talent? The untalented Lu Yu and Zhang Chao could only remain silent. You slipped on the rooftop, and he rushed up to help you. Jiang Ning. On that extremely cold night, he nearly kicked down your door to give you a mink coat and a charcoal stove. We were in the same group, yet we had nothing. Jiang Ning. When you all went out to chop wood, he took a brick for you, and then you treated his wounds and made him breakfast. Jiang Ning. The direct questions left her in silence, deep in thought. Have you ever seen him care so much for anyone else? It's strange if you two don't have anything going on. Lu Yu, as someone who had experienced this, boasted while holding Zheng Weili. Wifey, the first time I saw you, I couldn't fit any other woman in my heart. Zhang Chao, who had continuously suffered blows, could only remain silent. In any case, whether or not they had ever eaten pork, the three unanimously believed that Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan definitely had a relationship. Just a glance, and they could understand each other. What else could it be if not love? Jiang Ning reflected on herself, and after a long pause finally spoke. I don't know if he has that kind of intention, but I absolutely don't. She admitted that if it weren't for the apocalypse, meeting a handsome and capable man like Hua Yishan would definitely make her heart flutter, and she might even pursue him actively. But now all she wanted was to live well. Lu Yu pondered, is it because of Yang Weizong that you no longer trust Ning? I tell you, you still need to find someone. Look at me, if I hadn't met Weili, I would have wasted my life. Jiang Ning rejected this notion, saying, you are you and I am me, don't mix the two up. Everyone has their own aspirations. Lu Yu was born to do this. Even if he hadn't met Zheng Weili, there would still be Zhang Weili or Li Weili. In any case, things were finally clarified. It turned out to be a case of the king being interested, while the goddess had no heart. Don't you really consider him? As a friend and childhood companion, Lu Yu earnestly said, he may be a bit cold, but he is capable and responsible. Other women are going crazy over him. In truth, one can live without love. These two together make the best partners and can survive longer in the face of disasters. But Lu Yu was well aware of Jiang Ning's personality and dared not speak his true thoughts. Jiang Ning was certain that she had no feelings for him. Even if she did, there was no way she could be with him. She couldn't afford the cost of exposing her secrets. Who knows if the apocalypse has an end? How many strong-willed individuals, after enduring the relentless disasters, ultimately tarnish their hearts? Until the day of closing one's eyes, who dares to claim that their heart will never change? Jiang Ning didn't even dare to guarantee her own feelings. How could she determine those of others? It's one thing to be unaware, but once you know, you can't pretend to be confused. However, Jiang Ning felt a hint of doubt about the three of them. It's not that she is dull, it's just that. How should she put it? It seems like Hua Yishan has some feelings, yet at the same time, he doesn't seem to. What should she do now? He hasn't confessed, so she can't be the one to refuse, can she? What if there's a misunderstanding? They live next door, and they'll have to team up in the future. It's truly awkward. After her words, the three of them found it a bit tricky. Lu Yu declared, when you love someone, you can't hide it. How about we help you test the waters? Jiang Ning felt a bit annoyed. No need, we'll figure it out myself. Back home, she lay on her bed feeling gloomy. Jiang Ning touched her face, as she was indeed beautiful, but not exceptionally so. Did Hua Yishan really like her? It felt as if without the disaster, she and he would be from two entirely parallel worlds. Just as she was pondering, the intercom crackled to life. Ning, do you want to practice today? Jiang Ning thought for a moment yes. She needed to find an opportunity to figure out whether he had feelings for her. Changing her clothes, she reported to room 1801. As Jiang Ning practiced, she secretly observed him, even deliberately pretending to almost fall. Hua Yishan reacted quickly, instinctively wrapping his arm around her waist to support her. What's on your mind? Nothing. You seem distracted. Focus, and let's try again. Jiang Ning vowed that he truly exuded a righteous demeanor. Even while holding her waist, there was no inappropriate behavior or flirtatious glances. Feeling a bit dissatisfied, she made an excuse to stay behind to teach Dodo how to cook. A few times she glanced back and saw Hua Yishan in the living room, training his dog, completely focused. Lu Yu was indeed unreliable, saying that one can't hide their love and would secretly pay attention to the other. Nonsense. It was clear they were all misinterpreting things. After the misunderstanding, Jiang Ning finally felt relieved and let out a long sigh. Turning off the gas, she served the dishes onto a plate, and upon turning around, she found Hua Yishan watching her. Startled, Jiang Ning nearly dropped the bowl in her hand, excitedly exclaiming, "What are you looking at me for?" After saying it, she felt it was too harsh, awkwardly digging her toes into the ground. Hua Yishan pointed out the kitchen window. It looks like the snow is getting heavier. Jiang Ning turned to look outside, and indeed it seemed so. What kind of eyesight does he have that he can see from so far away? Declining Dodo's invitation to eat, Jiang Ning took her dog home. She was feeling a bit paranoid, always thinking that Hua Yishan had ulterior motives. That night, lying in her warm bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After finally falling asleep, she dreamt that Hua Yishan suddenly confessed to her, and she had no choice but to accept, only to wake up with a racing heart. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Ning not only observed him during practice, but also while he trained his dog, resulting in nothing but loneliness. If she said there wasn't anything, her woman's intuition told her otherwise. In short, it was all vague feelings that left Jiang Ning restless and sleepless. Hesitating wasn't her character. She sent the dog back to the room, closed the door, and took a deep breath, facing Hua Yishan. "Do you like me?" Hua Yishan didn't rush to answer. Instead, he stared at her for a while, before saying a little. Jiang Ning's heart skipped a few beats. "Actually, I'm an anti-marriage person. I've never thought about finding someone to marry. Living alone is just fine." Hua Yishan pondered for a moment. "Jiang Ning, I'm sorry for causing you any trouble. Since you don't have those feelings, I won't force you. I hope you don't have any concerns." To her surprise, he was so open-minded that she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You're a good person. You'll find someone you like." "Yes, you too. So shall we still team up in the future?" "Of course, if you don't mind." "I certainly don't mind. You're the best partner on the 18th floor." Having cleared the air, Jiang Ning felt considerably lighter. But at the same time, she felt a bit regretful. If it weren't for the disaster, she definitely wouldn't have let him go. Watching Jiang Ning return to her room, Hua Yishan turned to open the door and realized his palms were sweating. The disaster showed no signs of ending. In truth, he never intended to confess to Jiang Ning, especially since he was still taking care of his sister. No one knew what would happen in the future, and unexpectedly, she was the one who spoke up. His first crush on a girl was extinguished just like that. As he opened the door, Dodo rushed over. "Brother." Hua Yishan looked down, his deep eyes filled with tenderness as he gently ruffled her hair. "Did you study today?" "I studied, but I don't understand several characters." "Can I ask my sister? What don't you understand?" Brother will teach you. After clearing things up, it felt incredibly easy. Jiang Ning slept and catching up on the sleep she missed over the past few days. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she had just emerged from her space when she vaguely heard wailing from downstairs. As she opened the door, she looked up and saw Hua Yishan coming out at the same time. Their eyes met. He remained calm, as usual, while she smiled good morning. Yet inside she felt a bit awkward. The two listened at the stairway as the looters returned to collect supplies. This time it wasn't for food, but for blatant revenge, violently kicking open the doors of the survivors. Hua Yishan's expression turned serious. The newcomers don't come with good intentions. Anticipating this day, Jiang Ning returned to her room to grab her weapon. They really knew how to pick their days. Zheng Weili and the others had gone to Fengshan to chop wood early, while the Zhong family had begun reporting to their new unit 2 days ago. In a race against time with the disaster, the researchers had to live at their workplace, returning home only once every 2 weeks. Mother Zhong had also reported in starting to collect the dead 2 days ago. Yesterday, over a dozen people came. Besides the corpses piled up on the ice, they would enter every building to clear out bodies, using vehicles to transport them to a central location for incineration to prevent the outbreak of epidemics or other diseases. It was clear that the government was actively combating the disaster. Now only Jiang Ning, Hua Yishan, and a combat dog remained on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning had a bad feeling, sensing that they were well prepared. She put on her bulletproof vest and locked the dog in the room. Woo woo woof. The anxious Coke scratched at the door, demanding to be let out. Let me out. Let me out. If the door wasn't opened soon, it would start breaking things. Jiang Ning stepped out, and Hua Yishan was also locking the door with Dodo trapped inside. Ning, you stay here and help me keep an eye on Dodo. Hua Yishan lowered his head, loading his gun. Jiang Ning also took out her gun. You can't hide from what's coming. You can't protect everyone. Hua Yishan paused for a moment. Okay. The two headed downstairs, where the group was already prying open the door at the staircase of the 16th floor. Grandma Zhong was very anxious on the 17th floor, and beside her was a man holding a stick who was the resident of 1703, Thing Yinluan. Xiao Zhong, they're coming. What should we do? This group was really well informed. The Zhong family had left quietly, and besides having mentioned it to the 18th floor, no one knew they were not home. Unfortunately, Zheng Weili and the others were also absent, leaving only Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan, while the other side had over a dozen people. Jiang Ning glanced at Zheng Yinluan, saying nothing. Zheng Yinluan, feeling a bit awkward, took the initiative to explain, last time my family went out to look for. Jiang Ning instructed Grandma Zhong to return indoors and lock the door, then said to Zheng Yinluan, let's go. As she reached the stairway and opened the door, unexpectedly Hua Yishan pulled her back, rushing down the stairs ahead of her. Forced to drop in ranking, Jiang Ning thought. While the special police have extensive combat experience, leading the charge to draw fire is the best strategy. But now the order has collapsed. Those who dare to take the lead and charge forward are nearly extinct. Moreover, the opponents possess real weapons, though the exact number is still unknown. At the brink of life and death, Jiang Ning withdrew her focus, taking a step back to second place. Bang bang bang. The thunderous sounds echoed as she took just a few steps. The opponents had no regard for martial ethics and were well stocked with ammunition, opening fire without hesitation, aiming to eliminate all survivors on the 18th floor. Hua Yishan's positioning was meticulous. Shooting from the 16th floor created angle and perspective discrepancies, causing bullets to either strike the railing or embed themselves in the wall, missing Hua Yishan's feet. Indeed, he only exposed his feet. At the sound of gunfire, Grandma Zhong gasped, be careful. Bang! Gunshots rang out from the 17th floor. Hua Yishan proved to be an expert. The recoil from the powerful gun was substantial, causing Jiang Ning's arm to tingle, yet she successfully hit her target. While descending, she discreetly drew her Tang Dao a few inches. The smooth blade reflected Zheng Yinluan, suddenly raising his knife to stab her back. Without looking back, she maneuvered her right hand around her left armpit to shoot, hitting her target in the abdomen instead of the heart. Zheng Yinluan screamed in agony, clutching his belly as he staggered back, only to be struck on the head by Grandma Zhong's cane. Blood gushed forth as he stumbled and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Hua Yishan swiftly rushed to the second door, while the first door on the 16th floor was pried open just in time, with guns raised as they charged upstairs. Suddenly, something resembling a fist was thrown down and thick smoke began to billow out. A grenade! Someone shouted, causing the crowd to panic and retreat. The acrid smoke choked them, causing tears to flow and obscuring their vision. Hua Yishan seized the opportunity to fire his weapon. He shot several times, accompanied by screams, and soon fell into silence again. Standing on the stairs, Jiang Ning thought. Should she go down now? Feeling there was no opportunity to act. Suddenly several screams erupted from below, followed by the sound of fierce fighting. Ning, are you okay? Zheng Weili's anxious voice rang out. I'm fine, how about you? Zhang Chao panted heavily, saying, all taken care of. The three of them rushed out at dawn, carrying sleds, thinking the earlier they left, the sooner they'd return. However, as soon as they reached downstairs, they heard gunfire. So they dropped their firewood and ran back up. Several had died, and those still alive were solely focused on guarding against the upper floors, hoping to find an opportunity to charge upward. Today it was either their death or survival. Jiang Weili struck fiercely, showing no mercy with her blade. Caught between attacks from above and below, it was nearly impossible not to perish. The smoke bomb thrown by Huaishan emitted a pungent odor. The three of them covered their noses and rummaged through the bodies, finding not just knives and steel pipes, but also 3 guns. However, they were crudely made, clearly manufactured in a black workshop. Guns, weapons capable of killing and ensuring survival. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu worked together to search through the corpses, nearly pulling off their underpants, ultimately finding 26 bullets totaling 34, including those in the magazines, along with 2 large gold chains, 3 gold rings, 2 packs of cigarettes, a watch, and a lighter. On the 18th floor finally had hardcore weapons. Let's see which bastard dares to charge upstairs. They won't keep their heads. We need to be tough. Chao, let's rise up. With weapons in hand, the world is ours. The two felt invigorated, their backs straightening with newfound confidence. From today onward, I will kill gods when I meet them and slay Buddhas when I encounter them. Unfortunately, no one cared about the two's fervent imaginations. Jiang Weili rushed in, covering her nose, and upon seeing the bleeding Zhang Yinluan on the ground, exclaimed in shock, "What happened?" Jiang Ning drew her knife. He was bribed by those collecting protection fees, and he stabbed us in the back. Please. Zhang Nianlin's face turned pale, his expression filled with fear as he pleaded, "I didn't want this either, but they captured my son and threatened me. If I didn't cooperate, my son wouldn't have any chance of coming back." Jiang Ning didn't want to discuss morality with him. "You know right from wrong. Since you did it, you must bear the consequences. It's one thing to shrink back in a crisis, but desiring protection from the 18th floor while raising a knife against it at a critical moment is unacceptable." If Jiang Ning hadn't sensed something was off and stayed vigilant, she might have already died at his hands. Not only Zhang Yinluan from 1703, Jiang Weili kicked the door and shouted angrily, "Listen, people inside, if you don't come out, I'll kill him." The sickly Lu Yu stepped forward, placing a foot on Zhang Yinluan's bleeding wound. Did they really think the 18th floor was a merciful bodhisattva that forgave past grievances? What nonsense! Zhang Yinluan cried out in agony. Weak Zhang Chao felt he didn't step hard enough and added another kick. How can the peace of the 18th floor be bullied like this? As they kicked down the door with a deafening sound, the door of 1703 finally swung open. A woman with red eyes, both panicked and angry, rushed into the hallway. She ran to the corridor, cradling the injured Zhang Yinluan, crying, "Husband, how are you?" Zhang Yinluan, extremely weak, replied, "Wife, it's all my fault for being useless. I couldn't save a Bao." A Bao was their son who had been kidnapped for protection money. Zhang Yinluan's wife, filled with rage, shouted at Jiang Ning and the others, "Do you have no humanity? Why did you kill my husband?" "Why?" Everyone was taken aback by her words. "Your husband took advantage of the situation and stabbed us in the back. If we hadn't been killed, was it still our fault? If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been taken. It's all your fault. Now you want to kill my husband. You are the real heartless executioners. Your son was kidnapped. Does that mean your husband can kill me?" Jiang Ning found it laughable. "Since your husband dared to kill me, why can't I fight back?" Lu Yu was angry. "Why blame us when you lack the ability to protect him? Before installing the stainless steel door, we advised you to consider carefully. Being close to the 18th floor carries risks. What did you say then, and how did you act afterward?" Zhang Chao and the others were infuriated. "When danger struck, we were at the forefront facing death, while you all shrank back like turtles and didn't come out. Now you blame us for your son's abduction. Why not blame your own weakness? You don't have the courage to confront them, but are quick to stab us in the back. Do you think the 18th floor is easy to bully?" Zhang Yinluan's wife screamed, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess." Jiang Ning was too lazy to engage in idle chatter. "Since our misfortune is right next to you, please do us the courtesy of getting as far away as possible." Zhang Nianlin's wife glared at her with resentment. "You caused my son to be kidnapped and injured my husband. This matter is far from over." Jiang Ning was speechless. "What do you want?" Zhang Yinluan held his wife back, enduring the pain as he looked at Jiang Ning and the others. "I truly apologize. This was my wrongdoing. I should never have targeted you. But I had no choice. Fa Bao is only 8 years old. If I don't comply, they will kill him. I deserve what I have today, but the mistakes of adults should not involve children. Can you help me rescue A Bao?" Jiang Ning wondered how he had the audacity to utter such words. If he had united with the Zhong family from the beginning to guard the building and informed the 18th floor of the true intentions of the kidnappers after his son was taken, Jiang Ning might not have risked her life to save his son. However, she knew the fate of those people and would have indirectly informed him that the kidnapped child could return safely. But seeking personal gain while avoiding harm is human nature. He immediately hid at the first sign of danger, yet he repeatedly led the 18th floor to death, and now he wanted them to sacrifice their lives to save his son. Jiang Ning spoke bluntly, "What are you thinking?" She ignored him and walked straight to room 1702, kicking the door. If you have the guts, stay inside for the rest of your lives, and don't come out. Not satisfied with her power, Jiang Weili kicked harder. People inside, if you don't come out now, I will take your door off. However, the door to 1702 remained firmly shut. Fine, you all are great. Jiang Ning sneered. If we come back next time, it will count as a loss for the 18th floor. With that, she ignored the others and turned to head upstairs. Jiang Weili and the others felt the same. Who would want to be the fool again? They would wait until the 17th floor was in ruins. Zheng Mianlin's wife wanted to confront Jiang Ning, but was unexpectedly held back by her husband. Ollie, listen to me, I'm not going to make it. She cried loudly while holding Zheng Mianlin. No husband, you want die. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on our son. Cold, it was so cold the damp chill seeped into his bones. Pain, it hurt so much, feeling his internal organs gradually stiffening. Ollie, after I die, don't go looking for trouble with the 18th floor. Zheng Yinluan struggled to get up. Those people won't let the 18th floor off, and the people on the 18th floor won't compromise either. You have to live for me until Ah Bao comes back. Husband, I can't live without you. If the 18th floor wins, Ah Bao might have a chance to return. You need to leave immediately, find a place to hide, and don't worry about anyone or anything. Zheng Yinluan dragged his bleeding body, struggling to bring a kitchen knife downstairs. I'm going to find those people and fight them. You can't die, absolutely can't die, we need to keep Ah Bao alive. The woman cried heart-wrenchingly, husband. Zheng Yinluan disregarded everything, forcing himself to take each step down, stubbornly moving forward. Just as he stepped out of the 7th floor, he slipped on the solid ice and fell to the ground, never to get up again. Jiang Ning had just opened the door when Cola suddenly jumped up, whimpering at her and scratching at her incessantly. Knowing it was scared, Jiang Ning squatted down to pet its head. Good boy, I'm fine. The frantic dog couldn't move inside, and while jumping around, it accidentally slapped her shoulder with its paw. Jiang Ning, who had been hit, said nothing. Jiang Weili and the others were shocked. They didn't expect the big dog to be so fierce, even daring to growl at its owner. What to do? Both are big shots and every hand is meat. Helping one is to be biased against the other. Thus, everyone tacitly averted their gazes, pretending to see nothing. Cola pounced into Jiang Ning's arms, whimpering mournfully, as the person who scoops its poop thought it was a burden and wouldn't let it help in the fight. Oh, my Cola is very strong, but they have serious weapons, and if they hit it, could be fatal. Jiang Ning kept comforting it. Next time, will you participate for sure? Cola looked up at her, really not lying. Really? Jiang Ning took its paw and made a pinky promise. The envious Lu Yu said nothing. The envious Zhang Chao said nothing either. It really is only the dog that has the courage to challenge Jiang Ning, and others would have been dead many times over. After all, they didn't have that kind of courage. The psychological shadow from being beaten by her in childhood still hadn't dissipated. Sai, what's the difference between being human and being a dog? Huaishan opened the door, and Dodo also rushed over, pouting pitifully, tears welling in her eyes. He gently patted his sister's head. Don't cry, brother is fine. Dodo hugged him tightly. Brother, I can do it too. Why is it that every time danger arises, she either gets tied to a tree or locked inside? Once the two were emotionally stable, everyone from the 18th floor gathered at room 1803. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu placed the items they found on the table. How do we divide these? Everything else is fine, but the 3 pieces of hardcore weaponry are simply irresistible. Holding these things in hand gives one immense confidence. Jiang Ning was equally pleased. Finally, everyone on the 18th floor had one. Cola was quite clever. Having seen the person who scoops its poop play with these things, it knew they were formidable. Without hesitation, it came over and picked one up, placing it in Jiang Ning's hand. Not satisfied, it picked up another one and held onto it tightly. As long as it had these, the one who scoops poop wouldn't lie. Wow. 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 Everyone was stunned as the sound of crows echoed overhead, shocked by the dog's antics, momentarily speechless. Jiang Ning was supposed to get one, but what was going on with it? It can open it. Why is it so fierce? Jiang Ning was both amused and exasperated as she snatched it from the dog's mouth and returned the 2 back to the table. No one would complain about having too many of these things, but the 18th floor was a collective. It was better to have them shared than to have one alone, so she didn't rush to speak. Seeing that no one else spoke, Zheng Weili thought for a moment. How about one for each household? Zhang Chao and Lu Yu had no objections, hoping Jiang Ning and Huaishan would agree so they could defend the building with more confidence. Huaishan glanced at Jiang Ning, thought for a moment, and then spoke. I can do without one. Huh, without one. It made sense. He was a master with firearms, so how could he lower himself to use something so rudimentary? Jiang Ning wanted one, but she already had one in hand, so she decided to give the 3 for self-defense. I don't want one either. Zheng Weili was astonished. Ning, why don't you want one? Jiang Ning pretended to examine the gun. It's rather rough. Is it reliable? Huaishan took it out and quickly disassembled it. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were shocked. His speed. Wow, and all. He inspected the parts. It's homemade, but the materials are decent. As long as it doesn't fire continuously, there is no risk of a burst. How many rounds count as a continuous fire? No more than 10 rounds. That reassured them. There were only 34 bullets in total, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Hua Yixin didn't want one, but Zheng Weili insisted on giving one to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning understood that Hua Yixin was giving her a way out, so she followed up. This matter can't be resolved today, or we will face even more danger in the future. You must have hard items to defend the building. Since Jiang Ning was adamant about refusing, each person received one weapon, while the remaining items were designated as communal property to be safeguarded by her for future exchanges. What about the two families downstairs? Zheng Weili with her fiery temper exclaimed, let's go down and break down their doors, getting rid of them completely to avoid the unpleasantness they bring. Zhang Chao pondered, what about the Zhong family? The Zhong family is manageable, but those two families are quite troublesome. We can't interfere in others' affairs, we just need to hold our ground on the 18th floor. Hoping for a miracle. Such things don't come easy. However, today's events served as a lesson for the 18th floor. They must be vigilant when going out lest they attract unwanted attention. Zheng Weili spoke, life and death are determined by fate. If I am ever caught by them, you must not do anything foolish to rescue me. I feel the same way. Zhang Chao declared with determination, as long as I'm full my family won't go hungry. If I die no one will remember me. Just don't fall into traps, my worthless life isn't worth it. Lu Yu embraced Zheng Weili saying, wife, even if I die I want to die with you. Jiang Ning scolded them, why are you setting such flags? Aren't you all tired of living? Indeed this is ominous. We must live until the end of time, witnessing the end of disasters and the restoration of civilization. After Jiang Ning and Hua Yixin left, Zheng Weili suddenly remembered something important. What about our firewood? Hastily rushing downstairs they found no trace of the firewood. Zheng Weili, hands on her hips, shouted like a lioness to the surviving residents on their floor, who took my firewood? If you don't want to die you have half an hour to return it. I can pretend nothing happened, otherwise don't blame me for this was brought back by the three of us at great risk. There's no way we can let others take advantage. After her outburst, they returned upstairs to rest. Lu Yu kept track of time, ready to collect the firewood after half an hour. Surprisingly, the firewood was returned, just tossed in the hallway. After several trips, not a single piece was missing. Jiang Ning reflected deeply. The 18th floor had quite the notorious reputation. While the firewood was a minor issue, the next step was how to deal with these people. Jiang Ning knew their lair was at home. They either had to confront them or risk everything. These people had a gang seemingly called the Dragon-Slaying Society. Don't ask Jiang Ning why she remembered so clearly in her past life. She witnessed them undergo public trial only to be condemned. However, that was months away, still far from now. In her past life, they not only extorted protection fees, but also bullied innocent women and harmed public officials. They were guilty of unspeakable crimes. Survivors lamented as the police alongside the security team investigated, and eventually. Later the government deployed armed police, even calling in the military, unleashing countless elites to dismantle the Dragon-Slaying Society. Aside from those eliminated on the scene, hundreds faced public judgment, with countless crimes that would take half an hour to enumerate. In short, 1,000 deaths would not be excessive. Time passed, and as Jiang Ning repeatedly recalled, many important details surfaced in her mind. In the evening she deliberately changed into worn-out clothes, and informed Zheng Weili, I'm going out for a bit. Zheng Weili, worried, asked, what are you going out for? We can't just sit and wait, I need to gather information. Knowing ourselves and the enemy is key to winning this battle. They'll go with you. Two people draw too much attention. They'll scout first, and if there's no other choice I'll let you know. Wrapping herself up tightly, Jiang Ning headed towards Lianan Mansion. Dressed in rags and carrying nothing, the thieves and robbers by the roadside didn't even glance at her. For those without any gain, why waste their effort? By the time she arrived at Lianan Mansion, it was nearly dark. Jiang Ning found a windbreak and took out her binoculars to observe from a distance. The entrance was guarded, and those entering and exiting needed to verify their identities, seemingly needing some round object along with a code. After a long time, Jiang Ning couldn't recall everything. Only by watching their lip movements did she figure out the pass and the code. Fortunately, these were mentioned during the public trial. Jiang Ning focused on their lips and quickly matched the code. Lianan Mansion had 4 entrances, and the codes rotated. Each exit had a different pass. Taking advantage of the night to conceal her actions, Jiang Ning examined each entrance, observing them moving the extorted goods inside, and some emerged with flushed faces, all reaping the rewards of their plunder from survivors. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a group of men forcefully dragging a few girls, shamelessly pulling them into the community. Once inside such a place, there would be no chance of escape. With a heavy heart, Jiang Ning slipped into the shadows. She spent half an hour writing a letter, donned her night vision goggles, and rushed through the cold wind. She arrived at the new police station, which was shrouded in darkness. Originally short on manpower, with the arrival of the disaster model, they became even more targets for criminal attacks. It was dangerous during the day, let alone at night. Now there wasn't even anyone on duty. There were calls for the patrol team, but with order collapsing suddenly, crimes proliferated madly, and even the body retrieval teams were hard to come by, let alone filling the security team. Compared to being hungry, they feared losing their lives even more. Later, the military and government struck hard, eliminating many criminal elements, gradually restoring order. Jiang Ning dropped the letter into the mailbox containing all the information she had on the dragon-slaying society. If they believed her, they could seize the best opportunity to eliminate them, not only protecting many survivors, but also minimizing their own casualties. A gang capable of manufacturing illegal firearms, even if eventually taken down by 3 departments working together, paid the price of dozens of lives. At present, their illegal production should have just begun. Jiang Ning was just a flesh and blood being. Even if she lived again, she merely wished to live a little longer. What she could do was limited to this. Returning to Jinrong community, she spotted a tall shadow ahead. Jiang Ning quickened her pace. Huishan. The shadow stopped. Ning. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. Why are you out? It was stuffy inside, so I stepped out for some fresh air. Huishan replied, what about you? Jiang Ning nodded. Same here. The two looked at each other and smiled, neither asking further questions, as they walked upstairs in unison. The corpses from the day lay on the 16th floor for a long time, frozen stiff, with no one to collect them. Residents cursed, claiming the 18th floor lacked public morals, while they grumbled and banded together to throw the filth out of the window. Just as she turned around, she saw Jiang Ning and Huishan silently standing at the stairway. Oh. The residents on the 16th floor screamed in fright, their faces pale, as they explained, we didn't curse you. After that, they rushed back to their rooms like they had seen a ghost, closing and locking the doors behind them. Oh my, the 18th floor was as terrifying as wandering spirits. They had said it casually with no malice intended, but please don't come looking for them. Namalamitba. Jiang Ning ignored them, his gaze fixed on the round stainless steel ornament on the ground, which must have fallen from the corpse, and it happened to be the access card for Lian Garden. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao thought it was useless and didn't take it at all. Jiang Ning squatted down to pick it up, noticing that it resembled a backpack ornament likely sourced from some factory and then distributed to the members. Returning upstairs, Zheng Weili heard the commotion and immediately opened the door, staring in surprise at the two returning together. Why are you back so late? Did you find out any news? Seeing that Huishan did not speak, Jiang Ning nodded. I had just walked a short distance out of the community when I saw a team collecting protection grain, so I quietly followed them and discovered they entered Lian Garden. After hearing her story, Zheng Weili was shocked. Are you saying their den is in the community? Lian Garden is vast with more than 20 residential buildings. How many people could be inside? Is this gang formed from the community residents, or have they been invaded by external criminal forces? If it's an invasion, are the original residents still alive? They not only collect protection grain, but also use the pretense of going out to gather supplies to directly invade the homes of survivors. This is also the reason why the 18th floor was targeted. Zhang Chao and Lu Ye's heads buzzed. They had thought there were only a few dozen people in the Black Gang, but little did they know. There were only 5 people with fighting capability on the 18th floor. Even if they were chopped into pieces, it wouldn't be enough to fill their teeth. Subconsciously, they looked towards Jiang Ning and Huishan. What should we do next? What to do? The worst that could happen is to be helpless. Jiang Ning played dumb, following Huishan's gaze. Receiving the concern of the crowd, Huishan thought for a moment. Don't act impulsively. Tomorrow, I'll scout the area. The 18th floor was restless, and the 17th floor was even more terrified. Mother Zhong was frightened out of her wits. Mom, when I came back, just now I almost stepped on a corpse on the 16th floor, and the door downstairs was also smashed. What's going on? Thinking their home was in trouble, luckily the mother-in-law was unharmed. Today was a close call, but Grandma Zhong was still shaken and sighed. Something big has happened. After listening to her grandmother, Mother Zhong couldn't regain her composure for a long time. Has Zheng Yinluan gone mad? We agreed to face difficulties together, but instead of doing so, he has turned into a turtle and even stabbed us in the back. And then there's the Su family from 1702. They truly misjudged them back then. Mom, what should we do now? Mother Zhong was extremely worried. Her husband and son were at work, and only she and her mother-in-law were left at home. If the 18th floor really didn't care about their survival, what would they do? These 2 pieces of rat droppings have ruined the entire pot of soup. Being afraid is useless. You've been busy all day, so wash up and get some sleep. We can think about what to do tomorrow. Grandma Zhong did not close her eyes. After confirming that her daughter-in-law was asleep, she quietly went to the kitchen to boil a kettle of water. She opened the door and poured it into the crack of 1702's door. The weather was extremely cold, and the water quickly froze upon contact. Grandma Zhong stood in the corridor, letting out a deep sigh in the darkness. Whether she lived or died was of no concern, but she couldn't leave hidden dangers for the children. Having lived until today was enough. Many younger than her had died before her. But the children were still young, especially Zhong Ping, who had just graduated and found a job without even marrying or having children yet. Sigh, when will this natural disaster end? Once she calmed her emotions, Grandma Zhong closed the door and returned to her room, wrapping herself in a quilt, unable to sleep the whole night. In a daze, she was awakened by a loud banging from downstairs. Both people and dogs had become accustomed to it, as long as it wasn't an attempt to pry open the door of the 18th floor. Wrapping herself in the quilt and covering her head, she tried to continue sleeping. Upon waking, Jiang Ning heard sounds in the corridor, opened the door, and found Lu Yu eavesdropping on the noises from downstairs. What's going on? Lu Yu chuckled a couple of times. The Su family in 1702 refused to open the door yesterday, but today, I don't know what wind blew their way, they suddenly moved out. Jiang Ning didn't pay much attention. They probably fear that group will come back for revenge and worry about dragging them down. Moving out is better, it saves us from another backstabber. Lu Yu informed her, I just heard Grandma Zhong greet them. It seems the Su family is moving to a shelter. Indeed, in response to the unprecedented cold wave in the south, the government has replanned shelters. Houses in the south lack heating, relying only on the most primitive methods for warmth. A large number of survivors gather in the shelters. The densely packed people provide warmth, but are filled with various odors, making it hard to stretch out hands and feet, let alone lying down to sleep or having hot water for a bath. People cannot survive without sleep, but if they sleep and wake up, they might find everything gone except themselves. Even the landlords have no surplus grain, let alone the countless people in the city. Therefore, the nature of the shelter is intended as a temporary aid, stipulating that any survivor entering can only stay for 1 month. After the deadline, they can only go to the public heating area, which only provides heat during the day, and at night, when the heating is turned off, it can freeze people into ice columns. Thus, many people would rather go outside to collect relief grain or go up the mountain to chop firewood for warmth than go to the shelter. At least at home, they still have quilts, and burning firewood allows them to sleep. Lu Yu asked Jiang Ning, with only the Zhong family left on the 17th floor, what should we do now? We clarified things before the Zhong family moved in. Jiang Ning expressed little emotion. Where is it safe now? Let's see how the Zhong family protects themselves. Don't place your hopes on us. The 18th floor is made up of humans, not gods. They don't even know how long they can survive. While they were talking, Huishan opened the door and walked out. Ning, are you going to scout today? Huishan was not from Fengsheng and didn't even know where Lian Garden was, but Jiang Ning wanted to scout again, so she nodded in agreement. Scouting required discretion. Jiang Ning put on old clothes, and Huishan dressed modestly as well. However, he was too tall, with an excellent physique and a pair of astonishingly long legs, making it impossible to blend in no matter how low-key he tried. Jiang Ning was curious. How tall are you? 189 centimeters. This height is quite striking in the north, let alone in the south, making him a standout in the crowd. Jiang Ning was a bit worried. How about I go alone? Huishan's lips twitched slightly. It's fine. I want hold. At this point, Jiang Ning couldn't say anything more. After all, he was skilled. Even if discovered, he wouldn't be trapped. Thus, she left 2 pets with Unit 1803. The demon had already been raised. The survivors of Jinrong community had developed sharp eyes. Although the 2 dressed modestly, they were still recognized. No one dared to approach them. The news of yesterday's conflict had already spread. Fearful as they were this time, they were particularly united, all hoping they would win, even if that belief was unrealistic. The 18th floor was notorious, but as long as they weren't provoked, they wouldn't take heads nor collect protection grain. If they could eliminate those collecting protection grain, they could also collect a bit themselves. After all, there were only a few people on the 18th floor, so how much could they eat? Unfortunately, Jiang Ning was completely unaware of their thoughts. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. They were merely a group taking shelter under a big tree. If you want to rely on them, you might as well wash up and sleep early, dreaming of success. On high alert, they took a shortcut and arrived near Lianan Mansion. Huishan did not rush to approach, but instead circled around it from a distance, then led Jiang Ning into an office building to observe with binoculars. Instead of watching the main gate, he gazed towards the high-rise buildings of the community. There are lookout counter surveillance. Jiang Ning was startled. No wonder so many had sacrificed their lives in her past life and paid a heavy price to eradicate the dragon-slaying society. The leader was not an ordinary villain. In terms of reconnaissance, Huishan was undoubtedly a professional. He identified several suspicious lookout points, avoiding them as he continued to observe the entrance. Seeing that he hadn't moved for a long time, Jiang Ning curiously asked, "What are you looking at?" "Watching them talk." "You understand lip reading?" "A little." Jiang Ning covered her mouth, thankful that she hadn't spoken ill of him usually. However, the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Whenever special police were deployed, without exception, it was for special tasks. They needed to master various skills, not only lip reading, but also microexpression expertise. Otherwise, when facing ruthless criminals, how could they accurately judge when to shoot to rescue hostages? At that moment, Jiang Ning felt a chill run through her body, the coldness piercing her mind. Did she really have secrets in front of him? Noticing her stiffness, Huishan lowered the binoculars, asking, "What's wrong?" "You?" Jiang Ning's mind froze a bit. What did they say? Entry requires a pass, and they also use a code. What code? I'm not too familiar with this area. I need to analyze it when I get back. Jiang Ning suspected he was lying. It was obvious he was intentionally withholding information. The people entering are almost all facing away from us, making it hard to see their lip movements. However, based on their speaking frequency, we can estimate how many words they said. It will take time to decipher. They had been there until dusk, and the weather seemed to grow colder. On the way back, Huishan suddenly remarked, "The dragon-slaying society must have something big happening these days." Jiang Ning was surprised. "What is it?" "Their boss' birthday is coming up, many are already preparing gifts, and it's likely to be a grand affair." Jiang Ning could only be thankful he wasn't an enemy. Such a person was truly terrifying. Indeed, the first person of the dragon-slaying society was not only having a grand celebration, but also a special one. She hadn't witnessed it, but just hearing about the public judgment was appalling. However, this was also the best opportunity. The following days were calm, and Jiang Ning did not go out again, while Huishan occasionally ventured out. Late at night, the door of the stairwell was knocked on. Zhong Ping had returned to discuss matters with the 18th floor. After hearing about the events from a few days ago, he was so anxious that he couldn't even sleep, specifically taking leave to come back today. He brought back a power storage box, and also made a frequency converter that could be installed on a bicycle to generate electricity through mechanical rotation. The storage box could hold 20 degrees of electricity, but Zhong Ping was not aiming to charge phones or for lighting. Relying solely on the stainless steel door isn't enough for safety on the 17th and 18th floors. I plan to electrify the 3 doors on the 17th floor, as long as they dare to smash and they will be electrocuted. The people on the 18th floor were speechless. This kid has some skills. Thinking about the stainless steel doors being electrified, anyone who dared to break in would find their bones softened and legs numb, or even worse, they might end up like roasted rats. Zhang Chao expressed doubts. Can it really generate electricity? It can, but it will be tough to pedal, Zhong Ping replied honestly. My grandmother is old and my mom has to work during the day, so generating electricity by pedaling the bike will have to rely on you all. I calculated that if each person on the 18th floor pedals for an hour daily, the electricity generated could sustain 24 hours of operation. Charging for 5 hours can be used for 24 hours. If we work a bit harder, we could charge phones and flashlights too. Although there was a solar charger in extreme cold, without sunlight, even when the sky was gray, it sometimes wouldn't work even after charging for 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, using a phone in extreme cold weather not only lagged, but also consumed a lot of power. Zhong Ping's suggestion was equivalent to the Zhong family providing equipment, while the 18th floor maintained operations, allowing everyone to jointly protect the safety of the 17th and 18th floors. Lu Yu was somewhat worried. Will the electrified stainless steel doors leak electricity and shock us? No, I will install switches on both floors, and when electrified, an indicator light will illuminate. You just need to follow the operation to enter and exit at that time. Since Zhong Ping's return was not easy, he immediately arranged matters once confirmed with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu helping out. By late at night, they finally completed the task. The handrails of the staircases on both sides were cut off, the wires connected to the 18th floor, and the switches with working indicator lights were also installed. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu quietly tossed small pieces of fatty meat onto the door, and they indeed smelled the burnt odor. Yes, it could really electrocute. Out of humanitarianism, they didn't forget to stick warning labels next to it: electrified, no photography, not responsible for electrocution. Back upstairs, Lu Yu, eager to show his strength, was the first to volunteer to pedal the high-power bicycle for electricity generation. 10 minutes were easy. 20 minutes were a bit tiring. After 30 minutes, he really wanted to rest. After an hour, he lay down panting. Chao, I can't go on anymore. Indeed, being weak is being weak. No matter how one practices, weakness remains. Zhang Chao kindly reminded. We men can't say we can't do it. You can do it, you go ahead. After an hour, Zhang Chao also collapsed. I really can't do it. Zhong Ping, that bastard, said pedaling the bicycle was incredibly easy. It was simply a trap. Zhang Weili looked at the two, exhausted like dogs, easily pedaling for an hour without breaking a sweat, asking, what's wrong with you guys? The two were speechless. Could it be that the bicycle has gender discrimination? When it was Jiang Ning's turn to pedal, she directly moved the bicycle back into the room. She estimated the electricity generated by the 3 people pedaling and directly placed the storage box in the space, charging for about 20 minutes, but accidentally overcharged. After 2 hours, she finally brought the bike out. Zhang Chao was startled by the electricity level. Aiming, how long did you pedal? Jiang Ning pretended to be weak, leaning against the doorframe. I accidentally pedaled for 2 hours, almost exhausting me. This is enough for 2 days. Don't look for me tomorrow. 2 hours. No, he needed to increase to 1.5 hours to strive to remove the label of weakness, as, feeling discontent, the two of them secretly drank in bed at night. Chao Weili doesn't sweat. Ainings Hansen is 2 hours, and Shen Ge can go for 3 hours without blinking. Why are we always at the bottom? Zhang Chao felt frustrated and took a big gulp of liquor. Why are we so hard-working, yet we are always suppressed by others? Is it true that once suppressed, one will be suppressed for life? No, they must rise strong. How to rise strong? Lu Yu really tried his best. I feel like I'm not this weak outside. Why can't I even lift my head on the 18th floor? It was fine before his wife liked his figure, but now. It felt like she was growing more and more disdainful. Obviously his biceps had already developed. The two in despair collapsed on the bed. Even Cola is stronger than us. What future do we have? The door was electrified and there were dogs at home, yet the 18th floor did not relax at all. Huaishan devised a combat plan. The electrified door is true, but have you considered that they might climb up through the drainage pipes from the windows or staircases? Zhang Chao and Lu Yu felt their scalps tingle. Are you saying they could also drill a hole to come up? Huaishan serious replied, it's possible. Tired they thought, let it be destroyed, hurry up. Grumbling is one thing, but after venting one must continue on. Jiang Ning sighed once more, realizing that surviving well in the apocalypse was truly not easy. In the evening, Grandma Zhong called from downstairs announcing that the relief supplies scheduled for the day after tomorrow would be issued tomorrow instead. Zheng Weili and others were puzzled as to why it was being issued early. Jiang Ning instinctively glanced at Huaishan, who happened to look back at her. Their eyes met for a moment before they both looked away. Weili, I want to go pick it up in the morning and bring Cola downstairs in the afternoon. Zheng Weili thought for a moment and replied, okay, then when you come back we'll go together. That night Jiang Ning found it hard to sleep. She reflected that she had hoped to live better with the space she acquired, but such a better life also came with a price. She hoped that tomorrow would bring her wishes to fruition. The relief supplies would be distributed at 9 o'clock and Jiang Ning and Huaishan arranged to leave at 7 over the walkie-talkie. They set out early only to find Zheng Weili riding her bike in the corridor. Seeing that Dodo had not come out, she casually asked, is Dodo not going? Huaishan nodded. Dodo. It was still early before the distribution of the relief supplies, and since the two of them went out so early without taking Dodo off, they stubbornly refused to admit it. Of course Zheng Weili would not expose them, she would just wait and see. After leaving the Jinrong community, the two did not go to the neighborhood committee to queue, but headed towards Lianhua Garden. Today was the birthday of the #1 figure in the Dragon Slayer Society, and according to Huaishan's investigation, a grand birthday party would be held. Just as they reached the intersection, he suddenly paused. Jiang Ning asked in confusion, what's wrong? Huaishan reached out and suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist. Jiang Ning's head buzzed, feeling an impulse to draw her knife and stab him. Had she not known him and trusted his character, she feared blood would have already been shed. There's surveillance, don't look around too much. Huaishan held her close, slowly moving forward through the chilling air and speaking in a low voice. Are we being watched? Lianhua Garden. A look of surprise flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. Could it be that the police had taken her report seriously? She hated conversations that were only half finished, but if Lianhua Garden was truly being watched, there might very well be someone who could read lips. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Ning decisively fell silent, even overcoming her psychological barriers to lean a bit closer to Huaishan, making them appear more like a couple in love. Huaishan continued to hold her tightly as they walked around Lianhua Garden before finally turning into an alley to leave. He withdrew his hand and said, sorry. Is Lianhua Garden being watched? Not certain, but my intuition tells me so. All 4 exits are under surveillance. The instinct of a special police officer is undoubtedly more sensitive than that of an average person. Moreover, Jiang Ning remained alert throughout the journey. Although not as sharp as him, she could vaguely sense an invisible tension in the air. Suddenly she thought, could the early distribution of relief supplies today be related to Lianhua Garden? It's possible. Huaishan noted that Lianhua Garden not only gathered a large number of Dragon Slayer Society members, but also many survivors. For instance, just earlier many had come out to collect relief supplies. With so many survivors, they were either voluntarily seeking refuge or were forced to stay. The reason for the early distribution of relief supplies was likely to lure the survivors out of Lianhua Garden to avoid them becoming hostages for criminals. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief. As long as they could eliminate the entire nest, this area should remain stable for quite a while. When the two returned to the neighborhood committee, many survivors were already lined up in long queues. Jiang Ning lowered her voice. Since the relief supplies are being issued today, won't those lackeys come to collect protection fees? They will. Huaishan nodded. The Dragon Slayer Society had many lackeys. Their low status did not qualify them to attend the birthday party of the big shots. Only the higher-ups of the gang were honored. With that, the firepower of Lianhua Garden would be greatly reduced. This strategy was indeed clever. With so many people, they had to wait 2 hours before it was their turn. After collecting the relief supplies, the two returned to Jinrong community. Just halfway there, Huaishan suddenly became alert. He grabbed Jiang Ning's arm and hurriedly turned to another direction. It's her, it's them. In the distance, a woman's sharp voice shouted, I would recognize them even if they turned to ashes. It sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets flew towards them. Huaishan pulled Jiang Ning to run, while a dozen men chased after them, guns raised. Bullets whizzed past them as they sprinted into an office building, without hesitation running up the stairs. Jiang Ning, fully armed, took out her gun from her pocket while pretending to rummage. They kept running up, looking for cover to ambush. Hurry, they're above us. A group of tattooed men chased after them shouting, Brother Cohen has ordered to take the head from the 18th floor as a gift for the boss. Hua Yishan used the staircase for cover and fired 2 shots from an elevated position, perfectly hitting their targets. Unfortunately, the enemy's firepower was too fierce, and they were directly sprayed with bullets. After a fierce exchange, Hua Yishan took down 5, while Jiang Ning, not as accurate, only injured 2. While fighting and retreating, Jiang Ning dashed into an office that looked very sturdy. It was another CEO's office. After locking the door, they ran into the CEO's lounge and locked the door again. In her first gunfight, she had forgotten to be scared while fighting, but now she was drenched in sweat. Before the Dragon Slayer Society could be wiped out, the 18th floor was unexpectedly targeted, and she wondered how Zheng Weili and the others were doing. If the 18th floor was attacked, both Cola and Dodo would likely not end well. In an instant, she was sweating profusely. As she raised her hand to wipe her sweat, Jiang Ning noticed Hua Yishan's expression was pained, and her heart skipped a beat. Are you shot? It's nothing, I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. The bullets were limited, every shot had to hit its target. Although it did not hit a vital area, the impact from the high-speed spinning bullet hitting the steel plate caused injury, and it would take some time to recover. Where are you injured? Shoulder, the hand that holds the gun. Jiang Ning's head buzzed. He had pushed her earlier, so could it be that he was injured at that moment? If so, then there was no time to think as a loud banging on the door sounded outside. Hua Yishan ignored it and directly smashed the glass of the CEO's lounge, pulling out an escape rope to tie to the shelf. Ning, you go down from here and head back to Jinrong community immediately. What about you? I'm wearing a bulletproof vest and still have bullets that's enough to deal with them. No, his bullet. Hurry. At a critical moment, Hua Yishan's face turned serious. I'll hold them off. You go to the 18th floor to rescue Dodo and the others. How can you handle so many people alone? They came prepared. If we all stay, we will undoubtedly die. As he spoke, the men outside had already burst in, shooting at the door lock of the lounge. You go first, I can handle it on my own. So you see me as a burden, huh? Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable inside, especially since he was better than her at fighting. Not wanting to be difficult, she handed over a few bullets. Hua Yishan, you must come back alive. I won't take care of Dodo for you. Your own sister, you must take care of her yourself and never rely on others at any time. Hua Yishan gazed intently at Jiang Ning. I will do my best. However, the opponent was determined to take both their lives, and the axe came crashing down, shattering the wooden door of the lounge. That's it. No one is leaving today. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot retreat under the enemy's heavy fire. The moment the words were spoken, it all happened in a flash. Jiang Ning grasped Hua Yishan's hand and swiftly entered the space. A few people burst in, disregarding everything, and opened fire. The lounge was left in utter disarray with glass shattered everywhere. The scene flashed suddenly, and Hua Yishan was stunned by what he saw. Jiang Ning did not want this, but they were truly at a dead end, as she couldn't just leave him there to be shot to pieces. Furthermore, the bullet that struck his shoulder was likely from when he pulled her back. Plans often fall short of reality. The secret had been exposed. The only relief was that even in the space, Jiang Ning remained vigilant. The RV was parked in the second-floor living room with all food and supplies stored in various locked rooms. The first-floor hall was empty save for a floating light timer, not a single hair in sight. At the same time, Jiang Ning had her hand in her pocket, her finger resting on the trigger. Should Hua Yishan show any greedy glint in his eyes, she wouldn't hesitate to send him off to have tea with the King of Hell. After the shock, Hua Yishan turned to Jiang Ning. Where is this? Jiang Ning rubbed her nose. Well, how should I put it? This is my space. Space? Hua Yishan frowned, surprised that such fantastical things could exist. His gaze fell on the black soil garden, piles of furniture stacked in the corners, felled trees and bamboo, as well as sprouting peanuts and corn seedlings, lush green vegetables, and ripe red grapes. His pupils shook once more. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward, and Jiang Ning tentatively asked, how about some red grapes? Hua Yishan withdrew his gaze. No, thank you. Not knowing if it was his deep-seated nature or genuine indifference, his gaze captured nothing but the calm that followed his initial shock. Jiang Ning recalled the matter at hand. How is your injury? Hua Yishan touched his shoulder. His shirt had bullet holes, the bullet embedded in the steel plate, causing his muscles and bones to ache painfully. It's nothing, I won't die. Was it from when you pulled me? Hua Yishan turned his face away. No, don't think too much about it. Jiang Ning couldn't read his eyes, unsure whether his words were true or false. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward, and she spoke up. I wonder if the people outside have left. The glass windows were shattered, and the escape rope had been thrown out. Even if they were suspicious, if they didn't find anyone, they would surely leave. Hua Yishan estimated the time. It had been about 5 minutes since they entered, but still cautiously asked, is the time and space the same as outside? The same. They should have left, but we cannot let our guard down. He had rich combat experience. Jiang Ning trusted his judgment, but still stayed alert and slipped away alone. As soon as she stepped out, Hua Yishan was pushed out by a tremendous force. He was shocked again, but reacted quickly, not only stabilizing himself, but also taking an attacking stance. Jiang Ning then explained the space recognizes its master. If I'm not inside, all living beings will be. Additionally, the space serves one master. Once it recognizes its master, it cannot be seized. In the event of an emergency, I can control it to self-destruct with my consciousness. Listening to her, Hua Yishan showed little reaction, stating blandly, "That's good." True to his name, he was indeed deep. Jiang Ning didn't dare let her guard down and continued to observe. The CEO's lounge was empty and in disarray with dirty footprints all over the floor. Jiang Ning looked downstairs and saw a group of people rushing out of the office building. "Hurry, don't let them escape. This is bad." The tattooed men were rushing towards the Jinrong community. The two exchanged glances and followed downstairs. To avoid attracting attention, they didn't run, but took a shortcut towards the Jinrong community. Hua Yishan remained calm. "You don't need to worry. The 1803 team is no pushovers. They have guns and the door on the 17th floor is electrified. It's not that easy to break in." Jiang Ning nodded. The 6 pathways were relatively safe, especially since he had already formulated countermeasures for potential attack scenarios over the past few days. As long as Zhang Chao and the others didn't act foolishly, they absolutely couldn't break through in one go. Taking the shortcut was fast. It didn't take long for them to return to the community. Not seeing any significant movement in the apartment building, Hua Yishan led Jiang Ning to hide in a concealed location. Just as they concealed themselves, a group of people charged in aggressively, the same ones who had been firing in the office building. "Quick, they are in this building. The 17th and 18th floors have stainless steel doors, and they have guns and smoke bombs." A disheveled woman caught up impatiently, saying, "I've told you everything I know. As long as the people on the 18th floor are dead, you have to return my son to me." The tattooed woman, annoyed by the crazy woman's ramblings, kicked her hard. "Get lost." The woman fell to the ground, crying out in agony, but clung tightly to the tattooed woman's leg. "You promised to return my son to me." "Damn." The tattooed woman lifted her other foot and stomped heavily on the crazy woman's head. In the extreme cold weather, her ruthless kicks caused the woman to faint immediately. Choosing to attack the 18th floor today was meant as a congratulatory gift for Brother Kuan to present to the gang leader. Not only did they lose several brothers in the office building, but those two managed to escape. It was all this worthless woman's fault for not being clear in her words, causing them to underestimate the situation. Stifling a belly full of anger, the tattooed woman kicked the crazy woman fiercely, continuing to kick her a dozen times before stopping. "Let's go. Oh, I must flatten the 18th floor today." Fueled by rage, the group rushed up aggressively. The crazy woman was so filthy that her original appearance was unrecognizable, but Jiang Ning still recognized her voice. She was once the wife of Nian Luan. Heavenly sins can sometimes be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones cannot be survived. Jiang Ning remembered that in her past life the 3 departments collaborated and successfully rescued a group of children. They had been kidnapped and threatened, and afterward were properly settled. While she could understand the desire to save the children, trading the lives of others as bargaining chips was unacceptable. Jiang Ning felt no sympathy, but also did not strike her down. In this extreme cold weather, fainting outdoors left little chance of waking up again. Accompanied by the sound of a door being smashed, a chilling scream echoed from upstairs. The two exchanged glances and quietly made their way upstairs, planning to join forces with Zheng Weili to catch them off guard. Their steps were steady and slow. Just as they reached the 14th floor, the scream rang out again, followed by a shadow falling from the stairwell window. The hard ice surface downstairs echoed with a dull thud. Just as what Yishan had predicted, blocked by the electric door, they chose to climb over the wall and into the sewer. So focused on climbing the pipe, they had no idea that Zhang Chao was waiting on the top floor. Though weak, he had yet to master the skill of shooting eyes, but hitting the top of the head was no problem. Electrocuting two, and causing one to fall to his death, the leading man exploded in fury. Damn it. Arriving with his brothers full of excitement, he never expected to lose more than half, while none from the 18th floor perished. Could it be that they truly possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Kong Gu is still waiting for him to bring back the heads of the 18th floor to celebrate. "You two go find wooden stakes. I must break open this door today." The 2 lackeys quickly agreed and hurried down the stairs. Hua Yishan exchanged glances with Jiang Ning, counting down 3, 2, 1. Jiang Ning signaled he understood. As the 2 lackeys rushed down from the 14th floor, suddenly 2 figures charged out from the corridor. The taller one was for Hua Yishan, while the shorter was handed over to Jiang Ning. Though he had never fought seriously, he often practiced by grabbing Hua Yishan's neck, and Jiang Ning was extremely familiar with human anatomy. His first strike was clean and decisive. In the blink of an eye, 2 necks snapped. Dragging them into the corridor, they searched for weapons and bullets on them, also taking their access passes. There were still 5 people upstairs. Hua Yishan loaded the magazine, indicating he would take the lead, while Jiang Ning would provide backup. The lead was for charging forward, while the backup was to ensure the safety of teammates, only engaging when danger arose to avoid disrupting the offensive rhythm. Jiang Ning gave an okay hand gesture. Thus the 2 stealthily moved upward. The leading brother was agitated, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, while the nearby lackey quickly produced a match to light it. One stood at the stairway entrance while the other two were kicking the door of the 16th floor, trying to use the insulated furniture from the survivors' homes to smash open the electrified stainless steel door. The survivors were not foolish enough to open the door. Perhaps relying on their firearms, the lackey at the stairway stood in a relaxed pose. By the time they realized something was amiss, they had no chance to react, their foreheads blossoming with fresh flowers. The four quickly fell back to defend, but compared to Huaishan, who had undergone professional training and had years of experience executing tasks, they were all amateurs. Before they could even pull the trigger, four impeccably accurate bullets sent them away. Jiang Ning, who was covering, could only think. At that moment, noise came from upstairs, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Fearing friendly fire, Jiang Ning quickly called out, Wei Li. Ning. Zheng Wei Li exclaimed in surprise, we're fine, we've taken care of everything. Zheng Wei Li and Lu Yu came down with their guns. Seeing Jiang Ning and Huaishan at the stairway entrance, they quickly turned on the power switch. What happened here? This place is not suitable for conversation. Jiang Ning stripped them of their weapons and bullets, including cigarettes. As they walked upstairs, she finally spoke. Today is the birthday of the Dragon Slayer Society's leader, and someone wants to take our heads to celebrate. With the danger lifted, Zhang Chao came down from the rooftop. Having taken out one person, he walked with confidence. Ning, did you see my spectacular shooting skills? Jiang Ning was not in the mood to engage him. She had more important matters to discuss. This time more than a dozen people were dispatched shooting directly. It won't be this simple next time. If these people want to establish their authority, they must make an example out of the 18th floor. Jiang Ning looked at Huaishan. Today is the birthday party of the leader, coinciding with the distribution of emergency rations. Many lackeys have gone out to collect protection fees. Their defenses should be at their weakest. Huaishan's expression was serious. Today is indeed the best opportunity. Zheng Wei Li was worried, but we only have 5 people, and they have at least a few hundred. A heated confrontation would only lead to death. Jiang Ning suggested, we can't fight heated, we must rely on our wits. Huaishan surprised them with his words, capture the king first to catch the thief. If we kill the leader of the Dragon Slayer Society, those below will fight for power, and no one will care about the 18th floor. The two shared a moment of understanding, locking eyes to make a decision. Zheng Wei Li, feeling frustrated, said, fine, then let's leave our fate to chance and charge in. They have been gone for a long time without returning. Who knows if there will be another wave? You two stay at the 18th floor, and I'll sneak in with a shun to see if there's an opportunity to strike. Zheng Wei Li was uneasy. No, it's too dangerous for just you two. Huaishan replied, having more people would only make it easier to expose us. Jiang Ning agreed, stating that 1803 lacked bulletproof vests, and while Zheng Wei Li was capable in combat, shooting was not her specialty. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were not in great shape, and if they were captured it would be even more troublesome. Only she and Huaishan could manage. Even if they couldn't win, they could still retreat into safety. With too many people, it would be chaotic, and their secret had already been exposed. Once exposing it again would be truly problematic. If given a choice, she didn't want to point weapons at them. Zhang Chao realized he was being looked down upon, and pulled out his gun, saying, I won't hold you back, but I want to take this with me. Jiang Ning was currently lacking in this, having discarded everything she had picked up earlier into her space. No need, I stripped a bit from them just now, you guys keep it for self-defense. Time was of the essence, and they acted without hesitation. Regardless of success, they had to gamble this time. Zheng Wei Li suddenly hugged Jiang Ning. Ning, you must come back safe and sound. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu joined in the embrace. Ning, not a single hair can be lost. They'll do my best. Jiang Ning disliked this tragic feeling, as if she was heading to her own death. However, it was indeed a life-and-death situation. As they went downstairs, Jiang Ning handed 2 guns to Huaishan, not forgetting to grab a handful of bullets. The illegally made weapons were not particularly easy to handle, but they were better than nothing. Huaishan accepted them and returned 2 smoke bombs to her. The canister's exterior clearly indicated it was homemade. He truly knew how to do everything. Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh, realizing that surviving in the apocalypse was truly not easy. Once outside the apartment building, the two headed towards Lianan Mansion. Who isn't afraid of death? Jiang Ning hoped that the morning reconnaissance had not been in vain, and that she could catch a ride to pick up some leftovers. However, ideals were full and reality was thin. Lianan Mansion was calm and quiet. She looked at Huaishan, filled with a hint of doubt. It shouldn't be like this time should be the liveliest moment of the birthday party. If they don't enter when the enemy is at their most relaxed, it would be difficult to find another opportunity. On the way, Jiang Ning heard survivors complaining that the supply truck had broken down on the road, causing them to come out early to queue without receiving any supplies. Relief rations were distributed by region, and what they were referring to just happened to be the community committee where Lianan community was located. Using this ploy could delay time, but dragging it out for too long could raise suspicions. Could it be that there was some sort of oversight? Huaishan furrowed his brow, having keenly sensed that they were still being watched in the shadows, but he couldn't figure out why they hadn't acted yet. Jiang Ning asked, should we still go in? Let's enter first and act according to the situation. So the two headed toward the west gate. Jiang Ning was a bit worried. Your height is too conspicuous. Will you be recognized? No, there are people inside who are taller than me. He had been observing for a few days, and the west gate had the most comings and goings, including several tall individuals. Moreover, the guard at the entrance was a drunkard who liked to sneak a few sips at noon. He was also rather lazy and lax. Having just experienced a hard scene, the two did not falter, maintaining a steady demeanor as they approached the entrance, presenting round decorative insignias. In the extreme cold weather, everyone wore thick clothing wrapped in scarves and hats with only their eyes visible, making it impossible to see anything else. The guard nodded, waiting for the two to give the secret signal. When the sky fell, there was a tall person to hold it up, and Jiang Ning did not rush to speak. Hua Yishan maintained his composure. A river of bright moonlight shines over the ditch. Wrapped in a scarf, Jiang Ning nearly burst into laughter. After drinking 2 cups with a hint of alcohol, the doorman, not wanting to be complained about, waved his hand casually to let the two in. Lian Haoding was quite large. There were indeed many people inside, but where was the boss? Jiang Ning thought for a moment and quickly set her sights. The boss, who loved to throw birthday parties, was clearly someone who craved the limelight. Finding the owner of the building was definitely the way to go. The owner of the building was undoubtedly in the center, in the most luxurious building. Looking up, she quickly found her target. Indeed, many people were coming and going. The women were beautiful, and the men were refined, indicating their extraordinary status. The two were dressed too low-key, and with guards at the building, it was not easy to blend in. What was even more frustrating was that the birthday party also required an invitation. Hua Yishan observed from the shadows and found that the invitations were also poems, and there should be quite a few invitees. Some ancient verses were repeated, likely grouped by categories. Jiang Ning chuckled. It seemed the boss loved poetry. Having secured the invitation, the next step was to blend in. Jiang Ning walked to a secluded corner, took off her coat, and put on a fur coat. Seeing that Hua Yishan had no formal clothes, she used her consciousness to retrieve a military coat she had stocked up. The largest size, hoping he could fit into it. Not bad, it looked quite straight and tall on him. Most people attending the birthday party brought a partner, and to avoid suspicion, they could only disguise themselves as a couple. Jiang Ning linked her arm with Hua Yishan's, pretending to be a delicate and harmless fairy-like companion. Hua Yishan sensed her stiffness and said, "Relax, I won't take advantage of you." This was she discovered. Actually, it was fine, as she was used to practicing with him regularly, or she would have been even stiffer. To appear professional, Jiang Ning took a deep breath, smiled at him, and swayed her waist as she walked beside him. The two approached the main entrance, and Hua Yishan introduced himself. Group 6, the moonlight shines by the bed. Bingo, they passed smoothly. The door opened, and a wave of heat rushed towards them. Jiang Ning never expected that the owner of the building had heating, and it was quite warm. The sudden heat nearly took her breath away. Upon entering, they were greeted by a woman with voluptuous curves and a man with an 8-pack, both clad in sexy bikinis. In her astonishment, she saw the couple who had just entered come out of the changing room. The woman was alluringly curvaceous, and the man, aside from being bald, had a well-defined belly. Jiang Ning, in her fur coat, thought. It was indeed a bikini party, and no wonder it was calm outside. Once inside, she felt utterly helpless. With such small fabric, it was impossible to hide any weapons, truly. It would be fatal. What to do now? They had already entered, and escaping at this point would be even more dangerous. The welcoming beauty handed over the locker key and led the two to the changing room, saying, "This way you can choose your own style. Once you change, take the elevator to the 28th floor. Weapons can be placed in the lockers, but remember not to carry them, or it could be life-threatening." The changing room was unisex, lined with rows of scanty bikinis that Jiang Ning found unbearably revealing. She flipped through them, speechlessly discovering that the bikinis were not brand new. The boss clearly loved bikini parties and must have hosted many gatherings. Thinking about others having worn them, she was immediately filled with goosebumps. She remembered that during a shopping spree in an office building, there was a trendy company selling bikinis, and she had swept them all into her space last time. Jiang Ning used her consciousness to search her space and was delighted to find several pieces. She picked a style similar to the ones on the rack outside, a more modest one-piece. Seeing Hua Yishan standing still, she found a pair of men's swim trunks. Entering the spacious changing room, confirming there were no cameras, Jiang Ning handed him the swim trunks, saying, "You wear this, and I'll change inside." The heating was too strong, and she was sweating in no time. Jiang Ning slipped into her space, took off her thick clothes, and awkwardly put on the bikini. To avoid trouble, she applied a layer of matte powder over her fair skin. Although her face had freckles and pimples, it didn't look repulsive, but she had no intention of flirting. After spending some time, she emerged only to be met by solid muscles nearly blinding Jiang Ning's eyes. A lean build, his chest and abs seemed just right, not overly exaggerated. Jiang Ning instinctively looked at his waist. Oh, indeed, he was the king of waists, a glorious dog. Jiang Ning's sudden appearance nearly made Hua Yishan not recognize her. Seeing him appear somewhat awkward, Jiang Ning quickly averted her gaze and handed over the cosmetics, saying, You better do something too. Don't let anyone recognize you, or they might seek revenge later. The disguise techniques from the military and a girl's makeup were two entirely different matters. Giving it to Huaishan, he wouldn't know how to use it either. Realizing this was a risky team effort, Jiang Ning had to do it herself, but he was simply too tall. You sit down. Huaishan obediently sat down, his eyes firmly averted, definitely not looking around. With scattered stubble and a haggard look, she considered his buzz cut too eye-catching and retrieved a wig from her space. After transforming him into a completely different person, Jiang Ning finally stopped her relentless efforts. With the clothes and weapons stored in her space, Huaishan could signal if he needed anything. Exiting the changing room, a male attendant approached, kindly pressing the button for the direct elevator to the 28th floor. As he turned to leave, the male attendant glanced at Jiang Ning's figure, which was quite eye-catching, but it was a pity about her face. Noticing his flirtatious behavior, Huaishan frowned slightly. It had been a long time since she had taken an elevator. The feeling of not having to climb stairs was delightful. The elevator slowly arrived at the 28th floor with a ding. The guest lounge was bustling with hundreds of people everywhere. There were bodies clad in bikinis, white, yellow, tanned, with stunning bellies. Jiang Ning gasped at the cold air to combat her physical and visual discomfort. Champagne, fine wine, cigarettes, cigars, barbecue scents, waiters dressed as catgirls, flickering neon lights, and top-notch luxurious decor almost made Jiang Ning reminisce about the world before the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, there were clear divisions of wealth and morality. Ordinary survivors were starving to the point of eating dirt, while this group lived lavishly, enjoying life even more than before the end. The crowd gathered in the center of the guest lounge, excitedly shouting and creating a ruckus, each one looking exuberant, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Jiang Ning ordered a glass of champagne, while Huaishan took a cigarette, and the two walked over with devilish strides. As they passed through the throng, a smell of blood wafted over. In the center was a circular arena about 10 meters in diameter, where two men in bikinis were brawling. One wielded a spiked wooden stick, and the other had a short knife. This was a spectacle for entertainment where guests could place bets freely. Once in the arena, only one could survive. The reward was 20 jin of fine rice or flour. Both were already battered and bruised, yet neither was willing to yield. Amidst the shouts of the guests, they continued to fight, determined to outlast the other and win the 20 jin of food. Jiang Ning looked at the excited faces before her. These were no longer human faces, but clearly those of demons, with blue faces and sharp fangs. Was it the natural disasters that turned them into demons, or was it their true nature that had only been sealed by civilization and law?